Chapter 1. The Era of Global Fauna. In the outskirts of Anqing, at the Wildlife Sanctuary, Security Room Number 4. Lin Xing, drenched in sweat and with a dazed expression, stared intently at the motionless image on the screen. It captured the moment of his hard-fought victory, thrusting his sword into the heart of Principal Gu atop the ancient dragon. Yet the computer had frozen at that very instant. Have I truly been reborn? Or was this merely a dream? If it is a dream, why do I recall it so vividly? The insects tasted so delectable, yet the torment of being oppressed by the swans felt achingly real. If I have indeed been reborn, in this new era of animals, humanity has transformed into the last encountered beast that I do not comprehend why. But I have become a chicken, living but 2 days. Lin Xing shuddered, his unfocused gaze sharpening as he glanced at the time in the lower right corner. Of the screen less than 10 minutes until 6 o'clock, he swiftly rose and headed for the sofa, discarding the uneaten fried chicken for the previous night into the trash bin, before rummaging through the drawer. He retrieved a ham and tore it apart with his teeth, consuming half and pocketing the other half. At least I won't become a weakling. Alas, if only I had more time, I would have subdued a Siberian tiger with a tranquilizer gun. Would a specimen qualify? Suddenly, Lin Xing smacked his forehead, seizing a set of keys and a security baton before rushing out of the security room, driving a patrol car towards the specimen hall a few 100 meters away. Steering with one hand, he dialed a number with the other. Pick up, will you? Hello. Tang Qing Jin. Shut up and wake up. Listen to me. Darling, it's not dangerous, just hear me out. What meat products do you have at home? No chicken. All right, beef jerky will do. Wake your uncle immediately, remember. Don't eat anything but beef, especially not chicken. Oh, and first break all 4 legs of your cat. Just don't kill it after we finish the beef, you'll understand. What? Never mind, lock the door behind you, trust me. Lock it and then eat the beef. Also, don't go anywhere, stay home, and avoid any form of communication with others, remember. I will come to find you, and our secret code will be the phrase we uttered in your kitchen during our first encounter. After hanging up, Lin Xing slapped his forehead. How foolish of me. I could have used a group voice chat. He drove while multitasking. A few minutes later, within the brightly lit specimen hall, Lin Xing fought against his nausea, swallowing a piece of preserved fur. Damn it, if this is a dream, I've lost my job and am left with a bill. Not to mention this stuff could be toxic. Nervously, Lin Xing fixated on his phone, awaiting the arrival of 6 o'clock, simultaneously preparing to induce vomiting. In a sudden moment, the lights extinguished and the atmosphere of Blue Star shifted abruptly, plunging into darkness as all electricity vanished. IT was akin to the hydrogen in a balloon being swiftly evacuated, only to be replaced by carbon dioxide in an instant. All of humanity lost consciousness. Their bodies began to twist, morph, and reshape. Pigs, chickens, dogs, cats, cows, sheep, fish, as well as monkeys, gorillas, lions, elephants. For approximately 10 minutes, an abrupt voice awakened everyone. Congratulations, Blue Star has officially entered the era of fauna. All of humanity will transform into the last encountered animals. Survival and growth are the only objectives. Friendly reminder. 1. The growth sequence is initial form, growth form, mature form. 2. Killing, consuming, and exposure to light can enhance growth. 3. Encounter treasure chest. Congratulations. You may attempt to slay monsters to unlock them. 4. Encounter glowing stone doors. You may attempt to enter for a chance. 5. Pay attention to surrounding noises. It may be the last sound you hear. 6. Focus and meditate to summon the interface panel. 7. New era animals. Do your best. As the voice faded, chaos enveloped the world, filled with the cacophony of various animal cries. The most numerous were the clucking of chickens, followed by the grunts of pigs, the bleats of sheep, and the barks of dogs. This was due to the high consumption of these meats in both Eastern and Western cultures. Conversely, in regions beset by hunger, a greater variety of species thrived. Those who owned pets were relatively fortunate. As for those transformed into fish and shrimp, they were mysteriously relocated to nearby rivers, lakes, and seas, avoiding the anticipated fate of flopping on land until death. In the specimen hall, a black gorilla clad in tattered security attire rummaged through its dark fur. I just consumed a specimen of a Siberian tiger. How did I end up as a gorilla? Could it be that the specimen of the Siberian tiger was a fake? I had also touched a lion, a bear, and a cheetah. Were they all illusions too? Only the gorilla is real. Lin Xing let out a soft whimper, choosing to accept his fate. After all, being a gorilla was better than being a chicken. Upon transforming into a gorilla, he instinctively sought to walk on all fours, relying on his robust forelimbs. Yet he consciously restrained himself, opting for an awkward, upright gait. Just as he prepared to check his attribute panel, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Ding! Syncing 28 modifiers custom version 1020. Lin Xing stared in astonishment. How familiar this feels. Isn't this precisely what I experienced atop the ancient dragon? Cough, cough, through effort and perseverance. Ding! Synchronization complete. Super damage X10, loading complete. Super life X10, loading complete. Super stamina X10, loading complete. Encountered unknown issues. Loading failed and cleared. Immunity to freezing, loading failed, cleared. Immunity to bleeding, loading failed, cleared. One-hit kill, loading failed, cleared. Instant teleportation, loading failed, cleared. Unlimited stamina, loading failed, cleared. In the midst of excitement, Lin Xing suddenly froze, his blood pressure nearly skyrocketing. Out of 28 modifiers, only 2 remained. Lin Xing lamented. Had he known, he would have set the super damage to 1 billion times while striking principal. Even the air would have felt the impact. Focusing on the panel, a translucent screen appeared before his eyes. It contained 2 modules, personal information and social. Personal information. Lin Xing. Species, gorilla. Height, 1.55 meters. Weight, 61.3 kilograms. Talent, X10 damage, X10 life. Initial form, LV0. Growth points, 0 not. Bad while not invincible. It is certainly superior to a chicken. Wait, have I become foolish from reading too many novels? In reality, a damage increase of 10 times, let alone 1 or 2 times, could lead to an instant kill. After reviewing his personal information, Lin Xing navigated to the social interface. Social included friend zones and chat zones, with channels for world, country, region, nearby, and private chat. The default setting for first-time users was the world channel. What's going on? Have I turned into a pig? Or rather a piglet? Those unscrupulous merchants advertised hundreds of pounds of pork. Oh, I must be dreaming if I jump from the Empire State Building. It'll wake Yupa so real. Why haven't I awakened? Is there still a beautiful compatriot upstairs? Are you there? Could this be Blue Star's latest virtual game? There are many brain-twisting books at 7. God loves the world. This is my Lord's trial for the sinful world, the bright path to heaven. What a joke. I Jack Ma am. Now a lion. I shall conquer the world. You little brat, come to my territory, and see Tiger Lord will teach you a lesson. Lin Xing merely glanced at the current screen. Noting that there were already 99,999 unread messages behind, he did not dwell on the nonsensical hysteria, nor did he even check the national and regional channels, directly switching to the nearby channel. For he vaguely recalled an exceedingly important piece of information that required confirmation. Chapter 2. The first kill with tenfold damage. Though it was said to be nearby, the area spanned a radius of 20 kilometers. The number of individuals had dwindled, yet the information on the screen remained abundant. Is anyone there? Why have I turned into a chicken? I'm so hungry, and there's a cockroach ahead. How disgusting. Yet why do I crave it? Why am I a mouse? How could there possibly be mice in my home? My sister and I have become dogs. I can smell feces. What should I do? Boo-hoo. How enviable. My parents are in County A, and I miss my mother. Mobby Owl, where have you been? You haven't come home all night. I've turned into a sheep. Hurry back to protect me. My cat is so beautiful. I have an immature idea. I've been bedridden for 8 years, and now I can finally stand on my own 2 legs. Hey. Is there anyone who, like my uncle, drank tiger bone wine and turned into a big tiger? What animals has everyone else become? Let's share so we can recognize each other later. I am a chicken. I am a duck. I am a goose. Brothers, add me as a friend and message me privately. Where's the uncle? The little rabbit seeks protection. Boo-hoo. Upstairs. Don't you think the dead aren't dying fast enough? Fool. Who are you calling a fool? Come out and face me. I'm a husky. Am I afraid of a rabbit? What a joke. Upon witnessing these vaguely familiar chat messages, Lin Xing felt a sense of relief. That object should belong to him. However, considering the sun's height, it was nearly noon, and time was ample. As he gazed at the bustling chat panel, Lin Xing was filled with myriad sentiments and could empathize with the others. Transforming into animals had stripped them of their linguistic abilities, rendering the exchanges on the panel a source of solace for most. He had once squandered an excessive amount of time in this virtual space. Closing the interface, Lin Xing grasped the security steel rod by his feet and departed the dark specimen hall. In contrast to the chaotic town, this place felt rather serene. With the nearest security room located a kilometer away, the night shift worker, Lu Quan, was of average acquaintance. Lin Xing was unaware of what he had transformed into and had no inclination to find out, as he had no time to spare. What he needed to focus on now was growth. Merely surviving would ultimately lead to becoming fertilizer. Lin Xing set off on foot towards the nearest wildebeest area. As a gorilla, he could drive, yet he refrained. The rules had changed, electricity was gone, and the fuels that produced energy, gasoline, gas, gunpowder, had seemingly altered at a molecular level, rendering them non-flammable. Upon entering the wildebeest area, he soon realized he had overthought the situation. There was no rampant slaughter taking place. The once gentle and amiable wildebeests were no longer docile. Instead, they were wary, running away at a distance. Lin Xing chased after them several times, but failed to catch a single one, soon panting from exhaustion. Damn! He had forgotten that the native animals had merely regained their wild instincts and had yet to embark on growth, which made things challenging. In truth, if Lin Xing could harden his heart and directly head for the staff dormitory or Anqing, that would have been the best choice. However, he still retained a semblance of human kindness, at least for the time being. Lin Xing decided to proceed to the aquarium, where the turtles and sea turtles were lethargic creatures. Before leaving, he locked the iron gate of the wildebeest area, which was one of the reasons he was not opposed to becoming a gorilla. The function of his hands was immensely significant. The carnivorous animals that could threaten Lin Xing were isolated by iron bars, allowing him to run boldly and swiftly without the fear of becoming prey. After a brief moment, Lin Xing halted outside another iron gate. His gaze shifted between the steel rod in his hand and the imposing figures in the distance, his expression revealing a contemplative wisdom. Though his understanding of animal behavior was not as profound as that of the caretakers, as a security personnel accustomed to interacting with animals, he possessed sufficient knowledge. Some carnivores had a strong territorial instinct. Even if they had not begun to grow, an intrusion would result in a deadly encounter, akin to that of a Siberian tiger or a bear. Conversely, while the western buffalo also had a robust territorial instinct, they were generally more docile. With poor eyesight and slow bursts of speed, Lin Xing resolved to target these western buffalo. His motivation stemmed not only from the buffalo's characteristics, but also from the tenfold damage system. His innate talent. If it failed, he could still retreat. Hunting apex predators would yield far more growth points than merely slaying a chicken. Lin Xing removed the plastic grip from the security rod, revealing a tip resembling a flathead screwdriver. He then stealthily climbed over the fence, inching closer to the buffalo until he was within 10 meters, only to be detected. Nevertheless, the buffalo were inherently lethargic, with only the largest female buffalo lifting her head to scan the encroaching gorilla, while the other two young buffalo remained languidly sprawled near a small wetland. After a brief pause, Lin Xing tightened his grip on the not-so-sturdy steel rod, positioning his two legs and left arm to support the ground, muscles taut, while raising his right arm in a throwing stance. Just as he prepared to strike, an overwhelming surge of confidence surged within him. In the next instant, the steel rod transformed into a javelin, hurtling toward the buffalo. The buffalo, oblivious to the non-threatening attack, or perhaps incapable of responding, was struck by the 1-meter-long, arm-thick rod, penetrating its left cheek, perforating its skull, and embedding itself into the buffalo's right shoulder. Erupting in a fountain of blood, the buffalo let out a pained bellow, staggering and incurring further injury, yet not succumbing immediately. The two young buffalo became agitated, while Lin Xing experienced a brief moment of astonishment. Initially, he aimed for the buffalo's eye region, but his aim had faltered. Whether this attack could breach the skin was uncertain. However, with the tenfold damage, it might indeed penetrate the buffalo's flesh. Yet he never anticipated it would be a fatal strike. What of the 10 lives? Was it that under normal circumstances he would perish, yet in reality, he was to be killed 10 times? Lin Xing was exhilarated, unable to suppress a series of howls. His robust arms pounded against his chest, then struck the ground, charging toward the two young buffalo, which were larger than him. However, after running just a few paces, Lin Xing abruptly turned and sprinted towards the iron gate. A 4-meter-long male buffalo had emerged from behind a tree, shaking the ground like a tank. Lin Xing had no doubt regarding the destructive power of the ton-weight buffalo. A mere brush could cause significant injury. Yet, the male buffalo did not pursue far before returning to the female buffalo, nudging her, attempting to rouse her from her stupor. Lin Xing observed from a distance, aware of his own cruelty. Just moments ago, the buffalo had been a protected species, but the survival rules had shifted. Before long, the female buffalo ceased to move, her pained bellows silenced, and a voice echoed in Lin Xing's ears. Kill the white buffalo, growth points 41, a staggering 41 points. The rewards were astonishing. A surge of energy enveloped him, coursing through his body. As his bones began to expand, muscles strengthened, and fur became thicker and shinier. Personal information: Lin Xing, species, gorilla, height, 184 meters, weight, 125 kilograms, talent, tenfold damage, tenfold life, initial body, LV6, growth points, 4164, Chapter 3, the bronze treasure chest of the aquarium. Indeed, hunting large animals yields substantial rewards. Reaching level 10 no longer seems a distant goal. In his previous life as a mere chicken, after a day of consuming insects and basking in the sun, he had only managed to ascend to level 3, which left Lin Xing exhilarated. The increase in size, strength, and hardness brought about a comprehensive enhancement. Once the initial excitement subsided, Lin Xing redirected his attention to the herd of bulls. However, he did not recklessly charge at the formidable male bulls. Instead, he searched his surroundings and soon returned, bearing a 2-meter-long triangular iron originally meant for securing road signs. Cautiously, he approached the recently deceased female bull. Much as he had done before, the triangular iron was considerably heavier than the previous security baton, and despite Lin Xing's increased strength, it was not as easy to wield. Nevertheless, he had no intention of engaging the bull in close combat. Before he could close the distance of 20 meters, the male bull noticed him. No longer preoccupied with licking its deceased companion, it let out a furious bellow directed at Lin Xing. At this moment, Lin Xing was still viewed as a non-threat by the bull, a trait inherent to apex predators. However, being perceived as harmless did not preclude aggressive action. The male bull lowered its massive body, agitatedly thrashing its limbs, and began to charge towards Lin Xing. Boom. The land-bound tank of a bull charged forth. Convinced of his prowess as a hunter, Lin Xing felt a surge of primal ferocity. As before, he steadied himself, anchoring his legs and more robust left arm, allowing his fast-twitch muscle fibers to contract powerfully, transforming the triangular iron into a spear. It drew closer. The 2-meter-long triangular iron was hurled through the air without a sound. Bang! The impact resonated. The battle concluded swiftly. Approximately a quarter of the triangular iron protruded from the bull's nostrils, while the rest had penetrated entirely. This strike seemingly obliterated the bull's brain and nervous system, leaving it with no chance to struggle. When the bull finally ceased its momentum, it lay less than 3 meters from Lin Xing's feet. Kill the white bull. Growth points, 35. Lin Xing felt his physique expand further. HM? Only 35 points? One would expect the male bull to yield more than the female. Could it be due to his higher level? That seemed plausible. In his previous life as a chicken, consuming a mere 2 insects had granted him 2 growth points to reach level 1. To ascend to level 2, he required 4 points. And after scavenging for over 10 insects, achieving level 3 with 8 growth points took him the better part of a day, having consumed hundreds of insects. Now, if he were to eat insects, he might not even earn a single growth point for an eternity. Lin Xing gripped the triangular iron, summoned his strength, and extracted it from the bull's carcass. Had he still been human, he would have struggled to endure the gruesome scene and the nauseating stench. However, at this moment, he was a chimpanzee capable of tearing apart its own kin. There was no discomfort. He could devour raw flesh on the spot. Even consuming the bull could yield substantial growth points. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Although food would digest quickly, allowing for continuous consumption, the several tons of bull flesh would take days to finish. There was no time to waste. Bearing the triangular iron, Lin Xing approached the 2 calves circling their deceased mother. I'm sorry. The unique calls of the calves, which once captivated tourists, now fell upon his ears as mere echoes of regret. Moments later, the 2 calves provided him with 7 and 8 growth points respectively. His personal information now read: initial body level 7, growth points 91,128. In less than 10 minutes since transforming from human to animal, Lin Xing was already progressing toward level 8. He departed the bull area, wielding both the security baton and the triangular iron. He understood that once the native animals began their growth, these colossal creatures would serve as sustenance for maggots and flies. However, he could not afford to waste time setting the corpses ablaze. Even if he desired to, the bodies were too damp to incinerate. Separated from the bull area by a road lay the antelope territory. Lin Xing had no intention of pursuing that avenue. Such herbivorous creatures, having regained their wild instincts, were exceedingly alert. Even for a cheetah or hyena, capturing an antelope was no simple task, let alone for a chimpanzee not known for its speed. More critically, his strength and accuracy were insufficient for guaranteed success. Lin Xing continued his journey toward the aquarium. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the aquarium, which spanned over 20,000 square meters and featured 2 levels, stood a 2-meter-tall gorilla, its fur a deep purple-black, accompanied by 5 triangular irons trailing behind. He exuded an untamed aura under the rising sun. This was Lin Xing, now elevated to level 8. In that half hour, he had decimated hippos, elephants, giraffes, bulls, and camels, leaving no large creatures unscathed. His personal information now read: Lin Xing, species, chimpanzee, height, 2.03 meters, weight, 211, 8 kilograms, talent, 10x damage, 10x life, initial body, level 8, growth points, 473, 512. He had hunted large species, which provided more growth points, yet with the elevation of his level, the rewards had diminished. For instance, the last camel he hunted yielded a meager 4 growth points. After this half hour of hunting, he had become proficient in wielding the 2-meter-long triangular iron. While not perfectly accurate, he could at least ensure hits on large targets at close range. Now, the aquarium was to be his ultimate prize. The aquarium fell within the patrol area of security room number 2. Lacking a key, he felt undeterred. He discarded the triangular iron, which had been dragged along the road, its tip now somewhat sharp, and removed the battered security baton from his tattered uniform. Proceeding to force the lock open. Under ordinary circumstances, such an action would trigger an alarm and be captured by the surveillance of security room number 2. Yet now, there was no one to monitor him. As he stepped into the aquarium, Lin Xing hesitated, his breath becoming shallow. Before him lay a box, the size of a case containing 6 bottles of liquor, emanating a faint blue glow. Could this be the bronze treasure chest? In his previous life as a chicken, he often wandered through various chat channels and learned that there were 2 types of treasure chests, one that glowed faintly blue, known as the bronze treasure chest, and another that shone bright silver, referred to as the silver treasure chest. After a brief moment of astonishment, greed surged within him, compelling him to claim it as his own. However, just as he took a step forward, he hesitated, casting a wary glance around. It was said that treasure chests were guarded by creatures, or rather, monsters. Moreover, he had learned through chat channels that entering within 10 meters of a bronze treasure chest would provoke an attack from these monsters. Seeing no shadows of monsters in sight, he surmised they must be lurking behind the workbench. The workbench stood at a height of 1 meter, suggesting that the creature would not be overly large. Lin Xing set down 4 triangular irons, leaving only one in his grasp, approaching the treasure chest with heightened vigilance. After taking 5 steps, he heard rustling behind the workbench, indicating he had entered the 10-meter range. Lin Xing bared his teeth. He felt confident in facing any creature guarding the bronze treasure chest. In the next moment, as he focused on the workbench, he raised his neck in anticipation of the creature's emergence. His right leg instinctively withdrew the moment he crossed the 10-meter threshold. Chapter 4. The origin of the giant python. A resounding thud echoed as a colossal serpent, as thick as a barrel and adorned in a striking pattern of black and yellow, raised its head from behind the workbench, casting a menacing gaze upon Lin Xing. The elevated portion stood at least 4 meters high, while the serpent's body extended nearly 20 meters. The creature hissed, its crimson tongue flickering as it absorbed every morsel of information around it. Truly, it could be deemed a monster. Lin Xing tightened his grip on the triangular iron, his heart racing with trepidation. This was his inaugural encounter with a large predatory beast. Previously, his hunts had only involved gentler herbivorous or omnivorous animals. Now, a snake and a chimpanzee stood poised in a tense standoff. Separated by several meters, the chimpanzee bolstering its own confidence while the snake awaited its prey to venture into its domain. After a few seconds, Lin Xing set down the triangular iron, forming his hands into half fists and pounding his chest with a resounding thump, emitting guttural sounds that crescendoed before abruptly halting. Grasping the triangular iron once more, he steadied himself with his legs and the stronger left arm, while his right arm drew back, positioning the iron parallel to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the sharpened tip of the triangular iron was launched with the force of hundreds of kilograms, soaring towards the workbench like a projectile. Whether in disdain or arrogance, the giant snake ultimately paid a grievous price. The sparks and blood that erupted upon impact marked the onset of battle, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds and anguished cries. Lin Xing paid little mind to the damage inflicted upon the giant snake by the iron that pierced through the workbench. He swiftly retrieved a second piece, repeating the motion with fervor. Within 2 seconds, he unleashed a flurry of 5 powerful throws. It was only after exhausting himself that Lin Xing took a moment to survey the scene. The high-end particle board workbench lay in ruins, not due to Lin Xing's actions, but from the snake's frenzied thrashing. The serpent's twisted, grotesque form, now punctured by 5 triangular irons, resembled a grotesquely marinated delicacy on a barbecue grill. With a smirk, Lin Xing mused that while a standing head might miss its mark, a coiled body would not. He grimaced, letting out a low growl, and chose to ignore the writhing giant snake. He ventured outside, uprooting several steel poles that were not triangular irons, and scouted the area, gathering any metallic objects suitable for attack, chairs, fire extinguishers, and other implements, into a single pile. After a moment of chest-thumping determination, he hurled them with unrelenting vigor. Exhausted, Lin Xing collapsed to the ground, silently observing the snake's wild thrashing for several minutes. Kill LV9 Giant Python Initial Body. Growth points, 249. The immense peril was accompanied by great opportunity. At his current level, 10 adult wildebeest would not yield as many growth points as this single python. Lin Xing, now at level 9, had become stronger and more resilient. After the intense exertion, hunger gnawed at him. The snake's gallbladder and certain organs would serve as the finest sustenance. Just as he contemplated approaching the creature, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. A flash of red light engulfed the snake, which now resembled a grotesque sausage or hedgehog, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only a faint aroma of charred remains and a trace of black ash. Amidst the ashes lay a key, emitting a faint cerulean glow. A treasure chest. A giant python, consumed by red light, a key. Enlightenment flickered in Lin Xing's mind, contemplating the implications of what he had witnessed. Yet, overthinking was futile. The tangible rewards of harvest and growth were paramount. He approached the key, feeling its icy surface, akin to the triangular iron. Retrieving a steel pipe, he turned back to the bronze treasure chest and struck it with all his might. The clang of metal resonated, yet the pipe bent while the chest remained unscathed. Not even shifting an inch. Just testing, Lin Xing thought, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Inserting the key, he was met with the sound of gears grinding. Lacking the smoothness of lubrication, and the chest creaked open. Giant Python Origin 1. Consumed to transmute species, initial body only. 13th generation blood orchid essence. Consumed to gain 150 growth points, initial body only. Accompanied by the notification, Lin Xing beheld 2 metallic tubes, each no larger than his pinky finger. To think that he had stumbled upon a source for species transmutation, he felt fortunate, albeit with a hint of regret. In his previous life as a fowl, he had dreamed of transforming into a pig or a dog. Yet, standing before such a formidable python, he felt an ennui. Even the temptation of transforming into an LV9 Siberian tiger would not sway him. The essence of the chimpanzee species, though not overwhelmingly powerful, still afforded him dexterous hands. He chose not to consume the richly named essence immediately, opting to save it for a later time. As the benefits of hunting diminished over time, now at LV9, with growth points at 722-1024, he required merely 152 more. He stowed the 2 metallic tubes into the tattered pocket of his security suit, then struggled to shift the empty chest, which remained immovable. Selecting 2 steel pipes, he abandoned the twisted triangular irons, preparing for the final push towards LV10, emitting a low growl as he sprinted inward. The aquarium's first floor housed the office area, resting zones, and attractions such as the aquatic theater and viewing tunnels, while the second floor was designated for display tanks, showcases, and dining areas. However, as he dashed past a nearby ornamental goldfish exhibit, he suddenly halted. Where are the fish? He continued running, only to find each display tank utterly devoid of life. Surely, these aquatic creatures had not been relocated to nearby flowing waters? After a brief moment of distraction, a thought struck Lin Xing, recalling information gleaned from conversations. Purchase mounts. He emitted a low growl, refraining from pursuing further inquiries, and fled the aquarium. Daylight broke, the sky clearer than ever before. Lin Xing contemplated his next course of action, faced with 3 options: return along his original path to hunt antelopes, wildebeests, and moose. Venture in another direction towards the carnivore zone, home to prairie wolves, hyenas, cheetahs, and tigers, or head towards the exit, where he could hunt monkeys or return to the dormitory, hotel, and subsequently to launching. After a few seconds of deliberation, Lin Xing resolved to proceed to the carnivore zone. He would undoubtedly reach Anqing, but the time was not yet ripe. Slaying former humans weighed heavily on his conscience, and the growth points from a flock of chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep were simply insufficient. Conversely, those herbivorous creatures were far too wary to catch. The best choice lay in the carnivore zone. With his decision made, Lin Xing clutched the two steel pipes and began to run, the sounds of his footfalls and the friction of steel against concrete resounding loudly. Soon, he arrived at the nearest prairie wolf enclosure. Though labeled as a wildlife park, it was merely an area of larger pastures with higher and sturdier fences. Feeding was still required, and isolation protocols were strictly enforced. Lin Xing slowed his pace, dragging one steel pipe with his left hand while raising the other, tapping it against the iron bars. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of the steel pipes striking the bars served to attract the attention of the recovering wolf pack. Chapter 5. Global notification. As he sprinted with the steel pipe in hand, the wolf pack had already become alert. The undernourished prairie wolves swiftly transitioned into hunting mode. However, Lin Xing felt no apprehension about being ambushed, shielded by the iron bars. Moments later, he ceased his rhythmic strikes and halted, leaning against the bars as he sat down. The chimpanzee, also part of the wolves' dietary preferences and reeking of blood, would undoubtedly attract their attention. Yet, its large size ensured that the cautious wolves would not attack recklessly. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to face the wolves unguarded. His strategy was soon validated. With his acute hearing, now at level 9, he discerned the wolves had encroached upon him. He awaited the optimal moment, monitoring the distance. At one point, as a wolf bared its fangs and lunged for his neck, he swiftly thrust his arms, holding the steel pipe backward with lightning speed. The sensation confirmed his hit. 2 wolves had been impaled in their stomachs. He turned, withdrew the pipe, and blood flowed from the wound as the lifeless bodies of the wolves slid down the bars, while the remaining pack dispersed in shock. Lin Xing found himself in an exhilarating state. To predators, he remained merely a chimpanzee on the menu, albeit a larger one. Yet any successful attack would result in catastrophic damage. Kill prairie wolf, growth point 11. Kill prairie wolf, growth point 12. With 23 growth points added to his tally, Lin Xing felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, the rewards from carnivorous beasts were more bountiful. Previously, he had only garnered 4 points from a camel, which was exceedingly difficult to kill. Employing the same tactic, he leaned against the iron bars and waited for approximately a minute. With no wolves approaching, he surmised that the 2 he had slain were his most significant gain. He set down the steel pipe, turned, and with a powerful grip, tore through the bars, retrieving a bloody wolf leg amidst the tearing sound. Without lingering, he gnawed on the bone while dragging the 2 steel pipes forward. Reiterating his brutish method, he traversed through the territories of bears, hyenas, leopards, and lions. After more than 20 minutes, he arrived at the Siberian tiger enclosure. With only 7 growth points needed to reach maturity, a single tiger kill would suffice, enabling him to pursue his desires. But where were the tigers? Lin Xing surveyed the expansive enclosure, larger than a football field, specifically designed to enhance yield and manage flow. Yet it was utterly devoid of life. The 2 large tigers and 1 smaller one were nowhere to be seen. Had they fled their territory? Historically, tamed Siberian tigers posed no threat during close encounters and had never escaped from their enclosures. Yet, circumstances had changed. Wild Siberian tigers could leap over 6-meter-high barriers. Where might they have gone? Had they retreated to the western woods or remained within the confines of the park? Lin Xing discarded his relaxed demeanor, preparing for any potential ambush. Even with his confidence in his reaction speed and defense, he knew a sneak attack from a nearly 3-meter-long, 300-kilogram male tiger was no trivial matter. He redirected his focus towards the lions, recalling having slain 1 male and 1 female earlier, while 3 younger ones remained. Retaining 1 steel pipe, he discarded the other and cautiously retraced his steps, not only to guard against a possible tiger attack, but also to avoid disturbing the lions. Indeed, within the enclosure, several lions circled anxiously around a male and female, licking them, their low growls tinged with sorrow. Lin Xing crouched low, cautiously closing the distance until he halted 20 meters away. He noticed a lion raise its head, seemingly alerted to something. Once the female lion resumed her frantic grooming without noticing him, he refrained from getting closer, instead aiming carefully from his position. With a distance of over 20 meters, he was uncertain of his accuracy for a single shot. He squinted, awaiting the moment the female lion turned her back. 5 seconds elapsed before he launched the steel pipe, which flew through the bars and struck the female lion squarely in the rear, pinning her to the ground. The lion let out a mournful cry and struggled, prompting Lin Xing to dash forward from behind the tall grass. Before the injured lion could wrench the pipe free, he seized its hind leg. With a forceful pull, he lifted the lion's entire back half, pivoting around the steel pipe, which effectively cleaved her in two against the iron bars. The lioness, her entrails spilling forth, remained alive, her front paws and head weakly thrashing, emitting anguished cries. The three young lions had already fled, hovering at a distance, their cries a mix of fear towards the colossal, blood-soaked chimpanzee and sorrow for their parents' fate. Lin Xing, now with a pair of hind legs in each hand, realized that the throw and the lion's final instinctive reaction had prevented a clean kill. In truth, even without his subsequent brutal assault, the struggling lion would ultimately succumb to the 2-meter-long steel pipe embedded within her. However, he had no time to wait. "Forgive me," Lin Xing murmured, striking the lioness's head with the severed bone. The impact of the bone against her skull shattered with a sickening crunch. Kill, growth point 9, that was sufficient. Lin Xing beat his chest in exhilaration, for this signified his ascent to maturity. He retrieved the steel pipe embedded in the bars, along with a lion's leg, and sprinted towards the nearest sales point. Upon closing the door, he produced an essence elixir, yet hesitated as he contemplated drinking it. Once evolution commenced, it would irrevocably alter the existing order. Wild animals would awaken to growth, akin to humans, thriving through carnage and sustenance. He recalled his prior existence as a chicken, where the first mature being emerged 2 days later. It was also during this time that the wild animals began their growth, while he blissfully feasted on insects. He had engaged in a pecking duel with a swan that had sought him out for half an hour. He had perished. Now, merely an hour had passed since his transformation, and most individuals remained in a state of bewilderment. Many believed it was merely a dream, one that would fade upon awakening. Yet, should the growth of wild animals initiate now, the phenomenon of interspecies predation would erupt prematurely, yielding consequences far more horrific than during his previous life as a chicken. The majority of chickens might never experience the delicacies of insects before being devoured by cats and dogs. Perhaps when the chicks sought out insects, they would encounter a maggot larger than themselves. Caught in a tumult of conflicting emotions, Lin Xing inadvertently spilled the elixir, consuming it. A surge of formidable energy enveloped him, coursing through his entire being. His bones, organs, and flesh underwent a second development, more intense than any before. This time, it was not a pleasant experience, but rather an excruciating ordeal. Given the choice, he would have preferred to lose consciousness amidst the overwhelming pain. Yet he remained painfully aware and fully conscious. The agonizing process, which felt interminably long, concluded after mere seconds, leaving behind an illusion of suffering. He felt an unparalleled strength surging within him. At that moment, the voice that had transformed humanity into animals resonated in Lin Xing's ears. Global notification. Congratulations to Lin Xing for becoming the first mature animal. Global notification. Congratulations to Lin Xing for becoming the first mature animal. Global notification. Congratulations to Lin Xing for becoming the first mature animal. Global notification. The leaderboard is now activated due to the emergence of the first mature animal. Global notification. Due to. Global notification. Due to. Global notification. The growth restrictions for wild animals have been lifted. Global notification. Wild. Global notification. Wild. He had almost forgotten about the notifications. Damn it. How many billions of individuals will curse me? How many creatures will seek vengeance upon me? Chapter 6. Growth Body. Horror rankings inside the convenience store. Lin Xing inhaled deeply, almost reaching the ceiling. Sigh. I have changed the world. What a sin. Am I excited? Lin Xing felt a vague, indescribable sensation within. It was anticipated that, with the system's enhancements, he would undoubtedly be the fastest. Yet, when confronted with the reality, he was still somewhat astonished. Alongside this surprise, there was a sense of pride, joy, and a tinge of guilt. As the first creature in the world, the pressure of being the top animal was palpable. Countless extraordinary beings existed. Perhaps some fellow had unexpectedly nibbled on a dinosaur fossil and ascended to supremacy, or perhaps they had opened a treasure chest and exchanged it for a formidable creature. But then again, one could not help but wonder, would I truly be afraid if I encountered such a being? As the first animal to reach the growth body. Rewards: base strength 1, base speed 1, base defense 1, elementary ruins universal identifier 1, growth points 1000. Before Lin Xing could voice his thoughts, a segment of prompt information appeared, followed by yet another transformation of his body, this time without pain. His appearance remained unchanged, still the visage of a growth body. However, His bone density, muscle fiber density, resilience, and neural response speed had all undergone qualitative improvements. I did not expect additional rewards. Focusing his attention, he opened the panel. Lin Xing, species, chimpanzee, height, 2.48 meters, weight, 603 kilograms, talent, 10x damage, 10x life, growth body, LV1, growth points, 2026-2048, impressive. The data alone was quite remarkable. It is said that a Siberian tiger can strike with a force of a ton. Now, how much could my blow deliver? Of course, he was merely comparing himself to an ordinary Siberian tiger. If it were also a growth body tiger, its size, weight, speed, and various attributes would undoubtedly surpass him, both before and after the rewards. This was determined by innate foundations. It was easier for a chimpanzee to level up, while it was more challenging for a tiger. Comparatively, a chimpanzee might gain 10 kilograms in attack power upon leveling, whereas a tiger could gain 15 or 20. Alas, the disparity in fundamentals was evident. Lin Xing bypassed the social interface and directly opened the leaderboard. The social interface would undoubtedly be filled with insults from around the globe. The leaderboard featured two lists, a world ranking and a national ranking. Upon first entering, the world ranking was displayed by default. The first line caught his eye, highlighted in gold and bold. Lin Xing, chimpanzee, growth body LV1, Huagua, attention, 2732. What does this attention mean? During his previous life as a chicken, Lin Xing had sought clarification in various chats, but had received no answers. Moreover, his level of attention was exceedingly high. Below Lin Xing were numerous entries for other creatures. Zhang Jingguo, Kazuo Tyrannosaurus, initial body LV9, Huagua, attention, 554, Rollsbite, Rex Tyrannosaurus, initial body LV9, Megua, attention, 385, Ketchagorki, Arctic giant bear, initial body LV9, Agua, attention, 199, Chutongyu, southern ancient ape, initial body LV9, Huagua, attention, 254, Smith James, Ojo ancient ape, initial body LV9, Ingua, attention, 238. Willie Donald, Mississippi ape, initial body LV9, Megua, attention, 176, Adamo Sambi, Shiwa ancient ape, initial body LV9, Ingwa, attention, 214, Datara Chakura, pyramid ancient ape, initial body LV9, Ag, attention, 381, Gang Taichiro, gorilla, initial body LV9, Taiyangguo, attention, 93, Maimaro Nair, Duan ancient ape, initial body LV9, Baxigua, attention, 244. Lin Xing was astonished. Why is this happening? In his previous life as a chicken, a non-entity animal had activated the leaderboard 2 days later. He remembered that aside from that one growth body, there were only a few dozen LV9 creatures at the time, all relatively small animals suited for evolution. What was the situation now? In a leaderboard of 100,000, nearly 10,000 were LV9, and the highest below that was only LV4. And this was merely an hour later. Even more absurdly, the vast majority of the LV9 were extinct fossilized animals. Dinosaurs and apes dominated, followed by the modern beasts, tigers, lions, leopards, wolves, bears, crocodiles, and so forth. Could it be that besides me, others have also been reborn, and in droves? Moreover, unlike me, they had ample time to seek their desired forms. Indeed, these individuals must possess solid authority. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ascended to LV9 so swiftly. The stronger the animal S foundation, the more difficult its growth. On the entire leaderboard, this chimpanzee, had the weakest foundation. How many of the massive species in the park would I need to slay to reach LV9? Damn, did I inadvertently stir something? In Beijing, at the Shaoxing Zoo, a female hominid towering over 3.5 meters leaned against a lamppost in a daze. In reality, this colossal being was perusing the social interface, not across various channels, but within a friend zone, a chat group comprising 1,000 members. Jada's southern ancient ape initial body LV9 who is Lin Xing. Step forward. Li Dao Velociraptor initial body LV9 Damn. Lin Xing, are you out of your mind? Do you not realize how precious this opportunity is? You waste one like this. Ma Baogua ancient northeast tiger initial body LV9 Damn. You conjured this mess an hour early? Lu Yongmin, Tyrannosaurus initial body LV9 Lin Xing. Which department are you from? Tang Dongjun, Yongchuan dragon initial body LV9 Lu committee member. Lin Xing isn't from our Huadong J district. Bian Guowei, Thieving Dragon Initial Body, LV9, nor from the Construction Corps. Ming Shixuan, Qianzhou Dragon Initial Body, LV9, not from the Guard Bureau either. The 3-meter-tall female hominid was puzzled. She had no recollection of this Lin Xing. The 1,000 individuals had been informed an hour early by a mysterious force that all humanity would transform into animals, yet they could not disclose this to anyone. Any form of communication would ultimately convey the message, "Have you eaten?" Coincidentally, all 1,000 were elites from the nation's most vital departments, perhaps signifying some responsibility or mission. Consequently, they quickly utilized their authority to consume fossils, seeking and consolidating resources. An hour may not be long, but they maximized their efforts. After the dawn of the animal age, they embarked on a frenzied growth. Suddenly, a chimpanzee emerged, reaching the growth body in just an hour. A normal person suddenly becoming an animal might not even regain their composure in an hour. Even if one possessed excellent qualities and adapted quickly, such rapid growth was unexpected. Even if the chimpanzee's growth was relatively easier, it was still relative. Let us not forget that chimpanzees, in and of themselves, lacked significant hunting skills. Killing 1,000 baboons would hardly suffice. Observing the heated debates within the group chat, she felt it was unwise to waste time on this matter. Chu Tongyu, Southern Ancient Ape Initial Body LV9, this Lin Xing likely isn't among us. Chapter 7. The Sacred Territory Bestowed Upon Maobao Country. Ancient Northeastern Tiger Initial Form LV9 Director Chu Tongyu, Southern Ancient Ape Initial Form LV9, it should be a rare occurrence. Perhaps there is some opportunity, like establishing a breeding farm and slaughtering thousands of pigs. Li Dao, Velociraptor Initial Form LV9 Director Chu, do you think that's possible? A chimpanzee killing 1,000 wild pigs in an hour. Chu Tongyu, Southern Ancient Ape Initial Form LV9 Li Shizhong. I was merely using a metaphor. Perhaps Lin Xing stumbled upon a treasure chest that is unguarded by monsters. Zhang Tong, Megalodon Initial Form LV9 Li Shizhong. I'm currently at the pig farm slaughtering pigs. Where are you? Li Dao, Velociraptor Initial Form LV9 slaughtering sheep. Zhang Jingguo, Kazuo Tyrannosaurus Initial Form LV9, alright, regardless. This Lin Xing is an animal of Huagua, and the one who brings glory is also of Huagua. You see, we were not the only ones informed an hour in advance. At this moment, the entire world was echoing Lin Xing's name in expletives. While certain smaller circles uttered insults like Lin Xing sand currency, fool, deer, and fearful bag. Observing the leaderboard filled entirely with LV9 super dominators. Lin Xing suddenly felt less impressive. Moreover, the primary reward might not even surpass the current LV9 initial forms of others. He felt quite restless for a while. Compared to such a multitude of animals, he, as a reincarnator, felt utterly insignificant. It is often said that reincarnation must be accompanied by a system. Yet with these fierce creatures and their systems, he felt he was hardly worthy of mention. To avoid confrontation, he could at least take solace in the thought that he could not be worse than a chicken. Ultimately, he could only comfort himself in this manner. His name stood alone on the global leaderboard, thus it naturally held a unique position on the national leaderboard as well. Driven by curiosity, Lin Xing opened the social interface. I was catching mice when suddenly a wild dog lunged at me. Now I'm up a telephone pole. What do I do if the dog doesn't leave? Damn, Lin Xing. Oh my, 3 mosquitoes are attacking my kin. I want to help, but I'm so afraid I might lose. I'm just a fly. Damn, Lin Xing. A pig attacked me. Bleeding, my hind leg is broken. Brothers and sisters, I might not make it. If fate allows, see you again. Damn, Lin Xing. Oh, crap. I was about to go downstairs to forage, and suddenly 3 dogs downstairs went berserk. Huagua dogs, damn Lin Xing. Huagua dogs have betrayed the world. They should be hunted down, damn Lin Xing. You little brat, you must be a bastard from Migua, chasing after me. Damn Lin Xing. Is that something you can meddle with? Migua's destruction awaits. I'll grow into a battle chicken and surely annihilate you, damn Lin Xing. Lin Xing surely possesses the bloodline of our great Han nationality, haha, s Lin Xing. Lin Xing merely glanced at the remarks and shuddered before closing the interface. The global channel was thus, and one can only imagine the sentiments echoed in other channels. His name had become a suffix to every insult. Let them curse. I am an orphan. Lin Xing whimpered softly and forced himself out of the small shop. He had grown taller than the largest silverback gorilla before the animal age. Standing at a height of 2.5 meters, crawling on all fours, he measured around 1.7 to 1.8 meters, resembling a true behemoth. His weight exceeded that of a gorilla by a significant margin, yet due to innate factors. He did not appear cumbersome but rather possessed an aesthetic grace. At this moment, the steel pipe in his hand felt lighter. After a moment's thought, Lin Xing turned his attention to the small shop. With the sound of shattering glass and snapping wood, he had added a triangular steel beam to his shoulder. Due to an abundance of screws and welds, the over 3-meter-long triangular beam was not particularly smooth. Upon dragging the steel beam for the third time into the lion's territory, he saw 3 young lions feasting on a carcass. Animals typically do not resort to cannibalism within their own species, yet they do not hesitate to consume the remains of their deceased kin. Furthermore, the instinct for growth and evolution compels every animal to hunt and prey upon other species. As they mature, not only do their physical forms evolve, but their innate intelligence also heightens. The threat posed by native animals to those who have transformed into animals will increasingly intensify. Without Lin Xing, it would not be long before these 3 lions reached adulthood, subsequently leveling up and ultimately slaughtering the entire enclosure, even encroaching upon the safe city. Lin Xing remained largely unconcerned by the fierce glares of the 3 lions from a distance. With a decisive clang, he smashed the lock with the triangular iron and cautiously pushed open the iron gate. The moment he stepped into the lion's domain, the 3 lions instantly shifted into hunting mode, dispersing. Unless Lin Xing chose to depart, a confrontation was inevitable. Only one side, the invader or the defender, could emerge victorious. But how could Lin Xing possibly retreat? This was precisely his intention, information he had known since his days as a chicken. Following the rules of the food chain, there might be leeway among creatures of similar ranks. However, a lower-tier species entering the territory of a higher-tier species would inevitably face death. This was the sacred territorial concept bestowed upon native animals upon their awakening. If Lin Xing were a northeastern tiger, the 3 lions might have fought fiercely or perhaps relinquished their territory. But as a chimpanzee, the lions would not flee. The 3 lions, utilizing the low grass for concealment, crawled closer, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Everything was within Lin Xing's acute perception. Now, his senses were extraordinarily sharp. Not only could he detect the 3 lions right beneath his nose, but even in total ignorance, he would not be caught off guard. 2 minutes later, while dragging the triangular steel beam and gnawing on bloody hind leg meat, Lin Xing proceeded towards the next beast zone. The simultaneous assault from the lions in 3 directions was nothing short of perfect, yet their speed proved insufficient. When Lin Xing deliberately tested his defensive prowess, he felt a light bite on his left leg. After all, they were still juvenile lions, and he experienced merely a mild discomfort, without any skin broken. Ultimately, the 3 young lions granted Lin Xing 2 growth points. After about 20 minutes, Lin Xing, now taller, sturdier, darker, and more robust, returned to the aquarium's fork in the road. The beast zone had been entirely cleared, and his current personal information read: Lin Xing, species, chimpanzee, height, 2.65 m, weight, 769 kilograms, talent, 10x damage, 10x life, growth stage, LV2, growth points, 2,143, 4,096. These native predators, yet to fully mature, generally possessed only 1 or 2 growth points. Yet he felt content. Indeed, the chimpanzee had gained an additional advantage. Otherwise, how could he navigate so effortlessly? Of course, this advantage would be a nightmare for others. Let a common chimpanzee venture into a beast zone, and it would be devoured within a minute. Onward. Lin Xing dragged the triangular steel beam towards his security room number 4. Nearly half an hour passed as Lin Xing cleared the African buffalo zone, wild boar zone, wildebeest zone, and antelope zone. However, the cleaning was not thorough. These native animals also possessed a sacred territorial concept, yet the chimpanzee was not on their menu. At most, they regarded one another as non-interfering. After Lin Xing's intrusion, these species turned to hunt him. Yet, after Lin Xing wielded the triangular steel beam to dispatch a wave of them, they scattered in retreat. He merely symbolically pursued them before ceasing to waste time. Lin Xing dismantled the door to the security room and entered. The past 2 hours felt like a cycle, departing as a human. He returned as a bloodthirsty and brutal chimpanzee. Chapter 8. A chimpanzee leader who does not seek mating rights. Lin Xing cautiously retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his drawer, which he typically refrained from smoking. He held it between his lips like a toothpick, but he did not light it, for his lighter had ceased to produce flame. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he began to organize his belongings. First, he tore apart the makeshift sofa used for resting, fashioning a covering from its leather to serve as a makeshift pair of shorts to prevent any unintended exposure, as it was rather large. He then used a towing strap from the patrol vehicle as a shoulder strap, securing his backpack on his back. In truth, Aside from his wallet and a half-full pack of cigarettes, the bag contained little else. Taking one last look at the place where he had begun working since the park's construction, Lin Xing clutched the cigarette like a toothpick, donned his backpack, and dragged a triangular steel beam as he departed. He was an orphan, yet not a solitary figure. More importantly, the silver treasure chest was about to be refreshed. Lin Xing jogged towards the park's exit, and although he referred to it as a jog, his speed exceeded 20 kilometers per hour. He found this pace most comfortable. As long as he was not hungry, he could continue running without it impacting his combat readiness. The rhythmic thudding and the harsh sound of friction echoed far and wide, agitating the nerves of the herbivorous creatures that had recently experienced bullying and were yet to be completely eradicated. Only when the sounds faded did they feel secure enough to consume the remains of their companions. Similarly, after Lin Xing's departure, several animals emerged from various security posts, notably 3 domestic pigs and 2 yellow dogs from the first and second security posts of the beast area. These creatures approached the various enclosures with caution, embarking on their feast. In another part of the park, a family of 2 adult and 1 juvenile Siberian tigers was also feeding. Between the aquarium and the park's exit lay a section of animal enclosures, including the chimpanzee area and the macaque hill. Lin Xing would not overlook it, for neither species posed a threat to him. As he, a behemoth, entered the territory of the chimpanzees, chaos ensued, with the chimps emitting incessant whines. Lin Xing froze, refraining from an immediate attack, for he understood the plaintive calls of the 7-member chimpanzee group. Child, do not fear. Mother is here. Stay close to mother and do not come down. Chirp, mother, I am scared. Your leader will chase away this wandering giant. Suddenly, Lin Xing realized that these chimpanzees were now kin to him. Hearing their words sparked a peculiar thought within him. Those chimpanzees, once grotesque in his eyes, now appeared somewhat pleasing, particularly a few of the females, igniting an impulse within him to mate. No way, I absolutely refuse. He emitted a couple of howls, which were interpreted as a challenge to the male chimpanzee leader regarding mating rights. Get out of my territory, or you shall become my prey. Lin Xing rolled his eyes at the audacity of the leader, a robust figure standing before him. Although the leader was indeed strong, his height barely reached 1.60 meters. Weighing around 70 kilograms, not much different from Lin Xing's original physique. The leader, a fierce chimp, thumped his chest and charged at Lin Xing. With narrowed eyes, Lin Xing swung the triangular steel beam horizontally. However, midway through, the beam angled down, and his left arm shot out, securely grasping the neck of the charging chimpanzee. The leader's shrieks and the thud of the steel beam striking the ground reverberated simultaneously. In that fleeting moment, the outcome was decided, sending the other chimpanzees into a frenzy. Chirp, mother, I am afraid. Child, do not fear. Mother is here and will not let you come to harm. Yes, little ones, do not fear. He shall be our new leader. If necessary, mother will bear you another sibling. He is so strong. Lin Xing held the struggling chimpanzee leader aloft, surveying the surrounding area as if to assert his dominance. He realized that a slight increase in grip would sever the leader's neck, yet he hesitated. As the leader neared unconsciousness from lack of oxygen, Lin Xing released him. After all, we are kin. My murderous intent is not strong enough, Lin Xing mused, casting a glance at the gasping leader before turning toward the road. As he prepared to accelerate, Lin Xing abruptly halted and turned around, for the earlier cries signified the submission of the chimpanzee leader. Are you certain? Yes, you shall be the leader of our group, possessing priority for food and mating rights. Lin Xing's expression radiated wisdom as he swiftly calculated the advantages and disadvantages. Very well. He soon noticed a few subordinates that were also commendable. Growth occurs in 3 ways: through slaughter, sustenance, and sunlight. To avoid being brutally oppressed by the resurrected overlords, he must maintain his lead. Slaughter was inevitable. Sustenance and sunlight were far too slow. The carcasses left in the wake of slaughter would merely benefit other animals or maggots. It was better to benefit his own subordinates than to let others profit. As for mating rights, he could forego that. He possessed a certain purity of spirit. I can be your leader, provide you protection, and even refrain from encroaching upon your limited food and mating rights, but I have conditions. Yes, leader, speak. Regardless of whether the old leader believed him, the proclamation had been made. First, the group must follow me as we depart. After stating this, Lin Xing surveyed the area, causing the other chimpanzees to tremble in anticipation. Secondly, let us proceed now. With that, Lin Xing dragged the triangular beam onto the road. Soon, amidst the cacophony of chirps and howls, 1 male, 3 females, and 3 young chimps left their habitat. Move out, Keep up, and those who lag behind shall be eliminated. Lin Xing exhibited the authority of a tyrant. His pace of over 20 kilometers per hour would be a grueling challenge for ordinary chimpanzees, yet he would not wait. Fortunately, he did not run for long, stopping at the final section of the park, the macaque hill. Wait here for my signal. Lin Xing emitted a couple of howls and leaped into the monkey enclosure. 3 minutes later, the 8 chimpanzees continued on their journey. Apart from Lin Xing, the other chimpanzees bore the bloody remains of macaques, consuming them as they ran. Even the smallest, still clinging to its mother, savored the meal. A few minutes later, the troop of chimpanzees arrived at the entrance of the animal enclosure. The adult chimpanzees had grown somewhat larger, while the 3 younger ones were nearing adulthood, and the smallest had finally descended from its mother. Such is the allure of growth and evolution. Lin Xing glanced toward the east side of the ticketing hall, where chaos seemed to erupt in the direction of the staff dormitory, and resolutely dashed outside. He did not reside in the staff dormitory and was unfamiliar with the 30 or so individuals there. Abstaining from hunting was a way to preserve some goodwill. Chapter 9. The Lin Emperor targeted by dogs in the western neighborhood of Anqing, nestled against the Taiying Mountains to the south and bordering the Yellow River. Though not classified as a first or second-tier city, it boasts a bustling population exceeding 3 million, excluding its surrounding districts. A few philanthropic donations from overseas businessmen, spearheaded by the government, led to the establishment of a richly diverse wildlife park in the western suburbs, perhaps due to its semi-charitable, semi-public nature. The entrance fees of the park are exceedingly affordable. Lin Xing once even audaciously speculated whether certain tycoons were paying taxes for their first half of life. Regardless of the specifics, this initiative undeniably bolstered the flourishing Anqing, providing not only direct employment opportunities, but also stimulating a larger cohort of workers, enhancing both material income and overall happiness. The acuity of real estate developers is remarkable. They began acquiring land only when the park's planning commenced, resulting in a plethora of residential complexes and towering buildings sprouting in the vicinity of the Western Ring Road, some of which were even ready for immediate occupancy. In the 3 years since the park's completion, the landscape of the Western Ring has transformed entirely. Lin Xing's ambition centers on a particular community known as Qian Dream City. Typically, around 8 or 9 in the morning, the thoroughfare outside the zoo would be bustling with activity. However, now, it is devoid of life, no vehicles, no throngs of people, and the shops lining the street stand vacant. The stillness is reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. Only the distant echoes of terrified screams occasionally pierce the silence, reminiscent of struggles against death. After more than 2 hours, humanity has been forced to adapt to an animalistic existence, yet most can only hide. The streets are now patrolled primarily by native animals and humans transformed into their primal counterparts, among which dogs reign supreme. After all, in the urban landscape, dogs are the most numerous and ferocious of creatures, followed closely by cats and the occasional rat emerging from shadowy corners. Meanwhile, humans turned into chickens, ducks, pigs, and cows tremble indoors. This is precisely why Lin Xing has become synonymous with derogatory remarks. The later one appears as a mature entity. The greater the advantage for those who have transitioned into animal form. Just as he had consumed worms for 2 days while living as a chicken, he has now metamorphosed into a combative fighting chicken. The premature awakening of primal instincts has left little room for human growth. Those who had contact with pets before sleeping have fared better, at least becoming akin to their former companions. Conversely, those who have consumed chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep without interacting with pets are in dire straits. Countless individuals have perished at the jaws of the pets they once nurtured. Lin Xing is aware that his transformation into a mature entity is not significantly delayed compared to those dominant figures, yet he still finds himself ahead of the curve. Bearing a burden of guilt he cannot shed. A triangular steel beam rests upon his shoulder, yet the commotion of a pack of gorillas racing down the street remains unabated. Soon, it captures the attention of a pack of stray dogs, which begin to follow from a distance. Lin Xing remains largely unconcerned. But the ordinary chimpanzees cannot afford such indifference. Their anxiety escalates with the increasing number of dogs. After all, dogs and wolves share a close kinship, and feral dogs regaining their primal instincts can be deemed formidable predators. After running for a while, Lin Xing, displaying a glimmer of intelligence, discreetly surveys his surroundings and suddenly veers down another street. He navigates through 2 rows of 2-story buildings, ultimately entering a warehouse with 7 chimpanzees. Climb to the roof. You all go further inside and don't come down for a while, he instructs. Understood, Lin Emperor, they respond. To facilitate management and command, The chimpanzees have been assigned corresponding names from Lin 1 to Lin 7, with Lin 1 being the original leader. Following Lin Xing's directive, the chimpanzees swiftly ascend along the windowsills. Meanwhile, Lin Xing leaps with vigor, firmly grasping the warehouse's beam with one hand. If you dare to focus your thoughts on me, you shall bear the brunt of my wrath. We are not here to play. We are here to hunt dogs. Approaching the newly constructed western outer ring road, where residential areas abound, Lin Xing anticipates an even greater population of dogs. In truth, even if faced with dozens more dogs, he would not flinch. This confidence stems from his realization that there is evidently someone orchestrating the pack. Under normal circumstances, a dog pack, when outnumbering Lin Xing and his few chimpanzees, would undoubtedly charge and tear them apart. Yet, the reality is different. The dogs merely trail behind, forming a loose encirclement, waiting for an opportune moment to strike when fatigue sets in. The individual commanding these dogs is clearly no ordinary foe. They seem to understand that chimpanzees, aside from Lin Xing, lack stamina. Before long, a pack of over 30 dogs of various breeds appears outside the warehouse, soon entering and barking furiously at the chimpanzees perched on the beams. The chimpanzees, baring their teeth, respond with guttural growls, asserting their dominance. Lin Xing gazes down at the pack, quickly identifying his target. A few of the dogs are clad in human clothing, particularly their more private areas being meticulously covered. Excellent with a sudden movement, Lin Xing twists his waist and strikes with lightning speed, landing between the dogs and the entrance. The warehouse falls silent for a moment as the pack lunges toward Lin Xing. He bares his teeth, swinging the triangular steel beam that had been resting on his right shoulder. With a resounding crash, severed limbs and splattered blood fill the air. His nearly 2-meter-long arms combined with the 3-meter-long beam obliterate a significant portion of the pack. The air seems to still momentarily, as the dogs not yet within striking distance abruptly halt, instinctively retreating. Lin Xing pays little heed to their thoughts. He turns and yanks down the roll-up door. None of you are getting away. 2 minutes later, only 5 dogs remain in the warehouse, cowering in a corner. 2 huskies, 2 golden retrievers, and a Labrador. Come down for dinner, Lin Xing growls as he approaches the corner, dragging the steel beam. Before he can close the distance, one golden retriever suddenly kneels, its head touching the ground, followed by the others. After all, humans are humans. With a swift motion, the steel beam whistles through the air. Lin Xing bears no psychological burden. Kill initial form. Husky dog LV4, growth points, 2. Kill initial form. Husky dog LV4, growth points, 2. Kill initial form. Golden retriever LV4. Growth points, 1. Kill initial form. Golden retriever LV4, growth points, 1. Kill initial form. Labrador dog LV3, growth points, 1. It appears that higher-level animals yield more evolution points. Previously, among the 32 dogs, most were of LV0, totaling only 8 growth points, while these 5 provide 7. Hurry and eat. Start with the blood and shredded meat. Leave the bones. Lin Xing contemplates. I'll take these few along to eat on the way. After a few minutes, a group of chimpanzees rushes out of the warehouse, carrying a bounty of dog meat, while Lin Xing, the lone exception, observes. The 4 adult chimpanzees have all reached LV2, progressing toward LV3. If they were to consume the majority of the remaining dog carcasses in the warehouse, they would undoubtedly reach LV3 or even LV4. However, Lin Xing does not afford them the luxury of time, for he suddenly realizes a grave issue. Chapter 10. Confrontation in the central green space just a moment ago. He glanced at the leaderboard and found that he still held the top position, a growth entity at level 2, with hundreds of growth entities at level 1 trailing below. Lin Xing felt that it would be difficult to surpass him in the short term, especially since he had gained an additional 1,000 growth points from the first place reward. Advancing a level in the growth entity phase was extraordinarily challenging, not to mention the dominance of those apex-level creatures. However, who could truly predict the outcome? With a rebirth and a system in place, the individual must be formidable to have made such a choice. If it weren't for the charade at the Specimen Museum, he would have chosen the Siberian tiger himself, wouldn't he? To be honest, Lin Xing had no desire to compete with a group of big shots for a leaderboard position. Even as the nominal first, he might not be able to defeat the 1000th place. There was simply no way around it. His foundation was too weak, and the growth coefficient for leveling up was minimal. He also discovered something that made him suddenly aware of the gravity of the situation. He noticed that there was an excessive number of level 8 and level 7 apex creatures following the nearly 10,000 level 9s on the leaderboard, which was a considerable acceleration compared to his past life as a mere chicken. This was inherently linked to human nature. The instinct to compare oneself with others is innate. Why should a mere chimpanzee shine so brightly? This single question had led to an inescapable reality. Slaughter and feeding had intensified. Roosters began to soar across rooftops in pursuit of insects, even engaging in fierce battles with ducks and geese. Others, like Lin Xing, formed teams, with dozens or even hundreds of chickens relying on one another to hunt large pigs and sheep. Some had transformed into combat chickens the size of dogs, while hefty sows weighing hundreds of pounds began to venture out of their quarters, foraging and indulging in a feast before collapsing in exhaustion. Similarly, groups of the same species formed strategic offensive and defensive positions, signaling an early onset of the chain reaction brought about by growth entities. A group of 8 chimpanzees sprinted along the spacious West Outer Ring Road, while 7 others lagged behind, panting heavily yet persevering, occasionally taking bites from the flesh hanging around their necks. Lin Xing had initially contemplated navigating through alleyways, but now yearned to see Tang Qin as quickly as possible. If she was alive, that would be ideal. If not, then there was no need to dwell on it. The Kuwanming was a newly established community not far from the zoo, just 5 or 6 kilometers north along the West Outer Ring Road after exiting the zoo's Folk Street. Lin Xing forcefully dismantled the sliding door that usually required an access card to enter and rushed inside. It was only then that he realized how chaotic the once thriving human gathering area had become. He witnessed a Dasa engaging in some activity on a small teddy bear clad in spotted floral attire, the little creature trembling incessantly, unsure if it was in pain or merely frightened. As he dashed past, the Dasa leaped away with a burst of energy, while the teddy lay motionless on the ground, either too scared to react or completely drained. He observed 3 trembling sows hastily emerging from an apartment building, joining other pigs before vanishing around the corner. This was a quiet chaos devoid of human clamor. The previous animal park had been nearly deserted, and the Folk Street, apart from a few storefronts doubling as accommodations, had not been bustling with people. Now, however, the situation had changed. With over 30 buildings in the community, each averaging 20 stories. Even though the occupancy rate had yet to reach 80%, the population numbered in the thousands, particularly at 6 in the morning when most people transformed into animals. The majority remained at home, many still in bed. Lin Xing keenly sensed numerous gazes directed at him from the windows, yet he paid them little mind, lacking the intent to slaughter house by house. Although the once impenetrable security doors posed little challenge for him, akin to paper, he made his way through several buildings until he arrived at the central green space of the Kuwanming community. The scene before him compelled him to halt. The central green space was teeming with animals, specifically 2 distinct groups. The largest was a herd of pigs, which Lin Xing estimated to number around 200 to 300, while the other group, comprised of various breeds of dogs, numbered over 100. Among the pigs, some were evidently evolved growth entities, with the largest towering nearly 2 meters in height and measuring at least 4 meters in length, truly a giant pig. In contrast, the largest dog in the canine pack was a Saint Bernard. Was a battle between pigs and dogs about to unfold? It appeared that formidable beings were present everywhere, particularly those capable of amassing such a large congregation of pigs. The pig herd was undoubtedly composed of transformed humans, while the canine group likely contained less than half of them. Unfortunately, the chickens lacked any fierce contenders. Otherwise, it could have resulted in an even larger faction. Nonetheless, pigs could barely match dogs in a contest of strength, while chickens required growth and level before they stood a chance. The cats perched atop buildings, however, displayed remarkable intelligence. As Lin Xing surveyed the situation, he attracted many gazes, particularly from the pigs. After a brief exchange of pig squeals and dog barks, the 2 groups of animals began to approach him. "Lin, give me a dog leg. You all step back and prepare to climb trees and buildings," he commanded, and several chimpanzees complied. Lin Xing, clutching a bloody dog leg in his left hand, surveyed the surroundings before racing towards an activity sign meant for property notifications. With a swift motion, he struck the sign with the triangular steel beam, causing it to topple. Using the dog leg as a makeshift pen, he scribbled on the sign. Moments later, he discarded the leg and raised the 3-meter-long sign above his head, revealing a message: "Brothers, seeking individuals, no malice intended. If found, depart." Although Lin Xing was not the largest among them, his stature was undoubtedly the tallest present, ensuring that all animals could see him. He pointed to himself and then towards Building 18, where Tang Qin resided, situated directly in front of the central green space. After a moment, Lin Xing discarded the sign and advanced towards the open space between the 2 groups of animals, his pace measured and unhurried. He did not glance around, keeping his gaze fixed ahead, striving to convey a non-threatening demeanor. As he walked, Lin Xing felt something amiss. The pig and dog groups grew increasingly agitated, especially the dogs. In Lin Xing's eyes, his actions had been quite amicable, yet to the two factions of animals, it was perceived otherwise. Is this chimpanzee out of its mind? What the hell is he doing here at a pivotal moment for establishing leadership in Kuwanming Xiqing? Who does he think he is, swaggering around looking for someone? We might as well burn incense for him if he doesn't eat. Perhaps Lin Xing had triggered a nerve in both parties. Or perhaps he merely served as an excuse for the impending clash. As Lin Xing stepped into the middle, a dog charged forward. I don't want to kill. Chapter 11. The Ragdoll Cat Tang Qin, duplex top floor of Building 18, Cowan Dream City. A ragdoll cat lay quietly on the balcony, gazing into the distance. Though the world beyond was but a blur in its eyes, this posture had persisted for quite some time. Behind the door, a goat crouched, panting heavily. Surrounded by a clutter of pots and pans, Tang Qin, yet to graduate from university, had secured a promising job early. Thanks to her excellent academic performance and her father's considerable connections, she looked forward to embarking on a vibrant life post-graduation, alongside her boyfriend of 4 years, Lin Xing. As they stepped into the realm of matrimony, her family background, academic achievements, and beauty made her a target of affection among many suitors at school, each of whom surpassed the orphan Lin Xing, who had barely completed high school and possessed neither wealth nor notable appearance. Yet, it was Lin Xing she adored, not merely for his steadfast figure that had saved her and her father from a car crash over 4 years ago, but also for his unpretentious nature and a philosophy of life that resonated deeply with her. Moreover, his substantial resources always brought her joy. However, she could never have foreseen that everything would change on that fateful weekend morning. Awakened by her boyfriend's call, she was soon bewildered by his incessant chatter. In all their years together, she had never witnessed such an outpouring of emotion from him. Today, she experienced Lin Xing's temper for the first time, and in her moment of distress, she recalled the gossip her girlfriends had indulged in. Nonetheless, she complied with his wishes, though it seemed the feeling of injustice lingered far too long. Just after sending her beloved ragdoll cat outside, she lost consciousness before she could even open the refrigerator. Then came the horrifying realization: the entire world had transformed into a realm of animals. She was now a ragdoll cat, and her father had become a goat. A wave of despair and terror engulfed her, reminiscent of the moment 4 years ago when her family was trapped in a sinking car, slowly descending into a river. As she longed to converse with someone for solace, Lin Xing's words suddenly resurfaced in her mind. Why had he insisted she eat beef jerky? Why had he urged her to break the cat's leg? If not for Lin Xing, she might have become a chicken after sharing fried chicken with him the night before. In that moment, hope flickered within Tang Qin, for Lin Xing had promised he would come for her. She suppressed her urge to speak with others, silently observing their conversations, patiently awaiting her chance. What appeared to be trivial banter, filled with misunderstandings, contrasted sharply with the perilous reality outside. She first noticed animals emerging from the balcony, and through her blurred vision, she saw them engage in gruesome acts of violence against one another. Soon, the cacophony of chaos escalated, and more creatures appeared, embroiled in frenzied bloodshed. Some animals dwindled in number, while others fled, forming groups of pigs and dogs. Tang Tao, Goat Chinger, your Aunt Lu Yu's group is growing larger. Perhaps you should join them. Tang Qin, Ragdoll Cat Dad, I must wait for Lin Xing. The father and daughter connected through their respective profiles, adding each other as friends, concealing their levels, and communicating solely through this means. Tang Tao, Goat Chinger, the world has irrevocably changed if you do not venture out. Sooner or later, other animals will come, and I will be unable to protect you. Tang Tao, Goat Lin Xing will not come. He works at the zoo and may already be. Tang Qin, Ragdoll Cat Dad, Lin Xing will definitely come. Tang Tao Goat Sai. The goat continued to pile objects at the door, striving to fortify their home as security, even using all his strength to push chairs and tables against it. Time passed slowly, oscillating between despair and hope. Tang Qin heard screams from below, a familiar sound that had grown more intense and harrowing this time. Although her ears discerned the horror clearly, her current form as a ragdoll cat rendered her vision of the distant world indistinct. All she could see was a swirling mass of dark purple, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Tang Tao, Goat, has the slaughter begun anew outside? Drawn by the unprecedented cacophony, the goat leapt onto the balcony, unable to tear his gaze away, his mouth agape in disbelief. Tang Qin, Ragdoll Cat Dad. What is happening? The ragdoll cat, nearsighted, could not see clearly at a distance, yet she could discern the incredulous expression on her father's face. Tang Tao, goat chinger. You may find it hard to believe, but I saw a gigantic gorilla wielding an iron rod, slaughtering everything. Tang Chi-Chin, ragdoll cat given the world as transformation. What is there to disbelieve? I would believe even if a chicken were to butcher the pigs and dogs. Tang Tao, goat sigh, indeed, regardless. We are but the weak, it's my fault. If I had consumed that bottle of tiger bone liquor last night. Tang Tao, goat chinger. We can no longer wait. If I perish, you must consume me and seek refuge with Lin Yu. Among cats, numbers make it less likely to be bullied. Tang Tao, goat, let us not speak of death. We have lived 4 extra years already. A goat and a cat gazed down at the chaos below, one with clarity, the other with obscurity. The tumultuous clash did not endure long before it ceased. The sounds of anguish and thundering fists echoed in Tang Xingqing's ears. Then, as if the world had been muted, silence enveloped her. Through her hazy vision, she observed the gorilla turning away only to return moments later, clutching something aloft. Tang Tao, goat, it seems he is searching for someone. Tang Chi-Chin, ragdoll cat dad. What did you say? Tang Tao, goat, this enormous gorilla is holding a sign that reads looking for someone. After searching, he walks away. Tang Chi-Chin, ragdoll cat, who is he searching for? Tang Tao, goat, how would I know? It's not specified. Tang Tao, goat. The sign is flipped over. I'm making fried rice, and this is quite uncomfortable. Tang Chi-Chin, ragdoll cat, what? Tang Tao, goat, the sign has strange phrases. It doesn't mention who to look for, just nonsensical words. Suddenly, the ragdoll cat leaped up, startling the goat. Tang Tao, goat chinger? What's wrong? Tang Chi-Chin, ragdoll cat dad. Dad, it's Lin Xing. That's Lin Xing. He has truly come. Once again, Tang Chi-Chin peered below, where the massive purple-black gorilla stood amidst a sea of red, resembling a blooming meadow. Chapter 12. Under the spotlight, to speak candidly, Lin Xing did not wish to kill. However, the world had irrevocably changed. At the core, he remained human, yet once transformed into an animal, he was also overtaken by primal instincts and ferocity. When those swine and canines charged at him, or each other, the slaughter between species ensued quite naturally. As a level 2 growth entity confronting a throng primarily composed of level 0 and level 1 initial beings, even without factoring in the tenfold damage. A swing of the triangular steel beam could easily shatter bones. With the enhancement of tenfold damage, his strikes resulted in grotesque bursts of blood and gore. Yet he had overestimated his own abilities while underestimating the lethal force of the dogs in direct combat. As animals surged from all directions, it was inevitable he would suffer bites during his assault, particularly from the lowly breeds of feral dogs. Several times, he was bitten by ranked canines, drawing blood. The force of impact was equally distressing. Although many foes burst into flesh and bone, the impact of several 100-pound pigs nearly toppled him, forcing him to leap frequently to evade. Pain and frustration ignited his savagery, leading to even more brutal carnage. After enduring several waves of attacks, the pigs, remnants of humanity, began to exhibit a semblance of human fear. They faltered. The dogs, relentless in their assault, soon followed suit, losing their resolve. Fueled by his own ferocity, Lin Xing would not easily relent. With a mighty leap, he plunged into the midst of the pigs, obliterating the largest among them into a shower of fragments. He then pivoted, the triangular steel beam slicing through the air to pin the largest dog to the ground. Subsequently, the chaotic throngs of pigs and dogs scattered, and Lin Xing lacked the inclination to pursue them. The battle lasted merely 5 or 6 minutes, culminating in the death of 221 animals and yielding a bountiful 43 growth points. Notably, the level 5 pig granted him 4 points, while the level 5 dog awarded 6. He was acutely aware that many had witnessed this confrontation, and he believed no creatures would dare provoke him again. After a brief respite, Lin Xing raised a placard, signaling his lack of malevolence. On the reverse, he inscribed a phrase, an encoded message from a call made before his transformation. It was also a phrase spoken by Tang Chi-Chin prior to an indescribable event in the kitchen. Should Tang Chi-Chin still be alive, she would surely see it. Even if she were not to witness it, he was prepared to ascend to the 23rd floor. Linda, come and eat. Consume as much as you can. Leave the dog and the pig for later. Lin Xing emitted a few sounds, beckoning his subordinates to partake in the feast, while he himself proceeded towards Building 18. Still clutching the placard, the triangular steel beam that had pinned the large dog remained in place. In the social interface, Chat groups belonging to the residents of Dream City erupted with activity, particularly among the swine and canine factions, filled with panic and disbelief. Other species also felt the tremors of chaos, though some astute animals perceived a different reality, one intertwined with ambition. The initial melee of mutual slaughter had led to the emergence of two dominant species battling for supremacy, while the weaker or less numerous ones, such as cats, cows, and chickens, retreated into the shadows. Now, with the two strongest species ravaged by a solitary gorilla, particularly after the demise of their key leaders, hope flickered even amidst their retained advantages. Yet the hope hinged on whether this extraordinarily powerful gorilla would indeed depart after seeking out a human. Concurrently, they were curious about whom this formidable gorilla was searching for. Thousands of eyes peered through windows, rooftops, and hidden nooks, fixated on the gorilla's movements, especially within Building 18. Every creature yearned for this fallen figure from the heavens to be a dear relative or friend transformed. Lin Xing remained oblivious to their gazes as he approached Building 18, effortlessly lifting the substantial placard and leaping 3 to 4 meters into the air. His robust right arm grasped the edge of the second-floor balcony secured with iron bars. With a powerful pull, accompanied by the crumbling of some concrete, he ascended to the third floor. Utilizing both arms and feet in a rhythmic manner, he continued his ascent, each level conquered with grace and ease. As Lin Xing climbed higher, the animals on the lower floors watched his ascent with diminishing hope, replaced by envy. The higher he climbed, the slower his pace became. Not due to fatigue, he could scale 100 or more floors without weariness, but from trepidation. He feared the room might devolve into chaos and bloodshed. Should any creature perish, regardless of which animal was the culprit, he resolved to ensure that all animals in Q and Dream City would share the same fate. Such was the significance of the creature on the 23rd floor, representing his deepest and final tie to humanity. Eventually, his hand grasped the balcony of the 23rd floor, and with a surge of determination, his head emerged. He recognized the familiar curtains and continued to rise, spotting a beloved ragdoll cat and a sheep. The absence of chaos or bloodshed within indicated no predatory feeding had occurred. Where was the cow? Why was it merely a sheep? The thought flitted through his mind as he let the placard fall from the 23rd floor, his massive hand gripping the railing with such force that it detached entirely, pointing inside while gesturing to himself. He made his intentions clear. They should retreat as he prepared to enter. Yet both animals remained unresponsive. Lin Xing emitted a soft sound, lightly tapping on the glass. This double-layered tempered glass was sturdy, but with each gentle increase in pressure, the sound grew louder. After several attempts, the glass approached its breaking point. With a shatter, the glass fragmented but did not scatter too far, allowing the two animals to escape the balcony just in time. As Lin Xing entered, the dimness of the room intensified, and with lightning speed, he seized the sheep in one hand, while the other hand examined it, revealing a perplexed expression. Goodness, this can't be my future uncle, can it? Lin Xing set the sheep down gently, yet despite his carefulness, it flopped to the ground as if stricken by Parkinson's disease. Where's Tang Qi-jin? Lin Xing shrugged, stepping over the sheep and venturing deeper inside. The door was securely fastened, likely the handiwork of his future father-in-law. Just as he prepared to pry open the door to inspect the bedroom, the sound of a cat behind him halted his movements. Although he could not comprehend feline language, he grasped the intricate emotions it conveyed. His gaze darted between the sheep and the ragdoll cat. In an instant, he reached out, delicately lifting the ragdoll cat into his palm and gently caressing it. By all that is holy, it's truly Tang Qi-jin. Lin Xing cradled the ragdoll cat as he approached the wall behind the television, sweeping aside paintings and artifacts. And with the remnants of pig and dog blood still clinging to him, he swiftly began to write. I am Lin Xing, Tang Qi-jin. Please say something in the regional channel. Just say I am your little darling, and I will add you as a friend. This was the protocol for friend requests. One could only connect through the chat interface, just as Tang Qi-jin had previously done with her father, Tang Tao. However, at that time, it was Tang Tao who initiated the request, while Tang Qi-jin accepted. Lin Xing then opened a chat interface that had been utterly avoided. This is terrifying. A tiger has appeared at Galaxy Bay and is slaughtering indiscriminately, having already taken down an entire building. It has now entered Building 7, and I'm in Building 9. I'm so frightened. What should I do? Damn you, Lin Xing. Bro, don't just hide at home, flee. I'm at Emerald City. Why not come here? I have over 30 brothers here for support. By the way, what species are you? Damn you, Lin Xing. I'm Lin Xing, a chicken. Want me? Yes. Come on, brother, let us fight together. In the realm of Starry River Bay, my brothers, we have our own organization. If you refuse to join us and instead venture to Emerald City, has your mind been muddled by Lin Xing's kicks? The true terror lies within Xiangtai Garden, where 3 black bears roam. Alas, I have yet to savor the bear paw I have kept. Had I known, I would have taken it out yesterday to relish its taste. You may boast, but do you truly believe you possess the prowess of Lin Xing? Ignorance reigns, as black bears have long been artificially bred. Even in city has them, though I suspect you, a mere peasant, have never tasted such delicacies. What you speak of pales in comparison. Dream City is the true horror. Can you imagine a chimpanzee mercilessly slaughtering thousands of pigs and dogs? By the heavens, Lin Xing. Thankfully, I was positioned at a safe distance, retreating upon sensing the danger. Lin Xing nearly frightened me to death. Oh, how I envy you. Where's my ideal partner? Will he descend from the heavens like a chimpanzee? A girl prefers not to resort to curses. Alas, no partner exists. Would a wolf suffice? Ah, you are a wolf? Surely, you jest. If you are indeed a wolf, I shall assist in your boasting. I am but a little lizard, my tongue quite nimble. How fortuitous. That very chimpanzee took my father's life, and now I am en route to Dream City, hoping to witness just how agile your tongue may be. Lin Xing is utterly speechless. Even after all this time, his name remains a mere embellishment, a source of vexation. I am a little treasure. A message from Tang Chi-Chin arrives, prompting Lin Xing to immediately request to add her as a friend, which is swiftly accepted. The interface shifts to the Friends section, revealing only a solitary entry, Tang Chi-Chin, Ragdoll Cat Initial Form LV0. Opening the private chat window with Tang Chi-Chin, he types, World's number 1 Lin Xing, Chimpanzee Growth Form LV2 Chinger. What happened? Wasn't it your task to enjoy the sauce beef with your father? Why have you transformed into a cat? Upon sending, Lin Xing is momentarily taken aback by the prefix. The entire message is presented in bold, shimmering golden text, occasionally glinting with platinum light. It is rather dazzling, albeit appealing. After regaining composure, Lin Xing conceals the message. Lin Xing, Chimpanzee Tang Chi-Chin, speak. Yet, Tang Chi-Chin remains unresponsive. Lin Xing turns the motionless ragdoll cat in his palm, lifting her to eye level. Meow. Tang Chi-Chin, Ragdoll Cat, I knew you would come. I just knew it. Tang Chi-Chin, Ragdoll Cat, just as 4 years ago, when you descended from the heavens into my life. Tang Chi-Chin, Ragdoll Cat. Lin Xing. Lin Xing. Are you truly the world's number 1 Lin Xing? Tang Chi-Chin, Ragdoll Cat. So resplendent. Meow. How utterly beautiful. Tang Chi-Chin, Ragdoll Cat. Lin Xing. Do you know something? Why did you urge me to eat beef? Tang Chi-Chin, Ragdoll Cat. Lin Xing. As Tang Chi-Chin regains her clarity, a torrent of words spills forth. Apart from engaging in certain indescribable activities, she is typically not very talkative. It is evident that the trials of the past days have been excruciating, and her joy at reunion is palpable. Lin Xing grants her the space to express her emotions. For several minutes, the chimpanzee and the cat lock eyes, until Lin Xing gently places Tang Chi-Chin upon his shoulder, allowing her to nestle into his dark fur. Regarding the matter of urging her to consume beef, Lin Xing explains that he had a dream wherein a voice proclaimed that all humanity would transform into animals. He asserts that the prehistoric creatures on the leaderboard likely share a similar fate, offering logical reasoning. Subsequently, Lin Xing recalls the fright he nearly experienced at the hands of his future father-in-law's friend, and the trio departs from the 23rd floor. Due to the goat's limb structure being less adept for grasping and climbing than that of a cat, Lin Xing clutches his father-in-law tightly, letting him experience the sensation of free fall. Tang Chi-Chin, Ragdoll Cat. Lin Xing. I find myself craving this repulsive blood and flesh. Am I truly so vile? World's number 1 Lin Xing. Chimpanzee Growth Form LV2. How could that be? You are an animal now. The concept of repulsion is non-existent. At Tang Chi-Chin's behest, Lin Xing lifts the concealment, sending forth another message in dazzling gilded letters, blinding to the eye. He positions Tang Chi-Chin and Tang Tao beside the highest level St. Bernard dog, encouraging them to feast to their heart's content. Tang Chi-Chin, Ragdoll Cat. I truly have eaten. World's number 1 Lin Xing, Chimpanzee Growth Form LV2. Indulge, my little treasure. I have grown larger now, surpassing your stature. Tang Chi-Chin, Ragdoll Cat. Meow. Then I shall eat even more than you. Lin Xing, seated nearby, casually gnaws on a dog leg. Although consuming food does not yield as many growth points as direct kills, both Tang Chi-Chin and her father are weak LV0 animals, thus their advancement is swift. He estimates that in 2 hours, if they finish off the large dog, Tang Chi-Chin could reach at least LV4, while Tang Tao might ascend to LV2 or even higher. However, the reality may not meet expectations. As he can only afford them 1 hour, any longer would hinder their progress. Could it be possible like this? World's #1 Lin Xing chimpanzee growth form LV2 My little treasure. I possess a potion. If you drink it, you can transform into a formidable python. Would you be willing? Tang Chi Chin, ragdoll cat. Can I still change? A snake? Must it be a snake? I fear snakes. World's #1 Lin Xing chimpanzee growth form LV2. Once you undergo the transformation, the concept of fear will vanish. You will embody the snake. And a grand one at that. Tang Chi Chin, ragdoll cat Lin Xing. I do not wish to become a snake. World's #1 Lin Xing chimpanzee growth form LV2. Fear not. Perhaps in the future, there will be an opportunity to transform into a chimpanzee. Eat now. Amidst the scattered remnants of limbs and flesh in the central green space of Dream City, a chimpanzee, a ragdoll cat, and a goat quietly devour the blood and meat. Surrounding them are 7 additional chimpanzees, feasting while remaining vigilant. From the surrounding buildings, pairs of envious eyes gaze longingly. They yearn to partake in the grand feast and admire the cat on the 23rd floor of building number 18, including the 50 or so cats atop building number 21. Zhou Mingming, Persian cat Lu Jia. Are you certain this is where manager Tang emerged? Lu Yu, Maine Coon, there can be no mistake. I have shared a bed with Tang Tao. Zhou Mingming, Persian cat. Then who is this chimpanzee? Lu Yu, Maine Coon. He likely isn't here for the solitary man Tang Tao, but rather for his daughter. I recall Tang Tao mentioning that his daughter has a boyfriend named Lin. Lu Yu, Maine Coon. I shall reach out to Tang Tao again to see if he still holds any affection for his former colleague and bedmate. Chapter 14. The Assault of the Giant Wolf. At this moment, a colossal wolf, measuring over 3 meters in length and nearly 1.5 meters in height, was swiftly approaching Qian Dream City. Just the previous afternoon, Li Fei had suffered a bite while feeding animals at the zoo. Though it was not a serious matter, his mother insisted on hospitalization, reasoning it would spare them the expense. Consequently, he spent the entire night in the hospital, unable to eat due to the 4 drip. In an extraordinary turn of events, humanity had transformed into animals, and Li Fei, through a series of fortuitous coincidences, found himself as a wolf. He was indeed a fierce individual, after all, who would approach a wild animal park to feed the beasts without a compelling reason. His nervous disposition, combined with the inherent ferocity of a wolf, rendered the 7th People's Hospital of Anqing a scene of carnage. Hundreds of chickens and ducks met their demise, and the gathering of pigs and dogs posed additional challenges. At one perilous moment, he was besieged by 7 stray dogs, narrowly escaping thanks to his swiftness. Regardless of the treacherous journey, the ultimate outcome was that he stood as the sole living being in the hospital. His level had risen to LV7, approaching LV8. He even fancied himself on the brink of the leaderboard. As he nursed his wounds and consumed food, he paid heed to the regional channel, and through subtle inquiries, added his father as a friend. He learned that his father had become a minor leader among the dog pack in Dream City. Although his father spoke with pride, Li Fei harbored different thoughts. He believed his father should ascend to the role of chief and resolved to return to Dream City once he healed, to embark on a formidable life as a father-son duo of beasts. However, he never anticipated that as he prepared to return, his father would suddenly fall silent during their conversation. Inquiring with his father's companions, he discovered that both of his parents had been slain by a gorilla. Though Li Fei was not one to harbor ill will, as a dutiful son, he was consumed by rage. He raced forth, intent on avenging his parents and bringing ruin to all of Qian Dream City. Upon entering Qian Dream City, Li Fei was met with the scent of blood, an intoxicating aroma. He slowed his pace, instinctively seeking a concealed vantage point. Even if animals observed him from above, they trembled in fear, while those who encountered him fled in terror. Li Fei paid no mind to them. His primary target was the gorilla, while other creatures would eventually become sustenance for his growth. Turning the corner of Building 9, he slipped into the lush green foliage of the ligustrum, lowering his body. In the center of the green space, he spotted a gruesome array of dismembered limbs and several gorillas feasting. A chill ran through him. Possessing a natural affinity for animals, he recognized that these gorillas were significantly larger than average, clearly of a higher level, particularly the largest among them. If it were a lowland or eastern gorilla exceeding 2 meters in height, it would be somewhat understandable, but this was a chimpanzee. In that instant, an overwhelming desire surged within him. This chimpanzee was surely of a high level, at least LV8, should he manage to hunt it down. He would gain a substantial number of growth points. Lowering himself further, combining human intellect with the instincts of a wolf, he navigated cautiously through the verdant undergrowth, slow yet steady. After a painstaking 10 minutes, he found the most advantageous position, adjusting his breath as he focused on the major artery of the enormous chimpanzee, which was over 10 meters away. He began his patient wait, confident that the chimp would eventually let its guard down. It wasn't long before he saw the chimp turn sideways, lowering its head to play with the cat. A slight shift, just a bit more. It seemed as if fate were favoring Li Fei, as his internal whispers materialized into reality. He watched as the chimp, having toyed with the plush cat, turned to gnaw on a dog leg nearby. Now was his moment. With a synchronized movement of his limbs, he burst forth from the greenery. The distance of over 10 meters was merely 3 or 4 strides for him. With his speed, he was certain he could sink his fangs into the chimp's artery. Simultaneously, he was confident in his ability to swiftly claw out the chimp's eyes. He envisioned his name emblazoned on the leaderboard, becoming a figure of public admiration. However, just as his dreams were on the verge of realization, the chimp turned its head with astonishing speed. He could almost decipher the chimp's expression, mockery and disdain. A chilling fear began to creep in. Yet, he had already committed to his leap. The instinct to bite the chimp was irrepressible. Bang! Sizzle! The thunderous impact echoed across the central green space, causing all eyes to turn in shock. On the lawn, 2 creatures were sent sprawling several meters apart, frozen in time. A mere 10 centimeters from the chimp's neck lay a bloodied maw. But that 10-centimeter gap proved insurmountable for the wolf's fangs. The immense wolf found itself ensnared by the chimp's grip, struggling in vain, unable to even emit a cry. The chimp rose to its full height, lifting the wolf's forelimbs and a substantial portion of its body off the ground. What followed was a scene of sheer horror for all observing animals. The chimp extended its other powerful hand, grasping the wolf's jaw, and with a counterclockwise twist, crack. The sound of splintering bone rang out crisply, as the wolf's head rotated a full 360 degrees. Its struggling limbs and body succumbed to a final spasm before falling limp. Kill. Initial body, Prairie Wolf LV7. Growth points, 17. The wolf's carcass thudded to the ground, and Lin Xing, with half-closed fists, pounded his chest, showcasing his might and stature. Initially, he had not perceived the wolf's presence, as its stealth was remarkably adept. However, as the distance closed, a faint sense of danger arose. While eating, he discreetly scanned his surroundings and, while playfully teasing Tang Chi-Chin, discovered the massive wolf. Danger had crept much closer than he had anticipated. Had he not noticed? The 10-meter distance could have led to an ambush. Though the outcome would remain unchanged, the wolf would still perish, having perceived it. He decided the course of action would be his to dictate. He even contemplated testing the tenfold life he had never had the opportunity to try. But it was clearly not the time for arrogance. After all, a wolf's bite could be quite painful. Thus, he deliberately presented his back to the giant wolf, offering it a glimmer of hope, only to snuff it out, along with the wolf's life. Regardless of where the wolf originated, who it had once been, or what vengeance it might seek in the future, it was destined for demise the moment it chose him as its prey. Tang Chi-Chin, plush cat Lin Xing. I almost peed my pants just now. World's first Lin Xing, gorilla growth body LV2 hee. And now? Tang Chi-Chin, plush cat now I feel like I might pee. World's first Lin Xing, gorilla growth body LV2 you're only at LV1. My fingers haven't even had to exert themselves. Tang Chi-Chin, plush cat Lin Xing. You know, ragdolls have long and soft tongues. World's first Lin Xing, gorilla growth body LV2 ahem. Tang Chi-Chin, what's wrong with you? Why have you changed like this? Enough dilly-dallying, eat the wolf. Hurry up. Once you're done, I'll take you to open the treasure chest. Chapter 15. The target silver treasure chest. Lin Xing tore off a large thigh from the giant wolf and began to gnaw on it, while Tang Chi-Chin stood at the crevice, feasting on the blood-red meat. Naturally, he allowed his father-in-law to join in the meal, as time was of the essence. And they could not carry away much. Whatever they could not finish would have to be discarded. Meanwhile, Linda and the others were sharing the spoils of the largest pig, as Lin Xing and Tang Chi-Chin engaged in light conversation while eating. The usually reticent father-in-law initiated a private chat with him. In truth, Lin Xing and Tang Tao had never shared a warm rapport. Tang Tao regarded Lin Xing as a thief, a man of little merit who had won over his daughter, despite the fact that Lin Xing had once saved his life. Had it not been for Tang Chi-Chin's character, she might have already succumbed to her father's dismissive words and sought refuge in another man's embrace. Lin Xing, for his part, had always viewed Tang Tao as a man driven by materialism and infidelity, yet both parties tolerated each other for Tang Chi-Chin's sake. Tang Tao, goat Lin Xing. There is something I wonder if I can discuss. Lin Xing, gorilla uncle, Given the circumstances, what is there that cannot be said? Lin Xing, of course, concealed certain information. Aside from Tang Qingqin, no one else was privy to it, and he had instructed her not to disclose anything to anyone, including her father. With Tang Qingqin's intelligence, she could easily grasp the implications, and thus Lin Xing's position as the top-ranked individual remained their secret. Tang Tao, goat Lin Xing. You and Qing'er should leave. I wish to stay behind. Lin Xing, gorilla uncle, I can assure your safety. Tang Tao, goat, I understand, but I no longer wish to leave. I am, after all, merely a goat, devoid of sharp fangs and claws, and unable to wield tools. Living in such a manner, always protected, feels meaningless. Lin Xing, gorilla, you are not a burden. Once your level is sufficiently high, you can be formidable as well. Tang Tao, goat, do not persuade me. This is my choice. Lin Xing, even before your arrival, I wished for Qing'er to consume me, to embrace and integrate into this world. Now, I truly have little ambition left. Lin Xing, gorilla, alas, you should discuss this with her. Tang Tao, goat, lastly, I would like to request a favor from you. Lin Xing, gorilla, what is it? Tang Tao, goat, besides Qing'er, there is another matter weighing on my mind. You may be aware that after Qing'er's mother departed, I became quite the scoundrel and accrued considerable debts. Among them, there was one I genuinely cared about. Lin Xing, gorilla, are you referring to Lu Yu? Tang Tao, goat, you have discerned it? Yes, she is now a cat, residing in Dream City and commanding her own team. Had you not come, I intended for Qing'er to follow Lu Yu for some semblance of protection. Lin Xing, gorilla, has she sought you out? Tang Tao, goat, indeed. At this point, both men fell silent. Being astute individuals, they needed not to elaborate. Lin Xing's expression revealed a glimmer of wisdom as he swiftly analyzed the pros and cons, arriving at a decision in no time. Lin Xing, gorilla uncle, I shall depart shortly. The bloodshed here will undoubtedly incite conflict. I am indifferent, but you may allow her to come. Tang Tao, goat, thank you, Lin Xing. Lin Xing, gorilla uncle, do not rush. First, allow me to complete my thoughts. I possess a vial of potion. Upon consumption, you will transform from a goat into a great python. I wonder if you would be willing to drink it. Tang Tao, goat, what? Lin Xing, gorilla, you should know me well enough. While I may lack ambition, I never speak falsehoods. Tang Tao, goat, this you could give to Qing'er instead. Lin Xing, gorilla, no, she does not wish to become a snake, and I will acquire more in the future. She may transform into whatever she desires. Lin Xing, gorilla, if you are resigned to death, then there is no need to waste this potion. However, if you still wish to cling to life and experience what it is like for Lu Yu to be a cat, you may choose to drink it. Lin Xing, gorilla, a snake has 2 heads and spines. After Lin Xing finished speaking, he resumed his meal. But he could perceive certain ambitions and restlessness in the goat's dazed expression. As Lin Xing devoured another dog leg, Tang Tao's private chat pinged again. Tang Tao, goat, sigh, to spare Qing'er and you from worry, give it to me. Lin Xing discarded the dog leg, grasped the now thoroughly engaged Tang Qingqin in one hand, and with the other, unfastened his backpack. He retrieved the serpent's origin and placed it into the goat's open mouth, stepping back a distance. At that moment, a surge of blue light suddenly enveloped the goat, expanding until it reached a height comparable to Lin Xing's and radiating continuously. This unexpected transformation naturally drew the attention of numerous animals, who, though curious, could only observe from the shadows. Approximately 5 minutes later, the blue light dissipated, and the former goat had vanished, replaced by a python, approximately 6 to 7 meters long and with a diameter of 2 to 3 decimeters, flicking its tongue. Lin Xing, gorilla uncle, how do you feel? Tang Tao, goat, haha, quite imposing. Lin Xing, gorilla, yes, when you reach level 9, you will grow to unimaginable proportions. Tang Tao, goat, how do you know? Lin Xing, gorilla, a guess. Yes, uncle, you may call your friends over. I also have a small matter to discuss. More than 10 minutes later, a resounding howl echoed across the central green space, continuing for quite some time before it ceased. This was Lin Xing's proclamation before his departure. After howling, he placed the reluctant Tang Qingqin on his left shoulder, hoisted a triangular steel beam, and, accompanied by 7 gorillas, departed amidst the watchful eyes of numerous cats and the great python, along with many hidden observers. In Tang Qingqin's friend list, aside from her father Tang Tao and Lin Xing, another name appeared, Lu Yu Main Kun. The decision to bestow the serpent's origin upon Tang Tao was not solely a matter of closeness. Other considerations were at play. He required individuals to assist him in gathering intelligence, specifically, information regarding the bronze treasure chest, the white-eye treasure chest, and uncharted ruins. though he currently wielded significant power. His foundation was still lacking when compared to Dominator-level beasts. His luck in not encountering such formidable creatures was merely fortuitous, but could luck remain steadfastly by his side? Preparation was essential for ensuring future survival. With a weak innate foundation, he needed to compensate through effort. He had no time to constantly monitor the chat channel. But the cats could. Moreover, he had hinted that the exotic animals in Dream City need not be entirely eradicated. Especially the weaker chickens and ducks that offered little growth potential. Their existence might yield some positive effects. Lin Xing had resolved not to overlook any treasure chests that appeared in its city. Tang Qingqin served as the crucial link. The moment any news surfaced, he would rush to seize it with overwhelming force. What he was about to pursue was connected to a silver treasure chest, the only one he had definitively known of during his 2 days as a chicken. He was determined to acquire it. Having been reborn, each of his actions was meticulously planned. He would first grow in the zoo and then seek out Tang Qingqin. At this juncture, he learned through regional chat that the silver treasure chest had already appeared in the new district square. Tang Qingqin, Lin Xing. Why does Dad not wish to leave with us? It is safest by your side. Perched on Lin Xing's shoulder, Tang Qingqin, now noticeably larger, felt a deep sense of unease. Lin Xing, my dear, you have your own life, just as you chose to follow me. Uncle has his own path as well. Tang Qingqin, is it because of that cat who transformed into Lu Yu? Lin Xing, you are aware. Tang Qingqin, I am not foolish. Lin Xing, hee, my little darling, it's not just because of Lu Yu. Your father is a man of many affections. Just think about it. There's a whole host of sisters and aunts surrounding him. Would he ever truly leave us? Tang Qingqin. Lin Xing, moreover. Your father is an ambitious man. I believe he can unify Dream City, and perhaps, when he grows even stronger, he could become a dominant force. Capable of eliminating males and leaving only females. Tang Qingqin. After we, a father and daughter, have parted in such sorrow, you say this. Lin Xing, haha. My little darling, you should be delighted. It signifies your father's higher aspirations. Lin Xing. Additionally, you must concede that from a biological perspective, you no longer share any blood ties. The only thing sustaining this relationship is our emotional bond. He cared for you in your early years, while I shall provide for him in his later years. It's as simple as that. Lin Xing, truth be told, how long this emotional bond can endure is a mystery, especially given our different species. Lin Xing. My dear, can you imagine? If you were to return alone without notifying your father through the panel and without joining his team, would you not be devoured in an instant? Lin Xing, haha. Just kidding. I believe your father will always cherish this connection. Tang Qingqin, sigh, you speak so candidly. Now he is a serpent, and I am a cat. What does forever even mean? You are just trying to comfort me. Lin Xing, no, I mean it in real time. For your man would never allow your father to forget. Haha. Tang Qingqin, Lin Xing. You truly are wonderful, meow. Lin Xing, what are you getting all flustered about? A sudden spark of wisdom illuminated Lin Xing's face as he ran. Currently, the animals lacked the ability to challenge the dinosaur guarding the silver treasure chest. It was permissible to relax for a brief moment. After some contemplation, Lin Xing, accompanied by a group of chimpanzees, slightly altered his course and soon arrived at the Grand River, which ran parallel to the western outer ring road. Whoa, Linda, you are to remove the head and 3 legs of this wolf, then skin its body. You may feast on the meat and entrails, but do not damage the wolf's hide. Woo, it is Lin Huang. After giving instructions to Linda, he took off his backpack. Lin Xing, my little darling, would you like to take a bath? Tang Qingqin, no. Splash. Meow. Lin Xing dove into the Grand River, sending up a massive splash. Tang Qingqin quickly leaped onto Lin Xing's head, yet she was still thoroughly soaked. As Lin Xing soaked and rubbed his hands over his body, the once clear river water quickly turned crimson. 2 minutes later, Lin Xing propelled himself out of the Grand River, shaking his body side to side at a high frequency. And his fur was nearly dry. Lin Xing, my little darling, I've heard that ragdoll cats have long and soft tongues. Tang Qingqin, meow. Lin Xing, you're still so young. Lin Xing playfully lifted Tang Qingqin by her ragdoll form to a certain spot. Lin Xing, haha, want to give it a try? Tang Qingqin, meow. Watch your tongue. I'll bite you to death. Lin Xing, hiss. 5 minutes later. Tang Qingqin, Lin Xing. My tongue is numb. I don't want to play anymore. Lin Xing, how about trying mine? Tang Qingqin, roll away. I'm afraid you'll lick me into a fracture. Lin Xing, sigh. I will help you grow up quickly. 2 minutes later, Lin Xing, wrapped in the previous sofa cover, walked toward Linda, who had already skinned the wolf and was feasting on its flesh. Lin Xing inspected the wolf hide, devoid of limbs and a head, and gripped the area where the neck once was, applying more force. The hide was indeed robust. Without the benefit of hostile attack status and tenfold damage, he exerted considerable effort to tear the hide along the belly line, carrying the still dripping wolf hide. He returned to the Grand River to clean it thoroughly through tearing and pulling. After shaking it dry, he wore it. To his surprise, the effect was immediate. He had donned a sleeveless vest made of pure wolf hide, or rather, a sleeveless long coat of wolf fur. Tang Qi-Qin, Lin Xing. You are truly amazing. Lin Xing. Hee. When have I not been amazing? Come, I shall lead you to victory. Woo-woo. Linda, we're leaving. Lin Xing, carrying the roughly clean triangular steel beam, set off with a cat and 7 chimpanzees toward the new district square. He continued south along the western outer ring road, opting for the main road rather than the streets between neighborhoods. Before long, Lin Xing arrived at the intersection of the folk street outside the zoo. Previously, he had ascended the western outer ring from here to Dream City, and now, returning to this point, it had been almost exactly 1 hour, a cycle completed. He also received the only spiritual tether. In his previous life as a chicken, he had spent time in the security room chatting with the animals. Now, he had slain pigs and wolves, butchered dogs, and taken on a girlfriend. In his former life as a chicken, the animals either consoled one another or grew steadily. Now, the dead were dead, and the living were more chaotic. Now he must head south. What experiences awaited him, he could not know. Nevertheless, nothing could halt his advance. Lin Xing allowed himself a brief moment of reflection before racing past with the chimpanzees. Lin Xing. Qinger, there may be intense battles ahead. You and Linda should stay together and not separate. Tang Qin. How intense? Is it as fierce as the battles in Dream City? Lin Xing. For me, the battles in Dream City were not battles, they were massacres. I do not know the outcome of a battle until it concludes. The monsters guarding the silver treasure chest are surely formidable. Tang Qi-Qin. Meow. Ah, Lin Xing, perhaps we shouldn't go. Lin Xing. We must go, Qinger. In the past, lacking ambition allowed for a peaceful life, growing old together, occasionally straying. But now, if I halt my steps, within a few days, we shall become mere food on someone else's menu. Tang Qin. That doesn't mean we must go after that silver treasure chest. I don't oppose you killing those who turned into animals. You can still be the strongest. We can seek the treasure when we are more capable. Lin Xing. Yes, being first on the leaderboard does not signify I am the strongest. The dinosaurs, mammoths, and giant apes atop that list are all stronger than I. Tang Qin. Meow. Chapter 17. The third global announcement. After a soft meow, Tang Qin, clutching at the fur, opted for silence. 2 attempts at persuasion sufficed. She would not make a third, just as she had done when she was still human in her interactions with Lin Xing. After running for 2 or 3 kilometers, Lin Xing led the way by reducing his speed and then veering off the main road of the western outer ring. Choosing the broad path allowed for an unobstructed view, minimizing the risk of ambush or encirclement. However, it was impractical to remain on the main road indefinitely, even though the new district square was adjacent to the western outer ring. If Linda has any small animals, you should handle them yourselves. Be vigilant for any threatening creatures, Lin Xing instructed. Upon entering the green belt, he commanded the 7 gorillas to disperse around the area. With their current levels of LV4 and LV3, they could operate independently, as long as they did not face a siege. Lin Xing recalled the experience of being ambushed by the giant wolf in Dream City. Even if ambushed, the outcome would be the same. Yet, that wolf had remained hidden until it was merely 10 meters away, a dangerously close distance for large animals, equivalent to 3 or 4 body lengths. If that wolf had reached LV9, its growth would pose a significant threat. What if it were a Siberian tiger instead? The tiger's hunting prowess, combined with human cunning, could result in a devastating ambush with a strike and a bite, delivering several tons of force. Now that would be perilous. Just then, the voice that echoed around the world resonated for the 3rd time. The global population of growing animals has reached 3,000. Commencing the release of 22 standard concentration of adrenal neuroinducers, expected to complete the target in 3 days. Commencing the release of 17 standard concentration of improved inactive thyroid hormone, expected to complete the target in 3 days. Lin Xing was momentarily taken aback. 3,000 already? As for the substances being released, he could not yet perceive their effects. However, it was likely to have a considerable impact on animals worldwide. Otherwise, such an announcement would not be made. After a brief pause, a group of guerrillas cautiously navigated through the green belt, advancing towards the new district square. The new district square was vast, featuring an extensive area for elderly patrons to engage in leisure activities. It also included a football field, 12 basketball courts, a table tennis area, and 2 indoor sports complexes. From his previous life as a chicken, and through occasional conversations in the area, he had learned that the silver treasure chest had spawned in the indoor tennis court. Indeed, things had changed. When Lin Xing timidly peeked out from behind an artificial statue, he noticed several groups of animals gathered around the tennis court. The largest group consisted of dogs. It seemed they were the only formidable pack in the city, especially since humans who had transformed into dogs could communicate with their wild counterparts. Additionally, 3 large black bears led a herd of pigs and cattle. On the roof of the adjacent indoor basketball court, he saw a group of cats, one of them particularly large. However, due to the distance, Lin Xing could not gauge the threat level posed by these animals. Why are you all just staring at each other? Why not engage? Lin Xing thought anxiously as he observed the 3 species merely exchanging glances, neither attacking nor entering the tennis court to confront the silver beast, which left him feeling quite restless. In a chat group with only 7 members, the conversation unfolded. Li Changming, Siberian Tiger Brothers. We've been at a standstill for too long. We must establish some rules. Should we first have a showdown or deal with that dinosaur? Dong Jia, Black Bear, we 3 brothers are indifferent. Zhang Biao, Husky Dog, what a bunch of nonsense. Why did you even join this group? Dong Ying, Black Bear, CNM Lin Xing. Zhang Biao, who are you talking about? You're nothing but a dog relying on your canine strength. Zhang Biao, Husky Dog, ha. With your kind, you won't last until tomorrow. Dong Xiong, Black Bear, enough with the useless chatter. We 3 brothers will follow your lead if you dare. Zhang Biao, Husky Dog, single combat? Has your brain been kicked by Lin Xing? If you're brave, challenge Li, brother. Zhang Biao, Husky Dog, Li, brother, how about we eliminate these 3 first, then tackle the dinosaur together? Zhang Biao, Husky Dog, choose first. If you opt for the silver treasure chest, I will take care of the dinosaur. Otherwise, that works too. Zhang Biao, Husky Dog, honestly, these 3 bring nothing but human-turned pigs and cows. Internecine conflict is fine, but against that dinosaur, they're useless. Dong Xiong, Black Bear, say that again if you dare. Li Changming, Siberian Tiger, enough. What is there to argue about? No one can guarantee they can kill that dinosaur alone. Our goal is clear. That is the essence of this group chat. Li Changming, Siberian Tiger, Dong Jia. You 3 brothers can either try individually or attack together. Those are your only 2 options. Dong Jia, Black Bear, of course, will attack together. We aren't like that previous bunch who went to their doom. Dong Xiong, Black Bear, the key is how to distribute the spoils. Li Changming, Siberian Tiger, quite simple. Take down the dinosaur first. Whoever claims the kill will automatically withdraw from the treasure distribution, while the other 2 factions share the loot, which likely 1T consists of a single item. Zhang Biao, Husky Dog, I have no objections. But those 3 bears must face the front. Dong Ying, Black Bear, CNM Zhang Biao, on what basis? Zhang Biao, Husky Dog, ha. What use are you? You bring nothing but those human-turned beings, lacking any ferocity. Why should you partake in the spoils without contributing? Li Changming, Siberian Tiger Brothers. I propose this. Let your pigs and cows take the front line to wear down the dinosaur, while we engage in guerrilla tactics. Those pigs and cows aren't your kin. Will they feel pity? Li Changming, Siberian Tiger, what do you 3 brothers think? Zhang Biao, Husky Dog, really dragging this out. Li, brother, why not eliminate them first? It could even grant some growth points. 3 bears and nearly 100 pigs and cows might just upgrade. Dong Jia, Black Bear, fine. Zhang Biao, I'll spare your dog life for Li brother's sake, but we're bound to engage. Dong Ying, Black Bear, by then, not even Jesus could save you. Mark my words. Zhang Biao, Husky Dog, this currency you're flaunting is worthless trash. Li Changming, Siberian Tiger, let S be clear. After this, whatever you choose to do is none of my business. But until that dinosaur is slain, anyone causing trouble will be my enemy, and I will withdraw immediately. Li Changming, Siberian Tiger, I may not be able to take down a group supported by you, but you can't avoid being alone or sleeping forever. Li Changming, Siberian Tiger, thus, each faction will select 10 of their strongest. More is unnecessary. Wait, there is a large gorilla approaching. Chapter 18, in 30 seconds. I shall charge Zhang Biao, the husky wear. Oh wow, this guy's outfit is quite intriguing. Li Changming, the Siberian Tiger, indeed, look closely. The sign the gorilla is holding his words on it, and the handwriting is absolutely atrocious. Zhang Biao, the husky, let me see. Brothers, do you farm silver monsters? No malice intended. If not, I'll come. Oh dear, my temper is flaring. Dong Ying, the black bear, haha. Here comes another fool. Zhang Biao, the husky, what a loser. Does he really think he can come here alone? Li Changming, the Siberian tiger, don't underestimate him. A gorilla wouldn't grow this large without some cunning. Zhang Biao, the husky, what is he writing now? Can't he use regional chat? Lin Xing could no longer bear the weight. If they wish to fight, then let them fight. If they wish to seize the treasure, then let them seize it. What was with this pointless delay? Gorillas are not known for their patience. He instructed Lin and the others to protect Tang Qingjin as she took refuge in a tree, while he resorted to his previous tactic, fashioning a sign and inscribing his intentions upon it, raising the placard into the view of the animals. To ensure he garnered their attention, he even made a bit of noise. Those who beheld him, transformed into beasts, were irresistibly drawn to his sleeveless long vest, while the native animals bared their teeth, ready to attack. Noticing that the black bear, the husky, and the large cat on the roof had turned to watch him, Lin Xing understood that his message had been conveyed. The reason he did not use the interface for communication was simple. Once one ascended the leaderboard, personal information could only be concealed through private messages. Any spoken word would render him a target, adorned with glaring golden letters. He held the sign aloft for a moment before turning it over and inscribing with a bloodied wolf bone, "In 100 seconds, I shall charge. Please step aside to avoid collateral damage." He then raised the sign again, leaned it against a green plant, and turned to run. All the animals who had been drawn to him tightened with anticipation. Was he merely feigning bravado, only to vanish without a trace? In a chat group of 5, Dong Xiong, the black bear, this is absurd. He just spouted some tough talk and left. Zhang Biao, the husky, I'm starting to agree with you. ISNT this gorilla from Dream City? Li Changming, the Siberian tiger it should be. Didn't many in the region say the gorilla slaughtered thousands of pigs and dogs? Dong Xiong, the black bear, haha, do you believe that? Just a bunch of cowards too afraid to step outside. Dong Ying, the black bear, his bravado is utterly inflated. Give him a few days to launch a sneak attack. And that I might believe, but face to face? A pig charging with hundreds of pounds of force would be enough to flatten him. Dong Xiong, the black bear, how many can you handle at once? Li Changming, the Siberian tiger, all right. I've selected my 10 slots. As a powerful and astute Siberian tiger, Li Changming understood the dynamics at play, just as he himself was a predator. He would avoid confrontations with groups of more than 3 or 5 pigs, leveraging the tiger's innate nature to strike decisively when the opportunity arose. After all, with animals all around, there was no need for foolish bravado. Sustaining injuries would be a grave mistake. Dong Jia, the black bear, were ready as well. Zhang Biao, the husky, I need not choose. Everyone here aside from me is a native powerhouse. Soon, a formidable squad of 30 silver monsters, composed of the strongest animals from each species, gathered before the tennis court. Naturally, the 3 parties maintained a respectful distance, each on guard. None took the fleeing gorilla seriously, including the animals surrounding the tennis court. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of running and the harsh friction of metal against the plastic track drew nearer. All the animals turned in unison to behold the source of the sound, including the 30 powerful creatures preparing to enter the tennis court. They saw the previously dapper gorilla sprinting towards them, clutching various metallic objects beneath his arms, an angled street lamp, and a partially torn advertisement frame. The gorilla arrived at the spot where he had previously inscribed his message, dropped the collection of metal onto the ground, and raised the sign once more. However, this time it read, "In 30 seconds, I shall charge. Please step aside to avoid collateral damage." The air in the vast new district square seemed to still, as hundreds of animals revealed expressions of sheer disbelief, all conveying one thought: foolishness. A moment later, a bear's roar echoed, and a troop of about 30 pigs turned to charge. With a resigned grin, Lin Xing thought, why must it come to this? I've given ample warning. And yet here we are. Having learned from his experience in Dream City, he was determined not to be encircled again. The number and caliber of animals gathered here far surpassed those in Dream City, should he find himself surrounded. Compounded by the threats posed by the Siberian tiger and the black bear, disaster was a very real possibility. Thus, he made his first warning. Yet he understood that these animals would not easily retreat. After gathering an array of weapons and observing the impending assault on the silver treasure chest, he could wait no longer. He feared that these creatures might defeat the guardian monsters or, worse still, become a hindrance themselves. It was vital to remember that monsters also gained experience points from the animals that sought the treasure. Adhering to his principle that all he encountered would be his, Lin Xing resolved to act once more. As he watched the approaching herd of pigs, He discarded the sign, pounded his chest with his fists, and struck the ground with ferocity. Gripping the 4.5-meter-long street lamp, he sought the optimal point of leverage, with his legs and robust left arm anchoring him to the ground. An innate confidence surged within him as he prepared to unleash his attack. 2 seconds passed. With a thunderous roar, the gorilla hurled the street lamp, adorned with advertisements, towards the oncoming pigs. Thud, squeal, squeal. Lin Xing paid no mind to the lamp shattering the first pig. He continued to seize another, throwing it with the same precision. He launched 6 in total, and with the 7th firmly in hand, he leapt to the side, swinging the L-shaped iron pole, reducing 2 nearby yellow pigs to mere scraps. After several leaps, only the gorilla remained, clutching the L-shaped iron pole, panting heavily. Before him lay a gruesome path of carnage extending 20 to 30 meters, with a few yellow pigs, impaled by iron implements, convulsing on the ground. Chapter 19. Let us tentatively call it the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The battle commenced and concluded in less than a minute, resulting in the demise of 37 formidable hogs. The entire new district square once again succumbed to a profound silence. A moment later, Lin Xing pounded his chest with both hands, exuding valor, and roared for over 10 seconds before ceasing. He bared his teeth, casting a glance at the gathering of animals surrounding the tennis court, then turned and raised the sign for the 3rd time. In 30 seconds, I shall charge. Please step aside to avoid any unintended harm. This time, the blood-smeared letters were rather glaring. Roar 1, Roar 2, Roar 3. Lin Xing began to count, simultaneously tucking the remaining pipe under his arm and progressing slowly along the blood-stained path. His deliberate pace, both in counting and walking, seemed nonchalant. Yet it exerted immense psychological pressure on all the animals, including the 30 creatures preparing to raid the silver treasure chest. At this moment, the regional chat exploded with activity. The gorilla brothers in the new district square, we have matters to discuss. That dapper fellow in the leather vest, please respond. Brothers, I am Li Changming, the Northeast Tiger from Star River Bay. Let us be friends. I am Zhang Biao from Leading City. Brother, that guardian beast is formidable. Shall we collaborate? Brothers, we are all here for the treasure chest. No need for such tension. What is happening? Why do I feel this group of beasts has encountered a tough opponent? Is there anyone nearby in the square? I am here, but at a distance. A gorilla has come, single-handedly taking on 3 groups of beasts without a sound. I am here too. The brother upstairs is correct. I suspect it is that formidable figure from Dream City. Zhang Biao, you were so arrogant when pursuing me. Are you now scared? Haha, a bunch of lucky fools, no longer acting tough, are we? In the 5-person chat group, Li Changming, Northeast Tiger, I can't get in touch. It's frustrating. Zhang Biao, Husky, I can't reach them either. Shouting for ages has yielded no response. Are they ignoring the chat? CTM Lin Xing, Li Changming, Northeast Tiger Sai, it seems I'm the fool here. Let us retreat. Dong Xiong, Black Bear retreat. Are you afraid after the death of 30 pigs? We have 600 or 700 here. Can he kill them all? Just give us 3 brothers a chance, and we shall feast on him. Zhang Biao, Husky fool, 1 stick smash 3.5. Ah. Do you really think he cannot finish you off? You lack any sense. Zhang Biao, Husky, I'm out too. Brotherly, let us collaborate another time. Dong Xiong, Black Bear coward. The group chat has disbanded. By the time Lin Xing finished counting, he stood at the end of the blood path, retracting the final lamppost. Many of the animals began to disperse anxiously, with some on the periphery preparing to flee at any moment. Am I counting so slowly that they cannot act quickly? Clang, clang. Lin Xing released his grip, and a mass of pipes fell to the ground. He bared his teeth, picked up one, and tossed it, inciting a disturbance among the animals. Unfazed, he positioned his sturdy legs and powerful limbs, adopting the same stance and motion, again wielding a lamppost. However, this time he did not hurl it away, he merely aimed. The 4.5-meter-long, bull-width lamppost spun with his body, and wherever he directed it, the animals scattered in panic, the cacophony of squeals and barks filling the air. He had been focusing on the few largest creatures, and as the Northeast Tiger and Husky departed in turn, only 3 black bears remained. Lin Xing pointed the lamppost at them, and after a tense standoff lasting several seconds, the 3 black bears, after emitting reluctant roars, scurried away. Roar. Such is the distinction between humans transformed into beasts and the primal creatures. Had it been hundreds of wild boars or dogs, Lin Xing would have fled without a second thought, seeking advantageous terrain for annihilation, surveying the scene filled with fleeing figures. Lin Xing retrieved the pipe once more and advanced towards the tennis court. The entrance to the court had long been demolished, and as he approached, the scent of blood reached him. Had someone ventured in before? Indeed, it was likely that some animals had already tested the waters for the treasure chest. Cautiously, Lin Xing entered the tennis court, instantly feeling a chill. He beheld a colossal creature. Even while bent over feeding, its height surpassed 4 meters, and its length must exceed 10 meters. Lin Xing instinctively halted, fearing he had encroached upon the domain of this dinosaur. The sound of bones crunching and the sight of its impressive fangs, reminiscent of elongated tusks, suggested formidable lethality. He estimated that he could only endure a little longer before his bones would surely shatter. What sort of dinosaur is this? It bears a striking resemblance to the Tyrannosaurus rex depicted in illustrations, with a massive head and diminutive forelimbs. Yet, there appeared to be some differences. Its head was disproportionately large, likely over 1.5 meters, with broader jaws and dark greenish scales. The more he observed this dinosaur, the more imposing and fearsome it appeared. Yet Lin Xing felt compelled to scrutinize it closely, for it was his target. Without vanquishing this creature, let us tentatively refer to it as a Tyrannosaurus rex. He could not obtain the key, and without the key, he could not unlock the alluring treasure chest nestled between its legs. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xing deliberated momentarily, casting aside the pile of steel pipes. Retaining only the initially sharpened triangular beam he had honed for half the morning, he then cautiously approached the feeding dinosaur. In his previous life as a chicken, he had learned that the guardian monsters of silver treasure chests would attack any animals within a 30-meter radius. Given the multifaceted nature of the tennis court, estimating the 30-meter boundary by sight proved challenging. 1 step, 2 steps. The closer he approached the Tyrannosaurus rex, the more tense he became. It was the weight of the food chain hierarchy pressing down upon him. As he took his 7th step, the dinosaur suddenly halted its chewing. Its basin-sized eyes narrowing and focusing on Lin Xing instinctively, Lin Xing retracted his foot. The Tyrannosaurus rex gazed for a moment before resuming its meal. The mere distance of a single step felt like an insurmountable chasm, and Lin Xing could only interpret it as a mystical rule. Were it not for these limitations, the powerful monsters would roam freely, preying upon the weaker creatures, leaving little room for the rest. It was precisely this rule that afforded Lin Xing a loophole to exploit. The shrill sound of metal scraping echoed again as Lin Xing dragged all the pipes to the boundary of the rule. Then he dashed out, dismantling anything in his path. After several trips back and forth, a mound of pipes had accumulated to about half his height. Is this sufficient? Lin Xing murmured, positioning himself, holding the 4.5-meter-long lamppost. His muscles tensed and contracted, and with the force of a cannonball, the lamppost was launched, covering the 30-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Chapter 20. The Rule-Breaking Dinosaur and the Yellow Bird Bang. The lamppost collided with the side of the Tyrannosaurus rex, and the sound of the impact, combined with the dinosaur's roar, sent tremors throughout the entire tennis hall. Indeed, it was a dominant species. The lamppost, forged from high-quality Q235 steel, merely shattered the surface scales of the T-Rex, perhaps barely injuring its muscles, before it fell away, dislodged by the dinosaur's instinctive thrashing. Oh, my strength and explosive power are still insufficient. If only I were stronger, I could pierce through. Lin Xing gritted his teeth against the piercing noise that threatened to rupture his eardrums and the instinctive urge to flee. He grasped a second lamppost and hurled it toward the charging T-Rex. His target was the massive head of the beast, more specifically, its gaping maw filled with fangs. The intention was commendable, yet the anticipated strike to the stomach never materialized. Before the lamppost could approach, the T-Rex's head had already swung to the side, colliding with the post in a flash. Following the thunderous crash, the lamppost bent grotesquely and spun away, embedding itself deeply into the outermost stands of the tennis hall. Goodness! Grasping a third lamppost, this time he refrained from attacking. Instead, he waited for the dinosaur to close in. Closer, closer still. At a certain moment, Lin Xing could no longer resist the impulse to leap back. The charging T-Rex seemed to trigger a primal instinct, completing a swift transformation from extreme motion to utter stillness. Before him, merely 2 meters away, the furious T-Rex roared. Its fangs bared, and Lin Xing felt an equal measure of agitation. Every cell in his body urged him to escape from the impending danger. But how could Lin Xing retreat? With a howl, he planted his legs firmly, gripping one end of the lamp post, his body and waist aligned in unison, swinging the post in a semicircle, aiming for the T-Rex's head. Bang! The sound of impact was accompanied by a horrifying shriek. The nearly 2-meter side of the T-Rex's face was left bloodied and mangled, while the bent lamp post was sent ricocheting away. Had Lin Xing not released his grip in time, he might have dislocated his shoulders or even fractured his bones. The pain enraged the T-Rex, igniting Lin Xing's fury. Unlike the helpless dinosaur, Lin Xing swiftly picked up a fourth lamppost. It was now a triangular steel beam that had been with him all along. Cursed be this beast. He planted his legs, gripping the beam tightly, aligning his body once more. Just as he gathered his strength, preparing to thrust the sharpened end of the triangular steel beam into the T-Rex's maw, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The T-Rex, with half its face a bloody ruin, lunged forward with astonishing speed. A chill enveloped Lin Xing's body as his instincts kicked in. In a split second, the thrust transformed into a swing, and he leaped backward. Bang, crack, bang, roar. The initial collision of the triangular beam with the T-Rex's head produced the sound of bone cracking. The subsequent impact of Lin Xing's left arm, weighing over 700 kilograms, against the dinosaur's skull sent him flying several meters, both combatants howling in agony from their injuries. Why? Thud, thud, thud. Lin Xing had no time to ponder the question swirling in his mind, for the grotesque T-Rex was charging toward him. Using all four limbs, it lunged, forcing Lin Xing to roll away. He tumbled and rolled, 7 times in succession, finally emerging from the tennis hall's entrance. Only then did he have a moment to adjust his stance. He first tested his left arm, discovering that, aside from pain and swelling, he felt no broken bones or torn muscles, which brought him a measure of relief. Why? Why had this T-Rex ventured beyond a 30-meter radius? Bang! Clatter. At the sound, Lin Xing hastily leaped aside, hearing the concrete bricks crack and fall. The T-Rex, having burst from the tennis hall, roared toward the sky before lunging at Lin Xing. If this were a movie, the special effects would surely earn a perfect score. But experiencing it firsthand was utterly distressing. Lin Xing scrambled to evade. A comical scene unfolded before the tennis hall, with a gorilla and a dinosaur engaged in a fierce performance. Each actor played their role with fervor. One sought to consume, the other to escape. The T-Rex's movements were unusually agile, and Lin Xing, equally swift, managed to evade each attack, his focus unwavering. Despite the severe injuries on his back and head, he remained vigorous, yet he wondered how long he could endure. After 2 heart-pounding minutes of evasion, Lin Xing darted back into the tennis hall, racing toward the central silver treasure chest. As he passed a pile of pipes, he seized 2, dragging them along as he moved. At one moment, while running, Lin Xing abruptly turned, propelling the rectangular stainless steel advertising pole at the pursuing T-Rex, his momentum sending him flying backward. With a grunt, he landed awkwardly but quickly regained his footing, continuing his frantic sprint, leaping onto the stands. He turned, adopting a proper throwing stance, only to be momentarily stunned. The triangular steel beam had penetrated nearly halfway into the T-Rex's neck, blood gushing from the wound like a fountain. The T-Rex, seemingly desperate, attempted to extract the beam, but its forelimbs were too short. Is this spot particularly vulnerable? The battle was nearing its conclusion. Gasping for breath, Lin Xing looked at the now sluggish T-Rex, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. In the next moment, another steel beam shot forth, accompanied by blood and a howl, plunging into the T-Rex's body. Lin Xing leaped across the stands, racing toward the pile of pipes. 3 minutes later, panting heavily, Lin Xing stood before the nearly lifeless T-Rex, clutching the deformed triangular steel beam that had accompanied him for most of the morning. The T-Rex was now adorned with a multitude of pipes, particularly around its abdomen. Where 4 square steel beams, 2 round pipes, and 1 triangular beam functioned like a pump, siphoning every drop of blood from the creature. Only now did Lin Xing truly feel the pain coursing through his body, especially from the impact on his left side. Thankfully, it had been a collision. Had he reacted even a moment slower, the consequences would have been dire. I'm sorry. Mustering all his strength, he thrust the triangular beam toward the T-Rex's eye. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within Lin Xing. It wasn't he from the dinosaur, but from behind him. In a flash, Lin Xing made what he believed to be the wisest decision. He lunged forward, dropping to the ground while twisting, swinging the steel beam. Before he could hit the ground, a massive, tawny body pounced upon him. No time to regret his oversight. There was no escaping now, and he could only raise his left arm to shield his neck. In the next instant, his forearm was bitten. He felt the fangs pierce his flesh, the sound of bone echoing in his ears. Thanks to his arm's defense, Lin Xing narrowly escaped being throttled. However, the peril posed by the 4-meter-long tiger was only just beginning. If he did not act swiftly, his fate may well be sealed. Chapter 21. The Destruction of the King Dragon and the Silver Reward. Fortunately, his bones were resilient enough that they did not fracture amidst the violent thrashing of the giant tiger's jaws. In the blink of an eye, just as he was about to launch a counterattack, an immense force, reminiscent of the collision with the Tyrannosaurus rex, concentrated on his back. Lin Xing felt as though his very organs were being shaken. The pain and the imminent peril electrified his nerves. Straining to twist his body from a side position to flat on his back, he extended his left arm to push the giant tiger away from himself. It was the northeast tiger that had departed. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Lin Xing retaliated. In excruciating pain, Lin Xing gritted his teeth and, with a tightly clenched fist, delivered a powerful blow to the northeast tiger's jaw just before its claws struck him again. With a sickening crack under the tenfold damage bonus, the tiger's jaw, along with the left side of its face, shattered into a gruesome mess, more horrific than the head of the Tyrannosaurus rex. The sequence of events, from being bitten and struck to countering, transpired in the span of a single second. The outcome had shifted dramatically. The northeast tiger, now missing half its face, leaped away from Lin Xing, attempting to flee. Yet, how could Lin Xing allow it that chance? His legs had already ensnared the tiger's right leg tightly. To strike and then escape? That was a foolish notion. Transforming his legs into hands, his powerful arms grasped the tiger's hind legs, muscles coiling like thick vines. And he swung in a sweeping arc thud, 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 thud. With a relentless series of over 10 strikes, the already damaged rubber flooring, previously ruined by Lin Xing and the Tyrannosaurus rex, became even more battered. In the arena, only Lin Xing remained standing. Both the northeast tiger and the dinosaur lay motionless on the ground. He could not help but pound his chest in exhilaration, but after a single thump, he ceased. With the danger averted, hormones subsiding, and muscles relaxing, the agony in his back and the searing pain from the torn flesh of his left forearm were keenly felt. Without hesitation, Lin Xing picked up the triangular steel beam he had discarded earlier due to its length, intending to end the northeast tiger's life, though it would not survive much longer regardless. However, just as he was about to plunge it down, he paused. He opened his interface to send a message to Tang Qingjin. World S. Number 1 Lin Xing, Gorilla Growth Body, LV2 Qing'er, come to the tennis court. Tang Qingjin, Ragdoll Cat Ah, Lin Xing, you scared me. I saw you. You. World S. No. 1 Lin Xing, Gorilla Growth Body, LV2I1 come. Closing the chat interface, he redirected the triangular steel beam toward the Tyrannosaurus rex's eye, thrusting it in. The Tyrannosaurus rex convulsed instinctively before falling still. Kill Growth Body LV2 Destruction King Dragon. Growth points 484. Incredible. Compared to the immense reward, the pain on his body was trivial. He had slain no fewer than 300 pigs and dogs since leaving the zoo, earning less than 100 growth points. Now, his growth points had surged to 2,677.96, marking a significant stride towards LV3. Moments later, an event akin to what had transpired with the bronze treasure chest and the giant python occurred. A flash of red light left only a patch of black ash behind, with pipes clattering to the ground. Amidst the ash lay a key, shimmering like a white-hot lamp, in radiant contrast to the silver chest. Lin Xing was elated. The monsters were mere adjuncts, while the treasure chest was the true surprise. Overthinking was futile. Acquisition and growth were tangible outcomes. He seized the key and inserted it into the lock. The sound of it clicking open was far smoother than that of the bronze treasure chest. Source of the Xianjian Horn Dragon 1. Can transform species upon use. 05th Generation Bone Marrow Essence 1. Grants 300 growth points upon use. Limited to Growth Body LV2. 05th Generation Neural Mutagen 1. Enhances muscle nerve sensitivity by 30. Limited to Growth Body LV2. 05th Generation Growth Hormone 1. Accelerates the secretion of stress growth hormones in the blood by 30, limited to Growth Body LV2. Special item, Primary Relic Teleportation Stone, Skull Island. 1. Allows access to the relic for 24 hours upon consumption. Incredible. This was truly extraordinary. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xing poured the liquid from the 2 metallic tubes and a dark sphere into his mouth. One tasted like orange, the other like lychee. Lin Xing savored the flavors, feeling a tingling sensation spread through his body, rapid in onset and equally swift to dissipate. He felt invigorated, not merely in appearance, but in reality. His reaction speed had significantly improved. Should he encounter a surprise attack akin to that of the northeast tiger, he was confident he could react before being bitten. Even if he were to be caught, he could retaliate before the tiger's claws struck him. The effects of the stress growth hormone were yet to be felt. Lin Xing bent down to grasp the silver treasure chest, exerting force, yet the chest did not budge. Undeterred by this, he continued his attempts. Hurry to collect the items. The silver treasure chest will disappear in 10 seconds. 9, 8. Lin Xing was speechless. Hadn't it been said that as long as the items were not collected, the chest would not vanish? Moreover, he seemed to detect an undertone of emotion in the countdown. He retrieved the 2 metallic tubes and the dark sphere, watching as the dazzling silver treasure chest disappeared from his reluctant gaze. Setting aside the 2 metallic tubes for the moment, he scrutinized the sphere in his right hand. During this time, he had encountered 2 pieces of information related to relics. Aside from this sphere, the other was a reward for ranking first, a universal identifier for relics. This identifier served as the key to enter the light gates of relics. Each light gate corresponded to a unique relic. Without the appropriate identifier, entry was impossible. Lin Xing's identifier was universal, exceedingly precious. Yet, he had yet to encounter any relics. Perhaps others had found them without announcing it. His father-in-law, Tang Tao, had also been motivated to establish a faction for this reason. Now, this sphere in his possession, while specific, astonishingly allowed direct entry into a relic without requiring a light gate, its value rivaling that of the universal identifier. A spark of intelligence lit up Lin Xing's face. The previous source of the monstrous python, the blood orchid, and now the Tyrannosaurus rex, which he had mistakenly called the Destruction King Dragon. Along with the teleportation stone to Skull Island, there were undoubtedly numerous aspects worthy of his attention. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of rapid footsteps grew closer, pulling Lin Xing from his thoughts as he turned to the tennis court door, now a gaping hole. Moments later, a small, lamb-like ragdoll cat and 7 enormous gorillas rushed in. Meow. The ragdoll cat surged forward with astonishing speed, darting towards Lin Xing. Tang Chi Jane. Lin Xing sobbed. How are you? Lin Xing. I'm fine. Tang Chi Jane. How can you be fine? I saw you. What happened to your hand? Meow. Tang Chi Jane, now perched on Lin Xing's shoulder, anxiously pawed at his fur. Lin Xing. Haha, I'm alright. I've taken down the Destruction King Dragon. And also a northeast tiger. As he diverted her attention, he gave his left arm a symbolic shake. It seemed to hurt less now. Chapter 22. Violation of Alliance regulations. As I gazed upon the scene, the previously mangled forelimb had ceased bleeding, though a faint tingling sensation lingered. Tang Qingjin. Meow. Lin Xing. Lin Xing. Time is of the essence. You must choose between 2 tasks. Either kill this nearly expired Siberian tiger, or transform into a Xinjian horned dragon. Meow. Lin Xing. The Xinjian horned dragon is a new form I have acquired, distinct from the one you encountered earlier. I lean towards the latter option. Tang Qingjin. Meow. Lin Xing. Dinosaurs are rather unsightly. I wish to select the first option. Lin Xing. Meow. Tang Qingjin nuzzled against Lin Xing's ear, gently licking. Lin Xing. Very well. Lin Xing. This Siberian tiger is on the brink of death. You may proceed. Meow. Tang Qingjin leaped down from Lin Xing's shoulder, approaching the severely injured Siberian tiger with a graceful stride. Gazing at the pitiful creature, which bore a trace of pleading in its eyes, Tang Qingjin hesitated. Tang Qingjin. Lin Xing. The Siberian tiger was once human, right? Must I truly kill it? Lin Xing. It ambushed me, nearly taking my life. The wounds I bear are its doing. Meow. In a swift motion, Tang Qingjin extended her claws, plunging into the tiger's bloodless jaw, withdrawing a large mass of red and white viscous substance. The Siberian tiger twitched erratically before falling still. After a breath, the lamb-like plush cat inexplicably grew larger, transforming into an oversized plush cat comparable in size to a prairie wolf. Meow. Tang Qingjin. Lin Xing. Do I look beautiful? Observing the plush cat, now measuring 1.5 meters in length and towering above his knees, Lin Xing nodded at the excitement gleaming in her sapphire-like eyes. Lin Xing. Beautiful. Tang Qingjin. Haha. I have slain the Siberian tiger and earned 141 growth points. I am now level 8, 162, 256. Lin Xing was speechless. Indeed, creatures at the bottom of the food chain grow remarkably fast, providing him with a substantial reward of 141 points in one go. Lin Xing. Yes, splendid. Now I can leave without regret. Meow. Tang Qingjin. Lin Xing. What do you mean? You wish to leave me? Where will you go? Why must you depart? In her excitement, Tang Qingjin called out, lightly leaping onto Lin Xing's shoulder, completely oblivious to her current size. The soft fur of the cat obscured much of Lin Xing's face. Lin Xing. Yes, I must obtain a relic stone, which will allow me to remain in the ruins for 24 hours. Meow. Tang Qingjin fell silent for a few seconds. Tang Qingjin. Very well. If you do not return in 24 hours, I shall take my own life. Lin Xing, I promise I will return. I never lie. Tang Qi-jin, meow. Lin Xing, I wish to try. Lin Xing, try what? Tang Qi-jin, to see if it fits, meow. Lin Xing, perhaps not. I doubt you could withstand even a single finger of mine. Tang Qi-jin, I do not believe you, meow. Lin Xing, alas, you are merely teasing me. Let us see first. Tang Qi-jin, humph, I shall bite you to death. A strange interplay of sounds echoed as 7 black gorillas, encircling them. Observe the upside-down plush cat with a singular thought. Lin Huang truly knows how to entertain. They promptly dispersed, climbing to the roof to maintain their vigilance. Soon, the tennis court resounded with the distinct calls of 2 different animals. Tang Qi-jin, Lin Xing, I want to try. Lin Xing, you are playing with fire. Tang Qi-jin, hold me, look into my eyes. Meow, meow, meow. A piercing cat cry erupted from the tennis court. Reaching the plaza of the new district, the shriek gradually softened, becoming melodious, as if imbued with infinite charm. 10 minutes later, meow, Tang Qi-jin, Lin Xing. I am sorry. Lin Xing, grow quickly. Tang Qi-jin, yes. Within the tennis court, the massive black gorilla stroked the plush cat's sleek back. Lin Xing, Qinger, the liquid in this tube can transform you into a Xinjian horned dragon. Do not forget to use it in times of crisis. Tang Qi-jin, yes. Lin Xing, after I depart, you must return to Dream City. Tang Qi-jin, yes. Lin Xing, remember, regardless of who it may be, always maintain a degree of caution, including your father. Tang Qi-jin, my father. Lin Xing, yes. Once I leave, those gorillas will remain by your side. They are more reliable than your father. Lin Xing, while we were being intimate, I suddenly recalled something regarding the 2 deployments mentioned in the 3rd global notification. Meow. Tang Qi-jin, Lin Xing. Lin Xing, it is not that I was distracted. It is simply that you are lacking. All right, I was wrong. Do not scratch. Meow. Lin Xing, the thyroid inactivation agent may very well diminish the intelligence of those who transform into animals, while adrenaline could provoke aggression in animals. Lin Xing, I suspect that a more chaotic situation may arise thereafter. Lin Xing, I initially intended for you to gather intelligence regarding my several relatively decent friends. But upon reflection, I have already notified them before their transformation. Yet, they may not trust you as they trust me. I have no idea what they have turned into now, or perhaps they have already perished. Meow. Yua, Yua. Lin Xing called out several times. And soon the 7 black gorillas entered one by one. You, Linda, I will be away for a period. I shall return here at this time tomorrow. Ensure the group is safeguarded. You may not understand cat language, but always protect her. Yuwu, it is Lin Huang. Lin Xing. Qinger, wait for my return. Meow. Lin Xing selected 2 L-shaped triangular iron pieces previously embedded in the abdomen of the Destruction Monarch Dragon. The triangular steel beam that had cost him a morning's effort was now bent beyond use. As Tang Qi-jin gazed on with reluctance, he swallowed the black sphere. And in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Clang. To his surprise, the 2 L-shaped triangular iron pieces stained with blood did not disappear along with him. Tang Qi-jin blinked her sapphire-like eyes, appearing somewhat adorable. Moments later, when she attempted to message Lin Xing, she discovered that his name had become unselectable in her friends list. Meow, Lin Xing. I shall not allow you to face danger alone. After calling out twice, her initially cute expression morphed into one of ferocity. She placed the metal tube of the Xinjian horned dragon into Lin Xing's backpack, and with a collective effort, the cat and 7 gorillas began to feast on the Siberian tiger. Somewhere, 2 humanoid females, one tall and one short, were engaged in a conversation. Judging by their tone and demeanor, the taller, slender female seemed to be reprimanding the shorter one, who was defensively pursing her lips. Should anyone be able to comprehend their exchange, they would hear, Martha, during your inaugural operation, you blatantly violated the Alliance regulations, which expressly forbid interference with those you have consumed. Chapter 23, The Conquest of Skull Island's Sister. I assure you my disdain is not directed at that revolting gorilla consumed by base instincts, but rather at its despicable methods. It is utterly unacceptable to unilaterally unlock the guardian beast's spatial anchoring or to interfere with the items carried by the teleportation stones. How infuriating. That contemptible gorilla could never hope to slay the destruction dragon. Are you still arguing? Shall I strike you? Sigh, Martha. The Alliance seeks to select only the finest species, adhering to the inherent diversity and uniqueness of each, whether relying on intellect, strength, or other attributes. The breadth of potential species in this world is remarkable, despite the lack of thorough investigation due to time constraints. One cannot let personal emotions interfere with such matters. The highest beings have invested too much in this world, and your influence is minuscule in comparison. Let this incident pass, but should there be a next time, you shall face dire consequences. A gorilla, clad in wolf pelt, stared blankly at its hands. Clutched within them was merely a metal tube capable of providing 300 growth points. Woe is me, where's my iron? This is perplexing. The introduction was quite clear about bringing essential items. Did I make an error? Lin Xing stood in stunned silence for a moment before choosing to accept his predicament, then began to take notice of his surroundings. The sky was bright, yet shrouded in ominous clouds, making it difficult for him to discern the time. He found himself standing upon a dark green reef, where tumultuous waves crashed, sending sprays of water several meters high. Skull Island. Everything here belongs to me. Imagining the abundance of wildlife on Skull Island, Lin Xing, driven by the principle of claiming what he sees, danced with excitement. Once the exhilaration subsided, he reminded himself of the crucial precautions to observe. First, never venture into the water. Second, avoid dark caves at all costs. Third, exercise utmost caution. Fourth, actively seek out larger prey. He began to scale and leap across the reef, soon reaching the edge of a dense forest. As he surveyed his surroundings, he recognized that acquiring a weapon was paramount. Without the modern durability of steel, he felt vulnerable in close combat. Ultimately, he snapped a small tree, roughly 3 meters in length and the thickness of a bowl, and began to sharpen it against the hard rock. Regrettably, this was the strongest weapon he could find for the time being. Clutching the sharpened tree cautiously, he ventured into the thicket. As he traversed deeper, the light dimmed and the ground became damp, prompting him to use all fours to climb the sturdy trees. He had no knowledge of where the herbivorous dinosaurs roamed, and the jungle offered no clear path. The only small river was a place he wished to avoid. He could only leap from tree to tree, progressing toward the island's heart. Fortunately, the gorilla did not object to such a method of travel, and the thick vines allowed for swift movement, conserving his energy. After about 10 minutes of rapid travel, Lin Xing, ever vigilant, spotted his first large animal. Approximately 20 to 30 meters away, in a clearing, stood a creature with a broad skeleton and muscular frame, its back adorned with tough, horn-like scales of mottled gray. With its tail included, it measured around 5 meters in length and resembled a lizard, deeply engrossed in its meal. Lin Xing immediately slowed his pace, cautiously approaching while observing his surroundings. He was uncertain whether this creature, which bore a striking resemblance to an elk, was a carnivorous lizard and whether it was solitary or part of a pack. Noticing no other animals nearby, he carefully descended from the tree, using it as cover to continue his approach. With the stealth of a predator, enhanced by his human attributes and the creature's capabilities, Lin Xing crept within 10 meters of the lizard. He felt it was time. From this position, he was confident he could strike true at the lizard's neck. Regardless of the species, all animals have vulnerabilities, and while he could not reach the brain through the eyes, the carotid artery of the neck was undoubtedly the optimal target. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. A surge of confidence coursed through him. His legs and left arm secured his stance while his right arm, gripping the sharpened tree trunk, slowly raised. Simultaneously, he stretched his right side back, feeling the fibers of his muscles tauten. This was the most fluid throwing motion he had devised. Believing he had reached his maximum extension, he aimed at the moment of targeting, and the tree trunk, as thick as a bowl, was propelled forward. Thud, crackle. Just as Lin Xing prepared to follow through, he froze in astonishment. The result of his attack was beyond his expectations. The lizard, still engrossed in its meal, barely reacted before being struck by the trunk. Most of its neck was severed, leaving only the vertebral column connected by blood and flesh. The lizard wobbled for a moment before collapsing. Killed initial form. Filthy-toothed crocodile, LV6. Growth points, 35. What sort of crocodile is this? Not a lizard? Furthermore, why is it referred to as an initial form and not a growth form? I had assumed all creatures here were in their growth stages. After lamenting, Lin Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. The growth points awarded were substantial. This initial form LV6 yielded an impressive 35 points, double that of slaying a LV7 wolf. To be fair, killing this lizard, the filthy-toothed crocodile, was significantly easier than hunting a wolf. Could this be the unique treasure of the ruins? Such a windfall. After transitioning to a growth form, the required growth points doubled. His current level was growth form LV2, 2,700 and 2,496. Excluding the 300 points gained from potions, He needed 1090 to ascend to LV3. The growth points from hunting ordinary pigs and dogs were meager, and he could not afford to wait for them to evolve to a certain level before hunting. This created a dilemma. The only way to advance was to slay thousands of common pigs and sheep. Furthermore, leveling from LV3 to LV4 would require 4,096 points. And hunting common animals or waiting would cost him several days, inevitably dragging his level back to the average. Now, Skull Island was truly a paradise for him. Time was of the essence. Lin Xing murmured softly, moving forward to retrieve the bifurcated tree trunk before climbing back into the trees, heading toward the island's center. He need not concern himself with the distribution of species. He simply needed to remember that the more powerful the species, the richer the territory they occupied. Of course, he would not charge directly. He would circle around to hunt larger animals. Killed initial form. Filthy-toothed crocodile LV5. Growth points 21. Killed initial form. Filthy-toothed crocodile LV6. Growth points 33. Killed initial form. Filthy-toothed crocodile LV7. Growth points 55. Killed initial form. Fresh-feeding Harson beast LV7. Growth points 67. Killed initial form. Fresh-feeding Harson beast LV9. Growth points 101. Killed initial form. Elegant coarse-scaled dragon LV8. Growth points 94. Killed initial form. Elegant coarse-scaled dragon LV5. Growth points 31. On the edge of a solitary cliff, surrounded by blood, Lin Xing hoisted a rock the size of a small human and brought it crashing down upon the nearly lifeless neck of a dragon below him. After several strikes, the information appeared. Killed initial form. Elegant coarse-scaled dragon LV7. Growth points 62. Breathing heavily, Lin Xing collapsed beside the severed dragon's corpse. The pain was exquisite, yet so was the joy. He exulted, pulling from his trousers the metal tube containing the essence of the 5th-generation bone marrow, pouring it into his mouth. The flavor was reminiscent of durian. Chapter 24. A horse riding alone. As the extract flowed down his throat and into his stomach, a reaction ensued almost instantaneously. Externally, his physique expanded and grew more robust, the numerous wounds sustained during his previous bouts of fervent combat visibly healing before the naked eye. Internally, there was a remarkable enhancement in bone density, visceral muscular tissue, and neurological responsiveness. Moments later, a towering gorilla, nearly 3 meters in height, instinctively yearned to pound its chest and roar. Yet, under the restraint of reason, it suppressed this primal urge. The interface was summoned. Lin Xing, species, gorilla, height, 2.88 m, weight, 985 kilograms, talent, 10x damage, 10x life, growth stage, level 3, growth points, 4107 8192, impressive indeed. With a humanoid form akin to that of a gorilla, achieving a weight close to a ton speaks volumes of its formidable strength. Skull Island has undoubtedly proven to be a land of fortune for him. He had not tracked the time precisely, but it could not have been more than 2 hours. To amass 1,000 growth points in such a brief span is a concept scarcely fathomable in the outside world. Yet, this was not the end. With a bit more effort, diligence, and a stroke of good fortune, reaching growth stage level 4 was not beyond the realms of possibility. As his level ascended, all injuries and fatigue dissipated, requiring no rest before he set about snapping another wooden stake, sharpening it, and climbing a tree. The global channel erupted with fervor. Countless creatures transformed into animals, and it was inevitable that many would frequently consult the leaderboard. When an animal stumbled upon the gleaming announcement of growth stage level 3, it caught the attention of innumerable others. After all, the second place was merely at growth stage level 1. A cacophony of vitriolic insults, derision, envy, and jealousy ensued. Even among the creatures of the Huagua realm, few were inclined to boast or take pride. In certain circles, perceptions of the so-called sand currency had undergone a transformation. It was only upon entering the growth phase that they realized just how arduous it was to attain even a single level. Zhaoda, Southern Ancient Ape Growth Stage Level 1. Have you gathered any news on Lin Xing? Li Dao, Velociraptor Growth Stage Level 1. None. The only ones with access to the gorilla are the zoos. I've had people scour cities A and B, but there are no zoos. And the zoo in City C does not house gorillas, though private ownership cannot be ruled out. Ma Baogua, Ancient Northeast Tiger Growth Stage Level 1. Nothing here either. Currently, no creatures in M City meet the criteria. Lu Yongmin, Special Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9. I have nothing on my end either. The Guojia system has collapsed, and many departments are unreachable. I've dispatched the new special dog team to broaden the search. Tang Dongjun, Yongchuan Dragon Initial Stage Level 9 Old Lu. How long until you reach the growth stage? Lu Yongmin, Special Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9 should be soon. The Special Tyrannosaurus is quite challenging to level up. The wild boars have become quite astute. However, I still have a pig pen, and I should reach growth stage before nightfall. Zhang Tong, Meyer Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9, is anyone in a province and city? Chu Tongyu, Southern Ancient Ape Growth Stage Level 1, what is it? Sister Zhang? Zhang Tong, Meyer Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9, a subordinate cousin is in city. He heard in the regional channel about a gorilla. I'm currently gathering more details. Li Dao, Velociraptor Growth Stage Level 1, what arrangements do you have regarding the treasure chest? Ma Baogua, Ancient Northeast Tiger Growth Stage Level 1, it's quite difficult. I've discovered a bronze treasure chest, guarded by a remarkably large mantis, the level of which is indeterminate. It has already slain over 100 animals, including one of my promising subordinates. I'm en route to confront it. Tang Dongjun, Yongchuan Dragon Initial Stage Level 9, make sure to collect information on the treasure chests. If your subordinates lack confidence, they should refrain from acting impulsively. The Guojia system has crumbled. We must maintain order. Old Zhang, how goes it on your end? Zhang Jingguo, Kazuo Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9, it's manageable. Little Chu, how long until you reach me? Chu Tongyu, Southern Ancient Ape Growth Stage Level 1 Old Zhang, I'm on my way. Should be there in about 10 minutes. Zhang Jingguo, Kazuo Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9, good. I'll wait for you. I just attempted a direct confrontation with that scorpion guarding the bronze treasure chest and sustained some injuries. With your arrival, we should be able to secure it. Zhang Tong, Meyer Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9, I have news. It's preliminarily deduced that it is likely the gorilla. Li Qingping, Ramador Dragon Initial Stage Level 9 Sister Zhang. What is the basis for that? Zhang Tong, Meyer Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9, several points support this. First, City recently established a charity-based wildlife sanctuary, aligning with the conditions for the gorilla's appearance. Second, the gorilla was reported to have stood over 5 meters tall around 8 or 9 o'clock in a community named Qin Dream City. Third, it is said that to find someone, it slaughtered 1,000 pigs and dogs, which certainly seems exaggerated. Fourth, it allegedly single-handedly strangled a giant wolf measuring 3 to 4 meters long before leading a cat and several gorillas away. Fifth, it reappeared in a square, where it killed 30 pigs in a short span to claim a white-eyed treasure chest, driving off 3 groups containing northeast tigers and black bears. Sixth, later sightings included a wounded Tyrannosaurus pursuing the gorilla, though this information may be embellished, as guardian monsters typically do not stray from their designated territories. Seventh, a large ragdoll cat and 7 gorillas were seen departing from the in-city new district square, while the gorilla and the Tyrannosaurus, along with a silver treasure chest, vanished without a trace. Furthermore, the gorilla does not engage in conversation or add friends, expressing itself solely through a placard. Zhang Jingguo, Kazuo Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9, very well. Little Tong, is anyone in city? Out of 1,000. Is there not a single individual from city? Silence. Zhang Tong, Meyer Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9 Old Zhang. I'm in the neighboring Xian city. I'm on the verge of reaching growth stage. Perhaps I should personally verify the situation. Zhang Jingguo, Kazuo Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9 agreed. But if there is a mistake, let us avoid conflict as much as possible. Zhang Tong, Meyer Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9 understood. Zhang Jingguo, Kazuo Tyrannosaurus Initial Stage Level 9 alas. In this global calamity, everything has changed, and the disaster has only just begun. I wonder what the ultimate fate of our Huagua will be, as the beastly instincts intensify. How many creatures still harbor a sense of home and nation? Yet as long as our spirits endure, Huagua shall prevail. Xiaoda, Southern Ancient Ape Growth Stage Level 1, as long as our spirits endure, Huagua shall prevail. Li Dao, Velociraptor Growth Stage Level 1, as long as our spirits endure, Huagua shall prevail. Ma Baogua, Ancient Northeast Tiger Growth Stage Level 1, as long as our spirits endure, Huagua shall prevail. Zhang Tong. At this moment, the thousands of apex creatures residing within the territory of Huagua bore the already immeasurable burdens upon their shoulders with even greater weight. Chapter 25. Is there still a plot in the ruins? Defeated the initial form of the shimmering scaled dragon LV6, growth points. 17, Lin Xing withdrew the splintered wooden stake, which had broken after a single use, and his hunting prowess became more seamless with his growing strength. However, it was noteworthy that the growth points awarded for slaying a LV6 shimmering scaled dragon had been halved from the previous 33. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Lin Xing's spirits. He snapped the forked end of the stake and began his next hunt with determination. At this point, traversing through the trees had become increasingly impractical for him. It was not merely a matter of size. While he was indeed a behemoth compared to a chimpanzee, a more fitting comparison would be a standing adult Siberian tiger. If Lin Xing chose to move on all fours, his shoulder height would surpass that of the tiger, though his body length would be shorter. The difficulty lay in his weight. Only robust trees and vines could withstand the impact of his 1-ton mass. He had fallen from the trees several times due to miscalculations, which was quite embarrassing. However, he continued to navigate this way, having weighed the options of safety and efficiency. The noise he created while maneuvering through the branches was not a concern. After an initial period of caution, he began to intentionally make sounds. As a mid-tier predator in the food chain, the appropriate commotion could deter lurking venomous snakes and attract carnivores' attention, serving as an early warning system. At this moment, he spotted a colossal creature with a large oval bone shield extending from its head to its shoulders, adorned with a series of bone spines. It measured 6 to 7 meters in length and was voraciously devouring foliage while glancing in Lin Xing's direction. Perhaps it was due to the creature's herbivorous nature. Or perhaps Lin Xing, as a chimpanzee, posed no threat. The formidable dinosaur cast a cursory glance before returning to its meal, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Xing's presence. With a grin, Lin Xing leaped to the next tree, drawing closer to the dinosaur. After several moments, the dinosaur halted its grazing, glanced at Lin Xing, and resumed its feast. Eventually, as he anticipated, the dinosaur turned towards him, lumbering in his direction. In mere moments, the distance of over 10 meters was closed, and the dinosaur's hardened skull collided with the tree. Bang! Crack! The tree, as slender as a willow waist at 18 years of age, snapped in two. At that instant, Lin Xing gripped the wooden stake in reverse, his legs propelling him downwards with the force of 1 ton. Thud! Squelch! The stake, thick as a bowl, pierced the dinosaur's relatively fragile neck, leaving no room for the creature to resist. It penetrated deeply before striking the rocky ground, shattering part of the stake, which Lin Xing discarded. He pressed his right arm against the dinosaur's skull while his left hand delved into the wound. Reaching into its cranial cavity, the dinosaur twitched briefly before falling still, and Lin Xing savored the mixture of red and white substance in his hand. The flavor is exquisite. Defeated the initial form of the stalwart horned dragon LV8. Growth points, 55. Ah, is this the stalwart horned dragon? Lin Xing mused as he munched while observing the massive creature. Its size and defense were impressive. A stationary, ordinary LV8 creature would likely struggle to breach its defenses. While it boasted strengths, its agility was a glaring weakness. However, with the insidious core of Tang Qin added to the mix, transforming into a stalwart horned dragon would ensure absolute success. At that moment, Lin Xing sensed a faint tremor beneath his feet. He discarded his food and swiftly ascended the tree, focusing intently on his surroundings. Aside from a few spiders and flying insects, he detected no immediate threats. Yet, the tremors persisted, continuous and palpable. Leaping down, he crouched on the ground, pressing his ear against the earth. The vibrations were strong but lacked the back-and-forth motion typical of an earthquake. Lin Xing rose and scanned his surroundings again, running towards a nearby rocky cliff. Using both hands and feet, he clambered up the protruding stones and soon found himself at the cliff's summit. Wow, this is absolutely stunning. To the south lay the direction from which he came. To the west were higher mountains, while the east and north revealed a more complex terrain of canyons and rivers. Far to the northeast, a wall cleaved the horizon. After a moment of awe, he began to search for the source of the tremors. His gaze fell upon a dense thicket on the eastern cliffside. What could it be? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xing decided to investigate. He leaped into the thicket, heading eastward. Now unencumbered by the wooden stake, his limbs moved in perfect coordination as he darted through the trees like a fierce beast. At one moment, just as he prepared to leap to a colossal tree several meters away, Lin Xing abruptly halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. Just moments ago, amidst the tremors and distant roars of dinosaurs, he thought he had heard gunfire. Following that, the tremors intensified for several seconds before ceasing, leaving only the sounds of the dinosaurs. Could it have been a mistake? Driven by curiosity, Lin Xing pressed forward at an accelerated pace. However, not long after, he halted once more, for he distinctly heard gunfire again, this time the rapid firing of a machine gun. In an instant, a flurry of thoughts flooded Lin Xing's mind. leaving him in a daze. Ultimately, they crystallized into 3 words. Why is this happening? With a large question mark looming above him, Lin Xing surged forward a 3rd time. As he emerged from the thicket and climbed a protruding rock formation, he cautiously peered out. In the canyon below, several enormous thunder lizards were entangled, groaning helplessly, while some swift raptors prowled nearby, poised to feast. A brief glance revealed more raptors chasing a few men dressed in clothing down the canyon slope. Goodness! The plot of a movie is indeed unfolding here, the director's version. Why is this happening? Isn't this a ruin? Can there truly be a plot within a ruin? Could there be a King Kong? Might there be a beautiful woman wearing pajamas, impervious to harm, sprinting barefoot across the island? There are guns. There are boats. My friend, women will make you do things in the Empire State Building. Lin Xing's gaze fixated on the fleeing men and raptors, a glimmer of intelligence dawning upon his face. Then, he descended from the rock formation. Regardless of how events would unfold thereafter, he could not overlook the growth points at hand. Boom. The sound of his landing startled the raptors gnawing at the thunder lizards. Hiss. Upon witnessing a creature they had never seen before, one that exuded no pressure from the apex of the food chain, they charged forward without hesitation. The size of the towering thunder lizards mattered little. After all, weren't they also prey? In reality, what awaited them were 2 solid blocks of granite wielded by this new species. Defeated the initial form of the cunning ferocious hunter dragon LV6. Growth points, 13. Defeated the initial form of the cunning ferocious hunter dragon LV7. Growth points, 21. Defeated the initial form of the cunning ferocious hunter dragon LV7. Growth points, 24. 2 minutes later, Lin Xing, nursing several flesh wounds, discarded the now fractured rocks he had replaced twice, and made his way towards the entangled mass of flesh. Chapter 26. Dismantling the adventurer in Lin Xing's classification of hunting targets. He favored creatures that were not overly large, lacked formidable impact and biting force, yet exhibited aggressive tendencies. Such beings were akin to providing effortless experience points. Of course, this only applied to frontal confrontations, excluding ambushes. Ultimately, it all hinged on his growing confidence as he amassed experience through battles. On his way to the Thunder Dragon, Lin Xing procured a sizable rock, notably half the size of a person. He unleashed a trio of powerful strikes upon the head of a struggling, moaning Thunder Dragon. Killed initial body, steamed Bun Thunder Dragon LV2. Experience points 15 goodness. An LV2 herbivore yields this much? I can't let you escape now. After a moment of astonishment, Lin Xing seized the rock and dispatched the remaining 5 creatures, accumulating a total of 94 experience points. Within half an hour, he had garnered over 300 points, now reaching growth level LV3 for 1,423 8192. Casting a brief glance towards the direction the humans had departed, he set off towards another path, soon vanishing into the dense forest. He refrained from hunting any more creatures, even though he could easily collect additional experience points. Half an hour later, peering through the forest's edge, he beheld a towering stone wall across a chasm. The city gate had been barricaded, and the rudimentary drawbridge lay elevated. While resting to recuperate his briefly expended energy, he observed meticulously. Lin Xing maintained a healthy respect for firearms. Although compact, they possessed exceptional piercing capabilities. His current physique could withstand a few hits, but enduring a relentless barrage from a machine gun would likely prove fatal. Not spotting any armed humans, Lin Xing inhaled deeply, abandoning the pretense of upright bipedal movement. Muscles contracted as he gathered strength, utilizing all 4s to accelerate. Thud, 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 thud. He successfully traversed the deep chasm without incident, scaling the stone wall before swiftly climbing into the gap that guarded the city gate. Shielding his head with his hands as he squeezed through, he braced himself for a few bullets, yet encountered no danger. No crew, no natives. Perfect. He had no time to waste on these indigenous beings and continued his sprint. After navigating through another thicket, Lin Xing climbed onto a rocky outcrop and spotted the adventurer. It appeared rather distant. At this hour, the adventurer had been repaired and was anchored normally. He could not leap onto the ship like the natives at the outset. But there were lifeboats. Lin Xing leaped down from the rocks and, after a brief search, discovered 2 small white boats tethered outside a rock cave leading to the sea. Rather than approach directly, he first uprooted a cluster of shrubs and several leafy branches. Striding confidently towards the lifeboats, lying flat within the boat, he covered himself with foliage, using all limbs to slowly paddle. Initially unsteady, he gradually found his rhythm, increasing speed as he progressed. Klaus, the captain, and the others have returned. One of the two men idly chatting on the adventurer's deck tapped the shoulder of the other, gesturing towards the approaching lifeboat. Oh, for heaven's sake. Didn't the captain go to rescue Miss Annie? Why are they bringing back a bunch of trees? Who cares? Anything the captain deems worthy is undoubtedly a rare specimen. Like that beauty red from 2 years ago, which fetched a handsome sum in New York. I even heard it was later purchased by the White House and planted in the most prominent spot of the garden. Haha, with the captain's character? PLL returned home with a bonus. Prepare to hoist the cables. The two middle-aged men watched the rapidly approaching lifeboat and began their tasks. Yet, they soon sensed something was amiss. Oh, for crying out loud. Slow down, slow down. Do you want to die? Who's paddling? Amidst their curses, they lamented the impending loss of one or more companions in a lifeboat. As the small craft neared collision with the ship's hull, they dropped the mooring lines and retreated from the edge of the deck, fearing splintered wood might pierce them. Crack. Bang. Crack. 2 seconds later, the sounds reached their ears. But why was the crack heard first? In the next instant, that thought vanished, replaced by instinctual shock. They beheld two dark furry forms at the edge of the deck, followed by a large mass of fur that landed heavily on the deck, causing the high density. Anti-corrosive wood to creak under the strain. They watched as the massive black gorilla extended a finger, placing it against its lips, then leaned down slowly. Shoo, shoo, shoo. They could smell the nauseating, metallic scent of blood, yet their terror rendered these sensations automatically ignored by their minds. It was not until the gorilla turned and clanged towards the cabin, tearing a hole in the door, that their screams erupted. For heaven's sake. After yelling, they dashed to the edge of the deck, plunging into the water, each clinging to a piece of shattered hull, frantically swimming toward the rocks. Soon, they heard screams, the sound of water splashing, and gunfire, which abruptly ceased. Occasionally, they glimpsed familiar crew members who had fallen overboard, swimming towards them. After more than 10 minutes, they finally reached the nearest rocky outcrop, gasping for breath. Everything felt surreal, like a dream. Lin Xing had no intention of killing anyone, nor had he. The few who had fired upon him were merely struck down, aside from one who had been flattened. Though the bullet had pierced merely through the skin, it had embedded deeply enough to cause immense pain. Once alone on the ship, Lin Xing located a knife within one of the cabins, gritting his teeth against the agony as he extracted the bullet. He then began scouring for essential supplies. His first target was the armory. Although he held little hope, he nonetheless picked up a submachine gun, pulling the trigger with his fingernail. But it produced no sound nor ejected any bullets. Could firearms not function even in ruins? Disregarding it, he shifted his focus to a shark harpoon, specifically the accompanying spear. About a meter long with 4 razor-sharp blades at its tip. In the storyline, the captain had used this to injure a frenzied gorilla. He swiftly collected 2 boxes containing 10 spears. Furthermore, he discovered 2 additional spears with wooden shafts on the wall of the cabin occupied by the director, Carl. In the cabin of the famed Bruce, he found 5 golf clubs. After depositing these items on the deck, he ventured down to the hold where the lovesick playwright resided. A few minutes later, he returned with a pile of steel rods. The adventurer had engaged in numerous dubious dealings, trafficking in camels, white rhinos, and even humans. These steel rods were salvaged from dismantled cages. He retained only the relatively straight ones, discarding the rest. He then circled the deck again, dismantling the anti-fall handrails and protective barriers affixed to the cabins, securing 12 nearly 2-meter-long steel rods. His attention then turned to the 4 hoisting poles, each 5 to 6 meters long at the bow and stern of the ship, but they were far too cumbersome for navigation through the dense forest, leading him to abandon that idea. Finally, after some careful selection, feeling the weight was sufficient, he tied them into a bundle using a towing rope, slinging it over his shoulder before leaving the adventurer with a lifeboat in tow. Chapter 27. I come to conclude the iconic scene. Oh, what a sight. I have never encountered such a colossal gorilla. Even the smuggled lowland silverbacks pale in comparison. It is utterly terrifying, a memory that will haunt me for a lifetime. This creature shows no fear of firearms, and I pity Schmal and his companions. Have you noticed? This gorilla seems to possess a remarkable intelligence and does not exhibit a desire to kill. Thank God for that. Otherwise, we would all be doomed. Here it comes. Here it comes. God save us on the rocks. A group of terrified humans gazed at the lifeboat departing from the adventurer, their anxiety palpable, scarcely daring to breathe. The boat approached, drew near, and then vanished. As they watched, the gorilla flashed them a smile. Although it appeared benevolent, none wished to face it again. The lifeboat reached the shore, and Lin Xing, burdened with over 30 weapons of varying lengths, nearly half of which were crooked, dashed into the dense forest. Crossing the deep valley before the city gate once more, his journey aboard the adventurer had taken less than half an hour. And it had been nearly an hour since he had slain the thunder lizard. Yet he felt no sense of time wasted. With sufficiently robust and sharp weaponry in hand, his hunting efficiency would surely increase. Otherwise, his innate talents would remain underutilized. Casting a glance at the majestic city walls, he gripped a shark-hunting spear in each hand and resolutely plunged into the foliage. He speculated that King Kong must be on the cliff, teasing the girl in pajamas. Or perhaps she had already parted ways and was making her solitary return. The team, which had diverted the adventurer for the sake of a single woman, had likely retreated to rest, feed the fish, or hasten toward the cave where King Kong resided. Although he had previously calculated his time allocation, he needed to hasten his pace. It was not for the sake of participating in the narrative, which would offer him nothing but hinder his growth, but rather to confront the 3 Destroyer King lizards slain by King Kong. Naturally, he was also curious to ascertain the durability of Anne's pajamas. There was no need to retrace his steps, as that would lead him astray. He simply needed to run southwest, toward the highest terrain. King Kong, after all, did not prefer the lower grounds, whether in his lair or atop his sunset viewing perch. Minutes later, the elevation increased, confirming Lin Xing's shortcut was correct, prompting him to accelerate further. He began to encounter larger fauna along the way. He spotted enormous birds that walked on 2 legs, reminiscent of the Archaeopteryx. He observed dinosaurs resembling running creatures adorned with combs. He even encountered rhino-like dinosaurs, all cloaked in thick hide. Yet, he did not pause to hunt them down. At last, he reached the cliff's edge, facing another precipice across a deep valley. Which direction should he take? Just as Lin Xing hesitated, a girl's voice rang out, clear and crystalline. Indeed, women possess a much higher decibel than men. While internally scoffing, Lin Xing darted across the chasm toward the source of the voice. Soon, he heard another cry from the woman, followed by a deep, thunderous roar. The sounds grew closer, accompanied by the heavy breathing of more than one dinosaur. As he navigated past a massive protruding rock, he beheld the scene of a fierce battle. A gorilla towering over 7 meters, robust in stature, was retreating under the onslaught of 2 equally imposing Destroyer King lizards. It was not that King Kong had faltered. The sole reason a king retreats is for a woman. The pajama-clad damsel held tightly in his grip, willing to endure bites to her arm without relinquishing her hold. Indeed, by human standards, Anne was undeniably a beauty. Her cascading waves of hair, fair and smooth skin, and anxious demeanor evoked a sense of vulnerability that was hard to resist. No wonder King Kong was smitten, and the dinosaurs salivated. Even Lin Xing felt an intense urge to protect her. However, he did not act. The moment was not yet ripe for intervention. According to the narrative, a 3rd Destroyer King lizard would soon ambush King Kong from behind, only to be dodged. Following this, King Kong would engage in combat against all 3 Destroyer King lizards. Such was the allure of women. The foolishness of humanity was evident. And equally perplexing was the fact that 3 massive Destroyer King lizards were fixated on a woman who barely filled their dental gaps. True to form, mere moments later, a Destroyer King lizard launched a stealth attack from behind the slowly retreating King Kong. It did not aim for King Kong's throat, but rather opened its gaping maw to bite at the woman in his grasp. A fierce battle ensued. The clash of these 4 titanic beings echoed through the forest, uprooting trees and shattering rocks. Each strike reverberated with immense power. Lin Xing swallowed hard, contemplating how many times King Kong could crush him, and whether he could withstand the bite of a Destroyer King lizard. Of course, he would not be foolish enough to engage directly. In terms of agility and cunning, the 4 combatants were all lacking. With shark-hunting spears in hand, Lin Xing trailed the epic battlefield, ever poised to seize a fleeting opportunity. He knew he must act before King Kong crushed a Destroyer King lizard with a boulder. At a pivotal moment, when King Kong hurled one of the Destroyer King lizards away with one hand, Lin Xing recognized his chance. With bated breath, he steadied himself, legs and robust left arm propelling him forward, and the spear shot forth in a flash. As the Destroyer King lizard collapsed, Lin Xing's 1-meter-long spear pierced its lower jaw and neck. A resounding howl erupted, followed by a furious roar as it attempted to dislodge the foreign object. Suddenly, a cascade of black fur descended from above, followed by an even more intense surge of pain radiating from its jaw. The piercing shriek captured the attention of the titanic combatants. The 2 Destroyer King lizards, King Kong, and the woman in his grasp all turned their gazes in unison. They beheld a smaller gorilla perched upon the neck of the Destroyer King lizard, vigorously thrusting a weapon that emitted a high-frequency thrum. Each thrust unleashed torrents of blood and echoed with the creature's anguished cries. Upon witnessing their offspring's neck nearly severed, the two Destroyer King lizards erupted with rage, charging forward with a furious roar. King Kong, momentarily distracted, seemed to contemplate whether he was truly alone in this battle or if distant relatives lingered nearby. After a brief moment of wild thoughts, he too charged forth with a roar. Meanwhile, Lin, held firmly by King Kong, experienced a revelation. The sight of a gorilla clad in a vest, with trousers bound by a makeshift belt, and laden with an assortment of steel rods and golf clubs, utterly shattered her perception, leaving her more shaken than her encounters with both gorillas and dinosaurs. Lin Xing continued his rapid thrusts, having executed over a dozen strikes. And as the two furious Destroyer King lizards closed in, he swiftly ascended the rocky outcrop. Gazing upon the two enraged Destroyer King lizards, Lin Xing felt his own ferocity surge forth, pounding his chest and roaring with primal vigor, exuding an aura of wild dominance. After all, they could not reach him. Chapter 28. He initially intended to launch a surprise attack on the Devastation King Dragon. However, after throwing his spear, the outcome fell short of his expectations. The tip merely penetrated slightly. The defenses of the Devastation King Dragon proved too formidable, even at its relatively vulnerable lower neck and belly. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he refrained from further throws and opted to wield the spear himself, descending with another spear in hand. If I had two steel beams just now, I wouldn't have to take such risks. Sigh. Ultimately, my instantaneous burst of power is insufficient. If I could achieve the speed of a bullet, a single spear combined with my innate abilities could deliver tenfold damage, obliterating the neck of the Devastation King Dragon in an instant. Yet, due to the inherent limitations of animals, how could I possibly reach hundreds of meters per second? Lacking speed, I must compensate with sharpness and mass. Alas, what a vexing predicament. As he raged internally, the information appeared within mere seconds. Kill growth stage Devastation King Dragon LV1. Growth points 261. Indeed, it was a substantial reward, not a waste of over an hour's exertion. And this was merely the beginning. Lin Xing withdrew another spear from his back. The angle was advantageous. If he could thrust a spear into the mouth of the Devastation King Dragon, it would be perfect. Just then, the approaching King Kong let out an enraged roar, causing the two Devastation King Dragons to pivot. Damn. He glanced at the spear in his hand, then at the back of the Devastation King Dragon below, gritting his teeth, unsure if he could breach its defenses. He resolved to try. After all, he had multiple weapons. Of course, he did not intend to attempt another aerial descent. Such a tactic was only suitable for a surprise attack. If he failed to deliver a fatal blow, he would have to endure the weighty strikes of the dinosaurs. As for attempting a dragon rider's throat lock, that was purely absurd. Who are you? As he contemplated his target, King Kong's roar momentarily stunned him, for he comprehended the meaning behind the gorilla's expression. Can chimpanzees and gorillas communicate? Could it be? Lin Xing suddenly recalled the Northeast tiger leading a pack of cats in the square of the new district. Most of those cats were native species. If the Northeast tiger and the cats could not communicate, the outcome would either be mutual slaughter or one side's retreat. Could it be that members of the same family can communicate? The Northeast tiger belongs to the Felidae family, while chimpanzees and gorillas belong to the Hominidae family. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Xing turned to King Kong, who was emitting low growls, and attempted to respond, essentially saying, "Nephew, I am your grandfather's brother's son's older cousin. By lineage, you should call me uncle." King Kong paused, almost caught off guard by the two Devastation King Dragons that suddenly charged towards the woman at his palm. "Nephew, first toss your little pet over here, and I shall keep watch while you deal with these two giants." After shouting, Lin Xing launched the spear with all his might, which struck precisely as he envisioned. The spear's tip penetrated the side of the Devastation King Dragon, likely not even reaching the inner muscle fibers before being pinned. Nevertheless, the pain diverted the attention of the Devastation King Dragon towards Lin Xing. However, King Kong did not follow suit. Instead, he delivered a powerful punch that knocked the other Devastation King Dragon's head askew, then sprinted towards the rock wall where Lin Xing stood. Amidst the chaos of crumbling stones, he scaled the massive rock, positioning himself beside Lin Xing. A wave of terrifying pressure surged within Lin Xing, urging his cells to flee. Yet he resisted, remaining vigilant and prepared to bolt at any moment. King Kong towered over Lin Xing, being twice his height and 3 times his bulk. To compare them to humans, Lin Xing resembled a 3 or 4-year-old child standing next to an adult in King Kong. Naturally, Lin Xing was a sturdy and agile child. Below the towering rock, The roars of the two Devastation King dragons echoed, while above, the two members of the hominidae family exchanged heartfelt glances. Moments later, King Kong brought his enormous head close to Lin Xing, sniffing curiously. "I have no clue what you are smelling. Why have I never seen you before?" Then Lin Xing felt a gust of wind accompanied by breath, nearly leading him to believe he would be bitten. "My family resides far away. I am an adventurer from my clan. I heard there were fellow clan members here and traversed mountains and rivers to arrive." Lin Xing, undeterred, decided to engage the lonely orphan, feeling no burden in his heart. The two gorillas exchanged roars, and to an outsider, it might appear they were preparing for a fierce battle. After a time of alternating roars, King Kong gently placed the girl on the ground, uttering two low, affectionate sounds before leaping down the rock wall. He would exert all his strength to deal with the two Devastation King dragons that had dared to provoke him, inflicting numerous wounds. Observing King Kong's renewed vigor, Lin Xing did not join the fray as initially discussed, but instead turned his attention to the bewildered yet curious girl. He nodded amiably at her, swiftly carving words into the rock with the spear's tip. "I am help you," as Lin Xing stumbled through his writing. The girl stared in disbelief, her body trembling. "Jack misses you and is searching for you now. The monkey wants to mate with you. Then you will be eaten. Go now. Wait, give here your output set." He wrote quickly, uncertain of the grammar or the accuracy of the words, but he expressed his thoughts thoroughly, inscribing a large swath of letters on the ground. Then, ignoring the girl's astonishment, he descended the rock wall. Because King Kong's battle with the Devastation King dragons had moved far away, he could not attack. The dramatic scene was disrupted, allowing King Kong to confront the two Devastation King dragons with full force. Perhaps soon, the Devastation King dragons would find their jaws contorted at odd angles, losing 2 growth points unnecessarily. By the time Lin Xing arrived, the 3 colossal beings had already fought to the edge of the cliff. All 3 creatures possessed formidable strength. Wherever they went, trees splintered and stones flew. Of course, their defenses were equally robust. King Kong endured multiple bites, sustaining only superficial wounds, far from serious injury. The defenses of the Devastation King dragons were even more impressive. Their heads absorbed tons of force repeatedly without suffering concussions, and they remained vibrant after being thrown onto their backs. Lin Xing envied the might and resilience of the dominant creatures, but felt utterly inadequate. If he were King Kong, he would simply uproot a tree, strip it of branches, and strike at the vulnerabilities of the Devastation King dragons, ending the battle swiftly. "Come here, nephew." As Lin Xing bellowed, the hunting spear flew forth, embedding itself in one of the Devastation King dragon's hindquarters, leaving a gruesome wound. Oh, the hindquarters are also a weakness. The wounded Devastation King dragon turned, charging towards Lin Xing, its roar filled with an insatiable fury. Then, a 4-bladed spear flew through the air, striking precisely at its neck and belly. He had previously dispatched 2 using the same technique. Now, he was on the verge of claiming a third. While doing certain things in the same manner might become stale, in the pursuit of hunting, as long as one could secure a kill, it mattered not if the method remained unchanged for 1,000 years. Lin Xing gritted his teeth, unleashing 3 consecutive throws before the Devastation King dragon could reach him. However, an unforeseen event occurred. Chapter 29. The weight of loneliness. A colossal King Kong leaped from behind, alighting directly upon the back of the Destruction King dragon, its weight and momentum causing the creature to collapse to the ground. "Damn it. I summoned you to prevent you from tossing the 2 dragons off the cliff, not to assist me. I can handle this." Lin Xing, having just dodged, witnessed King Kong's powerful hands attempting to pry open the jaws of the Destruction King dragon. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward again, wildly extracting a steel rod from behind him while shouting, "Watch out, nephew, behind you." His warning was not to distract King Kong, but a genuine alert, as another Destruction King dragon was snapping its massive jaws at King Kong's neck. However, King Kong paid no heed, its hands still engaged in the struggle. Just before it could be bitten, King Kong delivered a swift strike with its hind leg, landing a powerful blow to the dragon's jaw. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Lin Xing leaped high into the air, gripping the steel rod, procured not only for cage dismantling but also as a weapon, aiming for the head of the Destruction King dragon. With a sharp crack, Lin Xing heard the sound of bones fracturing midair as he saw the dragon's jaw contort. The subsequent noises of the dragon's upper jaw breaking and Lin Xing plunging the steel rod into its eye followed in quick succession. The Destruction King dragon's body tensed and then slackened. "It's over. I've claimed the kill." Kill. Growth Stage Destruction King Dragon LV1. Growth points 273. The fleeting emotions of disappointment, and exhilaration intertwined. Hey, I didn't steal it. King Kong, oblivious to Lin Xing's sentiments, shifted its focus to the last. Even more enraged destruction, King Dragon. Lin Xing chuckled nervously as he swiftly withdrew the steel rod and 4 hunting spears embedded in the dragon's abdomen. Turning to lock onto the titanic beasts, seeking an opening. He had to be cautious. Had he been a second slower, the kill would have eluded him. It seemed King Kong relished breaking jaws. Within a minute, it had pinpointed its leverage. Lin Xing, too, initiated his charge. With a loud crack. As King Kong pried open the dragon's jaws, Lin Xing's spear penetrated deep inside. The dragon's throat bore no hard scales, and the blade, propelled by Lin Xing's momentum, reduced its brain to a pulp. Had it not struck the skull, it might have pierced entirely through. The tremendous impact even swayed King Kong. Despite its considerable weight of 8 to 9 tons. Kill. Growth stage destruction King Dragon LV2. Growth points 367 roar. Perfect coordination, nephew. King Kong stared at Lin Xing, now splattered with blood, momentarily taken aback, as if surprised by Lin Xing's prowess, while also seeming to begrudge the young man's glory. It listlessly pried at the dragon's inelastic jaw, then lowered its head and exhaled a gust of breath toward Lin Xing roar. Lin Xing extracted the jagged spear tip and bared his teeth in response. The exchange conveyed their sentiments. You stole my kill. Nonsense, I did not. After a brief vocal exchange, King Kong turned its somewhat crooked mouth toward Lin Xing and gave him a dismissive gesture, casting a sidelong glance. Lin Xing was momentarily stunned. This scene felt eerily familiar. But soon, King Kong seemed to recall something and dashed toward the previous cliffside. Lin Xing followed suit, snatching a handful of pulp from the Destruction King Dragon's head as he ran, munching on it. When the two primates ascended the colossal rock, the beauty, Annie, had already departed, leaving behind only a silk nightgown. King Kong picked up the garment and sniffed it, its breathing growing coarse as anger ignited within. Roar. Nephew, tell me, how have you fared all these years? Yet, King Kong appeared preoccupied with thoughts of females, showing little interest in Lin Xing's inquiries. After discarding the nightgown, it began to pound the ground violently, crashing about and vocalizing its frustration. Lin Xing dodged the chaos, knowing a blow from King Kong would be quite painful. However, King Kong's behavior oddly reassured Lin Xing, suggesting that it would likely not pursue him further. In pursuit of growth points, Lin Xing had disrupted the narrative, single-handedly vanquishing 3 destruction tyrannosaurs. The absence of a connection between King Kong and Annie only served to highlight the dominance of the male in the presence of the female. Coupled with Annie's departure, frightened by Lin Xing's crude English, their emotional bond diminished further. In truth, if Annie were to choose between King Kong and Lin Xing, she would most likely opt for Lin Xing, as he represented a form of civilized communication. Another reason could be that, despite his considerable size, Lin Xing was still smaller than King Kong, making him somewhat more tolerable. Lin Xing perceived that the emergence of such feelings was not solely due to King Kong's primal urges, but rather a profound loneliness. Much like how King Kong brought Annie to the highest point to witness the sunset, Lin Xing had observed King Kong's solitude in the narrative, recognizing that interpretations may vary among individuals. Now that Lin Xing had appeared, their brief interaction suggested that King Kong acknowledged this distant relative. King Kong's haughty demeanor after Lin Xing claimed the kill was also an expression of diminished loneliness, merely asserting who was the true alpha in the vicinity. As King Kong expressed its frustration, Lin Xing removed the protective cover from the sofa in the zoo's security room, wrapping himself in Annie's nightgown, feeling an immediate sense of smoothness and breathability. By this time, King Kong had vented its frustrations and appeared somewhat despondent. Lin Xing sensed the moment was right. He had no time to linger. Roar. Nephew, a little pet lost is inconsequential. Come, let Uncle take you to have some fun. King Kong, clearly disinterested, responded with an even louder roar. The two primates exchanged shouts across the distance, the essence of their communication revolving around the question of destination. Where to? I've explored every inch of this place. There's nothing exciting left. Don't worry, Uncle will take you to hunt dinosaurs. Why? I'm a vegetarian, and we just killed 3, which should last us for several days. Isn't it just you left here now? Do you know why? Because there are too many threatening dinosaurs. But I'm injured. That little wound is nothing for a great gorilla. Are you scared? Are you? Nonsense, I'm not. Soon, the scheming chimpanzee and the pain-stricken gorilla plunged into the dense forest. Yet, very quickly, the scheming chimp's laughter faded. Damn it, 3 times in a row. The prey had vanished before they could even approach. Lin Xing cast a forlorn glance at the gorilla beside him, feeling a sense of helplessness. Chapter 30. The shocking discovery of the golden treasure chest. The two gorillas began to mumble, their expressions filled with concern. "Oh dear, my dear nephew. Your injuries are too severe. Perhaps you should return." "No, this minor injury means nothing to a king. I cannot allow you to look down upon me." "But nephew, you are the last of your family. What if? Please, listen to your uncle." "Oh, obey me. I will not leave you here alone. Once you have healed, I will take you to find your kin." "Very well. My home is not far from here." Lin Xing observed the fearsome and grotesque figure of the gorilla, sensing a glimmer of hope and yearning in its demeanor, and fell into silence. After weighing the brief conflict between reason and emotion, he murmured softly. The gorilla instantly displayed a joyful expression, dancing about with delight. The larger and smaller gorillas, belonging to different species yet of the same family, turned and ran in a particular direction. Before long, they emerged from the dense forest, and the sight before Lin Xing left him astounded. Across the shallow river stood a towering cliff, with a staircase carved into its steep face, leading to the summit. On either side of the staircase, there were stone carvings resembling skulls, from which waterfalls cascaded into the shallow river below. This was evidently a remnant of civilization. After regaining his composure, Lin Xing quickened his pace, leaping into the river to catch up with the gorilla, following it as they ascended the staircase. The gorilla moved slowly. Lin Xing understood, as both its arms bore the marks of the devastating bites from the Dragon King. Yet, no matter how slow, there would come a time when they would reach the top. Upon entering the gorilla's cave, Lin Xing was met with the sight of a massive white skeleton leaning against the cave wall. The gorilla paused momentarily, and in that instant, Lin Xing recognized that this was an unintentional display of the gorilla's loneliness after encountering him. After all, the gorilla passed by here several times a day. It could not possibly exhibit such behavior each time. As they continued deeper into the cave, the ground was littered with more skeletons, and the gorilla would periodically glance around. There were many bones, and the gorilla moved slowly. Lin Xing offered no words of comfort. At this point, any attempt to console felt inauthentic, as he knew he would soon depart, and this time, it would be forever. After traversing past the bones and exiting the cave, the gorilla climbed up to a high platform, turning to gaze down at Lin Xing. "Damn it. I have only 10 minutes. I must leave in 10 minutes. Lin Xing set a deadline for himself, though he was unsure how to measure the time, merely a rough estimate. He too began to scale the rocky surface. "What's this?" As Lin Xing emerged, half of his head peeking out, he was captivated by the dazzling golden hue emanating from a chest the size of 6 bottles of liquor pressed against the rock wall. The size, the patterns. But why did it exude a brownish-yellow sheen? Surely it was not merely due to the light, as the sun had already begun its descent. Lin Xing glanced at the breathtaking scenery around him before redirecting his gaze to the chest. He swiftly made his way over, his quick movements leaving the gorilla momentarily stunned. Touching the chest, he felt a familiar texture. There was no mistaking it. It was identical to the treasure chest he had encountered previously. Lowering his head closer to the chest, he briefly looked towards the sun at 3 or 4 o'clock, but quickly averted his gaze, his breath becoming suddenly labored. The sun had been obstructed from his view, and the brownish-yellow sheen on the chest was certainly not a mere reflection. Lin Xing's expression grew increasingly grave. Ruins, Skull Island, the narrative, the high rewards for growth points. The gorilla, the golden treasure chest. Countless thoughts collided in his mind, the spark of wisdom illuminating his features. The gorilla observed its distant relative trembling, questioning with a low grunt. Receiving no response, the gorilla poked at Lin Xing, who remained unresponsive. Finally, the gorilla sat down, gazing contemplatively into the distance. After a moment, Lin Xing, now sitting beside the gorilla, joined it in admiring the splendid view. "Oh dear nephew, beautiful." "What? Beautiful? What does it mean?" "You are handsome." "Oh, I am handsome. I am beautiful." The two gorillas engaged in a low murmuring conversation. Their previous roars replaced by soft utterances. "Nephew, do you remember your parents?" "I do not." "What is the earliest memory you possess?" "I only remember myself." Lin Xing turned and pointed at the golden treasure chest. "Do you recall when this chest appeared?" The gorilla also turned its head to follow Lin Xing's gesture, but quickly pulled back. "What chest? What are you talking about?" "Nothing." Lin Xing fell silent for a moment before continuing. "Nephew, have you ever thought about leaving?" "I do not know." "Nephew, this is an island. A very small island, like this." Lin Xing extracted a shark-hunting spear and began etching into the hard rock. Soon, he had outlined the shape of Skull Island. The island lay upon the water, surrounded by a vast world beyond, resembling this. Lin Xing stood up and continued to draw. sketching the rough outlines of the 7 continents and 4 oceans. Nephew, here, there are still some of your kin living, but they are not as large as you. If you go, you would surely become the king of your kind. Lin Xing pointed to several locations on the map that represented Africa. Oh. The gorilla lowered its head to gaze at the positions Lin Xing indicated, a joyful smile spreading across its face. You must long for it. Hearing the gorilla's low, happy murmurs, Lin Xing's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I may not be able to take you with me. What? Suddenly, a sharp object was thrust into the gorilla's mouth. In the next moment, it was engulfed by excruciating pain, and then eternal darkness descended upon it. Blood and flesh erupted from the gorilla's orifices, drenching Lin Xing in a macabre crimson. The gorilla's body, now slumped forward, fell to the ground. Killed mutant growth-type gorilla LV4. Growth points 1287. I'm sorry. A tremendous reward appeared, yet this time, Lin Xing's heart was filled with complexity. He stared blankly at the gorilla's corpse, motionless. Seconds later, a flash of red light flickered, and the shark-hunting spear clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. There was no ash or gray. Instead, a magnificent golden key lay upon the rock, gleaming even more brightly under the setting sun. Ooh, ooh. Lin Xing let out a roar toward the heavens, pounding his chest in a fit of rage. It was not a display of the grandeur of strength, but rather an outpouring of his inner turmoil. He had slain a kin, one he cherished. One who was lonely and pitiable, although this kin was destined for death. His thunderous roar echoed through the wilderness for nearly half a minute before it subsided. Lin Xing picked up the golden key and approached the treasure chest. Chapter 31. A difficult choice after a slight cracking sound. Much smoother than that of a silver coin, the treasure chest opened. Exotic Gorilla Optimization Solution X1 allows for species transformation upon use. 09 Generation Bone Marrow Essence X1 grants 700 growth points, limited to growth body level 3. 09 Generation Neural Anomaly Serum X1 enhances muscle nerve sensitivity by 54, limited to growth body level 3. 09 Generation Growth Hormone X1 accelerates the secretion of stress growth hormones in the blood by 51, limited to growth body level 3. 09 Generation Calcium Collagen Gel Solution X1 increases bone density by 47, toughness by 49, limited to growth body level 3. Special Item, Anti-Intelligence Pill X1 expands the C3 area of the left brain upon use. Special Item, Black Symbol X1, no information available. The golden treasure chest contained a mere 6 items, 5 metallic tubes and 1 dark pill. The unknown black symbol appeared on the interface, akin to the previous Relic S universal emblem. As Lin Xing surveyed the contents of the chest, he did not eagerly consume them as he had with the first 2 chests. This was due to the presence of the blue tube, which promised transformation into a formidable creature. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xing sat beside the chest, lost in contemplation. The gorilla was a dominant species, unparalleled in size, strength, reflexes, and defense, particularly when coupled with the tool-utilizing prowess of primates and the cunning of humans, rendering it nearly invincible. This temptation was irresistible, even for Lin Xing. Of course, consuming the solution would transform him into an initial level 1 gorilla. He believed that even in this nascent state, the gorilla's height and weight would not fall short of his current form. While its skeletal structure, internal organs, and neural responses might initially lag, the substantial coefficient bonuses that accompanied leveling up would soon equalize these discrepancies. Once he reached the growth stage, he might very well match his current self. Upon attaining level 4, he would embody the true form of a gorilla, towering over 7 meters, capable of devastating the environment with sheer force. Though the defensive capabilities of dominant species are often hampered by their primate lineage, the gorilla had withstood the incredible bite force of the tyrant dragon multiple times and remained vibrant, proving its defenses were not wholly inadequate. Moreover, the slow leveling of dominant species was a minor concern. Ordinary creatures might reach maturity, but in the presence of an initial level 1 gorilla, they would be easily dispatched. The term dominant species was enough to compensate for any shortcomings. Yet, he forced himself to retain some semblance of rationality. The sole reason for his hesitance was his unique talents. He was uncertain if these abilities would persist after transforming into a gorilla. If they were lost, was it worth exchanging his talents for that of a gorilla? Frustrated and indecisive, Lin Xing picked up a flat stone, etching a 1 on one side and a 0 on the other with the tip of his spear. He tossed the stone into the air, closed his eyes, and upon its descent, opened them to find the 0 facing upwards. Sighing, he resolved not to drink it. He bypassed the tube containing the gorilla solution and the one for growth points, instead selecting the other three and consuming them in one gulp. The tubes vanishing as he did. With a gurgle, he mixed the three distinct flavors in his mouth before swallowing. The delightful sensation quickly gave way to a tingling feeling throughout his body, enhancing his neural responses and bone strength, significantly boosting his latent abilities. Oh, if only I had transformed into a gorilla and then consumed these substances, how absurdly powerful I would be. Yet, even if I do not become a gorilla, can I not indulge in some complaints? Next, Lin Xing picked up the dark pill, sniffed it. There was no scent, and placed it in his mouth. The taste was revolting, reminiscent of a catastrophic fall in a filthy restroom, with the sensation of crushed maggots clinging to his fingers, sun-dried, and then sucked on. It was enough to make him gag. However, he could not afford to expel it. The reward from the golden chest was too precious. After lingering on the taste for a while, he felt no noticeable changes in his body, leaving him to question whether this was a cruel joke. Hesitating, he reached for the remaining 2 tubes, but withdrew his hand. There was no prompt this time. With a soft whimper, Lin Xing used both hands to grasp the golden treasure chest, straining with all his might, yet it remained unyielding. Unwilling to concede, he persisted, only to ultimately relent. No longer wishing to squander time, he retrieved the metallic tubes, watching the radiant chest disappear under his reluctant gaze. He tucked the 2 tubes into his waistband, the only available storage space. The cool touch against his skin sent a shiver through him. He did not intend to use the gorilla solution for himself. It would be for Tang Xingji. She had been spoiled twice. There would be no third time. No matter what, he must ensure she transforms into a gorilla. With her life secured, they could communicate, and though the essence could be consumed now, it would yield maximum efficacy only when he reached level 4. The 3 tyrant dragons and the gorilla had granted him 2,188 growth points, placing him at level 3, 6,611, 8,192. With just 1,158 more points, he could ascend to level 4. He could still linger on Skull Island for half a day. Level 4 was within reach, even a significant step towards level 5, provided he fought throughout the night. Lin Xing gazed at the splendid scenery before him, then turned and descended the high platform. He felt a pang of regret for the gorilla's demise, yet he did not regret his choice, nor would he allow himself to do so. Given the chance to start anew, he would make the same decision. Exiting the gorilla's cave, he followed the staircase down, with several metrics significantly enhanced. His movements became lighter and more fluid, bringing him immense joy. As he entered the shallow river, Lin Xing sprinted towards the diagonal opposite, where a sturdy horned dragon was leisurely drinking. He approached closely before the dragon finally lifted its head to regard him, rather than fleeing. Its initial response was an anxious shuffle, emitting a low growl of warning. If Lin Xing were so easily frightened, he would not have come this far. Brandishing a hunting spear, he ran while aiming accurately. As he closed the distance, the horned dragon began to accelerate as well. Whoosh, bang, squeak. The hunting spear soared over 20 meters, striking the dragon's snout with a resounding thud, splattering blood into the air. Though the skull partially absorbed the impact, it had still breached its defenses. Just as he was about to throw another spear, Lin Xing reconsidered and charged towards the horned dragon, where the first spear had been dislodged. Bang! The 2 colossal beasts collided, sending a spray of water into the air, obscuring the scene within. Half a minute later, as the swirling murk began to settle, Lin Xing's grinning visage emerged. Chapter 32, Ascending to Level 4 with a Triumphant Shout. Lin Xing successfully defeated an initial level Xianjian Jiao Long at level 8, earning himself 43 growth points. The thrill and exhilaration of engaging in direct combat were undeniably superior to the mere act of tossing projectiles from a distance. Yet, the pain was excruciating. This was Lin Xing's first encounter in close quarters with a creature larger than himself, but he was not foolish enough to engage in a head-on collision. Instead, when the 2 collided, he deftly evaded the immense weight of the Xianjian Jiao Long, skillfully thrusting his hunter shark spear into its neck from the side. The power of the spear, wielded in hand, was far more formidable than a thrown weapon, creating a gaping wound in the creature's neck. Although he endured several retaliatory strikes from the Xianjian Jiao Long, including a deep gash from a bony horn across his left rib, it did not impede his victory. After a brief retreat, he washed away the grime in the crystal-clear river and made his way towards the shadowy forest. Adhering to a few principles, avoiding the water and dark caves while hunting large animals, Time slipped away from Lin Xing's awareness as he plunged a steel rebar with a welded fork into the head of a 5-meter-long canine-like creature. With this kill, he dispatched an initial level Shurskin Ha Xin beast at level 8, earning another 39 growth points. Ah, yes, level 4 is within reach. In the next moment, a wave of intense exhilaration coursed through his entire being. His exterior underwent a transformation, his physique grew taller, broader, and more robust, while numerous minor wounds and patches of fur began to mend visibly. Internally, his bone density, organs, and neural responses surged, with red blood cells and stem cells undergoing division and reorganization, including in a small region of his left brain. Seconds later, Lin Xing's height officially surpassed 3 meters. He accessed his interface. Lin Xing, species, chimpanzee, height, 3, 26 meters, weight, 1,224 kilograms, talent, 10x damage, 10x life, growth stage, level 4, growth points, 8203 16,392. Haha, I am now a level 4 growth entity. Who can stand against me on Skull Island? Lin Xing surveyed his newly enhanced form, his body now larger, harder, and darker. He struck his hands together and let out a wild whoop, releasing the excitement bubbling within him. Meanwhile, in a city, Huagua, a ragdoll cat, no larger than a calf, perched on a roof eave, peering through a window at 2 muscular chimpanzees herding 3 goats. In a moment of sudden action, the ragdoll cat leaped, seemingly defying gravity, and sank its teeth into the neck of a goat that had just bolted in panic from the corridor. The tremendous impact sent both animals tumbling several meters. As they rolled, the goat's neck artery was torn open, and the cat's claws further exacerbated the wound, ignoring the goat now writhing in its death throes. The ragdoll cat coordinated its limbs to pursue another. In less than half a minute, 2 of the 3 goats lay dead at its paws, while the remaining one was dismembered by the 2 chimpanzees. The cat, clutching a piece of tender meat, climbed back onto the eave to bask in the last rays of sunlight, replenishing the energy expended in its brief frenzy. This ragdoll cat was none other than Tang Qingqing. After Lin Xing departed, she chose not to seek her father in Dream City, but instead led 7 chimpanzees in another direction. It was not that she doubted her father. Rather, she yearned for growth, unwilling to remain an ineffectual burden. She began guiding the chimpanzees in pursuit of prey, having already dispatched over 100 animals in an afternoon, most of which were chickens and ducks. Occasionally, she would collaborate with the chimpanzees to hunt larger pigs and dogs. Though the inherent wildness of the chimpanzees and the language barrier rendered her unable to issue commands, thus, they relied on instinct, growing increasingly adept in their coordination. During this time, they encountered large packs of animals, but thanks to their level advantage and climbing skills, they navigated the dangers unscathed. Meow. I am only 4 growth points away from reaching level 9. This is too slow. Before Lin Xing returns, I might not reach the growth stage. Taking a bite of the tender meat, she instinctively opened her interface to check, a habit she repeated almost every minute. This time, Tang Qingqing was taken aback, quickly followed by overwhelming joy. She noticed that Lin Xing's name had changed to reflect his status as a level 4 growth entity. It hasn't been long. Just a few hours ago, you reached level 3, Lin Xing. The world erupted in a flurry of insults, largely incited by Lin Xing's ascent. The insults came from creatures on the rankings or those close to it. Unlike ordinary animals, who could only post every 10 minutes, those on the leaderboard were unrestricted in their communications. Animals dedicated to maintaining Lin Xing's reputation, or perhaps the remaining dignity of Huagua, swiftly took to the national channel to voice their sentiments regarding Lin Xing. Most participants in the discourse possessed some level of strength. The majority of ordinary animals were too occupied adapting to the increasingly chaotic world, focusing on survival and hunting. A dinosaur, exceeding 10 meters in length and standing over 5 meters tall, resembling a slender Tyrannosaurus rex or a larger velociraptor, approached in city at a steady pace. Zhang Tong, who was supposed to have arrived earlier, had just reached her growth stage when she received news of a bronze treasure chest's appearance. She quickly ordered her elite unit to clear the area and personally rushed over. Those high-ranking individuals, notified an hour in advance, found their messages transformed into peculiar greetings if relayed to others. Yet, they could still command their troops without hindrance, which resulted in a concentration of forces post-catastrophe. Originally a mere strategist, Zhang Tong became a pillar of strength. As soldiers turned into animals, they swiftly reorganized into diverse species and commenced operations with remarkable efficiency. Had they not adhered to certain guidelines, the soldiers turned animals would have grown even more rapidly by slaughtering the city. The elite unit, composed of military dogs along with domesticated canines. Boasted members already nearing level 9 and on the cusp of growth. However, they remained unable to confront the blade mantis guarding the bronze treasure chest, as a direct assault would only serve to enhance the opponent's growth. When Zhang Tong arrived, she, along with several level 8 and level 9 allies, sustained severe injuries before ultimately vanquishing the level 1 blade mantis. Chapter 33. The potent narrative correction power in the subsequent 2 to 3 hours. Zhang Tong hunted ordinary creatures while nursing his wounds, departing from Xian City only after he had healed to hasten toward City. In truth, most of these ordinary creatures were once humans transformed into animals, yet who would genuinely care? This reflects the tragic plight at the base of the food chain. A sacrifice made under the guise of certain so-called beliefs and the consideration of greater interests. Zhang Jingguo, Kazua Tyrannosaurus Growth, Level 1 Xiaotong. What progress have you made? Zhang Tong, Meyer Tyrannosaurus Growth, Level 1, I should arrive before nightfall. Zhang Jingguo, Kazua Tyrannosaurus Growth, Level 1 Good, be cautious. Xiaoqiu, contact a few specialists to form a strike team. You will lead. Prepare a detailed plan for a bronze and silver treasure chest. Is that feasible? Chu Tongyu, Southern Ancient Ape Growth, Level 1 Zhang Laosher. I can manage that. Zhang Jingguo, Kazua Tyrannosaurus Growth, Level 1 Excellent. Let us expedite the process. For now, let's reduce our investment in treasure chests temporarily. We've discovered quite a few recently, yet the strategies implemented have been minimal, with significant casualties. Wait for Xiaoqiu. Lu Yongmin, Special Tyrannosaurus Initial Level 1 Understood. Tang Dongjun, Yongchuan Dragon Initial Level 1 Agreed. Li Qingping, Lamadarex Initial Level 9 Zhang Laosher. We currently lack the scientific instruments for detection and data collection. We can only conduct probabilistic analyses through sampling animals from levels 0 to 9. The two consequences mentioned by that voice have already manifested, but the impact on native creatures remains uncertain. However, transformed humans exhibit signs of reduced intelligence, hyperactivity, and agitation. Although these symptoms are not yet pronounced, they may escalate severely over time. Zhang Jingguo, Kazua Tyrannosaurus Growth, Level 1 Understood, keep monitoring closely. Principal Tan, what progress has been made in the study of the ruins? Tensishua Southern Ancient Ape Initial Level 9 None. The guardian monsters are far too formidable, even stronger than those guarding the silver treasure chests. Additionally, their active range is extensive, making them currently unassailable. If not for leveling up, Lin Xing would need to rest and replenish his energy after prolonged combat, requiring sustenance to recover his losses. The ascension in levels effectively eradicates various negative states, revitalizing both spirit and vigor. With audacity akin to a skilled artist, he resolved to hunt throughout the night. However, he was not a nocturnal predator like Felix, and thus, caution was warranted. Lin Xing stowed his shark-hunting spear and set off toward the east. Although the spear's tip was serrated and the shaft bent, and even the steel shark-hunting spear resembling a golf club he carried was imperfectly shaped, he could not bear to part with them. His target was the valley teeming with colossal thunder dragons within the storyline. At night, it was indeed more prudent to hunt herbivorous creatures. One misstep could lead to a fatal encounter with the Tyrant King Dragon, leaving no room for lamentation. Not far into his venture, Lin Xing was startled by a woman's panicked cries and, after a moment of daze, continued onward. Goodness. Having been away for so long was a perilous choice. Lin Xing bared his teeth in a grimace and swiftly altered his course toward the source of the commotion. As he rounded a hillside, catching a glint of light, he spotted Annie, clad only in a tank top, running in terror. Behind her pursued a dinosaur smaller than the Tyrant King Dragon, with a slender snout and flailing forelimbs. The dinosaur was evidently faster than the barefooted Annie, yet always narrowly missed her at the last moment. Annie's direction of escape led her straight towards him. What a coincidence! With his legs and robust left arm firmly supporting his body, he raised the shark-hunting spear, pulling it back. It seemed he hadn't assumed this posture in ages. A peculiar thought flitted through his mind as the spear transformed into a streak of cold light, flying downward at an angle. After launching 3 projectiles, Lin Xing leaped from the low ridge. Bang, hiss, screech. Bang, hiss, screech. Lin Xing could only vaguely perceive the substantial damage inflicted by the shark-hunting spear, but as night fell, the blood spattering before his eyes appeared dark. Clutching the spear, Lin Xing charged forward, crouching down to evade the dinosaur's gaping jaws. Twisting midair, he landed upon the creature's back. The force of his impact caused the dinosaur to topple forward, and Lin Xing, with a reverse grip on the spear, thrust it into the creature's ear. With one thrust insufficient, he exerted force with his other hand, piercing through to the opposite side of its skull, and the dinosaur convulsed twice before collapsing lifelessly. Kill beginner level 9 strong ferocious dragon. Growth points 72. Thus, the once formidable carnivorous dinosaur was effortlessly dispatched by Lin Xing in a fluid motion. Extracting 2 shark-hunting spears from the fallen beast, he collected 2 more from the ground nearby. Ignoring the pale, panicked Annie in the distance, he continued his sprint towards the Thunder Dragon Valley. Yet, Annie seemed to have overcome her fear, following him at a distance. Lin Xing grinned, wishing to accelerate and shake her off, but for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly halted and turned to face Annie. She too paused, gazing up at him, her demeanor igniting a peculiar emotion within Lin Xing unconsciously. He extended his hand, yearning to grasp hers. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, a small region in his left brain sparked to life with heightened activity. In an exterior display, Lin Xing shivered, his arms suspended in midair, as if the very air had solidified. A spark, referred to as wisdom, clashed within his mind, illuminating his expression, narrowing his eyes and baring his teeth. He leaned closer to Annie, locking gazes for a brief moment. He retrieved the shark-hunting spear he had just set down and began to write on the ground, showcasing an impressive vocabulary. "Are you not afraid of me?" Annie, observing Lin Xing's writing, obediently shook her head and then nodded. Lin Xing continued to inscribe. "Do you wish to follow me?" Annie nodded once more. "Why?" She cautiously replied, "My man. Stay safe with you. I'm sure you'll protect me." This was the first time Lin Xing heard Annie speak words beyond her screams, and they were melodious to his ears. He continued to write, "I will kill Zhuagin. No safety." Annie nodded resolutely. "Please don't leave me, please." Lin Xing fell silent for 2 seconds before writing. "Okay, but you must promise me one thing." "No problem. Anything will do." Annie's face brimmed with hope and expectation, yet she froze upon reading Lin Xing's subsequent words. "If I want to make love with you, will you agree?" Her gaze wandered to the parts of her body concealed beneath her attire, instinctively retreating. Lin Xing grinned, revealing a benevolent smile akin to that of a chimpanzee, and continued, "Just kidding." He then sheathed the shark-hunting spear in the net on his back and extended his right hand toward Annie. His expression radiated wisdom, leaving him curious about her choice. 1 second, 2 seconds, several seconds later, Annie stepped closer to Lin Xing's outstretched hand. Lin Xing smiled broadly, taking hold of her slender waist. Though his hand was not large enough to encompass it fully, the sensation was astonishing, the fabric delicate. Perhaps he had gripped a bit too tightly, as Annie squirmed uneasily. Lin Xing gently eased his grip, lifting her before him, guiding her toward his shoulder. In the next moment, and was hurled directly towards the ground. Chapter 34. A series of uncanny events. With a resounding thud, the exquisite visage and alluring form collided with the rocky ground, producing a crisp sound. Lin Xing cast not a glance at the scattered remains, striding away with determination. "Damn it, I am not invincible. What kind of absurd plot correction is this?" he lamented, nearly forced into a state of bewilderment. "I extend my noble character of truth, goodness, and beauty to save you once, and now you cling to me?" he thought. "If I truly lift you onto my shoulders, the readers will surely condemn me." With clarity in his thoughts, Lin Xing sprinted joyfully. Suddenly, he thrust both spears into the ground, embedding them half a meter deep, executing a sharp halt. In the next moment, he propelled himself backwards, landing again as he withdrew 2 hunting spears, every cell in his body taut with tension. For there, a figure emerged abruptly before him. A woman with a silk-strapped dress, golden wavy hair cascading down her back, skin smooth and fair, and an expression of delicate fragility, standing barefoot. What the hell? She was just smashed to a pulp. A chill surged from the soles of his feet, coursing through his thighs, bladder, and neck, striking Lin Xing's mind with a jolt. How can a woman run amok on Skull Island and remain unscathed? Her attire remains intact as she navigates the trees, and she slides down the mountain without a scratch. This must be scripted. But now? Now it had escalated into a supernatural incident. The plot is flawed. Lin Xing leaned forward, baring his teeth in a howl, trying to assert dominance, though he felt utterly insecure. Yet, regardless of how he roared, the woman in the strap dress and gazed at him with an expression of pitiful innocence. His shouts grew weaker until he fell silent. Swallowing hard, he suppressed his discomfort and fixed his gaze on Anne. With his right hand, he inscribed on the ground, "Who are you?" As soon as he finished, he retreated cautiously, and just as he took a step back, and responded, "I'm Anne. Stay safe with you. I'm sure you'll protect me." The voice remained unchanged, and her expression mirrored that of a vulnerable damsel, intensifying Lin Xing's dread. At a distance of more than 10 meters, in the dead of night, the letters he had scrawled were grotesque, and in his heightened state of anxiety, he might not even recognize his own writing. Okay, and I have something to say goodbye. He completed the message, offering a strained smile before pivoting and sprinting away. After a few paces, the spears returned to his back, and he ran with unparalleled speed, perhaps even reaching the velocity of a cheetah. Yet, to his dismay, and appeared once more in his path, prompting him to make a sharp turn. This happened again and again, a series of more than 10 encounters, each time she materialized directly in his frantic escape route. Damn it! Again, and unexpectedly stood in his way, and in a moment of instinct, Lin Xing drew a hunting spear and hurled it towards her. The spear struck, and blood and flesh erupted as an S form was obliterated. Isn't this supposed to be lethal? Lin Xing gathered his composure, extracting another spear as he cautiously approached. Indeed, she was dead. There could be no doubt about the evidence of blood and organs. He swept through the remnants, no larger than 10 centimeters remaining. The chill that had enveloped his mind gradually receded. As he stepped over the scattered remains, he turned abruptly, only to find the remnants still there. He walked a few more steps, turned again, and still saw the remains. It wasn't he until he was nearly out of sight that he glanced back, and once more, the remnants lingered. Huh. Lin Xing exhaled a sigh of relief before accelerating again. Yet how? And was before him yet again, clad in the same strap dress, with the same smooth, fair skin, and that same heart-wrenching expression. Is this ever going to end? He muttered, brandishing his spear. Who the hell are you? A man. Stay safe with you. I'm sure you'll protect me. The response was unchanged. Lin Xing grimaced, shaking his spear in frustration. Just as he was about to throw it, a flash of insight struck him, and the atmosphere grew eerily still. After a moment, he took a deep breath, pointing the spear at the ground. I will kill Zhuagin, no safety. Upon writing this, he locked his gaze onto and, please don't leave me. Please, observing and shake her head, and then nod. Lin Xing felt as if a question in his heart had found its answer. Yet, even more profound questions began to surface, entangling his thoughts. Damn. The scene fell into silence once more. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xing emitted a sound of frustration, a groan born from unanswered questions. Taking a deep breath, he shifted to a clearer space, inscribing, okay. But you must promise me one thing. No problem. Anything will do. And S face radiated hope and expectation. In their first encounter, Lin Xing felt a surge of protective instinct as a powerful male. In the second, his mindset had shifted entirely. He only wished to distance himself from this bizarre recurrence. If I want to make love with you, will you agree? He noticed N's gaze drop as she stepped back, prompting him to continue writing. Yes, I do. With a thud, the hunting spear fell to the ground, rolling to a stop against Lin Xing's foot. What? Did I say that? His expression turned blank as he looked at N. Had he mentioned it or not? At that moment, self-doubt crept in, as he struggled to remember if he had indeed said such a thing. In his line of sight, N approached him barefoot. Should I yield to her? No. I cannot indulge in such chaos. What if something even stranger occurs? Bending down, he picked up the hunting spear and swiftly completed his unfinished sentence. Joke. In that instant, Lin Xing felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then returned the spear to the mesh pouch on his back and extended his right hand toward the approaching N. I hope I am right. 1 second. 2 seconds, several moments later, and moved closer to his outstretched palm. Ah, this ridiculous relic of the past, this absurd narrative, and this incessant strangeness. Lin Xing clasped her slender waist, but his hand was insufficient to encompass her completely. The sensation was astonishing, smooth and delicate. Yet, it felt akin to holding something utterly repulsive. Why are you writhing? I merely touched you. I didn't hurt you. Feeling her body twist, Lin Xing gently exerted pressure, drawing in closer to him, lifting her to his shoulder. This time, she did not tumble away. Lin Xing was not as tall or robust as a giant, so lifting her felt akin to carrying a young girl of 7 or 8. A weight of over 100 pounds was manageable for him, yet it undeniably affected his movements. Sigh, I can only stay for a maximum of 24 hours. I doubt we will reach New York together. He muttered internally, preparing to head toward the direction of Thunder Dragon Canyon. At that moment, a possibility suddenly dawned upon him. He halted his steps once more, substituting his pen with a spear. I shall take you to a safe place, all right? After inscribing these words, he turned to glance at Annie, who was perilously close, his expression tinged with anxiety. Thank you. He exhaled deeply. Moreover, This composition is not merely a matter of filling space. It holds a profound significance, though it appears somewhat awkward in my expression. Chapter 35. Evaluation of S. Half an hour later, Lin Xing cautiously approached the edge of the dense forest. Through the gaps in the towering trees, he gazed at the imposing walls on the opposite side of the ravine. The area was illuminated by torches, and he could hear the clattering sounds made by humans behind the city. This must be part of the plot to capture the Titan. Lin Xing carefully removed Annie from his shoulder and took a step back, using his spear as a makeshift pen. Go. Nice to meet you. Goodbye. He pointed toward the city walls, signaling for Annie to depart. Thank you very much, he added, gesturing amiably. Under Lin Xing's watchful gaze, Annie stepped out of the forest and onto the suspension bridge. Just as he was about to shift his gaze away, a chill shot up his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In the moment before Annie's figure faded entirely, he caught a glimpse of her turning back with a peculiar smile. Lin Xing was momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain his composure. After hurriedly scanning his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he turned and fled. He quickly stowed his spear on his back, his limbs working in unison as he charged through the terrain, as if a ferocious hound were nipping at his heels. Thoughts raced through his mind as he ran, relieved not to encounter the abruptly appearing Annie again. Ultimately, his chaotic musings morphed into frenzied slaughter. Time slipped away, leaving him unable to track its passage. He only knew to pause when fatigue set in, devouring food to hasten his recovery. His rampage continued until wounds marked his entire body, and every time he sat down, the urge to close his eyes and succumb to slumber overwhelmed him. During this period, he had hunted countless creatures, encompassing reptiles, mammals, and oviparous species. Any creature he laid eyes upon met a grim fate, with dinosaurs being the most numerous. He amassed 2,827 growth points from his efforts. Despite his mental exhaustion, Lin Xing climbed the tallest tree he could find, fashioning a makeshift bed from twisted steel reinforcements. Gripping two spears that had long lost their sharpness, he drifted into sleep. When he next opened his eyes, daylight had arrived. With a swift reaction, he leapt to his feet. Phew, the sun has only just risen. Lin Xing feared he might have inadvertently wasted precious hours of daylight. In truth, according to the normal passage of time, he had fallen asleep around 3 in the morning, and by now, he had barely slept for 3 hours. Once he confirmed his direction, he set off westward. Throughout most of the night, Lin Xing had traversed the relatively low-lying eastern regions of Skull Island, hunting the large herbivorous dinosaurs that roamed there. After nearly 2 hours, he reached the western coast, accumulating a total of 798 growth points. Among them, a level 1 warrior Spinosaurus yielded 149 growth points. He also gained a general understanding of the distribution of species and decided to focus his efforts on the northern area of the western region, closer to the island's center, likely spending the remainder of his time there. For the entire morning, Lin Xing was consumed with the act of hunting. His massive form startled weaker creatures into fleeing, while attracting larger carnivorous species. Regardless of the creature he faced, he dispatched them with remarkable efficiency. He would initiate with a volley of steel spears, then follow up with dual spears in hand, utilizing strength and agility to end their lives. However, he encountered 2 devastating king dragons. Without the Titan to restrain them, he had no desire to confront these colossal, agile, and remarkably resilient beasts head-on. Instead, he opted to wound the king dragons with over 30 steel spears to drain their strength before engaging personally. At one moment, Lin Xing spotted a massive creature, likely a mature, level 1 ceratopsian. Instantly, he readied his spear, though it was more accurately a steel rod, having long lost its edge. Just then, a message appeared before him. Skull Island Ruins End. Duration, 24 hours. Growth points earned, 10,243. Overall rating, S. Please gather your belongings. Countdown, 30, 29. Are we leaving? He pondered, momentarily distracted. Without choosing to continue launching spears, he dashed toward the ceratopsian, which had turned its head. One by one, the steel rods flew through the air, eliciting cries of pain from the ceratopsian. After 4 projectiles, he was upon it. With a powerful leap, he evaded the charging ceratopsian's horns, landing and rolling before seizing a new steel rod. He closed in rapidly, aiming for the creature's back. The steel rod pierced repeatedly into the ceratopsian's neck, causing torrents of blood to erupt. Hastening his actions, he discarded the rod and plunged his hand deep into the wound, turning and navigating through the cervical vertebrae. He found his mark, grasped it firmly, and pulled. Killed level 1 ceratopsian. Growth points, 139. In the next instant, Lin Xing's figure vanished from the spot, along with the ceratopsian, trees, flowers, and rocks. In the distance, anxious humans awaited beyond the back door, with the adventurer's ship further out at sea. Ultimately, everything faded rapidly into nothingness. Somewhere, an emotionless voice emerged, only comprehensible to those who could understand. The initialization of the Skull Island ruins has been completed. Version 1. One analysis of Skull Island ruins is complete, with 275 optimization proposals pending, detailed as follows. 1. Initial landing points are suggested to be randomly placed in the southeastern B7-B11 region. 39. Increase the render rate of blood-absorbing thorny shrubs by over 16 to balance agile species. 162. Deepen the A4 river's depth to 6 meters to expand the territory of the tiger-toothed crocodile. The report has been encrypted and submitted to the Alliance Ruins Design Institute. Special notes. 1. Detection of special items related to the Baisha Tower and intelligence pills. 2. Chapter 36. Indescribable Communication 1. Detection of a special item, the anti-intelligence pill, at the Baisha Tower. 2. Identification of a unique insignia from the Black Division. 3. Detection of a Level 3 key from the mysterious Department Union. Proposal 1. Raise a protest to the Foreign Affairs Departments of the three parties. Proposal 2. In subsequent versions, incorporate a self-detection module and request a Level 2 key from the Design Institute. Proposal 3. Submit a Level 2 appeal to the Supreme Council of the Alliance. Once the voice ceased, silence enveloped the room. A dozen humanoid beings simultaneously directed their gaze toward a somewhat stooped male figure, seemingly awaiting his decision. The stooped male displayed a contemplative expression, taking a considerable time before finally uttering, "Execute the first proposal, disregard the latter two." The younger males and females murmured amongst themselves. A palpable sense of indignation in the air. After a peculiar sigh, the stooped male remarked, "Let us just go through the motions. We cannot provoke any of them." In Anqing, at the new district plaza, Lin Xing appeared abruptly, panting heavily, clutching a glob of crimson paste in his hand. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of danger, and brought the paste to his lips for a taste. The interface opened. Lin Xing, species, chimpanzee, height, 3.26 meters, weight, 1,224 kilograms, talent, 10x damage, 10x life, growth stage, LV4, growth points, 13887, 16392. Excellent. Only 2,505 growth points remain until reaching LV5. I also possess a potion that grants 700 growth points. Thus, I need 1805 more. The expedition to Skull Island yielded great rewards, over 10,000 growth points, supplemented by several potions enhancing basic attributes from the golden treasure chest, along with 2 unidentified special items. Lin Xing reflected on his recent experiences, ensuring he was well informed before switching to the social interface as friends section. Only 2 names appeared: Tang Qin, initial form LV9, Ragdoll Cat; Tang Tao, initial form LV8, Python. Reaching LV9 is commendable and deserving of praise. He glanced at the leaderboard. Lin Xing, chimpanzee, growth stage LV4, Huagua, attention, 3182. The bold, gilded characters stood out, dazzling the onlookers. Following were numerous growth stages at LV1, with initial forms absent until far past the 10,000 mark. Lin Xing quickly scrolled back, discovering the 998th position was an initial form LV9 spotted dog. It was estimated that within a day, the entire leaderboard would consist solely of growth stages. The interface shifted back to the friends section, and before he could send a message to Tang Qin, a notification appeared. Tang Qin, meow, Lin Xing, you're back. World's best Lin Xing. Chimpanzee growth stage LV4, where are you? I'll come find you. Tang Qin, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Just as he intended to reply, Lin Xing, ever alert, heard the sound of hurried footsteps drawing near. With a grin, he vigorously shook his hand to rid it of the somewhat briny paste, which had already become tattered. Moments later, a regular-sized adult ragdoll cat appeared at the entrance of the collapsed tennis hall. Its disheveled fur was matted with dried or semi-dried blood, unmistakably a street cat. However, its agile movements suggested it bore no severe injuries. Lin Xing extended his arm, catching the leaping ragdoll cat, and lifting it before him for a closer inspection. Tang Qin, meow, Lin Xing, your body. Lin Xing, I'm fine. Lin Xing was well aware of the meaning behind Tang Qin's sudden exclamation. The recent frenzied slaughter, particularly the battle against two devastating velociraptors, had left him with even more wounds than he already had. At that moment, 7 robust chimpanzees arrived. One after the other, it was Linda and the others. Unlike Lin Xing, these 7 native chimpanzees still adhered to their instinctual quadrupedal locomotion. Yet, even on all fours, they stood at a height of 1.5 meters, and if upright, would surpass 2 meters, likely reaching levels 7 or 8. Woo woo. Lin Huang. Woo woo. Linda, well done. The 8 chimpanzees chattered for a moment before 7 dashed out to remain vigilant. The tennis hall was left with only Tang Qing and Lin Xing. Lin Xing. I have something precious to show you. After sending the message, he held up Tang Qing with one hand while the other reached toward his pants. Meow? Tang Qing. Lin Xing. You're covered in wounds. Perhaps we should wash up first. Lin Xing. What are you thinking? Look at this. With a grin, Lin Xing removed his resilient silk robe, letting the 2 items drop to the ground with a clink. He bent down to pick one up, waving it before Tang Qing. Tang Qing, what is it? Lin Xing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that only the one collecting an item received a notification regarding its nature? Lin Xing. Haha, darling. Do you remember the movie King Kong 2005 we watched on the computer? Tang Qing. I just ate a pig's liver. I'm not hungry. Lin Xing blinked in surprise, lifting Tang Qing once more to his line of sight. Lin Xing. Do you remember the movie King Kong 2005? Tang Qing. Meow. 11 equals 2. Lin Xing. Are you serious? Lin Xing grinned, posing several more questions, yet to Tang Qing, his queries translated into entirely different sentiments. Even as he rode on the ground and gestured in the air, his expressions conveyed disinterest in the topic. Lin Xing finally confirmed this, but was soon met with confusion. Why was this the case? Was it an issue of the relic itself, or a mysterious rule imposed by some greater being? Would similar circumstances arise in future encounters with relics? Meow? Tang Qing. Lin Xing, you Haven T turned into a fool, have you? With a swift motion, he playfully swatted the ragdoll cat's rear, causing it to tremble. Lin Xing, drink this potion, and you can transform into King Kong. Meow? Tang Qing. Transform into King Kong? Lin Xing nodded. Lin Xing. Precisely, how surprising, right? Meow? Tang Qing. Lin Xing. Good Lin Xing. Can I not become a gorilla? Lin Xing narrowed his eyes, taken aback by such a response. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Qing, who had always loved cats, had fully embraced her feline existence after spending more than a day in that form. In her mind, being a cat represented the pinnacle of existence. And in reality, she, as an LV9 furball, might not even be able to defeat an LV8 dog, let alone an LV7. This reflected the subtle transformation occurring within all individuals, as they gradually began to perceive themselves as intelligent animals. Eventually, even the term intelligence might fade into obscurity. Lin Xing remained oblivious to these nuances, but it did not impede the outcome. Swapping hands for feet, he gripped the ragdoll cat, twisted open a metal tube, holding it in one hand. With the other, he gently grasped Tang Qing's chin, applying slight pressure to dislocate it. He then directed the tube straight down her throat. Meow? Tang Qing. Lin Xing, I don't want to become a gorilla, please, meow. Gulp, meow. Rumble, gulp. Chapter 37. The birth of the mother gorilla. After the event concluded, the tube vanished, and Lin Xing did not reposition Tang Qing's chin, casually placing it on the ground and stepping back. Oh, how delightful it would be if we were unrelated. But alas, there are no ifs. How could I allow you to remain merely a cat forever? A burst of azure light abruptly enveloped the pitiful ragdoll cat, its expression frozen in time. The blue glow expanded, gradually reaching a height comparable to Lin Xing's, while continuing to emit a silent radiance. 5 minutes later, the blue light dissipated, and in place of the ragdoll cat stood a magnificent gorilla. Its limbs were even more robust than Lin Su's, yet it still adhered to the slender attributes of a female gorilla. A howl erupted from the gorilla as it began to stand upright. Once fully erect, it stood just slightly shorter than Lin Xing, approximately 3 meters tall. However, the structure of its femur and lumbar vertebrae seemed to cause it discomfort, swaying awkwardly. Lin Xing. The gorilla bellowed, and Lin Xing understood instantly. Finally, no more communicating through interfaces. How do you feel, Chinga? Wonderful. You were right. I could easily crush my former self with a single swipe. Having just transformed into a gorilla, Tang Qing danced with exuberance before coordinating her limbs to rush towards Lin Xing. Lin Xing opened his arms to embrace her. only to be met with a fist the size of a sandbag. You fool, Lin Xing. You just forced me. I'll make you pay. Bang. A startled yelp escaped Tang Qingjin as she froze in place, and Lin Xing was equally taken aback. Tang Qingjin hadn't anticipated Lin Xing's cheekbones to be so solid, nearly fracturing her fingers. Likewise, Lin Xing was unprepared for Tang Qingjin's sudden aggression. Lin Xing bared his teeth. Qing'er, I have already reached growth stage level 4. While you are merely level 1. What do you believe you can use to defeat me? Haha. Tang Qingjin glanced at her large, thick-furred hand, resisting the urge to retaliate, and exhaled a breath towards Lin Xing. Just wait until I reach growth stage. I will make you regret this. My dear, the essence of the mutant gorilla you just consumed was once a growth stage entity. With a furious roar, Tang Qingjin lunged at Lin Xing. Her female-specific fangs aimed at his lips, tasting a hint of salt. Lin Xing, I will bite you to death. The two gorillas began to wrestle. Moments later, Lin Xing managed to push the nearly ton-weight Tang Qingjin away. Qing'er, should I wash up first? Wash what? I don't mind your dirt. I'll just disinfect you with my tongue. On the rooftop of the tennis court, 7 chimpanzees stood vigilant. They had heard Lin Huang's furious roars, and this time it was no longer a mere cat and a gorilla. The commotion resembled a colossal beast engaged in a life-and-death struggle. General Lin's gaze shifted to the 3 female chimpanzees, eager for a spark of interaction. Lin Wu, Lin Lu, Lin Qi, go check for any dangers in the vicinity. Dad, go away. The 3 chimpanzees dashed down from the rooftop, their faces covered in dirt as they scurried to maintain their watch. They took one last glance at the tennis court, their eyes filled with despondency. However, they quickly turned their gazes towards their brethren, a peculiar thought emerging. Perhaps it was not entirely impossible. On the rooftop, Lindo observed his 3 lovely wives, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Go away. The furious shout caused Linda to tremble, hastily leading his 3 wives off the rooftop, retreating in haste. Chirp, chirp. Roar. Lower your voice. Squeak. Roar. Lie down. Ah, slow down. Roar. Ah, Lin Xing. Roar. Oh, Lin Xing. Half an hour later, the tremors within the tennis court subsided. The 2 distinct species of gorillas nestled together, confiding in one another. The gorilla's eyes were glazed, her legs swaying, while the chimpanzee remained spirited and engaged. Lin Xing, I'm sorry. Haha, it's more than sufficient. I will strive to level up promptly. Oh no. Lin Xing suddenly squeaked, startling Tang Qingjin, who looked at him in confusion. What is it, Lin Xing? Lin Xing grinned awkwardly, a sudden thought striking him. With Tang Qingjin's base attributes, should she gain a few levels, he would become a mere speck in her shadow. The mere thought of standing beneath her towering 6 to 7 meter height was thrilling. Never mind. Qing'er, tell me what noteworthy events have transpired today. Lin Xing deftly diverted the topic, unable to fathom the implications that followed. Oh, I was just about to share. Tang Qingjin recounted the series of events that had unfolded over the past day. In truth, there was not much to tell. It mainly revolved around Tang Qingjin leading several chimpanzees through the perilous and intricate process of hunting. Oh, my father has contacted me several times, confirming the locations of 2 bronze treasure chests. The silver chest remains undiscovered. Also, around 6 o'clock yesterday, a light gate appeared in the central square of the city, which should be a relic portal. There was a 3-story tall ant there, quite terrifying. A relic portal, you say? Lin Xing felt a surge of interest. His yearning for relics had surpassed his desire for treasure chests. Once a dog has tasted meat, its expectations for excrement inevitably diminish, though sometimes it remains edible. Qing'er, where are the 2 bronze treasure chests located? One is in the Hualien supermarket in the Anshui district, and the other near the Incheon Normal University in the Jinan district. Oh, aren't you studying at Incheon Normal University? Yes. Do you miss your classmates? I don't know. Perhaps they're already dead. Lin Xing detected the melancholy in Tang Qingjin's tone. Huh. Qing'er, not necessarily. Only a small portion of those like you return home on weekends. Most reside on campus, and there are hardly any native creatures there. As long as they are not all deranged, the survival rate in school is relatively high. If you wish, perhaps after opening the bronze chests, you can see them. It doesn't matter. Perhaps it's better to preserve a sense of fantasy. Lin Xing patted Tang Qingjin on the head and stood. We've rested enough. It's time to get to work. Oh, here is this garment for you to avoid any exposure. Do you need help fastening it? Oh. The 2 began to gather their belongings, though there was little to organize. Lin Xing wrapped the tattered wolfskin vest around his waist, providing minimal protection from the elements, while he tucked the metal tube, which could grant 700 growth points, into his trousers. This item always felt cool. Losing it would be immediately noticeable. Tang Qingjin, having secured her attire, donned the backpack that originally belonged to Lin Xing, which she had been carrying. In truth, other than a wallet and a tube of essence from the Xianjin horned dragon, it contained nothing of significance. If it were not for the few photographs of the two of them inside the wallet, she would have discarded it long ago. Observing Tang Qingjin's outfit, Lin Xing burst into laughter. Black stockings, haha. Lin Xing. At that moment, a cacophony of commotion erupted, accompanied by the frantic calls of chimpanzees. Thud thud thud. Oh. Chapter 38. Fortunately, I am astute Qinger, stay close to me. With a brief assessment, Lin Xing discerned the approach of a large creature. After informing Tang Qingjin, he dashed towards the shattered doorway, casually picking up two L-shaped iron rods, precisely the ones he had not taken into the ruins a day earlier. Had a mere day passed, and his legend already faded into obscurity? Lin Xing grinned, while Tang Qingjin mimicked his actions, retrieving two relatively straight rods to follow suit. However, the gorilla's anatomy made her movements somewhat clumsy, necessitating a period of adjustment. Was that a dinosaur? On the synthetic track of the football field, a colossal creature, approximately 6 meters tall, resembled an oversized velociraptor. Yet it was certainly not a velociraptor. If such a creature were to grow to that size, it would undoubtedly surpass his level significantly. Let us call it a velociraptor for now, as Lin Xing only recognized a handful of large species from books and films. No battle ensued. The 7 robust gorillas bared their teeth and roared, appearing like mere rabbits before the velociraptor. It was not that Linda and the others were intimidated. Rather, the velociraptor had yet to enter its territory of self-assertion. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly launched a frenzied assault on the creature, even if it proved futile. As Lin Xing caught sight of the velociraptor, it likewise noticed him. Lin Xing grinned and sprinted towards it, while the velociraptor charged in his direction. Simultaneously, Linda and the 7 gorillas let out a collective roar and lunged forward. Howl! Linda, come back! Lin Xing shouted, unwilling to see his companions meet a senseless demise. After calling out, he swung the L-shaped iron rods off his shoulder. His hunting instincts were finely honed, projecting first before charging in. Moreover, the L-shaped iron rods were far more effective than the toothpick-like rebar. Tang Qingjin also began to advance, trying to emulate Lin Xing, but her speed paled in comparison. However, as Lin Xing surged forward, a jolt of realization struck him. A chill, colder than when he encountered Annie in the ruins, surged through him. Without hesitation, he executed a sharp turn, the powerful recoil leaving 2 deep impressions in the solid concrete beneath his feet. He discarded the iron rods and simultaneously screamed, Tang Qingjin, run. Linda, run. Tang Qingjin, perplexed, sensed the anxiety and panic in Lin Xing's voice. Confused, she hurled away the still-cold billboard post. The 7 gorillas had no reservations about Lin Xing's commands, stammering as they turned to follow him. In the blink of an eye, the 9 previously imposing gorillas transformed into fleeing shadows. Lin Xing even abandoned bipedal running, reverting to a quadrupedal gait, quickly catching up to Tang Qingjin. He grasped the skin on her neck, half dragging her to hasten her pace. In an instant, they vanished around the corner of the tennis hall, leaving only the thunderous sound of their retreat, which soon began to diminish. Only a solitary dinosaur remained at the front of the tennis hall, gazing into the distance. Zhang Tong was momentarily dumbfounded. After running 200 kilometers, she arrived in Anqing as night fell, hindering her growth and evolution. Upon reaching Anqing, aside from a few hours of sleep, most of her time was spent hunting. Though she did not fully commit to seeking, it was still arduous. After some restless moments, she arrived at the new district square and sent several messages through the regional channel. Just as impatience began to set in, 2 massive gorillas appeared. Although she could not fathom why 2 had shown up, one of them, towering over 3 meters, was likely the world's number 1 that the organization sought. She approached the bothersome gorillas without hostility, and they seemed equally enthusiastic, charging towards her. However, to her surprise, they howled and fled in an instant. Unbeknownst to her, neither Lin Xing nor Tang Qingjin paid much attention to the chat, especially Lin Xing. After all, I am a dinosaur, no matter how friendly I appear. My ostentatious exterior cannot be concealed. Sigh. Zhang Tong shook her head, admiring her agile physique before pursuing Lin Xing. Yes, towards Qian Dream City. After running a few steps, Zhang Tong veered in another direction. She sprinted several kilometers, finally climbing atop a 10-story office building with Tang Qingjin, pausing to wait while the 7 scattered gorillas trailed behind. Lin Xing, Lin Su, what's wrong? Tang Qingjin wriggled free from Lin Xing's grasp on her neck. Observing Lin Xing's distracted demeanor, she pouted, Lin Xing. It's just a dinosaur. Let us take it down. You're not alone in this, right? Lin Xing exhaled heavily, taking a moment to calm himself. Damn, that scared me. Thankfully, I am clever. Lin Xing was not afraid of dinosaurs. He had slain thousands, including many larger growth stage dinosaurs. But those were the dinosaurs within the ruins. What he feared were the top-tier beasts on the leaderboard. He feared those who, like him, had been reborn as dinosaurs. He dreaded the law of rebirth. Who could predict the powerful abilities those top-tier creatures might possess? A single encounter could shatter him, leaving no time for regret. The velociraptor had clearly targeted him. Otherwise, why would it disregard Linda and the others, only to charge at him as if he were a delectable cake? Lin Xing, you've changed. You've become timid. You've slain even larger treasure chest dinosaurs and leveled up twice. What's there to fear? He playfully slapped Tang Qingjin, who had turned into a confident, roaring giant after her transformation. You understand nothing. A dinosaur. If I hadn't been holding on to you, you would have been reduced to a pile of flesh by now. Qing I tell you, whenever you encounter a dinosaur, a hominid ancestor, a saber-toothed tiger, or any other extinct creature, run as far as you can. Tang Qingjin pouted. Qing do you remember when I called you before humans turned into animals? I don't remember. Lin Xing almost slapped her again. Qing I told you I had a dream, that all of humanity would transform into animals. It was a vivid dream, which is why I called you. Otherwise, you too would have become a chicken. And those dinosaurs, hominids, prehistoric crocodiles, and mammoths among the leaderboard were likely experiencing the same transformation as I did. How could there be so many prehistoric creatures? Did they all conveniently stumble upon fossils? Moreover, given their origins, to achieve initial body level 9, or even reach the growth stage within just 1 or 2 hours, each creature would need to be matched with thousands of breeding grounds. I am 100% certain they had similar dreams. I once consumed a specimen of a Siberian tiger from the zoo, only to unexpectedly transform into a gorilla. It's not that I look down on you. In your current state, I could easily take you down in one strike. If I am this formidable, do you think those with stronger foundations would be any less so? Do you understand what I mean? Tang Qingjin recognized the gravity of the situation, letting out a few whimpers as a human-like expression emerged on her face. Dad is looking for me. Chapter 39. Advancing towards the ruins light gate. What is happening? Another treasure chest has appeared. Qing what is wrong with you? Lin Xing had not yet finished his sobbing when he noticed Tang Qingjin's expression suddenly darkening ominously. Sobbing. Lin Xing, a dinosaur has appeared in Dream City, claiming to be looking for you. If you do not show up, it will destroy Dream City. After the sobbing subsided, both fell into silence. After a moment, the two gorillas spoke simultaneously. Qing what do you think? Lin Xing, shall we run away? They fell silent again, and after a while, both coincidentally spoke at the same time. Uncle is in Dream City. Dad told me to run. A glimmer of wisdom appeared on Lin Xing's face as he rapidly contemplated a response strategy, and soon a decision emerged. All right, wait a moment. Dad asked you to check the regional channel. With 3 coincidental simultaneous utterances, Lin Xing's expression stiffened, continuing, well, it seems running away might not be the best idea. Lin Xing opened the interface, accessed the channel, and switched to the regional channel. MDLX, have the animals gone mad? A chicken actually dared to attack me. Does it seek death? Hurry, if I kill a few more pigs, I can reach level 6. Where are the pigs? Brothers, report a location. Sand currency. Come to Dream City, there are plenty of pigs here. World rank 1995 Zhang Tong, Meyer Tyrannosaurus growth stage LV1 at me. WC Lex, the big shot has appeared again. Miss. You've called several times, I added you, why don't you agree? SBLX, what use is your little chick? Big shot, why not come to me? I have 80 brothers ready to follow your command. Lin Xing glanced at the fleeting chat messages, noticing that his name had become a habitual suffix. When he saw the message from the dinosaur bearing the leaderboard title, he understood this individual must be seeking him. Sigh. Lin Xing let out a small whimper and chose to add the friend, just to maintain appearances. As for the life and death of the animals in Dream City, what concern was it of his? He had not personally laid a hand on any of them, which was already commendable. The request was approved, and in the next moment, a flurry of messages appeared. Zhang Tong, Meyer Tyrannosaurus world number 1. Zhang Tong, Meyer Tyrannosaurus, are you Lin Xing, the world number 1? The core inquiry was simple. Lin Xing, Black Gorilla no. Zhang Tong, Meyer Tyrannosaurus, don't deny it. I have obtained all your information. Lin Xing, born in the Women's and Children's Health Hospital of An City on XXXX19XX at XXXXXX. Father Lin Dali, Mother Zhang Zuohua. Lin Xing rolled his eyes. He had likely found his birth certificate at Tang Tao's home. Lin Xing, Black Gorilla Big Shot. What exactly do you want? You don't think you can threaten me, do you? To be honest, even if you could destroy Dream City, what would it have to do with me? Zhang Tong, Meyer Tyrannosaurus, all right. Lin Xing, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Tong, a staff officer from the XX Division stationed in Exine City. Lin Xing, Black Gorilla greetings, Commander Zhang. Ah, an animal is attacking me. I will end this conversation here. Closing the private chat window. A spark of wisdom illuminated Lin Xing's face. Oh, Lin Xing, what is it? Lin Xing patted Tang Qingjin's shoulder. It's nothing, let's go. I shall take you to the ruins and collect the treasure chest along the way. What about Dad? Don't worry. That person who transformed into a dinosaur once belonged to the Guijia military. Your father should be safe. This was the conclusion Lin Xing had rapidly deduced. Especially with Zhang Tong's self-introduction, it subtly revealed much information. Firstly, such a self-introduction indicated a high level of identity recognition. With all of humanity transformed into animals, who still cared about their previous identities. Just as Lin Xing could no longer introduce himself as, "Hello, I am Lin Xing," a security guard at the wildlife park on the outskirts of An City. Though he held no enthusiasm for serving the Guijia, it did not diminish his respect for those individuals. He felt that this female dinosaur would not destroy Dream City. Of course, it was possible his intuition was incorrect. But regardless of right or wrong, he would not encounter this dinosaur. Really? Tang Qingjin questioned, puzzled. She promised me she wouldn't engage in random slaughter. You can ask your father to see if the dinosaur has made a move. Lin Xing fabricated a response. Directing the 7 gorillas who had just climbed up and were still catching their breath to descend, while he himself scrambled down. He had initially intended to delete the friend request, but after some consideration, he felt it was unwise to be too drastic. Instead, he set the account to Do Not Disturb mode, just like Tang Tao's. Now only Tang Qingjin's private messages would actively notify him. Oh, Lin Xing, really? Dad said that dinosaur only damaged a few trees in the corner of Building 6. It called out for a while and then left. Oh, Dad said you probably won't check his messages, so he asked me to thank you on his behalf. Lin Xing did not expect this pleasant surprise, but he offered no explanation. Seeing Tang Qingjin sprawled on the rooftop, revealing a distinctly gorilla-like smile, he said, "No need. It was merely a trivial matter. Now hurry down. Let us go." Zhang Tong was fuming. It was precisely because she feared losing control of her own brutality that she had vented for a bit before leaving. She had originally been clear-headed and patient, but after becoming a Tyrannosaurus, she could not escape the inherent ferocity of dinosaurs. Had it not been for Lin Xing's uniqueness, which held special significance for Guijing, along with Zhang Lao's admonitions, she would have already taken her frustrations out on the animals of Dream City. Lin Xing, how dare you disrespect me? WCNMB. While running out of Dream City, she shouted and sent messages to Lin Xing. However, the messages fell into silence, creating not a ripple of response. She howled at the sky, frightening ordinary animals into trembling. Only after a long distance did some animals begin to praise the 20-meter-long giant snake in the central green space. In a Chui district on Fuan Street, a nearly 4-meter-tall gorilla rampaged with bravado, crashing through everything in its path. Following closely behind was a slightly shorter but still over 3-meter-tall black gorilla, accompanied by 7 smaller gorillas. The running gorilla occasionally thrust its hand through a window, retrieving either a chicken, duck, or pig, as terrified cries of small animals filled the air. The smaller ones were swallowed whole, while the larger ones were partially bitten off, chewed, and discarded. Following behind Tang Qingjin, Lin Xing rolled his eyes, not because of her eating habits, but rather her size. Currently, Tang Qingjin had just reached initial body level 3 and had already grown to nearly 4 meters tall, averaging an increase of 30 centimeters per level, while also becoming significantly bulkier. In terms of size, she completely overshadowed Lin Xing. However, Tang Qingjin's already unrefined bipedal movement had worsened with her increased weight due to her leveling up. By now, she resembled the gorilla they had encountered in the ruins. Yet she still maintained a relatively slender and attractive figure for a female. In less than 20 minutes, this was truly a travesty. Lin Xing gazed at her pajama jacket, barely able to contain her backside, and sighed in resignation. Chapter 40. Wind Wolf Extract. Lin Xing's objective was the ruins light gate, located at the Silver Base de Wan Square within the city. En route, he conveniently collected 2 bronze treasure chests, despite the slight detour. As he journeyed, he observed an escalating chaos in the world around him. The most immediate manifestation of this turmoil was the sight of numerous small animals venturing out, seemingly entranced, driven solely by their primal instincts to kill. Even chickens and ducks charged towards their group, while a swarm might indicate a strategy of attrition. The audacity of a solitary or pair was nothing short of madness. Furthermore, the poultry in the city primarily consisted of humans transformed into animals. Stripped of their reason, could they still be deemed human? These animals were easily dispatched, and Lin Xing had taken action against these deranged, mindless level 0 creatures. Alas, it seemed to stem from the globally resonant voice, heralding the consequences of the two elements it had unleashed. As time pressed on, how many lower-tier animals would retain their human rationality after 3 days? Would such a condition persist? If it continued indefinitely, perhaps not only the lower-tier creatures, but even those of levels 4 to 8 could be affected. No, perhaps the voice's master was indifferent to humanity's intelligence. In their eyes, the difference between humans turned animals and their primal counterparts might be negligible. They were merely animals, after all. Indeed, once humanity succumbed to mindlessness and devolved into mere instinctual beings, they would bear no distinction from their wild counterparts. At this thought, Lin Xing's gaze shifted towards Tang Qingjin, who was exuberantly frolicking ahead, his expression turning serious. Qinger, grow stronger quickly. My heart is plagued by a cleanliness obsession, Lin Xing mused internally. 5 minutes later, Lin Xing seized Tang Qingjin by the waist, the sudden jolt causing her discomfort. Ouch! Lin Xing, what are you doing? We're almost there. You need to rein it in. Tang Qingjin pouted. What is the big deal? Can a treasure chest monster really be that formidable? Lin Xing delivered a firm slap to her backside. Your thinking is perilous. Treasure chest monsters are not so feeble. And there are surely many animals lurking nearby. Lin Xing, if you hit me again, I'll fight back, she retorted, only to receive another heavy slap that nearly sent her tumbling. See, you can't even withstand my slap. If I were hostile, I could easily strike your ovaries. Qinger, those who dare eye the bronze treasure chest are animals of rank, often in groups. Do you really believe you can eliminate many before being trampled by a horde of 2 or 3 meter tall pigs? Don't assume that just because you've turned into a gorilla, you can recklessly flaunt your strength. If you perish, I'll be left widowed. No, I'd just seek out other gorillas to play with. You dare, Tang Qingjin shouted, though she refrained from further argument. Her low rank, possibly affected by the 2 unleashed elements, coupled with her previous timid demeanor, had now transformed into an overwhelming confidence as a newly empowered leader. I'll teach you how to handle this, Lin Xing called out, scanning the surroundings before sprinting towards a lamppost. After shaking it a few times, he uprooted it. Its length measuring nearly 6 meters, an unwieldy but potent weapon. He dashed to another lamppost, executing the same maneuver, and then swung one to strike another. Soon, he returned to Tang Qingjin, dragging 4 lampposts, one end flattened, and thrust them into her hands. Take these. After a brief command, he rushed to the other side of the road to procure 4 more, repeating the process. Finally, he dismantled a bus stop sign, smeared it with the blood of a pig she had recently bitten, and wrote a message. Brothers, I only seek the treasure chest. I do not kill. Flipping it over, he pinned another note. In 30 seconds, I will charge. Please make way to avoid collateral damage. The fluidity of his actions left Tang Qingjin awestruck. Let us go? I shall guide you to the chest. With that, Lin Xing brandished the sign and headed towards the Hualien supermarket. Tang Qingjin glanced at the 4 lampposts tucked under her arms, took a deep breath, and followed suit. Before long, they approached their destination. As anticipated, hundreds of animals formed several factions, surrounding the small square before the supermarket. Lin Xing could not discern the exact divisions among them. The gleam of the bronze treasure chest was mesmerizing, while the menacing presence of a massive azure wolf, towering over 4 meters and stretching 8 meters in length, was equally daunting. The ground around the wolf was littered with shattered bones, devoid of flesh. Presumably, it had all been consumed. As Lin Xing pondered the breed of the giant wolf, hundreds of animals turned their attention towards them. A stir erupted among the crowd, intrigued by the arrival of a group of robust gorillas. In a nearby chat group, excitement ensued. Not only did the animals become agitated, but the 7 chimpanzees, along with Tang Qingjin, also exhibited signs of distress, baring their teeth and shifting uneasily. At this moment, Tang Qingjin comprehended Lin Xing's warning. She could handle 1 or 2, perhaps 10 or more, but facing a throng of hundreds was a different matter entirely. Even a mere 20 black bears among the crowd would pose a significant threat. The presence of so many black bears was due to several breeding farms in the city. Unconsciously, Tang Qingjin edged closer to Lin Xing, recognizing him as her reliable gorilla companion. Lin Xing bared his teeth, hoisting the bus stop sign above his head. He struck it, signaling all animals to look his way, lingering particularly on the direction of the black bears. Then he flipped the sign over. The scene erupted into further chaos. Lowering the sign, Lin Xing gritted his teeth and pulled 2 lampposts from under Tang Qingjin's arms, dragging them forward. The screeching sound of the lampposts scraping against the asphalt filled the air. 5 minutes later, accompanied by the grinding of gears, the treasure chest opened. Windwolf Muscle Gland Sensitivity Liquid 1. Enhances limb muscle groups by 15, limited to growth stage level 4. D3 Wine Wolf Extract 1. Increases growth points by 250, limited to growth stage level 4. Lin Xing fiddled with the treasure chest, which vanished with a sigh. At that moment, Tang Qingjin underwent a transformation, soaring to a height of 4 meters and 8 centimeters. Wow, Lin Xing, this growth stage wolf granted me 127 growth points. I am now at initial stage level 7, 142, 256. Tang Qingjin exclaimed, enthusiastically embracing Lin Xing, who felt utterly juvenile. Just then, a tremendous rumbling reverberated through the air, drawing their attention to a sleek velociraptor rapidly approaching. Oh no! Run! Chapter 41. Can an MC private messages? The velociraptor moved with astonishing speed, leaving everyone behind except Lin Xing. However, as he had to drag Tang Qingjin along, his pace inevitably slowed, making it only a matter of time before they were caught. With a slight hesitation, Lin Xing resolved to ascend to the 5th floor of the mall, seizing a nearby lamppost as he ran. As concrete crumbled beneath them, 9 gorillas climbed to the rooftop, while the velociraptor reached the square below. The raptor did not approach any closer, and they exchanged glances from several dozen meters apart, separated by 3 floors. Meanwhile, Zhang Tong was fuming at the lack of response to her messages, unable to afford any more delays due to Lin Xing. She pressed on toward the city center. She had learned from the regional channel that there was a relic portal at the Inji-Do-Wan Plaza. If the opportunity arose, she would not mind taking down the guardian monster. Yet, she harbored little hope, primarily wishing to assess the situation and prepare for the future. Along the way, she could not escape the violence, although she did not seek it out. In her reckless path, she inevitably encroached upon the territories of other creatures, particularly many low-level animals that had devolved into primal instincts. Upon sighting a living being, they would kill without hesitation, and she felt no remorse in doing the same. As one who considered herself burdened with a mission and a pillar of the military, Zhang Tong frequently utilized social interfaces, whether to communicate with colleagues or subordinates, or to gather potentially useful information from chat channels. During her journey, she noticed the regional channel had suddenly become lively, filled with insults directed at a group of gorillas, particularly one holding a sign. She surmised that they were berating Lin Xing. A brief glance revealed that Lin Xing had drawn attention for opening a bronze treasure chest. Confirming the location, she hurried over. However, upon arrival, she was taken aback. There was no treasure chest, no guardian monster, only a few gorillas remaining. The immediate conclusion she drew left her astonished. It had taken her no more than 4 or 5 minutes to arrive, a time so brief that the creatures eyeing the treasure must have perished, at least the mature monsters. This sparked a wave of questions. How had Lin Xing accomplished such a feat? Empathizing with the situation, she realized that even with her confidence, it was implausible for one individual to fend off hundreds of creatures, especially those of level 5 or higher. Not to mention a guardian monster that could overwhelm even the strongest. She had to proceed with caution, which explained their current standoff. In truth, Lin Xing had not engaged in battle with the observing creatures at all. He had dragged the lamppost closer, assuming a defensive posture, ready for confrontation. To his surprise, the group of black bears expressed goodwill instead, making soft noises before retreating with a herd of pigs and cattle. The other groups of animals followed suit, leaving him perplexed. Hadn't they considered putting up a fight? He had intended to demonstrate to Tang Qingjin how to gain experience amidst the chaos, hoping that once the adversaries were sufficiently intimidated, they could negotiate peace and the others would withdraw, allowing him to deal with the guardian monster. He was not concerned that all animals would fight to the last breath. Their higher levels and rationality indicated a tendency to seek benefit and avoid harm. Of course, if they truly desired to fight to the bitter end, he would temporarily retreat. After all, it was not uncommon for a flock of sheep to overpower a lion. And while he might endure, Tang Qingjin and Linda would likely perish. Once the animals departed, at least visibly, the remaining powerful guardian monster would pose little threat. Not to mention, wolves, with their agility and frail bodies, were not formidable foes. One strike to the stomach, two to incapacitate. A third would be Tang Qingjin's finishing blow. A level 1 mature wolf would yield around 100 experience points for him, not particularly significant, but for Tang Qingjin, it could mean several levels gained. Achieving maturity required a total of 1,024 experience points. Hunting ordinary animals might not suffice, but for mature ones, roughly 10 would do. He aimed to ensure that Tang Qingjin would mature before entering the relic, ideally before the 3-day deadline, which left them with 2 days. Naturally, any experience potions from the treasure chest would belong to Lin Xing, hence why he opened the chest rather than Tang Qingjin. The individual who opened the chest dictated the maximum level of the items acquired. It was not a matter of stinginess, but rather a firm request from Tang Qingjin. Ultimately, both Tang Qingjin and Lin Xing were cut from the same cloth. As he observed the velociraptor, the Meyer Tyrannosaurus, staring at him from the square, Lin Xing felt a pang of frustration. How had he been cornered? In this confrontation, his mind raced with strategies. This stalemate could not last indefinitely. As they could not remain on the rooftop forever, they needed sustenance. They had to descend. Qing, you should leave from the other side, Lin Xing urged Tang Qingjin softly. Simultaneously opening a private chat, Lin Xing, run as far as you can. It doesn't matter if Linda and the others die. Tang Qingjin, Lin Xing. I want to leave. We'll die together if it comes to that. Lin Xing, you must go. Its target is me. You should be safe. I'm confident it cannot catch me. Tang Qingjin fell silent. Once more, she felt her own frailty, even though she had transformed into a dominant variant of a gorilla. Facing the enemy alongside Lin Xing, she felt as helpless as a mere puppet cat. Tang Qingjin, woo-woo. Lin Xing. Lin Xing. Qing, trust me, I will find you. I have never lied to you, now go. Tang Qingjin, Lin Xing. If you die, I will take my own life. Ending the private chat, Tang Qingjin gazed blankly at Lin Xing, who now towered over her. Just then, the dinosaur in the square let out a furious roar, causing Tang Qingjin to instinctively turn her gaze. Wu Qing, go. Lin Xing, who had been intently watching the Meyer Tyrannosaurus, urged Tang Qingjin to leave. He then consumed the vial containing sensitive fluid from the wind wolf's muscle glands. A tingling sensation coursed through his limbs, fleeting yet invigorating. In an instant, his physical prowess surged, enhancing his speed for running or exerting force. As Lin Xing prepared to urge her once more, he noticed the Meyer Tyrannosaurus unexpectedly step back, lowering its head to survey the surroundings. Lin Xing momentarily paused, and Tang Qingjin halted her movement as well. The Meyer Tyrannosaurus seemed to be searching for something, but appeared to find nothing. After a moment of contemplation, it propped itself up on one claw, stabilizing with its tail, while the other claw began scratching the ground, producing a dull scratching sound. Was it writing? As the Meyer Tyrannosaurus etched out the content, Tang Qingjin unconsciously read aloud. SB Lin Xing, can NMC private messages? A chill ran down her spine, prompting her to instinctively shift her gaze back to Lin Xing. Lin Xing shrugged. There are too many people cursing me. It doesn't matter. Tang Qingjin replied. I know. So I generally avoid those chaotic channel chats. Opening her private chat with Zhang Tong, it displayed a staggering 999 messages. Lin Xing glanced briefly before scrolling to the bottom, disheartened by the plethora of useless insults that filled the screen. Lin Xing. Hello, Commander Zhang. You seem to have a penchant for cursing. Isn't that unbecoming? Have you ever noticed me retaliating? Lin Xing. What do you want from me? I haven't wronged you. Or is it because I've become an animal after killing? Are you here to suppress me? Lin Xing. The people of Anqing are well aware that I have never taken the initiative to kill a person. I have only harmed animals. I am quite affable and always notify others before I act. It is merely the other creatures that seek to harm me, only to be met with my retaliation. Lin Xing. If your jealousy over my position at the top of the leaderboard drives you to take my life, there is no need for such drastic measures. This position holds little value and often invites scorn. Indeed, I might even bear the blame on your behalf. If you desire it, simply eliminate more animals and seize the first position for yourself. Lin Xing. Commander Zhang, I am aware of your formidable prowess and the hidden cards you possess. Yet I am confident that you cannot bring me down. Lin Xing. After all, you are not adept at climbing trees or scaling buildings. And your front claws do not surpass my own. Lin Xing delivered a succinct yet pointed retort. Zhang Tong took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to demolish the building. Ultimately, she had merely come to verify whether this Lin Xing was indeed the one atop the leaderboard, though the process had proven somewhat convoluted. Zhang Tong, Lin Xing. I apologize for my words and actions. Lin Xing. Commander Zhang, I accept your apology. Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong. Lin Xing, I bear you no malice. At least none directed towards you. Lin Xing. Commander Zhang, if you harbor no ill will, then why do you persist in shadowing me and wielding threats involving my father-in-law? Zhang Tong. Lin Xing observed the Tyrannosaurus below, its head bowed in apparent shyness. He sensed that perhaps there was no malice intended. Whether it was pretense or genuine sentiment, he wished to avoid entanglement with her. Lin Xing. Commander Zhang, in my humanity, I cherished Guojia and the people. My dream has always been to become a valiant and competent guardian of the community. However, as an orphan with a frail heart, I cannot fulfill the role of a soldier. Nevertheless, I have never relinquished my dreams. Through perseverance and effort, I became a security guard. Though the position lacks authority and does not afford me the support of Guojia, I believe that both security guards and soldiers serve to protect the peace of their respective domains. It is a sacred vocation deserving of reverence. Now, devoid of country, home, or kin, I remain steadfast in my principles, never initiating harm against others. At 6 a.m., when humanity transformed into beasts, I diligently patrolled the zoo, diligently inspecting for any potential oversights, voluntarily working overtime out of passion. After unexpectedly becoming a chimpanzee, I took on responsibilities beyond my capacity to prevent the zoo's wild animals from endangering the citizens of Anqing. Can you fathom the terror a chimpanzee faces in the presence of lions, bears, wolves, and rhinoceroses? After enduring grievous injuries time and again, I finally vanquished these beasts. With elation, I opened the regional channel, eager to inform the people of Anqing that they were no longer at risk. Yet, to my dismay, the righteous act I believed I performed was met with global condemnation, the ire of Guojia, and even the scorn of Anqing. All rational beings recognized that even if I were not the first, someone else would soon emerge to awaken the primal instincts of the animals. Yet, I was vilified solely for being the first to do so, a burden I cannot shake off. Can you comprehend the anguish of switching to any channel only to be bombarded with derogatory terms such as CNMLX and SBLX? Thus, I ceased to engage in the chat, fearful of succumbing to hatred for this world. Should I allow hatred to consume me, with my abilities, I could potentially wreak havoc upon every creature I encounter. I think of my wife, who embodies my deepest connection to this world. The purpose of my existence as a security guard now solely revolves around safeguarding myself and her. I left the zoo in search of her, and upon reaching Dream City, I found two groups of animals in confrontation. I am certain that most of these creatures have hurled insults at me. I could have easily justified exterminating them, but I refrained, instead writing to inform them that I was merely searching for someone and would depart once I found her. Yet, driven by greed, they launched an attack against me, forcing me to retaliate. Was it wrong to defend myself? After slaying several animals, I reiterated my lack of ill will, and yes, I even dispatched a wolf that had ambushed me. Upon reuniting with my wife, I proceeded to the new district square. Evolution and growth are instinctual. I cannot be faulted for seeking to claim the treasure. Upon arriving at the new district square, I encountered numerous animals, yet they refrained from attacking the guardian beast. I could not afford to wait indefinitely. Frankly, even if they did engage the guardian beast, it would be a futile endeavor leading to their demise. Would it not be fair to say that I saved them? As I contemplated taking action, I still made an effort to express my benign intentions through writing. Yet it was only after I had slain dozens of animals that they finally departed. Subsequently, when you found me at the new district square and charged towards me, fearing for my life and that of my wife, did I not act appropriately in fleeing? I never anticipated your arrival in Dream City, nor your threats involving my father-in-law. Initially, I intended to return, yet ultimately, I did not. Do you comprehend why? It is due to your identity. Even a security guard possesses principles and boundaries. How could a commander of the neighborhood militia indiscriminately slaughter those she once cherished and protected? Thus, I refrained from returning, and at that moment, animals attacked me, leading to the conclusion of our private conversation. However, when I sought to engage with you again, I was met with the same vitriol across every channel. I felt profound sorrow, realizing that you were no different from them, freely casting insults in my direction. What wrong have I committed? Please, enlighten me on my transgressions. Must you truly drive me to the depths of despair before you are satisfied? In my disappointment and anguish, I contemplated severing ties with you. Yet, in the end, I could not. For you are the only commander of the neighborhood militia I have encountered, the manifestation of the dream I have pursued since childhood. even if the reality of that dream diverges significantly from my expectations. And so I arrived here, expressing my goodwill once more. Look, there on the bus stop sign at your feet, you will find the words I have inscribed. Perhaps, through the animals of Dream City or those of the new district square, they have come to understand my strength. The cost of extinguishing my life would be too great, leading them to retreat. This aligns perfectly with my desires, for I have not slain a single animal. You may inquire within the regional channel if you doubt my words. Commander Zhang, I am but an ordinary individual with dreams and principles. In light of the genuine sentiments we both share for the beloved Guojia, I implore you to spare me and my wife. As long as we remain alive, I am willing to relinquish my position atop the leaderboard and abandon all you wish for me to forsake. I beg you, Commander Zhang. Lin Xing's words conveyed heartfelt sincerity, and his expressions were vivid, resonating with a conviction that even he found compelling. Chapter 43, The Celestial Vessel of Repairing the Sky. The security guard, who had become a mere idle fish, feared a recurrence of his past experience in the zoo massacre. In the City of Dreams, he was eager to ascertain the fate of Tang Qingjin, yet the animals fortuitously obstructed his path, leading to an ambush that nearly caused him to falter. Holding signs in the new district square was merely a ploy to showcase strength and avoid being besieged, ideally enticing some animals to attack, allowing for their extermination and the subsequent acquisition of treasure chests. The rationale for not proactively hunting down animals in residential areas was simplicity itself. The inefficiency was intolerable. He had been tirelessly pursuing treasure chests, amassing over 10,000 growth points in a single day amidst the ruins. Transforming low-level beings into animals was an impossibility. Once a dog had tasted meat, it would find even excrement less appealing. With a substantial feast ahead, why would he toil over the remnants of filth in the crevices of walls? Unbeknownst to Lin Xing, his words left Zhang Tong utterly bewildered, as if he had committed an egregious error. Simultaneously, this statement had made its way into a group of thousands, igniting a significant discourse. An image of a youth, vilified by the world yet possessing a conscience, dreams, perseverance, loyalty, and principles, was established. This was no mere security guard. He was akin to the most exemplary of community defenders among those present, who could claim never to have attacked a person turned animal, especially when in need of hastened recovery, with small creatures serving as the most effective remedy. Without prolonged debate, the highest authorities swiftly reached a consensus. Even if for no other reason, the alignment with the principle of as long as the heart endures, Huagua shall persist necessitated retaining Lin Xing. Of course, the prestige of being number one in the world and his strength also played a part. As Lin Xing observed the immobile Millosaurus, he gently pulled Tang Qingjin along, retreating slowly. If the other party did not impede his departure, it would imply a mutual respect for boundaries. Just as his line of sight to the Millosaurus was about to be obscured by the eaves, a message suddenly appeared in the open chat interface. Zhang Tong, I sincerely apologize once more for the harm caused by my insults. I am willing to bear the appropriate consequences. Lin Xing, no need, Director Zhang. You have already apologized. As long as you cease pursuing me, I, Lin Xing, am grateful and assure you that I will not appear before you again. Lin Xing exhaled in relief, quickening his pace while signaling for Linda and the others to follow. Zhang Tong invites you to join the Celestial Vessel of Repairing the Sky chat group. Do you agree? Just as Lin Xing was about to decline, another message from Zhang Tong appeared. Zhang Tong, no, Lin Xing, I genuinely harbor no malice. Was it not your dream to become a true community defender? Now it has come to fruition. The nation still exists, and there remains a group of like-minded community defenders who share your passion for Guojia. Though home is lost, the community defenders strive to rebuild it. We firmly believe that a new homeland will be reconstructed on this land, even if we have transformed into animals. Lin Xing, I understand loneliness. You need allies who comprehend you. Join us. Is this not the dream you have always cherished? We understand you, and there will be no more insults directed at you. Lin Xing, grappling with Tang Qingjin's soft waist, nearly stumbled. His expression twisted in disgust, reminiscent of tasting something foul, as he grappled with his own predicament. How could he not have foreseen this? The leaderboard was populated by dominant species. With such a lack of resources, how could he possibly ascend? It was no wonder many names felt familiar. Even as a languid creature, I remained aware of certain names. My own cleverness had led me into a trap. What reason could I concoct to refuse? Refusal would surely lead to Guojia's impatience in allowing me to linger on the periphery. What to do? What to do? The light of wisdom flickered in and out. After a long pause, he let out a sigh. Lin Xing. Ah, truly? Wujiao still exists? The organization is willing to accept me? Though every fiber of his being resisted, he could only convey joy, excitement, and the sensation of discovering light in darkness. Had Lin Xing known that these individuals were not reborn, but had merely received advance notice an hour prior, he would have turned on his heel without a second thought, ready to obliterate any further entanglement. Zhang Tong. Indeed, Lin Xing, although we have lost the majority, we remain steadfast. Lin Xing, Director Zhang, I am willing. Zhang Tong. Yes, Lin Xing, welcome. Lin Xing, Director Zhang. In this world of chaos, my experiences compel me to remain cautious of all. May I refrain from engaging with you for the time being? Zhang Tong, of course. I understand the grievances you have endured, and the organization will not compel you to act. You will have ample freedom, akin to others in the organization who share your circumstances. Despite the comforting words, he would never draw near any dominant creature. Lin Xing took a deep breath and chose to agree. The chat group interface popped up, named the Celestial Vessel of Repairing the Sky. Below lay a list of 1,000 names: Zhang Jingguo, Zhao De, Tang Dongjun, Bian Guowei, Ming Shixuan, Lu Yongmin, and others, all growth level LV1 dominant species. Lin Xing felt a surge of determination. He would resolutely avoid any contact with animals. After scrutinizing the names for some time, he committed to maintaining distance from any he might encounter in the future. He then perused the group files. White paper on the first 3-day plan. Celestial Vessel of Repairing the Sky Committee. Overview of the distribution of bronze treasure chests and guardian monsters. Chutan Yu Assault Team. Strategy and reward speculations for silver treasure chests. Chutan Yu Assault Team. 19 simulations under global catastrophe. Li Qingping Strategy Group. 13 theories on ruins. Tan Sishua Detection Group. Reorganization and deployment strategies for 14 special troops in East China JQ under the first 3-day plan. Tang Dongjun Advisory Department. Reorganization and deployment strategies for 7 special troops of the Construction Corps under the first 3-day plan. Bian Guowei Advisory Department. White paper on security plans for Sister Nation. Lu Yongmin Foreign Affairs Group. White paper on security plans for Sun Nation. Li Dao Foreign Affairs Group. The group files numbered in the hundreds. Merely glancing at the titles was enough to evoke a sense of sophistication. He casually opened one titled Overview of the Distribution of Bronze Treasure Chests and Guardian Monsters. The most recent update was half an hour ago, detailing 885 bronze treasure chests and 885 guardian monsters. Chapter 44. The harvest of group files following this is a record detailing the distribution of treasure chests. Conjectures regarding the possible rewards of bronze chests, the strengths and weaknesses of the guardian monsters, and analyses of their counter-relationships. Lin Xing did not scrutinize it closely, yet he understood why the monsters guarding the bronze chests were so formidable. The monsters were inherently stronger than their equivalent-level counterparts, and they gained power quickly over time, potentially due to sunlight or other factors. Currently, all bronze monsters were at least in their growth stages. Another critical reason was that when attacking bronze monsters, at most only 2 animals could inflict damage, while any additional attacks would be rendered ineffective by some mysterious rule. Lin Xing realized why so many were gathered around the bronze chests yet refrained from attacking. If it weren't for this reason, even a single growth stage level 1 wind wolf, let alone 10, would be torn apart by a greedy horde of animals. But if only 2 animals could be effective, the situation became dire. Without the capability to obliterate foes, relying solely on attrition tactics would render any additional animals mere fodder. However, he felt a twinge of confusion. With so many bronze chests, why were the dominant figures not directly eliminating them? Just half an hour before the update, a total of only 6 bronze chests had been dealt with, while 8 new ones had been discovered. Were the elites intentionally allowing them to thrive? Or perhaps they harbored deeper, ulterior motives? Scrolling down, he found 3 bronze chests in city of Province, one more than what Tang Tao had collected. It seemed he had taken one down, leaving 2 remaining. One was at the City Normal University, guarded by a multi-legged centipede capable of spitting venom, which could instantly disintegrate foes, estimated to be at growth stages level 1 or 2. Another was at the Municipal Square of the Southern District, guarded by a massive white rat, whose sharp teeth could chew through low-carbon steel, also estimated at growth stages level 1 or 2. Lin Xing ignored the speculations regarding weaknesses and counter-relationships, finding them inconsequential. He closed the document related to bronze chests and monsters and curiously opened strategy and reward speculations on silver chests. Similar to the previous document, it updated every half hour. revealing a total of 117 silver chests known, with 3 newly added. To Lin Xing's surprise, there were only additions without any reductions. He had reviewed past versions, and each time there were only additions. What were the elites truly aiming for? While some bronze chests had been dealt with, not a single silver chest had been touched. Could it be that they were nurturing them in hopes of yielding smaller ones? As he continued scrolling, his confusion deepened. The rewards for silver chests were purely speculative, even less comprehensive than Lin Xing's own conjectures. However, there were some tests regarding the monsters guarding the silver chests. They were a tier stronger than bronze monsters and 2 tiers above ordinary animals. These monsters could confront 3 animals simultaneously, with any additional attackers being rendered ineffective. Searching for City, he found that there were currently no silver chests there. The nearest one was located in a county under City's jurisdiction. He noted down the positions of the closest silver chests, considering a potential expedition. Next, he perused 13 theories on ruins. As the title suggested, it included notions about undiscovered ancient tombs on Earth, remnants of prehistoric civilizations, and underwater tunnels. The 13 theories were well-grounded and clearly articulated, yet they remained mere conjectures, devoid of any definitive conclusions. These elites, upon inspection, were evidently not subscribers to certain points. They lacked the audacity to propose bolder, more eccentric hypotheses. Lin Xing felt an urge to contribute but refrained, knowing that all discussions regarding ruins would devolve into simplistic inquiries. What were these elites thinking? Everything was meticulously organized and efficient, yet in the specific matters of bronze chests, silver chests, and ruins, they appeared rather, well, sluggish. He swiftly noted the information on 33 ruin gateways and their guardian monsters. Lin Xing admired the organization's strength in planning and overarching direction while privately questioning their inefficiency at the highest resource levels. He then rapidly skimmed through the first 3-day plan white paper and 19 simulated theories under global catastrophe. The white paper outlined the organization's responses, coordination, and strategic alignment across various regions. The simulations in the latter document aligned closely with Lin Xing's thoughts. Over time, lower-tier individuals would increasingly regress into instinct-driven, primal animals. Unlike Lin Xing's personal speculations, the document presented a comprehensive system of statistics, analyses, and conclusions, showcasing a level of professionalism that was strikingly systematic. On the rooftop of Hualien Supermarket, Tang Qingqin was perplexed by Lin Xing's sudden cessation of movement. Yet, from Lin Xing's focused and earnest expression, it was clear he was engaged in some form of communication. However, 10 minutes had passed. Could he truly be engrossed in an epic narrative? The main issue was that Lin Xing was still gripping her soft flesh under her armpit, and the prolonged strain was becoming slightly painful. The agony of the unknown was unbearable, and she longed for clarity regarding Lin Xing's decision. Regardless of the outcome, be it flight or demise, there needed to be a resolution. Leaning down, she murmured near Lin Xing's ear, "Lin Xing, what has happened? Are we still fleeing?" Meanwhile, the elites in the Bu Tian Shenzhou group were also in a state of anticipation. Upon Lin Xing's acceptance into the group, he was met with a flurry of greetings and welcomes, one after another, 10, then 100. Yet, as time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Some elites began to suspect their enthusiasm might have made Lin Xing shy. After all, many of them were figures frequently seen on television and in the news. It was not unusual for a young man to exhibit any reaction when faced with the realization of his dreams. Eventually, the welcomes ceased, and they waited for Lin Xing to acclimate. They waited for a solid 10 minutes. Some elites had already completed their tasks, checking the group messages for the second and third times, yet Lin Xing had yet to respond. If it were not for the group having 1,001 members and the clear indication of Lin Xing, Black Gorilla Growth Stage Level 4, some elites might have doubted whether he had truly joined. Ultimately, under the remarks of one elite, the topic concerning Lin Xing came to an end. After all, they all had their own matters to attend to, busy with leveling up and coordinating efforts, wishing they could divide themselves into several parts to manage everything. The promising youth, Lin Xing, had found his place. He was not going anywhere. Those who could withstand the solitude of being scorned by the world would eventually integrate into the organization and contribute as expected. Zhang Tong was also waiting. She had inquired about Lin Xing in the group but received no response, nor did she hear from him privately. If it weren't for the sight of the female gorilla's black fur peeking above the rooftop, she would have doubted Lin Xing had left. In the past, she might have cursed Lin Xing while tearing down the building. Now, however, she had changed her approach. Chapter 45. taking advantage of organizational convenience to pursue my own interests as Tang Qingqin's soft whimper faded. Lin Xing closed the group's file reading. Well, there was no need to flee, but keeping a distance from the dinosaurs was imperative. The benefits of joining this group related to the heavenly boat of mending the sky exceeded Lin Xing's expectations, particularly the information regarding top-tier resources, which provided him with a clearer and more efficient plan for the future. As for matters concerning the nation and the world, he chose to disregard them, leaving everything to fate. After responding to Tang Qingqin, Lin Xing shifted his attention back to the group interface, opting not to browse the group files for now. Switching to the chat, he closed the group chat moments later. The discussions within were all significant affairs, with the smallest units being at the regiment level. For instance, reports of super rat swarms indicated which nearby teams had already been dispatched to eliminate them. Certain teams had recently established connections with local powers in various cities and had successfully absorbed them. Some teams had experienced substantial casualties, and so on. His presence in this group was akin to a drop in the ocean, perhaps even less than a drop, creating no ripple at all. This suited his desires perfectly. The less attention he attracted, the stronger his sense of security. By leveraging the organizational convenience, he could pursue his own interests without concern. When the organization eventually required his assistance, he would gladly offer whatever support he could provide. Perfect. However, he mused that the organization might never require his services. Lin Xing affirmed himself with this thought and closed the group chat. Just as he was about to exit the interface, he suddenly recalled Zhang Tong and reopened their private chat, which contained only a brief message. Zhang Tong, Lin Xing, take your time to adapt. We are all your family. Family? You all hunt the lower beings like animals in packs. Lin Xing, yes, I can hardly fathom that those who fight for the country and the people truly exist. I am even in the same group as them. Thank you, Commander Zhang. The bored Millosaurus in the square suddenly perked up. Zhang Tong, I'm here. We've always been here, Lin Xing. I need to discuss something with you. Lin Xing felt a shiver run down his spine. Could it be that just as he was granted freedom, he was now being summoned to act? Damn it. Let us see what this is about. Lin Xing, Commander Zhang, please command me. Regardless of whether I can accomplish it, I am at your service. Lin Xing had already resolved that if he sensed danger, he would employ the tactic of delay, dragging it out indefinitely. Zhang Tong, I hope you one-team mute my messages. I mean no harm. I am your comrade, and wish to be your friend. Lin Xing was momentarily taken aback. Lin Xing, Commander Zhang, I appreciate your regard for me. I too wish to be your friend, and I have disabled the Do Not Disturb feature. However, as you know, due to the overwhelming amount of garbage information out there, I seldom open the interface. Zhang Tong, rest assured, Lin Xing. I want to engage you in idle chatter. I merely wish to reach you in case of emergencies. Engaging me in idle chatter would require my attention first. Lin Xing, in that case, Commander Zhang, I must take my leave. I need to assist my wife with her upgrade. She has yet to reach maturity. Zhang Tong, what breed of gorilla is your wife? At such a large size, she hasn't matured yet? Lin Xing, I'm not sure. She has just called a hybrid gorilla. Zhang Tong, it must be quite difficult for her to reach maturity. Do you have any plans? Lin Xing, I refuse to kill and turn beings into animals. I can only attract the attention of treasure chest monsters. Zhang Tong, Lin Xing, oh, by the way, can we kill bronze treasure chest monsters? Zhang Tong, yes. Lin Xing, what about relic monsters? Zhang Tong, yes. Lin Xing, good, thank you. Zhang Tong, Lin Xing, do you need assistance? Lin Xing, no, thank you. Commander Zhang, you have so many matters to attend to and need to grow. How could I waste your time? Zhang Tong, all right then, if you ever need help, feel free to communicate with me. The organization has already made contact with some groups in Anqing and can provide you support. Zhang Tong, also Lin Xing. As a member of the People's Neighborhood Army, I shouldn't say this, but I must remind you, at times, do not be overly rigid. The construction of a home is built upon blood and bones, those who have become indistinguishable from primitive animals. Lin Xing, Commander Zhang, please stop. Lin Xing, will never take the initiative to attack any being that has transformed into an animal. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Tong saw the black fur of the gorilla vanish atop the shopping center roof, the sound of its powerful movements fading into the distance. She immediately regretted having offered that piece of advice to Lin Xing, as if she were leading a pure soul astray due to her faltering faith. Zhang Tong, sigh. Lin Xing, I apologize. Consider it as if I never spoke. After sending the message, Zhang Tong waited for Lin Xing's response in silence, feeling a twinge of guilt. Moments later, she switched to another group chat and composed a message. Having departed from the Hualien supermarket, Lin Xing and his companions made their way toward Anqing Normal University. Lin Xing, what exactly did you discuss with that dinosaur? Tang Qingqin casually grabbed a small chicken and stuffed it into her mouth, without even plucking the feathers. Lin Xing briefly recounted the affairs of the Guojia organization, leaving Tang Qingqin utterly astonished. Why had they not seen Guojia carry out any rescue operations, or even promote anything in over a day? Wait, do we no longer need to live in fear? Lin Xing playfully slapped Tang Qingqin's rear. Put away that foolish thought. In this world, I am the only person you can truly trust. Lin Xing shrugged. Disaster struck suddenly, directly obliterating the Guojia system. After all, we are all human. Who can truly be selfless? When everyone gathers together, does that mean growth and evolution are unnecessary? Should we all lie on the streets basking in the sun with no desires? I have a suspicion, although I do not know the purpose of the mysterious forces, they certainly do not wish for a harmonious world. Stop overthinking it. Maintain your wisdom and grow wildly beneath your husband's embrace, becoming so strong that no one can threaten our existence. Lin Xing, you beneath my embrace. Care to try? Get lost. Just trying should be quite entertaining. Dream on. We're almost at your school. School is fine too. Just thinking about it in front of classmates would be quite thrilling. Tang Qingqin. Enough already. As they bickered, they continued toward Anqing Normal University. Lin Xing occasionally grabbed a streetlight pole and wedged it under Tang Qingqin's armpit. By the time they reached the area where the bronze treasure chest was located, Tang Qingqin, with a face full of grievance, had dragged along 20 streetlight poles. However, the scene before them exceeded their expectations. The vast plaza contained only a gigantic centipede, 2 meters thick and over 20 meters long, basking in the sun. A glimmer of wisdom illuminated Lin Xing's face. Qinger, let us take him down. I'll cover you. Chapter 46. Changing the rules with one's own strength. Bang. Oh dear, Lin Xing, should I take another shot? He did not anticipate that Tang Qingqin would decline. Upon reflection, he surmised the reason. Qinger, are you afraid? I'm not afraid. I just find it a bit nauseating and somewhat terrifying. Lin Xing was at a loss for words. Qinger, you are now a formidable gorilla. To other creatures, you too appear fearsome and repulsive. Why not take a stroll for the garbage dump? That seems unnecessary. Even now, it suffices. Just lift the manhole cover and behold the heaps of maggots, some over a foot long. That's truly disgusting. Perhaps in a few days, there will be maggots and flies. Lin Xing, stop talking. Qinger, you must conquer all your psychological discomfort. Only then, with your cunning and the primal instincts of a gorilla, can you truly ascend to the status of a dominant species. Go on, give it your all. I am right behind you. Lin Xing withdrew a streetlight pole from under Tang Qingqin's arm and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Tang Qingqin, being decisive, drew the remaining streetlight pole closer. As the size of the monster guarding the treasure chest increased, the designated area of influence expanded from 10 to 30 meters. Tang Qingqin had not yet approached this distance when she halted, placing the pole down. Figure out the optimal stance for exerting your strength. Lin Xing called out, trailing behind her. Soon, Tang Qingqin adopted a pose identical to Lin Xing's usual stance. In the next moment, the 6-meter-long streetlight pole hurtled towards the menacing centipede. Bang! Swoosh! It missed. The pole struck the ground, sending a chunk of concrete flying, while the centipede remained oblivious, lazily basking in the sun. Bang! Swoosh! Bang! Swoosh! After 4 consecutive misses, Lin Xing was speechless. Are you afraid of hitting it? Tang Qingqin, your technique is truly lacking. Sighing, he said, let me take over. Oh no. Tang Qingqin shyly nodded. Her legs and the sturdier left arm supported the ground as she gripped the pole, leaving deep claw marks on its surface. After aiming, a surge of confidence surged within her. Whoosh! The streetlight pole flew with the swiftness of the wind, producing a whistling sound as it pierced through the air. Bang! Swoosh! The 6-meter pole struck the centipede about a third of the way from its head. This was a deliberate choice, as Lin Xing feared he might accidentally kill it. Lin Xing grinned, eager to boast to Tang Qingqin, but his expression abruptly froze. The pole had neither pierced the centipede nor inflicted any harm. The creature exhibited no reaction whatsoever. What the hell is going on? In another location, a diminutive humanoid female creature emitted a series of cackling sounds. If anyone could comprehend, they would hear, "Ha, I knew it. The Alliance saw my report and has indeed patched the loopholes. The insidious and repulsive gorilla will no longer prevail. I might even earn a commendation from the Alliance." Oblivious to the unfolding events, Lin Xing had unwittingly altered the rules with his singular efforts. Like Lin Xing, the primates emulating his audacious maneuvers were also significantly affected by the change in regulations. Lin Xing, undeterred by his previous failures, hurled the pole several more times, each attempt exerting all his strength. Yet the 6-meter pole was reduced to a mere 3 meters, while the centipede remained as indifferent as before. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xing could only attribute this anomaly to an unexpected incident, reminiscent of the time with the silver treasure chest and the destruction monarch dragon. Xinger, there may be an unforeseen issue. Stay here while I assess the situation. Lin Xing called out to the equally bewildered Tang Qijin, cautiously approaching the centipede with 2 streetlight poles in hand. Truthfully, the larger the creature, the less sensitive it is to distance. During a kiss, 2 gorilla tongues can meet within half a meter, whereas humans must align lips to lips. 30 meters appeared insignificant to him, even smaller in relation to the 20-meter-long centipede. At one moment, as Lin Xing crossed the 30-meter threshold, the previously languid centipede instantly stiffened, turning its gaze toward him. Lin Xing grinned, discarding one pole and positioning the other, instantly adopting a combat stance. In the next moment, the 6-meter-long pole, its tip crushed into a chisel shape, was launched towards the centipede. This time, Lin Xing aimed for its head. Bang! Swoosh! Hissing. After a muffled thud, the centipede screeched. Phew! Lin Xing sighed in relief. It wasn't immune to attacks this time. Although the centipede had dodged the critical blow to its head, the strike landed on its neck, slicing through substantial scales and flesh. Lin Xing refrained from throwing a second pole, retreating from the designated area as the centipede prepared to counterattack. Xinger, come. You may need to engage in close combat. Oh no. Quickly, no dawdling. You've already wasted enough time. Tang Qijin nodded, understanding the urgency in Lin Xing's voice. She steeled herself, bending down to retrieve the remaining 8 streetlight poles and advancing. In actual combat, Tang Qijin would only utilize a maximum of 2 poles, yet Lin Xing, dragging one along, refrained from giving directions. He wanted her to experience genuine battle. He would only intervene when she was in imminent danger. Sharing a kinship with Lin Xing, Tang Qijin grasped his intent and boldly crossed the threshold. She positioned herself and hurled the pole toward the centipede. Lin Xing calculated the angle and velocity of the pole's flight, sighing inwardly. As expected, she missed. Even if she had hit, it would have been difficult to inflict significant damage on the centipede. However, he understood that while Tang Qijin possessed considerable strength, the factors affecting throwing damage were not solely reliant on power, but also on speed. Speed is predominantly determined by muscle and nerve sensitivity, an area where Tang Qijin, like all large species, fell short. It was akin to comparing a mouse to an elephant. If an elephant could achieve the footfall frequency of a mouse, it would soar with speed. Yet, this was an impossibility. If it attempted such a frequency, it would fall apart. As Lin Xing had anticipated, Tang Qijin had but one chance to throw. Before she could prepare a second pole, the centipede surged forward. Its multitude of legs pulsated at high frequency, resembling a chainsaw, creating a sharp, rasping sound against the ground. Lin Xing stepped into the designated area, ready to strike at any moment. Cleverly, Tang Qijin chose not to throw the second pole. Instead, she lowered the one she had raised and began to accelerate while dragging it. Bang! Bang! 2 muted sounds erupted as Tang Qijin swung her pole, deflecting the centipede's head, which had lunged toward her face, causing its head to twist awkwardly. Some scales from its cheek flaked off due to the pole's bizarre bend. Yet in the next instant, the centipede's rear segment lashed out, striking Tang Qijin's abdomen and causing her to stagger. With its head snapping back, the centipede's serrated teeth lunged once more at Tang Qijin. Unyielding, she half-turned her body, and with a twist of her strength, the bent streetlight pole met the centipede again. Chapter 47. The Cleansing of the Bronze Treasure Chest in an Instant. Amidst the anguished cries of 2 disparate species, they momentarily separated, locked in a brief standoff. Tang Qijin's left shoulder bore the gruesome marks of a substantial bite, the wound emanating wisps of frothy white vapor, indicating the centipede's corrosive slime. Conversely, the centipede, having sustained a grievous injury to its neck from Lin Xing's earlier thrust, now exhibited a mangled and bloody state with multiple fractures visible on its exposed bones. A howl echoed. Bang! 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 Suddenly, Lin Xing was startled by the unfolding events. Tang Qijin discarded the twisted lamppost in her grasp, unleashing a furious roar skyward, and began to pound her chest. the force of her strikes causing Lin Xing a moment of toothache, fearing she might collapse her already fragile ribcage. Following her display, her powerful arms struck the ground, propelling her toward the centipede. Foolish girl, why engage in a direct confrontation when iron is at hand? Lin Xing grimaced as she dragged the lamppost closer, bracing herself to intervene at the slightest hint of danger. The two colossal beasts collided once more, this time refusing to separate. The centipede's serrated fangs lunged toward Tang Qingjin's cheek, only to be thwarted by her raised left arm. In the throes of pain, she retaliated by sinking her teeth into the centipede's neck. For other vertebrates, such a chokehold would be an effective maneuver. However, the centipede's anatomy rendered its neck as robust as its body, reaching an impressive 2 meters in girth. Tang Qingjin's bites proved largely ineffectual, her mouth instead generating puffs of white smoke due to the corrosive nature of the centipede's blood. Lin Xing winced at the sight, yet Tang Qingjin persisted, biting again and again. Within seconds, the centipede had coiled around Tang Qingjin multiple times, and without a doubt, the outcome would be her demise. Alas, what folly! Lin Xing lamented, rushing forward as she swung the lamppost in a sweeping arc bang. Hiss! The end of the pole struck the centipede's head with precision. Shards of scales mingled with fresh blood, prompting the centipede to release its grip on Tang Qingjin while simultaneously freeing her from its constriction. Bang! Hiss! The deformed end of the lamppost descended once more, landing on the same spot, and Lin Xing heard the distinct crack of bone. The centipede's instincts compelled it to retreat from Lin Xing, loosening its grasp upon Tang Qingjin. Rather than ending the centipede's life, Lin Xing called out to the injured Tang Qingjin, extending the lamppost toward her. "Qinger, take action." A howl erupted from Tang Qingjin as she disregarded the lamppost, charging forward once more. What the hell? So this is the true Tang Qingjin. Lin Xing rolled her eyes at the sight of the two titanic creatures grappling anew. Yet this time, Tang Qingjin had learned. She refrained from using her mouth to rend at the centipede. Instead, she sacrificed her left arm, forming a fist with her right, and struck powerfully at the centipede's skull, which had already been compromised by Lin Xing's earlier assault. Even as the centipede tightened its coil around her, she remained steadfast in her strategy. With each relentless blow, the centipede began to gradually loosen its grip. As its body, having coiled around her several times, finally slackened, its head was left battered and pulpy. Before Lin Xing's watchful eyes, Tang Qingjin's form began to transform. Her left arm and right hand, marred by corrosion, visibly improved, while the damage to her back and mouth became less apparent. She expanded in size, growing robust and tall, surpassing 5 meters. A triumphant howl erupted from her. The sounds of an alpha female gorilla, a stark contrast to the earlier cries of rage and suffering, now infused with elation. Lin Xing gazed levelly at Tang Qingjin's belly, his teeth chattering. "My goodness, you've grown even taller." Moments later, she embraced him in a thick fur embrace, squeezing tightly for a considerable while. "Lin Xing, this corrosive centipede granted me 117 growth points. I've reached level 8, 279, 512. Excellent, keep it up." Lin Xing offered a token of praise and encouragement as he retrieved the bronze key, advancing toward the treasure chest. Initially attempting to lift it, he found it futile and opted to open it instead. Corrosive Centipede Essence 1. Upon use, increases resistance to toxic T-cell secretion by 15, limited to growth stage level 4. Weak Corrosive Refinement Liquid 1. Upon use, grants 190 growth points, limited to growth stage level 4. So there's a toxin resistance. However, this is of little use to me, Lin Xing mused. In combat, he categorized engagements into 2 types, those that shatter opponents and those that do not. For him, the most beneficial items were those that enhanced fundamental attributes, while those that transformed species were of minimal value. Toxic resistance, he concluded, was scarcely superior to species transformation. He turned and tossed the essence to Tang Qingjin. "Qinger, drink this for toxin resistance." The vial that granted 190 growth points was discreetly stowed in his waistband. Having reached level 4 13887, 16392, the 3 vials he had collected provided a total of 1140 points. With only 1365 needed to ascend to growth stage level 5, a commendable achievement. Yet, he reflected, nearly an hour had elapsed since departing from the Skull Island ruins, during which he had effortlessly dispatched several smaller creatures, yet had not accrued a single growth point. "Lin Xing, I feel a bit unwell." "What is the matter, Qingo?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Xing furrowed his brow, concerned that she might be experiencing a reaction to the toxin resistance potion, and inquired hastily. I'm standing at 5 meters tall now. Even when crouched, I'm still over 3 meters. How can you remain so diminutive? How can I not feel uneasy? With a swift motion, Lin Xing delivered a slap, masking his own embarrassment. Grow a bit more, and I might just use your arm. Now let us go see your school, and perhaps I can glimpse what has become of the boys who once pursued you. He pointed toward the teaching building of City Normal University, just around the corner. Lin Xing, let us not go there. Why not? I don't know. I just don't want to. They may no longer be alive, and most likely have become mere livestock. If they Haven T leveled up, as you said, they are. Well, perhaps it's for the best if we don't see them. The two gathered their belongings, with Tang Qingjin automatically picking up the remaining lampposts as they journeyed toward the final bronze treasure chest. As they passed the entrance of City Normal University, Tang Qingjin paused momentarily, seemingly lost in nostalgia for bygone days. Meanwhile, within the library and classrooms of the university, numerous animals observed with heightened anxiety. They had witnessed the terrifying gorilla vanquish the equally fearsome centipede and fervently hoped that the gorillas would not enter their domain, fearing for their lives. Only when the gorilla troop had departed did they feel a measure of relief. Returning to their grim pursuits of slaughtering creatures that had long since lost their distinction from primal animals, even engaging in conflicts across species lines. 20 minutes later, in the southern municipal square, Tang Qingjin thrust her pole into the grotesquely battered head of the supergiant rat, signaling the demise of the last bronze beast in city, at least for now, as no new treasure chests had appeared. This time, Lin Xing had dealt the crippling blow, while Tang Qingjin delivered the finishing strike. Despite her eagerness to charge in herself, a prospect Lin Xing had firmly declined. This was due to the fact that should Tang Qingjin become injured and unable to level up, it would require considerable time for her to recover, which would significantly impact their progress. With accustomed efficiency, he inserted the key into the lock and opened the chest. Salivary gland muscle and nerve proliferation Formula 1, upon use. Enhances tooth hardness and bite force by 17, limited to growth stage level 4. Bone-eating rock rat heart membrane refinement liquid 1, upon use, grants 200 growth points, limited to growth stage level 4. He discarded the useless potions to Tang Qingjin while concealing the growth point elixir within his waistband. Ruins, here I come. Chapter 48. The arrival at the Ruins Light Gate after more than 10 minutes, the silver-based Dewan Square came into view. There were not many animals surrounding the square. Only about 40 to 50 dogs, each towering around 2 meters high and measuring over 3 meters in length. However, these dogs kept their distance from the central milky white oval light circle, more specifically, from the terrifying ant standing nearby, which was 5 to 6 meters tall. Many animals had come to realize that the treasure chest was beyond their reach. Rather than waste time on it, they found it more pragmatic to hunt lower-tier creatures. Just like the previous 2 bronze treasure chests, there were no intelligent species nearby. Even among intelligent species, the violence had diminished, whether by tacit understanding or prior agreement. As the foolish had mostly perished, now, a pack of massive dogs, eyeing the formidable Ruins Lightgate creatures, appeared, and it was clear they were not to be trifled with. Lin Xing took a deep breath and forcefully wedged 2 streetlight poles under Tang Qingjin's armpits, which were nearly full. He found an advertisement board by the greenery, tore off the McDonald's ad on its surface, and called Linda over to bring a bone. Completing the standard script in both directions. Chinger, during the upcoming battle, protect yourself and, if possible, look after Linda and the others. He murmured this softly, raised the advertisement board, and moved forward, creating a commotion. As soon as he appeared, the dispersed pack of giant dogs reacted, converging towards the largest one, presumably a German shepherd. Lin Xing narrowed his eyes, sensing that they must have had a previous encounter. It seemed his legend had not circulated widely enough. But that was fine. 40 to 50 dogs were not particularly defensive or agile creatures. They could be subdued with a few well-placed strikes. He flipped the advertisement board over, clearly stating his stance, stay, and you shall perish. After counting to 3, he discarded the board and retrieved the 2 street light poles, leaning forward to assume a charging posture. The giant dogs seemed to stir slightly, but did not retreat. Oh well, let us take them down. Lin Xing had not even reached 30 in his count when Tang Qingjin, wielding the streetlight poles, began to howl, and Linda and the others followed suit, their battle spirit ignited. Well, 30 seconds had passed. Lin Xing had spoken. He bent his knees, propelled himself forward, shattering several pieces of the crafted stone pavement beneath him, charging out with the speed of a cheetah. Suddenly, Just as he was about to throw the poles, Lin Xing came to a screeching halt, kicking up a cloud of debris. Tang Qingqin and Lin had not yet accelerated enough, so they did not experience the same abrupt stop. Lin Xing halted because he noticed that the giant dog was also holding a sign in its mouth, upon which words were inscribed, "Special Assault Team, obeying General Lin's commands." Lin Xing was taken aback. When had he become General Lin? After a moment's thought, he deduced the reason and quickly accessed the group file of the Tiantian Divine Ship to check the personnel list. He certainly would not sift through the tens of thousands of names, but instead searched for Lin Xing and found the relevant information. Name, Lin Xing Region, a province. And city. Species, chimpanzee. Title, Special Chief of City, Major General. Experience, single-handedly cleared the western suburbs of City. Guijia's efficiency was astounding. With just a few words, he had been promoted to Major General? But what exactly was this special team? Did they think security team sounded unappealing? What was this special team supposed to do? Lin Xing glanced at Tang Qingqin, who was still bewildered, and the 7 confused chimpanzees. Using the streetlight pole as a writing instrument, he inscribed on the ground, "Brothers, there is no need for any orders. Feel free to move about and upgrade yourselves." After finishing, he tapped the ground, stepped back, and the pack of giant dogs moved forward in unison, with the largest one stepping out of the group to approach quickly. Seeing that the opponent was unguarded, Lin Xing did not display any aggressive posture, yet he remained ready to retaliate at any moment. As the giant dog approached, it saw the message Lin Xing had written, raised a paw, saluted, and then bit into its paw, drawing blood to write on the ground. A formidable character indeed. Then, it turned and barked several times, causing the 40 to 50 dogs to swiftly disperse, though they did not leave, remaining on alert. Lin Xing was speechless. There was no need for that, brother, but he refrained from uttering any further nonsensical comments. Once these creatures realized they were of no use to him, they would surely depart, as they could not gain any growth points by remaining near him. "Qinger, let us get to work." Tang Qingqin nodded eagerly, rushing back to gather the pile of streetlight poles and close the distance towards the light gate alongside Lin Xing approaching the 100-meter threshold. Lin Xing signaled for Tang Qingqin to toss the majority of the streetlight poles into the designated area, retaining just 2 for each of them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xing held it, and in the next moment, he crossed the threshold. With his legs and his thicker, longer left arm supporting his body, he pulled the streetlight poles horizontally, confidence surging within him as he aimed, threw, and executed a series of actions in an instant. The streetlight poles whistled through the air as they traversed the 40 to 50 meters, colliding with the giant ant that had already reacted and charged towards him. Oh no! Clang bang. Overwhelmed by confidence, the ant charged ahead without dodging, and the streetlight pole struck its glossy black shell with a sound akin to metal clashing, producing a deafening thud. The pole bent and flew off. Yet the colossal ant was momentarily halted in its forward momentum by the tremendous impact. Lin Xing narrowed his eyes, relieved that it could be breached. He observed clearly that the area of the ant that had been struck showed signs of shell fragmentation, with pieces flying off and dents forming around it. Then, Lin Xing stepped back from the designated area, mentally analyzing the distance he had just covered, the speed of the pole's flight, the difference in power upon release versus in his hands, his own running speed, and the impact weight. The conclusion was straightforward. It would not be difficult to slay it. As for the giant ant's impact force and bite strength, those concerns were trivial to him. "Qinger, prepare to deliver the finishing blow." Lin Xing called out to Tang Qingqin, eager to resolve the battle swiftly. "Ooh, Lin Xing, what if I give it a try?" "Wait until you evolve. This tough opponent is beyond your current capabilities, and I estimate that its attack and bite strength is formidable." Lin Xing was not inclined to let Tang Qingqin take unnecessary risks. "I just want to try. With a reliable man like you around, I won't perish, will I?" "All right, Lin Xing. Enough with the chatter, just go." Tang Qingqin howled as she dashed out. And moments later, she returned, limping and slumping onto the ground, gritting her teeth as she watched the battle between Lin Xing and the giant ant. Chapter 49. Mysterious Island. With fierce determination, Tang Qingqin could have evaded for a while if he had adopted a more cautious approach. However, by confronting the giant ant head-on, he found himself utterly powerless, suffering a dislocated left arm from a single blow. Had it not been for Lin Xing's timely intervention, Tang Qingqin would have paid an even graver price as the giant ant's forelimbs clamped down on his right leg, threatening to draw him into its maw. Tang Qingqin's attempts inadvertently disrupted Lin Xing's initial onslaught, complicating the battle, yet it posed little concern. Lin Xing had never relied solely on brute force. After a few exchanges, he found his rhythm. 5 minutes later, panting heavily, Lin Xing surveyed the battlefield where the once formidable giant ant lay reduced to a massive black mass, its 6 legs severed and scattered around. If not for his reluctance to kill the creature outright, he would have ended the skirmish long ago by thrusting the streetlight pole into its mouth or neck. "Xinger, come over and deliver the finishing blow," Lin Xing called, catching his breath. However, he noticed that Tang Qingqin remained stationary. Just as he was about to inquire, a message notification appeared on his interface. "Tang Qingqin, Lin Xing, go ahead and kill it." "Lin Xing, what is going on?" "Tang Qingqin, there's no treasure chest here. It's likely that only the one who kills can enter the ruins." Lin Xing was taken aback. Indeed, he had not spotted anything resembling a treasure chest, which confirmed Tang Qingqin's assertion. A universal relic marker appeared on his panel. "Lin Xing, it's fine. I possess the relic marker. You can proceed. Whether through the relic stone or another means, I can enter the ruins." Tang Qingqin, "No, Lin Xing, I've already delayed you too long." Lin Xing, "Qinger, what nonsense are you speaking? Without you, I can hardly imagine what monster I would have become by now." Tang Qingqin, "Yes, Lin Xing, thank you. Please don't let me be a woman who relies on you for everything. What a foolish notion. Your mere presence in my life has already been a disruptive influence, and I wouldn't mind further intoxicating the readers, yet you insist on imposing a cleansing." Tang Qingqin, "Rest assured, when you return, I will have matured. I promise." From a distance of several dozen meters, Lin Xing regarded Tang Qingqin, aware of her stubbornness. He understood she would not change her mind, as they were of the same ilk. Lin Xing, "Qinger, whether or not you mature is inconsequential. The most important thing is to stay alive." Taking a deep breath, Lin Xing averted his gaze without hesitation, raising the bent streetlight pole and thrusting it into the giant ant's eye. "You have slain a giant soldier ant LV4, affected by mysterious forces, earning 653 growth points. Universal Relic Marker 1. Enter the ruins through the corresponding light gate, after which the marker will vanish, with a stay duration of 48 hours. A mere LV4 granted him 653 points, a stark contrast to the earlier encounters with the armored titan, which felt like a severe cutback. Yet, what was this mysterious island? There existed a scene in the Kingdom of Rock, involving the Round Table Knight King Arthur, and an animated series directed by Michael Bay titled Escape from Clone Island, also known as the Mysterious Island. Not to mention Journey to the Center of the Earth 2, which could also be considered a mysterious island. What else? In a flurry of thoughts, Lin Xing struggled to recall more details. He hoped it would be among those mentioned, alleviating his anxiety. After a moment of contemplation, he called out to Tang Qingqin, "Qinger, I shall see you in 2 days." Tang Qingqin responded, and moments later, Lin Xing resolutely approached the relic's light gate. Before leaving, he paused to pick up the streetlight pole once more. Watching Lin Xing's vanishing figure, Tang Qingqin bit her lip and let out a low whimper. She adjusted her dislocated left arm, which she had previously reset, and stood up, unsteadily leading 7 black gorillas away. The giant dogs, having witnessed Lin Xing's valor, instinctively dispersed to follow Tang Qingqin. Meanwhile, within the Tianbu Shenzhou group, discussions erupted. Lin Xing had effortlessly obliterated the creature guarding the relic's light gate. Suddenly, Lin Xing sensed a shadow looming above him, and before he could contemplate the situation, he instinctively rolled away. As he lay half supine on the ground, he realized that the object that had nearly struck him was the streetlight pole. Lin Xing stared in astonishment at the familiar, distorted, and paint-chipped streetlight pole, scanning his surroundings until he comprehended the truth. He had shrunk in size. In comparison to the 10-centimeter diameter of the pole, his current height was merely 1 meter, and on all fours. He stood at a shoulder height of around 60 to 70 centimeters. He resembled an ordinary juvenile gorilla, albeit slightly bulkier. This sensation was incredibly disconcerting, akin to an Olympic champion in weightlifting and high jumping suddenly finding himself in the body of a disabled child. This must be the mysterious island from Journey to the Center of the Earth 2. The relic was indeed named the Mysterious Island, and given his diminutive stature, Lin Xing quickly deduced its origin. If a chicken were to arrive at this relic, it would thrive. A fighter jet would be invincible here. But then again, a chicken could hardly scratch the creatures guarding the light gate. So how could it obtain the marker? After some casual musings, Lin Xing began to recollect all pertinent plot details and combine them with his experiences on Skull Island. He pondered what else he could gain from this relic, aside from the fundamental principle of hunting animals for growth points. Since it was a relic, The mysterious forces Wu and Ti allow powerful creatures to be subjected to torment without reason. There must be something of great value within, akin to the golden treasure chests guarded by titans on Skull Island. He could not afford to abandon the pursuit of such treasures, as the benefits derived from their contents were undeniably substantial. Moreover, those presently unclear special items would surely prove invaluable in the future. He wondered if there were any storylines left to explore. Lin Xing murmured to himself, bending down to pick up 4 metal tubes that had fallen to the ground due to his oversized pants. He twisted them open and poured their contents into his mouth, quenching his thirst with a delightful mixture of fruit juice. The tubes were rather large, exceeding even his own size, making them cumbersome to carry. Thus, he drank them instead, deeming it not a waste, especially as he was nearing a level up. The 4 vials provided him with 700, 250, 190, and 200 growth points, totaling 1340. Coupled with the 653 points from slaying the giant ant, he now stood at growth level LV 415880-16392, with just 512 points remaining to reach LV5. Let us go, Lin Xing exclaimed, preparing to embark on his adventure within the relic. Just then, he heard a resounding call, an elephant. As a former zookeeper who had dispatched several of the creatures, Lin Xing quickly identified the source of the sound. After a brief moment of contemplation, he rushed towards the noise. Seconds later, through the sparse foliage, he spotted 5 elephants leisurely swaying about. Well, they could hardly be called elephants now, as they were smaller than Lin Xing himself, exuding an adorable charm. Lin Xing had always had a fondness for such delightful creatures. 2 minutes later, however, Lin Xing, drenched in blood, wore a complex expression. Chapter 50. The colossal lizard. On one hand, slaying a single elephant yielded merely a solitary point of growth. On the other, his external enhancements, talents remained intact, despite his current lackluster attributes under the influence of tenfold damage. He effortlessly pierced a twig through the skull of the diminutive X. Lin Xing meticulously pried off a foot-long tusk, which would serve as a vital weapon for his survival. He secured a resilient vine around his back and ascended the tallest tree to survey the mysterious island's layout, needing to ascertain his direction. How magnificent! Even more breathtaking than the scenery of Skull Island. The island's grandeur was genuine, not merely an optical illusion due to his diminutive stature. Mist swirled around, enveloping the lush greenery, while butterflies, possibly larger than himself, fluttered nearby. In the distance, peculiar rock formations adorned with cascading white waterfalls complemented a radiant rainbow, painting a picture of paradise on earth. If circumstances permit, I should reside in such a place with Tang Qingjin in the future. Every mountain peak and pastoral scene should bear traces of our love, Lin Xing mused. As he reveled in the enchanting scenery, a voice pierced through the tranquility. Hiss, creak. Ah, if this is heaven, I have arrived ahead of schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the mysterious island. Lin Xing was taken aback. Humans. This indicated a narrative was unfolding. Various thoughts sparked with brilliance, swiftly illuminating his countenance. After a moment's hesitation, he leapt down from the tree and dashed towards the source of the voice. He discarded the tusks from his back, and as his hardened claws grazed his chest, they left behind 5 ghastly lacerations. What in the world is this place? Oh dear, this island has made us smaller. Whoa. Lin Xing once again heard the voices of humans, now alarmingly close, and he let out a feeble, sorrowful whimper. Turning a corner of the rocks, he caught sight of 4 human figures, a greasy middle-aged man, a robust giant, a young man with a backpack, and a young woman clad in low-rise shorts that accentuated her curves. Whoa. He slowed his pace, staggering, softly whimpering as if in mourning. The 4, captivated by the magnificent scene, turned their gazes, and Lin Xing caught a clear glimpse of their features. His attention fixated on the young woman, whose slightly tanned, healthy complexion, well-proportioned waist, and nearly bursting pink tank top epitomized his ideal of beauty, far surpassing the absurdity of Skull Island's Annie. Oh, look at this injured little creature. He limped over, and the bald giant hoisted him up, turning him over with a laugh. Sean, how would Vern explain this? Vern had written about the geographical peculiarities of the mysterious island, where smaller animals grow larger while larger ones diminish. A land of little people. As Swift mentioned in Gulliver's Travels, I think I shall keep it as a pet and knit it a sweater. Oh dear, the little one is badly hurt. Be careful not to hurt it further. The 4 began to prod and poke Lin Xing, who gently struggled, wary of startling them with excessive force. Though his current size was diminutive, he surpassed the average human stature, possibly rivaling the bald giant's strength. He reached out towards the giggling young woman, his intentions clear. He yearned for a comforting embrace. Lin Xing then felt an astonishing elasticity, unable to suppress another soft whimper. "Karani, it likes you. Oh, let him down. He is covered in blood." Lin Xing rolled his eyes at the unintentional sizing up while noting the greasy man's words. "Farewell, little one. Seek your family." The young woman patted Lin Xing's head twice before placing him on the ground. "Hey, look over there. Do you see the smoke? That must be my grandfather's camp." The trio's attention was drawn to Sean's words as Lin Xing staggered toward the jungle. "How do you know? What else could it be? Perhaps the natives are having a barbecue, preparing to roast us. We shall see. Oh, wait. I hope your grandfather is safe. My father and I won't be joining you." As Lin Xing ventured into the thicket, he did not stray far, observing as the four conversed before departing. Having established contact, he felt reassured that the next encounter would not be as jarring. Emerging from the underbrush, Lin Xing slipped into the cave where the four had entered. Soon arriving at the beach, he marveled at the storm brewing over the distant sea before hastening towards the wreckage of the downed aircraft. 2 minutes later, he returned, having gathered only a tattered garment and 3 relatively slender fragments of debris. He traversed the cavern once more, accelerating in pursuit of the direction the four had taken. If memory served him correctly, the first plot point for the four involved stepping upon a clutch of lizard eggs, subsequently pursued by an aggressive mother lizard. Sean's grandfather would then appear, miraculously incapacitating the lizard with a wooden stake. That very lizard was Lin Xing's objective. Navigating through the foliage, Lin Xing discovered a shallow basin filled with clusters of lizard eggs, accompanied by the distant sounds of commotion. It was evident that the four were under duress from a thrilling chase. Lin Xing grinned, leaping onto the lizard eggs with 2 half-meter-long fragments in hand. Racing towards the source of the noise. What? He spotted a lizard resembling a translucent jelly emerging from a cracked eggshell. This must be the very creature the greasy man had inadvertently crushed. Lin Xing deftly altered his trajectory, leaping from the lizard egg, and the helicopter debris plunged directly into the gelatinous head of the newborn lizard. The oversized hatchling convulsed a couple of times before becoming still. Defeated a mysterious initial body lizard hatchling LV1, growth 0.1 goodness. Lin Xing, pressing against the wreckage, was momentarily stunned. Such a creature yielded a single point of growth. It seemed he had uncovered the joy of existence on the mysterious island. Scanning the area, he noted at least 100 lizard eggs, promising effortless acquisition of 100 growth points. Lin Xing grinned, revealing a mischievous smile as he pursued the receding sounds. The lizard eggs would not flee, but the mother lizard, once revived, would certainly awaken. He could not afford to underestimate her. Hiss. As he approached swiftly, Lin Xing heard the lizard's roar. It was undoubtedly the bald giant who had provoked the creature with a punch. Cackling. Bang. Hiss. Bang. Bang. Rumble. A cacophony of bizarre calls echoed, followed shortly by a series of impacts, and the jungle ahead fell silent. Upon arrival, Lin Xing, peering through the foliage, beheld an immensely colossal lizard lying quietly on the ground. The 4 humans, along with an elderly man, were engaged in idle chatter nearby. Lin Xing's gaze inadvertently drifted to the old man's waist, not due to any peculiar inclination, but because he bore a sheathed machete. After patiently waiting for a spell, once the 5 departed, Lin Xing grinned as he approached the slumbering lizard. Chapter 51. The process of change. Once again, the closer he drew, the more immense the lizard appeared. Lin Xing set down the 2 shorter remnants he held and unfastened the over a meter-long fragment from his back, one that exceeded his own height. He had to strike a fatal blow while also surviving the lizard's instinctive retaliation. Otherwise, he would have no further opportunity to slay this colossal creature. Lin Xing held the jagged edge of the remnant aloft, testing it against the lizard's ocular region repeatedly. Ultimately, he ascended the nearest tree, inhaled deeply, and held his breath. With a sudden contraction of his muscle fibers, he propelled himself downwards, raising the remnant high above him, adjusting his posture mid-fall. Thud! The remnant, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, penetrated the lizard's eye socket. A mixture of ocular fluid and blood erupted, and Lin Xing was hurled backwards over 10 meters by the creature's violent reaction. In midair, he adjusted his form and executed several rolls upon landing to dissipate the force. The skin on his hands had been torn away, exposing stark white bones. Even with the remnant wrapped in clothing, the immense friction had inflicted significant damage. Blood dripped profusely. The pain was excruciating, yet his gaze remained fixed on the thrashing lizard. 1 second, 10 seconds. The lizard's struggles gradually diminished until its tail, once raised in defiance, fell limply. Ah, if I were still so large, I wouldn't have to endure such agony. Kill the mysterious growth body female lizard LV4. Growth points 476. Damn it. Couldn't they just give me 506 directly? Lin Xing approached, picking up a torn piece of fabric to wrap around his exposed hands. Gritting through the pain, he extracted the remnant and consumed a handful of milky substance to replenish the energy expended in his earlier explosive effort, consuming over 10 handfuls in succession. Clutching a long and 2 shorter remnants, he hurried back along the path. To heal his hand injuries, Lin Xing could gorge on the lizard, estimating he could fully recover in about half an hour. However, he had a far superior strategy. There was no way he would continue to endure such intense pain while eating. Emerging from the thicket, Lin Xing delivered a kick to a lizard egg larger than himself. The shell cracked, releasing viscous, nutrient-rich fluid with a faint fishy scent. He beheld a translucent, adorable lizard resembling a delicate skin, and with a swift motion, pierced it with a remnant before it could open its eyes to admire the beautiful world. Kill the mysterious initial body, lizard larva LV1. Growth points 1. He proceeded in this manner, and after dealing with the 29th lizard egg, an overwhelming tingling sensation spread through every tissue and cell of his body. His exterior visibly grew larger and thicker, the exposed bones of his hands, the wounds he had inflicted upon himself, and the shed skin all showed noticeable recovery. Internally, his bone density, organs, and nerve responses surged, with blood cells and stem cells undergoing rapid division and reorganization, including a significant enhancement in his brain, especially in a small area of the left hemisphere. Thankfully, he wasn't shrinking more. Feeling the surge of strength and an elevated perspective, he estimated his height to be around 1.2 meters. He accessed the interface. Lin Xing, species, chimpanzee, height, 3.63 meters, weight, 1,724 kilograms, talent, 10x damage, 10x life, growth stage, LV5, growth points, 16392, 32784. Gazing at the genuine attributes displayed on the panel, Lin Xing felt a profound satisfaction. Every effort and hardship had been worthwhile. On the rooftop of a residential complex in Anqing, Tang Qingqin observed the chaotic animal kingdom. In less than half an hour, she had passively hunted over 100 animals that had aggressively attacked her, and her right leg, previously injured by a giant ant, had nearly healed. With Lin Xing absent yet again, she had grown resilient and courageous. Habitually checking her friend's list for Lin Xing's name, her expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. Moments later, she slid down the exterior wall, her eyes gleaming with a ruthless glint. Lin Xing, I shall hunt actively now. The world, the nation, the region, once again descended into chaos due to Lin Xing. The Celestial Ark Coalition held fervent discussions among its leaders. Ultimately, the previously laid plans were set aside. The raiding of treasure chests and relics was back on the agenda. Lin Xing had ascended from LV4 to LV5 within half an hour of entering the relic. The acquisition of thousands upon thousands of growth points was unimaginable to the outside world. The overlords dispersed throughout Huagua began to converge, forming small groups of 2 or 3 to facilitate the hunting of the guardian monsters. However, they remained unaware that the outcome was not as rosy as they envisioned. When they finally engaged in combat with the guardian monsters, even the overlord-level creatures faced mortality. After incurring significant losses in their quest to enter the relic, they learned the truth. The rewards were indeed substantial, but the effortless acquisition of thousands of growth points was a mere illusion. They still had to rely on their own strength to hunt the relic's beasts, and some even vanished entirely within the relic's confines. This situation was not isolated to Huagua. It mirrored circumstances at the upper echelons across the globe. Of course, this was merely a prelude, and for the time being, it had not yet caused significant repercussions. At least, the gathering of overlords would require some time. Meanwhile, Lin Xing remained oblivious to the chain reaction his advancement would incite. Even if he were aware, he would merely chuckle, much like when he had resolutely consumed the potion to become the first growth body, enduring global vilification. Lin Xing cracked open lizard eggs one by one, harvesting the adorable little skins with a swift jab of the remnant. In less than 5 minutes, he amassed 141 growth points, a truly exhilarating experience. If he continued this for 2 days without engaging in anything else, he could easily accumulate tens of thousands of growth points. But there weren't that many eggs to be found. Moreover, according to the narrative, the water level would rise tomorrow, and the mysterious island would submerge the day after. Upgrading could wait. Securing the golden treasure chest for rewards was of utmost importance. Crack, crack. Just as Lin Xing pondered aimlessly while wiping the sticky residue from his body, he heard a colossal noise approaching. Turning to the sound, he noticed something substantial rushing through the woods. Instantly, he shed his relaxed demeanor and adopted a vigilant stance. Oh no! When the creature emerged from the thicket, Lin Xing's mouth fell agape. Before him stood a gigantic lizard. Oh my, could this possibly be another supernatural incident? No, this one was larger and more robust. Suddenly, Lin Xing recalled the oversight he had consistently neglected. With so many eggs, it was implausible that the deceased female lizard had laid them herself. The narrative had not depicted a male lizard, but that did not imply its absence. He had to make his escape. He had no desire to face the wrath of a male lizard enraged by the sight of shattered eggs and its little skins transformed into mere jelly. Lin Xing's steps retreated cautiously. Fortunately, being small in stature allowed him to conceal himself behind any broken eggshell, navigating left and right with coordinated agility. He dashed into the thicket, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The lizard's roar echoed. Filled with sorrow and fury, it bore a perverse excitement. Crack, crack. At that moment, Lin Xing was jolted by the sound of enormous eggshells shattering, rapidly approaching. Turning to glance back, through the foliage, he caught sight of a massive lizard with yellow and black vertical pupils, flicking its forked tongue, charging directly towards him. Oh no! Lin Xing's face turned pale, and he bolted away. Chapter 52. The Lizard and the Ant. As for why he did not choose to ascend the trees, it goes without saying, ascending meant certain death. Lin Xing's speed was already remarkable, yet the distance between him and the lizard continued to diminish. At a certain moment, a shadow that obscured the sun lunged towards him, prompting Lin Xing to exert force with all four limbs simultaneously, making a swift leap to the right. The giant lizard's momentum obliterated a vast expanse of flowers and shrubs before it resumed its relentless pursuit, fueled by an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. Lin Xing executed a zigzag maneuver, engaging in a desperate dance of chase and evasion, gradually distancing himself from the area he had initially entered. This pursuit lasted over 10 minutes, and Lin Xing was oblivious to his whereabouts. He deftly navigated through closely spaced giant trees and abrupt rock formations, narrowly avoiding the lizard's lethal strikes. The closest brush with danger occurred when the lizard's bifurcated tongue grazed his back. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have been ensnared. The lizard's tongue served as a formidable weapon, capable of exerting over 100 kilograms of force, propelling Lin Xing several meters into the air and tearing away a significant portion of flesh from his back. How about finding a mate and starting a family? He muttered to himself. He had to evade the lizard's line of sight. During those 10 minutes, Lin Xing entertained countless thoughts of turning back to slay the giant lizard. But reason held him back. Finally, as he sprinted forward, a towering rock formation loomed ahead, and without a second thought, he dashed towards it. Before the lizard could reach him, he scaled the rock face, clinging to its protrusions and vines. Once atop the summit, he exhaled in relief, glancing back to see the lizard below, hissing and roaring, clawing at the rock face in vain to ascend. Though lizards are agile climbers, the rock's outcroppings could not support the bulk of its massive body, causing only loose stones to tumble while it remained helpless. If I were larger, I would have torn you to shreds by now, Lin Xing scoffed, suppressing the pain in his back and other wounded areas while surveying his surroundings. He had traversed far from the basin he had originally entered. To his right lay the area connected to that basin, extending towards the distant mountains. These mountains likely marked the island's central region, which was notoriously perilous, inhabited by colossal ants, bees, spiders, and birds. In Lin Xing's plan, the heart of the island was of paramount importance. The golden treasure chest was almost certainly located there. Having studied the terrain, he supplemented and refined his internal strategy, contemplating a sprint to the opposite side of the rock wall. Not long after, he began to descend the rock face. Suddenly, a change came over Lin Xing's expression as he heard the lizard circling around the rock wall, having tracked him. I have vanished from its sight, and yet it still pursued me for hundreds of meters? Then a realization struck him as he noticed a translucent substance stuck to his fur. He raised his arm and sniffed under his armpit. One must never abandon calm and wisdom. One cannot overlook the essence of the lizard due to its size. Like snakes, lizards rely not only on visual thermal sensing, but also on their ability to taste the air, identifying scents. He was soaked in the juices of cool skin, making it unlikely to escape detection. Now he faced two options: Either climb back up the giant rock or continue running towards a river. Given Lin Xing's predicament, he naturally chose to flee. The thrilling and adrenaline-pumping chase resumed, yet the increasingly intricate terrain afforded him some comfort. Minutes later, Lin Xing halted abruptly, realizing that the lizard had ceased its pursuit. Exhausted, are we? He taunted, turning to cast a scornful glance at the lizard, which was panting heavily. Yet, almost immediately, a hissing sound pierced the air from his side, growing ever closer. Lin Xing was taken aback, while the giant lizard grew agitated. Soon, hissing sounds erupted from another direction. It was not just Lin Xing's side. There were similar sounds emanating from the lizard's vicinity, as if danger encircled them. Suddenly, Lin Xing spotted a massive red-black creature emerging behind the lizard. Given Lin Xing's current size, this creature, standing 2 meters tall, truly qualified as a behemoth. Giant ant. What on earth? Aren't they supposed to appear at the island's center? Lin Xing was certain he was still far from the island's core. He had yet to scale the distant mountain. As Lin Xing pondered his next move, more giant ants burst forth from the underbrush. 1, 2, 10. He swallowed hard, climbing up a giant tree. Once at the top, he peered down to see at least 30 giant ants converging in the area, with more rustling in the unseen depths of the woods. This was a small advantage. In the short term, the giant ants would likely not focus their attention on him. Under normal circumstances, if the lizard's tongue had touched them, the ants would have been a delectable meal. However, Lin Xing now observed the colossal lizard, measuring over 10 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in height, growing increasingly restless as the 2-meter-high ants approached. The membranes behind its ears flared wide in a warning display, yet the ants continued their slow advance without a hint of fear or agitation. The conflict erupted in full force. The male lizard displayed its formidable strength, wreaking havoc as it swatted ants aside with its claws and tail. Yet, unless an ant was directly bitten to death, even those with severed limbs persisted in their assault, crawling toward the lizard with unwavering determination, sending shivers down Lin Xing's spine. Finally, one audacious ant latched onto the lizard's body. The lizard, sensing the pain, lunged forward, crushing the ant beneath its immense bulk. Yet it too suffered a grievous wound as a chunk of flesh was torn from its side. The lizard's instinct for survival kicked in. It chose to flee. Lin Xing sensed the lizard glance in his direction before it turned to retreat. Ants were sent flying in all directions, some biting at the lizard. Yet there were simply too many. Before Lin Xing could lose sight of it, 4 ants latched onto its body, one even climbing up its back. Alas, Lin Xing surmised the lizard's fate was sealed, and it would meet a gruesome end, dragged back to the ant nest by its relentless assailants. At least 20 ants scurried past him from beneath the tree, following the path of their fallen comrades. After waiting a moment longer, Lin Xing cautiously descended to the ground. He retrieved the longest piece of debris tangled in his tattered clothing and approached the grievously wounded giant ant that remained alive on the tree. Kill mysterious initial worker and LV9. Growth points 25. Kill mysterious initial worker and LV9. Growth points 24. A total of 7, yielding 171 growth points. No wonder everyone loves to freeload. Lin Xing muttered softly, a fierce resolve igniting within him as he charged towards the ravaged forest, where the battle still raged on. Chapter 53. The thrill of exploitation. Artistic prowess often accompanies audacity, and while Lin Xing may not possess great skill, his boldness is undeniably remarkable. At this moment, his frail physique, whether likened to a lizard or an ant, renders him vulnerable. A single bite could lead to his demise. Yet, the intoxicating allure of illicit gain propels him to dance perilously on the edge of death. Slain, mysterious initial worker and LV9. Growth points, 26. Slain, mysterious initial worker and LV9. Growth points, 25. Countless wounded ants now lie beneath the debris, their spirits departed. Another 9 ants grant him a bounty of 221 growth points as Lin Xing hides behind a tree, observing the battlefield's final outcome. The lizard proves itself a formidable adversary, having slain more than 40 ants, bolstered by Lin Xing's opportunistic strikes. However, the lizard has paid a grievous price. It no longer flees, one of its hind legs severed, lying nearby amidst the remnants of its struggle, exposing stark white bones in places. The other hind leg is besieged by 3 ants, and it seems only a matter of time before it too succumbs. With a pained hiss, the lizard employs its tail and jaws to fend off the encroaching ants. But its strikes have lost their former potency. Once, a single lash could shatter the bones of an unfortunate ant, sending it tumbling to its demise. Now, an ant merely rolls over and resumes its assault after a glancing blow. He even observes ants clinging to its tail, undeterred by the lizard's flailing. With approximately 30 ants remaining, it is all but certain that victory will belong to the ants, and the conclusion will be reached sooner than later. This outcome does not align with Lin Xing's desires, yet he finds himself powerless to alter the course of events. All he can do is adhere to his original plan and attempt to deliver a final blow to the lizard. He opts to ascend a tree, for descending from above may pierce the ant's defenses and deliver the mightiest strike. Navigating through branches and vines, Lin Xing swiftly approaches the battlefield, though the nearest tree still lies nearly 10 meters from the lizard. Taking a deep breath, he fixes his gaze upon the lizard's head, now increasingly feeble beneath the relentless assault of the ants, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. He calculates the distance, the angle of his leap, as well as the ant's potential reactions and retreat strategies. In a fleeting moment, he witnesses 2 ants flung away by the lizard's head, while another pair latch onto its lower jaw. Overwhelmed by pain and the weight of its assailants, the lizard's head crashes to the ground. Lin Xing recognizes the ephemeral opportunity has arrived. Once the lizard's head touches the earth, it will no longer rise, and the relentless ants will dismember it. With legs taut to the brink of fatigue, he propels himself upward at a sharp angle. His body traces a parabolic arc toward the lizard's head, akin to a wily predator stalking its prey, silent in his approach. Boom, bang, splat, hiss. In the instant the lizard succumbs to the ground, Lin Xing descends with a length of debris over a meter long, slicing downwards at the lizard's ear, creating a grievous wound. Ultimately, it was a miscalculation. His target was the lizard's eye, but unforeseen variables led him to strike its flank instead. Although it is a fatal blow, without the ants, the lizard would soon perish. Alas, time is against him. Under the immense injury, the lizard convulses violently, thrashing its tail and limbs, dislodging the ants clinging to it. Lin Xing need not concern himself with evading the ant's jaws, yet he must evade the lizard's erratic attacks. Fortunately, he relinquished the debris before the lizard could crush him, rolling beneath its neck. Come on, ants, lend me your strength. After evading 2 of the lizard's unwitting stomps, Lin Xing finds himself hoping the ants will subdue the creature. He cannot guarantee he will evade every strike, and a single misstep would spell disaster. The lizard, after a brief surge of energy, ultimately succumbs to the loss of its brain matter and a torrent of blood. Feeling the renewed onslaught of ants and witnessing the lizard's head lowering, Lin Xing grits his teeth and emerges from beneath the lizard. He spots a sizable fragment still lodged behind the lizard's ear, and without time to ponder, he leaps forth. Grasping it with his left hand, he retrieves a shorter piece of debris from his back with his right, driving it into the horrific wound. The debris sinks deep, accompanied by a surge of viscous fluid, and he thrusts again, embedding the entirety of the piece within. The lizard responds as though triggered by an unseen force, momentarily rigid before collapsing. Yet, it falls in Lin Xing's direction, and the kill notification has yet to arrive. In a moment of determination, he grits his teeth and plunges once more. Kill, mysterious growth body male lizard LV4, growth points, 758. Boom. The lizard crashes to the ground, and just before being struck, Lin Xing manages to squeeze into the massive wound created by the initial debris, narrowly avoiding being crushed. What an exhilarating experience. This was Lin Xing's plan in that final moment, and although he feels discomfort from the pressure, he remains unharmed, a perfect act of exploitation. Now, he must simply wait for the ants to arrive and feast upon the lizard, seizing the opportunity to flee. Lin Xing hides within the wound, inhaling the mingling scents of blood and earth, listening to the distant rustling, unable to lift the lizard's weighty head. 1 second, 1 minute. Lin Xing feels he might suffocate. He contemplates digging a tunnel to escape, yet such an endeavor would be monumental, and he fears being caught in the shifting circumstances before he makes any progress. After waiting a while longer, he senses a tremor, growing increasingly pronounced. He knows the moment has come. He has devised a plan. Once the head rolls over, he will leap forth. The lizard's circumference is vast, and the circle of over 20 ants will disperse, leaving a gap of no more than 4 or 5 meters. He is confident he can leap to safety. He slowly begins to tear at the flesh surrounding the wound. Goodness! Lin Xing gasps in alarm. Before him are the mandibles of the ants, sharp and poised to bite. Has his overindulgence in exploitation drawn the ire of fate, bringing the ants to feast upon him? What to do? What to do? Glimpsing the light above, he sees the debris overhead. Time is not on his side. He must make a decision swiftly. With his hind legs and right hand gripping the lizard's flesh, his left hand clutches the main piece of debris, but the space is constricted, making it difficult to extract. As he pulls out a length of over 30 centimeters, his elbow brushes against the wound's edge, and he realizes he will soon encounter the ant's mandibles. Inhaling deeply, Lin Xing prepares for a rapid surge. Clang! At that moment, he feels the force of acceleration, and through the gaps in the ant's jaws, he glimpses the earth receding beneath him. Is this the ants beginning to transport him? As he prepares to draw his weapon, a thought flashes in his mind, one far more exhilarating than the thrill of exploitation. Chapter 54. The Ant Queen and the Golden Treasure Chest. The prospect of acquiring a golden treasure chest was exhilarating, even if it meant wasting 2 days. It would still be a tremendous gain. Lin Xing became increasingly excited, as this opportunity had arrived quite unexpectedly. Ordinarily, the first step would involve locating the ant nest, which was relatively simple by following the trail of the ants. The real challenge lay in the second step, how to infiltrate the ant nest. Given his current physical condition, breaking through the throngs of worker ants seemed like a distant dream. However, the first 2 steps could now be bypassed entirely. Even the third step of searching for the treasure chest might no longer be necessary, as the ants transported food back to their lair. Their primary objective was to nourish the queen, which meant the golden treasure chest would likely be situated in proximity to her. Ultimately, the task at hand was to confront the ant queen. Yet, she was likely much like the soldier ant guarding the relic's portal, having reached the formidable level of growth. Perhaps even higher. How could he possibly defeat her? Lin Xing fell into deep contemplation, and the terrifying mandibles, dripping with blood and looming less than half a meter away, no longer instilled fear within him. He felt secure nestled within the flesh. As the queen's supremacy in this ant colony rendered the nutrient-rich lizard an unworthy feast for mere worker ants, provided he did not foolishly plunge himself into their jaws. Time passed amidst the jostling and Lin Xing's musings, and he contemplated many possibilities without any solid assurances, resolving instead to adapt to circumstances as they unfolded. At one moment, he sensed the ants climbing upward, and through the gaps in the mandibles, he glimpsed the hard, rocky terrain. Was he nearing the heart of the island? No. It had only been a little over 10 minutes. Given the speed of the ants, it was still too early. Before long, Lin Xing, who had been upside down, found himself lying flat. Seconds later, his vision began to dim, though he could still perceive his surroundings, accompanied by an increase in faint rustling sounds. Where was this place? Just as this question arose, he noticed the ant's pace slowing. Through the narrow gaps of the mandibles, a white object glided past, pure and rounded. Were these ant eggs? Lin Xing concluded that they had arrived at the ant nest, likely situated within a cave in the mountainside. Had it been underground, darkness would have enveloped him entirely. His heart raced with a mixture of anxiety and excitement, tinged with uncertainty. After approximately 2 minutes, their movement ceased, suggesting they had reached their destination. Dear wife, let us hope there is no more crushing weight upon him. He longed to turn over. He witnessed the mandibles withdrawing from his wound, and as his field of vision elevated amidst a slight tremor, he beheld the uneven rock walls through the gaps in the flesh. Gratitude washed over him, though everything was a stroke of fate. Lin Xing couldn't help but grumble internally. He refrained from hastily emerging, exercising patience as the rustling sounds gradually diminished. Slowly, he began to widen the flesh's opening, cautiously inching his way out from the slick, viscous blood and tissue. As he maneuvered, the cacophony of noise intensified. He carefully surveyed the area to the left and right, confirming that no ants lingered near the wound, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Once the opening reached a sufficient size, Lin Xing's head cautiously protruded, allowing him to survey the surroundings once more. The lizard lay prone, with rock walls not far ahead, and he realized that by leaping through the wound, he could easily reach the 2-meter high ground. Extending his head further, his view expanded, and he scanned the area before retracting, sensing that the moment was not yet ripe. Within the cave, he had gleaned the situation. To his left, the direction from which he had come, lay an opening, with numerous milky white eggs scattered across the ground, each about half a meter in size, with a few ants seemingly engaged in some activity nearby, perhaps licking them. A handful of other ants wandered in the vicinity, but due to limited visibility, he could not ascertain their precise number. To his right, in the direction of the lizard's rear, he spotted an extraordinarily large ant. Even though most of its form was obscured by the lizard's shoulder, he could still discern the dark head of the ant from a slanted perspective. Though his ability to gauge numbers was not yet precise, he was certain that this ant surpassed the soldier ant guarding the relic's portal in size. Such dimensions could only belong to the queen within the colony. From his earlier glance and the sounds of mandibles clashing, he deduced that the queen was currently feeding. He analyzed various factors and recognized that a direct confrontation would yield no advantage. The sole advantage he possessed was his relative agility. Previously, when pursued by the male lizard, he had come to realize a long-overlooked truth. Despite their immense proportions, these creatures still adhered to their innate animal instincts. Moreover, their exaggerated size was a consequence of the mysterious island's rules, not solely a reflection of their levels. In truth, if an ordinary lizard had grown to such a size due to leveling, it would have far surpassed the limits of growth, likely existing within the realm of unknown maturity. Such lizards would possess attributes that eclipsed those of the current lizard by many multiples, leaving Lin Xing no opportunity to evade. For a mere flick of the tongue could render him as excrement. The same principle applied to the ants. If they had grown to such immense sizes through leveling, they would be invincible, dispatching anything in their path with ease. Rationally considered, these beings, magnified yet governed by primal instincts, did not possess attributes that would allow for overwhelming dominance merely due to level increases. The worker ants, moving at a constant velocity, could still outpace him, let alone the cumbersome queen, who bore the weight of her own bulk. Of course, speed remained his only advantage. Strength and defense were still overwhelmingly superior to his current capabilities. As time steadily passed, perhaps over an hour, the sounds of the queen's feeding eventually ceased. He sensed that the moment was approaching. A satiated queen would soon lay her eggs. During this time, he observed through the flesh's opening as worker ants scurried back and forth, having passed by no less than a dozen times. Occasionally, he would venture out through the gap, searching for the golden treasure chest. However, his visibility remained limited, and he found no trace of the chest, eventually abandoning the search altogether. With the onset of night, the cave's interior grew increasingly dim. Should the golden treasure be within sight, its radiant gleam would be undeniable. It could either be trapped beneath the queen, the lizard, or hidden within another chamber. After waiting several more minutes, Lin Xing detected sounds distinct from those of feeding. Gripping the remnants he had extracted earlier, he slowly maneuvered his head out. This would be his final attempt. Scanning the area, he noted that his side, as he had anticipated, was devoid of worker ants, though he could faintly see 7 or 8 ants licking the eggs outside. Swiftly, he slid through the wound, bending low against the lizard's body as he made his way toward the rear. What a sight to behold! His perspective shifted, revealing that the rear half of the lizard, along with its bones, had vanished entirely, leaving only a slick void. The queen's form was now fully exposed. She resembled a colossal mass, akin to a tractor pulling a cement mixer, dragging 2 rooms behind her. At that moment, the queen was hunched over, her head lowered towards her abdomen, her antennae and forelimbs busily probing something, creating a faint rustling sound. Lin Xing took a deep breath, scanning the surroundings, yet still found no alluring golden hue. Alas! With a silent sigh, he tightened his grip on the remnants in his hand. Chapter 55. The thrilling hunt. Time waits for no one. Once the ant eggs are laid, worker ants will inevitably emerge to carry them away, initiating a new cycle of nurturing. Lin Xing's discerning gaze scrutinized the ant queen's body, selecting his target for attack. The eyes were not an option. They were but a deceptive facade, hard as stone. The face and mouth were equally unfeasible. While they were indeed tough, their proximity to danger was too perilous. The bones of lizards crumbled like mere potato chips. His own bones would likely fare even worse. Thus, only the neck remained as a viable target. He dismissed all other options without a second thought. The junction of the neck and head was the thinnest area, requiring movement that would not reveal the same rigid, glimmering exoskeleton as other body parts. If he could breach its defenses, this would be the most vulnerable point to incapacitate the ant queen. After a brief assessment, Lin Xing took a deep breath, crouching low as he stealthily approached the exposed white substance of the ant queen, whose attention was diverted. Whether due to the queen's momentary lapse in focus during her birthing, or perhaps because Lin Xing, stained with blood, bore no resemblance to her usual sustenance, he managed to move without sound across the slick ground. He had now closed in to a sufficient distance. A vigorous leap would allow him to strike at the ant queen's neck, which hung 2 or 3 meters above the ground. The only uncertainty was whether he could indeed breach her defenses. Lin Xing inhaled deeply, tension coiling within him like a tightly wound spring, every fast twitch fiber and nerve straining to their limits. With a sudden rush, he transformed into a streak of crimson, launching himself at the ant queen, the debris beneath him rising like a springboard. May fortune favor me, let it be a successful strike. Upon impact, Lin Xing felt a mixture of surprise and elation. He had breached her defenses, though only by a mere half a foot. The ant queen let out a sound of pain, an incomprehensible hiss, her head twisting as her forelimbs, previously engaged in grooming her rear, swiped at him, not with the intention to capture Lin Xing, but rather to swat away the foreign object causing her pain. Plans often falter in the face of reality. The anticipated crippling blow had not materialized, forcing him to make a choice. He could retreat into the lizard's carcass, seeking refuge and a chance to escape. Or he could engage in an exhilarating battle. Naturally, Lin Xing opted for the latter. The capability to breach her defenses indicated that he could ultimately defeat her. His only fear was failing to penetrate even her outer layer. With resolve, Lin Xing made a decisive move, retracting and then releasing his arm, evading her forelimbs to agilely mount the back of the ant queen's neck. In a swift motion, he struck, hitting his mark, and the ant queen reacted, attempting to escape. Everything unfolded in a flash. He reached behind him, pulling out two small remnants. With his left arm, he struck with a clang, while his right wielded its remnant horizontally, delivering a crushing blow. As the ant queen reacted, his left-hand remnant penetrated deep, holding fast, while his legs locked around her to avoid being flung away. His right hand began a relentless onslaught, piercing the same spot repeatedly. The sounds of impact echoed as he pressed on, feeling the ant queen's forelimbs claw at him. Lin Xing ceased his piercing and leaped towards her head, gripping tightly at the base of her antennae, refusing to let go. As he elevated his gaze, he noticed the worker ants, previously engaged in licking the eggs, now crawling towards the ant queen, with more appearing in the distance. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Reacting swiftly, Lin Xing leaped back, narrowly evading the sweeping forelimbs, and seized the remnants once more. His right hand resumed its furious assault. Amidst the chaos of the ant queen's thrashing, Lin Xing pressed forward, expanding his gains. With another series of thrusts, the skin of her neck was torn, revealing a gory mess. The ant queen let out a feral roar of rage, and Lin Xing, fueled by desperation, intensified his assault. This time, his intent was not merely to breach her exterior, but to inflict severe injury. He sensed the ant queen's struggles growing frantic. His next evasive maneuver might not afford him the opportunity to return to this position. Moreover, more worker ants were nearing. Their approach hastened despite the ant queen's thrashing. Even if her movements delayed them, they would soon be upon him. With a decisive thrust, Lin Xing plunged the remnants deep into her neck, the force of tenfold damage driving his arm through the gaping wound. Blood sprayed forth, creating a gaping hole that briefly revealed bone before being obscured by the torrent of fresh blood and flesh. The ant queen's head suddenly jerked upward as her forelimbs, no longer sweeping but striking directly at Lin Xing, came crashing down. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xing retracted his arm and launched another strike. Another gaping wound opened, and he dove into the injuries caused by his previous attacks as he was struck. With a cacophony of flesh and blood, Lin Xing commenced his most frenzied assault yet. As the ant queen thrashed violently, he held his breath, shutting his eyes, attacking everything within reach based solely on instinct. It was a race against time. Would he suffocate first, or would he succeed in vanquishing her? Finally, he sensed the chaotic thrashing cease, followed by a notification. Killed the mysterious growth body ant queen LV5, growth points 1214. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Xing as he braced himself for the anticipated reward. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Where is it? Lin Xing's expression twisted in frustration and anxiety. According to his expectations, the ant queen would vanish within seconds of her demise, yielding the golden key that would allow him to escape his predicament. Yet, half a minute passed, and the harsh reality shattered his hopes. He had to escape, even if a host of terrifying worker ants awaited him outside. If he did not exit soon, he would suffocate amidst the blood, a tragic end for him. Realizing this, he hastened his departure, striving to conserve his strength. Once he crossed the threshold of exhaustion, the repercussions of oxygen deprivation would make confronting the worker ants all the more daunting. Navigating within the ant queen's cavernous head, Lin Xing first encountered the dome of her skull before moving towards her neck. He felt the shattered void and slowly extended his head through the cracked exoskeleton. As he opened his eyes, blood flowed in, and in that fleeting moment, he did not see any worker ants. With a sudden exertion of strength, he propelled himself through the wound, his body twisting and turning as he emerged, blood and viscous tissue spraying around him like a waterfall. Opening his eyes, he scanned his surroundings. No immediate danger lurked nearby. That was an exhilarating couple of minutes. He inhaled deeply, the air filling his lungs, bringing a sense of relief. despite the pervasive stench of blood and decay. Sounds reached his ears, chaotic and disoriented. Following the noise, he spotted a dozen worker ants stirring restlessly in the cavern. Breathless, Lin Xing was startled to find an area in his left brain suddenly alight with activity. Insights about the characteristics of ant colonies began to surface. Chapter 56. The treacherous Lin Xing. The unexpected demise of the queen ant would plunge the colony into chaos. Order would only be restored with the emergence of a new queen, or alternatively, the colony might assimilate into another. Perhaps it was precisely this characteristic that spared Lin Xing from attack. Furthermore, ants communicate through pheromones. After Lin Xing killed the queen, although he could not secrete or transmit information, he was inadvertently overlooked by the worker ants due to the remnants of the queen's brain tissue on him. Observing the disorderly swarm of worker ants, Lin Xing pondered how long this turmoil would last, and an insidious thought began to take root. His attention shifted to the ant eggs. Acting on impulse, he rummaged through the remnants of a helicopter, cautiously approaching the nearest ant egg. A soft crack echoed as he broke the shell, yet the worker ants, under his vigilant watch, showed no reaction. He surgically opened the egg, revealing a translucent little creature amidst the viscous fluid. Lin Xing grinned and thrust a fragment of debris into it. Killed a mysterious initial stage young ant LV1. Gained 1 growth point. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. Half an hour later, a milky white ant egg began to wriggle towards the worker ants. Inside the shell, alongside a motionless piece of jelly-like substance, lay a treacherous black entity. Averaging 1 every minute, Lin Xing amassed 33 growth points, having exterminated all the young ones on the queen's side. With a flash of inspiration, he cracked open the last egg and burrowed inside. As there were still 50 or so little creatures awaiting him, he slithered to the nearest egg, nudging it open. With a series of soft pops and squelches, he dispatched more young ants, seamlessly moving to the next shell. His pace was steady, methodical, as one after another succumbed to the malevolent Lin Xing. However, as he approached the worker ants, the size of the eggs grew larger, and upon breaking the shell, wriggling young ants emerged, all of which Lin Xing dispatched with ease. Approaching a dark yellow egg, he gently prodded it, causing the shell to fracture. He prepared to enter, but realized there was insufficient space for his body, and he spotted a young ant struggling, evidently on the verge of hatching. Without hesitation, Lin Xing struck. The young ant convulsed and perished. Yet he faintly heard an incomprehensible sound emanate from within. Lin Xing swiftly retreated back into the shell, hearing rustling sounds approach. Moments later, the egg shell he occupied was disturbed, a worker ant inadvertently nudging it in its confusion over the shattered young ants. To his astonishment, the worker ant began to consume the dead. He had only heard tales of queens devouring dead eggs, never expecting worker ants to do so. Soon, 2 more worker ants arrived, one of which started to cover Lin Xing's shell, licking it thoroughly. Before long, the shell was overturned, exposing him once more to the worker ant's mandibles, while 2 antennae probed inside. After a brief moment, they withdrew, and Lin Xing exhaled in relief, grateful to be hidden behind the deceased young ant. He sensed the egg being lifted off the ground, presumably to be relocated for nurturing a new queen, a common practice within the colony. Amidst the jostling, Lin Xing prayed the shell would remain intact. After approximately 2 minutes, the worker ants halted, licking the egg for a while before retreating, leaving behind a more pronounced rustling sound in the surroundings. Lin Xing cautiously emerged from the shell to behold a horde of ant-sized creatures, which could only be described as pale, yellow young ants. Climbing atop the egg, he counted over 100, with more dark eggs appearing ready to hatch. Fortune smiled upon Lin Xing as his eyes gleamed with the prospect of additional growth points. Just then, a young ant wobbled onto the shell, attempting to make contact with him using its antennae, a gesture of intimacy within the colony. In a swift motion, Lin Xing struck, severing the young ant's head before retreating back into the egg. Killed a mysterious initial stage young ant LV2, gained 2 growth points. An uproar erupted among the young ants outside, but they quickly regained their composure. Lin Xing slithered towards another young ant, employing the same deadly tactic. Killed a mysterious initial stage young ant LV2, gained 2 growth points. After dispatching 4, he paused as a worker ant approached with an egg. Lin Xing worried the worker might discover the deceased young ants, yet his concerns were unfounded. The worker dropped the egg and departed, allowing the slaughter to resume. As time flowed slowly by amidst this deadly game of hide and seek, only Lin Xing and the young ants remained alive within the chamber. With 124 young ants and 41 eggs perished, Lin Xing accrued a total of 342 growth points. Controlling the eggshell, he exited the chamber and moved toward the light, which marked the exit. The fireflies illuminated the night of the mysterious island, dispelling some of the darkness. He prepared to conclude this thrilling venture into the ant nest. The queen, over 100 eggs, and more than 100 young ants provided him with 1886 growth points. Coupled with the previous gains from the male lizard and worker ants, he amassed a total of 3,057 growth points in these few hours, elevating his level to growth stage 19449, 32784, a bountiful harvest indeed. However, there were no more ants within the nest capable of granting him growth points, and he could hardly expect anything from the worker or male ants. More significantly, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, not only from physical exhaustion, but also from the mental strain of dancing on the edge of danger. Just then, another worker ant approached. The eggshell he occupied was lifted and taken back to the previous chamber, marking the third time this had occurred. He was now the only surviving egg, treasured by the worker ant, which licked it for an extended period. The corpses of the other dead eggs and young ants had been consumed during the repeated inspections and games of hide and seek. As the worker ant departed, chaos reigned once more among the colony, prompting Lin Xing to initiate a new attempt. Determined, Lin Xing resolved to hasten his efforts, otherwise he would be trapped in this endless cycle. Moreover, the precious creature he clutched had suffered from prolonged malnutrition and was nearing its end. Should it perish, the worker ant's probing would yield no response, resulting in dire consequences. Emerging from the chamber, Lin Xing cautiously surveyed the distribution of the disordered worker ants, then took a few steps forward, decisively creating a hole in the eggshell to make his escape. Some worker ants attempted to obstruct him and recapture him, but Lin Xing deftly evaded their grasp, slipping past as they momentarily froze in confusion. One by one he accelerated, and collisions became inevitable as the eggshell gradually fell away, leaving only Lin Xing clutching the underdeveloped young ant as he dashed forward. At long last, Lin Xing beheld the night sky above. Chapter 57. The silver chest of the tomb. Was it truly this simple? Lin Xing had anticipated being obstructed or pursued, bracing himself to endure no more than 3 attacks aside from bites. Initially, the ants aimed merely to reclaim their eggs, but when the shell shattered, he noticed the ants ceased their attempts to carry them, instead extending their antennae toward him. Naturally, Lin Xing paid little attention to this peculiar gesture. He deftly evaded them and leaped away, successfully escaping from the throngs of worker ants. While reveling in his own wit and agility, Lin Xing remained oblivious to the fact that upon clearing the ant eggs and larvae, he could have simply exited in this manner without the need for the slow, laborious process of crawling back and forth 3 times, which had consumed more than half an hour. Upon emerging from the ant nest, he discovered the entrance was situated midway up a hillside, affording an expansive view. With the faintest light, he observed countless ants wandering aimlessly. He swiftly made his way toward the foot of the mountain, dispatching the nearly lifeless larvae, and ran for over 10 minutes, resolutely heading in the direction of the volcano. Ascending a stout, towering tree, he fashioned a makeshift bed from its branches and leaves, succumbing to drowsiness amidst a flurry of glowing fireflies. Yes, I shall sleep for a while, and then rise to continue my endeavors. Clutching the last remnant of a short fragment, Lin Xing let out a soft whimper and drifted into slumber. During his sleep, he rapidly recuperated from fatigue, particularly the tension and stimulation his brain had endured. When his mind had fully restored itself, he instinctively opened his eyes, a phenomenon known as waking up naturally. Goodness, I've slept an entire night. In reality, Lin Xing had dozed off around 2 in the morning, and now it was barely 7, amounting to just over 3 hours of sleep. In his recollection, he had arrived in the afternoon. It was already dark while waiting for the queen ant to feast upon the lizard's carcass, and he had spent about an hour within the queen's lair slaughtering eggs. In the new den, he had spent nearly 2 hours dispatching eggs and larvae, and the 3 tedious crawls back and forth had consumed roughly half an hour. He had initially gone to sleep around 8 or 9 o'clock, and now daylight had broken, making it feel as though he had slept an entire night. While lamenting the time that had slipped away, Lin Xing began to ascend to the treetop to ascertain his position. Could that be Atlantis? Upon his first glance, Lin Xing spotted a moss-covered ancient city not far away. Had he run for just another minute during the night, he would have emerged from the jungle and reached the Atlantis region, indeed not far at all. Lin Xing fell into a moment of contemplation. Although yesterday's events had yielded great rewards, they had disrupted his plans. Originally, he intended to finish off the lizard eggs and hunt in the periphery until nightfall, then seek out the quartet. He had long coveted the old man's waist knife and planned to rummage through the old man's dwelling before sleeping. believing there would be more than just the knife to collect. He would then commence the next day's hunting. By the third morning, he would seek out the girl. For according to his calculations, he could not afford to wait until the ruins were submerged. He needed to be aboard the Nautilus at that time to ensure his survival. Yes, that's the plan. Lin Xing began to navigate back to the ground, skillfully maneuvering through the branches. As most of the dried materials clinging to him fell away, he hastened toward the direction of Atlantis. Upon exiting the jungle, he surveyed the vast basin surrounding him. Rather than heading directly toward Atlantis, he opted for a circuitous route. He had not encountered any large animals, yet he had managed to slay quite a few small ones. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Xing found himself before a stone pillar towering over 2 men in height, with a dark opening at its summit. This must be the Daka Cave, the eternal resting place of Captain Nemo. His plan was to acquire Captain Nemo's diary and present it to the girl, thereby enhancing his rapport with her before finally boarding the Nautilus submarine. The reason he did not undertake this task himself was straightforward. He could barely recognize a handful of words and had no knowledge of operating a submarine, relying instead on the marine kobold giant. Once he had delivered the diary to the girl, he would officially commence a new day of carnage. The entrance was narrow, but even if it were slightly narrower, Lin Xing could easily pass through. However, the cave appeared unusually bright. As he crawled forward, Lin Xing discovered that the illumination did not stem from the cave's ceiling, but rather from a shiny silver chest, comparable in size to 6 bottles of wine, resting on the ground beside a skeletal throne. Anyone who had seen such a chest, even once, would remember it vividly. After a fleeting moment of greed, Lin Xing's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly adopted a defensive stance, gradually retreating until he reached the narrow passage through which he had entered. The presence of a treasure chest invariably indicated the existence of a guardian monster, and his current strength was insufficient to confront a silver creature. As he prepared to crawl backward through the passage, Lin Xing bared his teeth, realizing something significant. This distance undoubtedly fell within the territory of the monster. Yet where were the monsters? Why had none attacked? Not even a shadow of a monster could be seen in this expansive area. Where could they possibly hide? Adhering to the principle that higher-level monsters tend to be larger in size, Lin Xing's thoughts began to race. He picked up a handful of gravel and hurled it toward the treasure chest. After the sound of clattering stones, no monster emerged. Feeling emboldened, he cautiously approached the chest once more. Step by step, he arrived beside the chest, and apart from the faint sounds of his footsteps and breathing, there remained no sign of an approaching monster. Could it be opened directly? Lin Xing slowly crouched down, placing his left hand upon the chest, feeling the familiar icy touch, the intricate patterns, and the alluring aura. With effort, he realized the chest remained immovable. Damn it, where is the guardian monster? Come out and show me your might, or at least grant me the mercy of knowing my fate. Lin Xing rummaged through the cave's corners, yet still found no trace of any monster. His expression, guided by the principle of what I see is mine, reflected a mix of discovery and helplessness, far more uncomfortable than the taste of something vile. Ultimately, he had to concede. He could not squander his time here indefinitely. Sighing, Lin Xing climbed onto the throne, retrieving the navigational log cradled in Nemo's embrace. Rustle. Whoosh. Goodness. Just as he extracted the hefty log, a rustling sound erupted, accompanied by a red line lunging toward Lin Xing's face. His instincts and neural responses kicked in at the last moment, allowing him to narrowly evade the strike, followed by 2 thuds landing behind him. Thud. Boom. As he leaped aside, Lin Xing beheld a 2-foot-long purplish-red centipede on the ground, alongside a smoking hole that visibly expanded before his eyes. Gulp. Thankfully, I dodged swiftly. Had it struck my face, my head would have surely been obliterated. A wave of fear washed over Lin Xing, yet his expression shifted abruptly as he summoned his strength and sprinted toward the exit. He suddenly realized this must be the guardian monster of the silver chest. With the centipede's explosive speed and venom, wherever it bit would surely succumb to corrosion. Just a second after he dashed out, the cave's light abruptly intensified, shifting to a crimson hue before reverting to white in the next moment. Lin Xing halted, turning to behold a key radiating a pearlescent glow, quietly resting in a pit. Chapter 58. Error-tolerant directional conservation talisman. Lin Xing was bewildered. Was he really dead just like that? A guardian monster of a silver treasure chest had only struck once to become a key. One might think that the centipede was easily defeated with just a single attack, but how could a silver treasure chest be acquired so effortlessly? If it weren't for the formidable attributes he had amassed, merely evading a surprise attack from another creature would be a daunting challenge. If he failed to dodge, what kind of defense would be necessary to withstand a blow? Regrettably, he had not engaged the centipede. It had been a self-destructive act, yielding no growth points. Lin Xing clicked his tongue and approached the key. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to open the silver treasure chest. With a smooth clicking sound, the chest opened. Source of the mysterious influence scarlet poison Centipede X1 can transform species upon use. Centipede Essence X1 can increase growth points by 700, limited to growth stage LV5. Anti-decomposition hardening protein X1 can enhance resistance to corrosive toxins by 29, limited to growth stage LV5. Neuronal protrusion factor X1 can increase spinal reflex efficiency by 31, limited to growth stage LV5. Special item. Air-tolerant cell directional conservation talisman, upon consumption, allows toggling between current state and true state, limited to growth stage LV5. Lin Xing was ecstatic, truly exhilarated. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed 3 metallic tubes from the chest, swallowing 2 immediately. While the effects of the antitoxin were yet to be felt, the impact of the other vial was instantaneous. He felt his waist strengthen remarkably. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xing, despite his desire to remain composed, could hardly contain himself as he prepared for the main course. Trembling, he poured the azure liquid into his mouth. Moments later, his body began to change. From an external viewpoint, the diminutive black gorilla grew taller, broader, soon reaching 3 meters, yet it did not cease there. Within 3 seconds, a magnificent black gorilla towering over 3 meters 6 appeared. With a resounding roar, the gorilla beat its chest, seemingly releasing pinned-up emotions, causing debris to fall from the tomb's walls. After a prolonged display, it finally ceased, only for its form to rapidly shrink back down to a height of 1 meter 2, also within 3 seconds. This special item was undeniably remarkable, though Lin Xing struggled to comprehend the extensive explanations regarding this item. The essence was clear. It permanently solidified the current state while allowing for arbitrary toggling between the current and true states. He could maintain a height of 1 meter 2 at will or return to his true form whenever desired. His true state, now at LV5, stood at over 3 meters 6, and upon reaching LV6, he would grow even taller, yet he could revert to 1 meter 2 at any time. Of course, there were several limitations. First, upon shrinking to the solidified state, his physical attributes would correspond to that state. Second, the transition was not instantaneous. It required 3 seconds, and it remained uncertain if this duration could be reduced in the future. Third, toggling back and forth would cause him to become quite hungry, even after just 2 switches. He felt hunger pangs despite his constant consumption. As for any additional restrictions, he was oblivious. The item description only highlighted a few critical aspects. The rest would have to be discovered through experience. However, in the face of the item's genuine efficacy, such limitations seemed trivial. Calming his mind, Lin Xing consumed the vial, granting 700 growth points, and combined with the 15 points amassed from hunting small creatures, his level surged to growth stage LV5, 20,164 32784. He was left with the final metallic tube, which he pondered briefly before deciding to open it and discard its contents. It was of no use. Here, Nemo. I cannot enter. I am too large. At that moment, Lin Xing faintly heard voices belonging to humans, and a new thought emerged. Was this place not on the verge of collapse? With this realization, he clutched his journal and dashed toward the exit, emitting a feeble yet alluring call. Oh, be careful. Listen, there's danger approaching. Quickly, everyone prepare to hide. Lin Xing crawled rapidly, slowing only as he neared the exit. Striving to appear harmless and adorable, his voice soft and delicate. Limping out of the cave, he noticed 5 individuals standing guard at a distance, exchanging astonished glances. Lin Xing placed the journal down, casting a pitiful glance at the long legs of one of the girls, remaining silent as he limped toward the thicket. After Lin Xing's disappearance, the 5 began to express their astonishment at the strange phenomenon. Suddenly, a rumble echoed, and the ground trembled, followed by the collapse of the tomb. The 5 individuals felt an increased fondness for Lin Xing, especially Karani, who felt indebted, as she had initially intended to venture inside. Of course, even if she had entered, she would likely have exited before the collapse occurred. Yet, none could know what might have transpired had things unfolded differently. See you tomorrow morning, girl. Lin Xing muttered as he began to run, his body enlarging as his speed escalated. Within 3 seconds, he transformed into a colossal beast with the speed of a cheetah. Standing upright, he coordinated his limbs, increasing his velocity further as he surged in a straight line toward his destination. Plans often fall short in the face of change. Yet as long as the developments are favorable, Lin Xing welcomed such fluctuations. However, he recognized that unpredictability should not become the norm. Plans still required formulation as a means to navigate such unforeseen circumstances. He now possessed the confidence to confront challenges without the need for excessive mental strain, knowing the forthcoming day would yield substantial gains. Weapons were, of course, indispensable. While his fists were formidable, they were also painful. There was no comparison to the comfort of wielding steel. The old man's waist knife could no longer fulfill his needs. Naturally, the most practical choice was the street lamp pole he had brought into the ruins. His goal was clear, the street lamp pole. In a mere 10 minutes, he returned to the site of his descent, where the alluring pole lay in wait for Lin Xing's attention. Looks a bit worn, Lin Xing thought, finding a hollowed rock to wedge it into, twisting and pulling until he had fashioned two pieces approximately 3 meters in length. Excellent. Ascending to a higher vantage point, he discerned the direction and transformed once more into a ferocious beast, barreling through the forest. The scattered small creatures in the outer areas could no longer satisfy his appetite. Only the island's center promised the greatest rewards. However, before venturing to the island's heart, he needed to deal with a nest of ants. Not merely for vengeance, but for the considerable rewards they promised. After another 10 minutes, Lin Xing arrived at the foot of the slope. Observing the faint outlines of the ants, with a grin, he charged forward. Killed mysterious initial worker ant LV9. Growth points 23. Killed mysterious initial worker ant LV9. Growth points 24. Approximately an hour and a half later, Lin Xing emerged, bloodied, with the street lamp pole tucked under his left arm and a worker ant's hind leg in his right hand, munching as he sprinted toward the island's center. Having slain 76 initial worker ants and 5 growth stage LV1 soldier ants, he garnered 2,137 growth points, elevating his level to LV5, 222,679, 32784. Such were the benefits of the ruins. Chapter 59. Traversing the heart of the island. If I were to rush over, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Just emerging from the dense forest and entering the Atlantis region, Lin Xing sighed as he gazed at the distant mountains, continuing his frantic dash. The thunderous sounds echoed as he climbed over high peaks, traversed gorges, and surged past waterfalls, running for over 2 hours under the blazing sun. During this time, any creature he encountered that didn't require a significant detour met its demise beneath his hands, cockroaches and centipedes alike. He faced some dangers as well. While sprinting at full speed, he unexpectedly collided with a spider's web after rounding a rocky outcrop. After considerable effort, he managed to eliminate a nest of 3 spiders. And it would have been even more arduous had he not wielded iron in his grasp. Throughout his journey, Lin Xing had slain a total of 17 creatures, most of which were mature, earning himself 563 growth points. By external standards, this was a bountiful harvest, but for Lin Xing's standards, it was merely average. Boom. Hiss. At this moment, Lin Xing was joyfully cleansing himself in a shallow river, his body smeared with blood, mucus, and various filth, transforming the once clear water into a kaleidoscope of colors. The group of 5 must still be climbing the mountains. He wondered if they had progressed to the part of the story where the bald-headed professor's son flirts with the ladies in the narrative. The 5 had ridden upon the bees from this very spot. Lin Xing admired the exotic flowers and the large bees and butterflies fluttering about on the opposite bank, showering praises upon the scene. After washing for a considerable time, his once dull fur regained its glossy black sheen. He sniffed under his armpits and detected no unpleasant odors. Exiting the small river, he shivered as he shook off the excess water from his fur and picked up 2 bent streetlight poles that he had straightened after much effort. Making his way toward the blooming flowers, his body gradually shrank, and within 3 seconds, he transformed into a standing form of a 1.2-meter-tall gorilla. His strength diminished accordingly, and carrying the combined weight of over 100 kilograms of streetlight poles became somewhat cumbersome. Had he not leveled up, it would have been quite an ordeal. Delving into the flower patch, Lin Xing began his search, having no intention of clearing out the bees. On one hand, just beyond the next ascent lay the ant colonies that were frequently depicted in the story, which represented Lin Xing's ideal target. On the other hand, the 5 needed the bees to reach their destination. Otherwise, relying solely on foot would exhaust them before they could ever reach the Nautilus. 2 minutes later, a resounding buzzing erupted as a robust bee ascended from the flowers, with Lin Xing perched atop it. Gripping the bee's antennae with both hands while stabilizing himself with the streetlight pole, he called out excitedly, "Let us go." With a powerful tug of his arms, the bee adjusted its course and soared toward the towering mountains. Flying is a dream cherished by every individual, every man. Even as Lin Xing transformed into a gorilla, he could not escape the irresistible allure of this experience. The wind ruffled his dark fur, and he gazed out into the vast expanse of sky. The feeling of everything beneath him was intoxicating, especially as it was his first flight. The bee's speed was not exceedingly fast, in a straight sprint of 100 meters. Lin Xing would not lag much behind. However, traversing the ground required navigating thorns and trees, and while the aerial distance may be 10 kilometers, the ground journey could stretch to 20 or even 30 kilometers, devoid of such concerns in the air. The bee ascended along the mountain slope, with everything below becoming mere blurs. After soaring over the mountain peak, the heart of the island unfolded before Lin Xing's eyes, a panorama of undulating hills continuing forward. He soon spotted swarms of ants on the ground. Lin Xing grinned. This was his destination. After circling in the sky for a moment, he etched the topography of the canyon into his memory before commanding the bee to descend, landing on a small hillside. Lin Xing's body swelled rapidly, while the bee struggled against the sudden increase in weight pressing down upon it. Ultimately, the bee could no longer sustain flight, and its entire form was pinned to the ground by Lin Xing's nearly 2-ton weight. Farewell, little bee. Thud. Killed mystery initial worker bee LV8. Growth points 12. Lin Xing withdrew the now bloodied streetlight pole and extracted a thick substance from the bee's head, consuming it to replenish the stamina expended during his transformation. After finishing the viscous treat, he proceeded to snap off one of the bee's front legs with a satisfying crunch. 2 minutes later, Lin Xing, one hand clutching a streetlight pole and the other dragging the bee's carcass, descended the slope toward the marauding ants. These ants differed somewhat in appearance from those he had encountered in the outer regions. Their heads were a vivid red, while their tails were pitch black, showcasing a gradient of red and black in between. As he drew closer, some ants abruptly halted their movements, their long antennae quivering, a sign of information analysis. Biologically documented. Ants utilize their antennae for identification and communication. Their surfaces are dotted with myriad tiny pores, some containing cells that detect scent. The antennae serve various functions, including examining food, sensing sound waves, and conveying information. Even if it were just Lin Xing alone, he would soon be detected. Pulling along a blood-slicked bee made him a beacon in the night for the ants. Some ants approached Lin Xing, their antennae trembling, while others touched their antennae together and followed the lead of the former. Discarding the bee, he grasped the 2 streetlight poles and revealed a fierce grin toward the ants. With his hind legs and robust left arms supporting him against the ground, he raised the poles, aiming with newfound confidence. 2 seconds later, the streetlight pole was launched, soaring 20 meters through the air. Bang! Thud. Killed mystery initial worker ant LV9. Growth points 22. Of a similar level, their defenses were comparable. The rewards seemed to match as well after a probing strike. He had gleaned the necessary information, retracted his stance, and wielded the other streetlight pole as he charged forward. Bang bang. Thud. Squeak. Rustle. Killed mystery initial worker ant LV9. Growth points 21. Killed mystery initial worker ant LV9. Growth points 23. After roughly 20 minutes, the battle ceased, leaving only Lin Xing's heavy breaths in the aftermath. The demise of 26 worker ants yielded 674 growth points for Lin Xing. He suffered some minor injuries. A few collisions were inconsequential, but one worker ant had carelessly bitten a chunk of flesh from his right elbow. The combat prowess of these ants surpassed those he had encountered in the outer regions. Was it due to the absence of a queen, preventing disorder? Or were they inherently stronger? It was likely the former, as stronger species of similar types tend to provide greater growth points. Lin Xing's plan was clear. First, eliminate the foraging worker ants, then gradually advance toward the ant nest, ultimately targeting the larvae, eggs, and the queen. A plethora of growth points and golden treasure chests awaited him. Quickly gnawing through a few ant legs, Lin Xing secured the bee's corpse, confirmed his direction, and commenced a new ambush. Killed mystery initial worker ant LV9, growth points 22. At noon, with the sun setting in the west, at one moment, 3 bees soared over the mountain peak, entering the heart of the island. It was truly astonishing, like riding a horse across a vast prairie. So beautiful, it resembled paradise. Hey, wait, Dad, this doesn't look like paradise. Look, oh heavens, What on earth has transpired here? Chapter 60. Sudden speculation. The five individuals gazed down from the sky, observing a multitude of ants sprawled on the ground, most of which seemed to be gathering together, their heads almost entirely severed. The greasy man exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth has transpired?" A bald marine offered a conclusion, stating, "I suspect these ants are besieging another creature." But what was the outcome? Had the creature been devoured by the ants, or had it managed to escape? With no natural enemies on this island, and given the ants' remarkable cooperative abilities, the bald marine confidently asserted that the creature must have perished. "Oh, my friend, look over there. I believe that creature is still alive. It has killed a swarm of ants." The bald marine's attention was drawn to the remains below, where the distribution of bodies and their death poses mirrored one another. Heads exploded or completely severed from their necks, leaving him uncertain. "Hey, look over there, and there, and there. Oh my God, what a horrifying event has unfolded. Grandfather, did you not mention that the beasts at the center of the island, particularly the ants, are exceedingly dangerous?" Indeed, ants have no natural predators, but it appears one has emerged. A bee soared overhead, casting its gaze upon the valley below, where ant corpses lay piled like pieces on a chessboard, sending shivers down the spine of any observer. Quickly, look to the left, near the cliff. Oh my heavens. The young woman, Karen, could not suppress a gasp, prompting the attention of all. A vague silhouette of an indistinct beast could be seen thrashing amidst the ant swarm, each strike resulting in the decapitation of an ant. "We must leave, we must leave." In awe of the wonders of nature and the brutality of interspecies violence, they hastened their retreat. At that moment, a mass plummeted onto the greasy man's head. "Oh crap, is that bird droppings? It must be from an enormous." A thunderous bird call echoed, accompanied by a shadow descending upon them. Lin Xing, engaged in battle, also heard the sound reverberating through the valley and leaped aside, searching for its source. A colorful bird, with a wingspan of at least 10 meters, was diving down, accompanied by 3 bees in its wake. Had the plot progressed? Indeed. It seemed that 3 large birds were pursuing 3 solitary bees. 2 of the birds were lured by the bald marine and the elderly man into a collision. Had they survived? Likely, they had not perished. The bird chasing the young woman became ensnared in a spider's web, while the young man suffered a leg fracture. As Lin Xing recalled the unfolding narrative, he gritted his teeth, preparing to re-engage in combat, for he was not far from the nest. After hours of hunting, Lin Xing had slain 347 ants, nearly exterminating the entire foraging colony. The ant mound now resembled a peeled peach, exuding an alluring aroma. However, the growth points he had gained fell short of his expectations, totaling only 218. Presently, each initial level 9 ant he killed yielded a mere 15 or 16 points. His current level stood at growth form level 5, 30, 531, 32, 784. He had yet to encounter any other animals, for in this region, all living creatures were merely ingredients on the ant's menu. Just then, an unexpected thought flickered in his mind, conjuring images of the previous relics: Skeleton Island, the ruinous King Dragon, the Diamond Cavern, and the Golden Treasure Chest. This relic's initial encounters included the Nemo Tomb, the Red Centipede, and the Silver Treasure Chest. Lin Xing reached a vague yet tangible conclusion. Treasure chests were intertwined with the plot and its creatures. If this were indeed the case, he began to recall all the animals featured in the narrative. On the first day, the centipedes, elephants, and lizards he encountered upon reaching the beach had all met their demise, thus could be disregarded. The second day brought centipedes within the tomb. 1 silver treasure chest had already been taken into account. Then there were the bees he rode, observing the ant swarm below, the giant bird in the sky, and the spider. On the third day, there was the electric eel. The spider had merely flickered across the screen, and it was illogical to assume there would be a golden treasure chest, nor did it align with the characteristics of a golden monster. The possibility of a treasure chest within the ant mound seemed slim, for the ants had only appeared in a few fleeting frames. Thus, the remaining contenders were the bees, the bird, and the electric eel, each of which held potential. The bees and the bird had substantial plot involvement, while the electric eel, though less prominent in the narrative, was a formidable entity that charged the Nautilus. Plans for the next day with the young woman would need to be altered. He would accompany the bald marine and his father to the Nautilus. Lin Xing glanced at the 7 approaching ants and the nearby ant mound, weighing his options. Time was of the essence. He had to make a swift decision. A second later, Lin Xing abandoned the impulse to assault the ant nest and pivoted towards the direction of the bees and the large bird. With 2 strides, His upright run transformed into a coordinated gallop, having discarded the lamppost. The treasure chest was not to be relinquished. He resolved to engage in the plot first. For the ant mound would remain. As Lin Xing sprinted at peak velocity, leaving a cloud of dust and thunderous echoes in his wake, he ultimately found his pace insufficient to match that of flight. The distant bird and bees vanished into the jungle, but fortunately, they too would be hindered by the thorns and trees, reducing their speed. He relied on the occasional faint bird calls and his instincts to pursue. Minutes passed in pursuit until he spotted the bird and the bees soaring into the sky, followed by a sharp bird call. It seemed the bird had been pricked by a branch. In the next instant, the chase between the bird and the bees resumed, prompting Lin Xing to adjust his course and pursue from the ground. Suddenly, he heard the calls of 2 additional birds, followed closely by a tremendous crash. Lin Xing swiftly redirected his path towards the source of the sound. Very cool, little brother. Oh, I adore you, Hank. Absolutely love you. The excitement was overwhelming. Wait, Hank, do you hear that? It sounds like something large is approaching. We should ascend a bit higher. As he dashed forward, Lin Xing heard a buzzing overhead that he initially dismissed. Moments later, he caught sight of the target, 2 colorful giant birds attempting to rise unsteadily from the ground. Lin Xing grinned, accelerating once more, his legs propelling him forward, creating deep impressions in the earth as he leapt towards one bird's neck. Bang! Crack! As he climbed onto the nearly meter-wide neck of the large bird, he aimed for its eye. Bang, 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 bang. With each strike, he targeted the same spot. You have slain a mysterious growth form white-throated swiftlet LV1, gaining 65 growth points. After disposing of one, he leaped back onto the other bird's head, unleashing a flurry of punches. You have slain a mysterious growth form white-throated swiftlet LV1, gaining 67 growth points. Breathless, Lin Xing anxiously awaited a few seconds before turning and running in another direction, leaving behind 2 beautiful, yet grotesque corpses. He hoped the next might yield more, praying the bird had not been devoured by the spider. 2 minutes later, he heard a bird call and breathed a sigh of relief. As he navigated through the jungle, he found the large bird struggling in a spider's web, while a spider loomed nearby, spinning its silken threads. Lin Xing grinned, refraining from charging directly ahead, for he had previously suffered from the snares of spider webs. He scanned his surroundings and found a small branch, roughly the thickness of a bowl. After snapping it and removing the twigs, he fashioned a rudimentary weapon. He cautiously approached, stopping a mere 10 meters away. The nature of spiders dictates that as long as one does not disturb their webs, they are generally not provoked. Moreover, with Lin Xing's reflexes, he was assured of safety against the spider's speed. He accelerated, aimed, and lunged, wielding nearly 2 tons of force directed at the spider's neck. Thud! The spider's head separated from its body with no flourish, while Lin Xing distorted the web, causing numerous strands to snap and fall from the tree's base. Killed the mysterious growth-type spider LV1. Growth points 66. As Lin Xing extricated himself from the web, he awaited something, sighing softly after a few seconds. His gaze then fixed upon a large bird that was struggling to break free. Thud, squeak. Thud, thud. Squeak. Killed the mysterious growth-type white-throated swift LV1. Growth point 71. May my wife bless me. Lin Xing anxiously watched the massive corpse of the swift, praying for its vivid colors to fade to a dull brown. 1 second, 2 seconds. Damn it, Lin Xing lamented, opting to sit atop the shattered neck of the bird, eating and resting simultaneously. Had he misjudged? The golden treasure chest might not be inherently linked to the plot. Perhaps the key was to find the most formidable creatures, whether they be lizards, soldier ants, or something else. Yet, that didn't seem right. Treasure chests could not be hidden in unobserved places. The island was vast, and time was scarce, making thorough exploration impossible before it sank. What then was the significance of the ruined storyline? Since a narrative existed, the treasure chest must be intertwined with it. The most powerful monster related to the plot, apart from lizards, could only be the electric eel. After much contemplation, Lin Xing reached a conclusion, one shaped significantly by his own biases. If this deduction proved erroneous, it would mean he was destined to forfeit the golden treasure chest. There was also the possibility that the ruins did not guarantee the presence of a golden chest. It might not exist here at all. Shaking his head, Lin Xing extinguished that thought, forcing himself to believe in the presence of treasure to maintain his diligence. After hollowing out the large bird's head and breaking off a leg, Lin Xing concluded his meal. 3 birds and 1 spider had yielded a total of 269 growth points. Yet the numbers were dwindling. With a resigned remark, Lin Xing made his way back toward the ant nest, which still required clearing. Night was approaching, and he hoped to attain LV6 swiftly, enabling him to hunt effectively through the night. Should he fail to reach LV6, the exhaustion from a day filled with high-intensity focus and countless minor injuries would soon force him to succumb to sleep. After a half-hour of solitude, the two steel pipes returned to their owner's hands. Perhaps they could no longer be referred to as steel pipes, having transformed into twisted, spiraled forms over a meter long, resembling iron rods more aptly. This was the result of Lin Xing repeatedly utilizing them to pierce or shatter the ants' robust necks, their shapes twisted together through relentless use. Lin Xing's reappearance elicited no change in the remaining ants' demeanor. They continued to perceive him as prey, launching a well-organized assault. After a vigorous exchange of leaps and pulls, Lin Xing sustained 2 additional wounds but managed to slay 6 ants, earning 81 growth points and inching closer to his next level. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the enticing ant nest, needing his sight to locate the queen before darkness obscured his vision, complicating the hunt. Employing both hands and feet, he ascended the sloping mountainside, quickly reaching a height of 20 to 30 meters. As he neared the cave entrance, he slowed his pace to listen intently. The absence of the worker ant's characteristic rustling was notable. He plunged into the cave's mouth. The expansive, slightly sloped tunnel felt dry and desolate, yearning for a rich crimson touch. Killed the mysterious initial growth type worker ant LV6, growth points 5. Killed the mysterious initial growth type worker ant LV5, growth points 3. After slaying over a dozen, Lin Xing paused, not because he had exhausted his targets. At least 3 or 4 dozen remained in sight. He needed to locate the queen, as eradicating her was paramount before addressing the smaller ants. With the 2 iron rods crossed before him, Lin Xing's legs propelled him forward as if powered by a high-speed motor, racing deeper into the tunnel. Every immature ant he encountered was sent flying, though most managed to rise and pursue him, save for a few unfortunate fatalities. Alas, after searching 5 chambers without sighting the queen, he encountered only scattered larvae, and the further he delved, the dimmer the light became. Upon reaching the 6th chamber, he discovered ant eggs, dark-hued ones, indicating that the next chamber would likely serve as the queen's nursery and dwelling. As anticipated, upon arriving at the cave's entrance, Lin Xing beheld the queen, albeit in an odd state. She was considerably larger than the queen he had encountered the previous day, yet lacked the swollen abdomen, appearing even less robust than the soldier ant he had slain that afternoon. Her 6 legs were slender, and in comparison, they were likely thinner than those of a typical initial growth type LV9 worker ant. Why had she become so emaciated? For reasons unknown. Upon witnessing the queen's condition, Lin Xing instinctively pondered this. The queen faced the vigilant Lin Xing, her antennae fluttering continuously, yet she refrained from attacking, leaving both parties ensnared in an awkward silence. Lin Xing glanced around the barren chamber, devoid of even a single egg, let alone any debris. Could it be that the queen was starving, unable to produce eggs, or perhaps consuming them herself? That was indeed a possibility. It explained why he encountered nothing but ants throughout the afternoon. The others had been devoured. Could it be that the small group in the outer region had branched off from here? If the island were to remain afloat, would it, in a few decades, be devoid of any other species? Indeed, would it ultimately lead to the ant's own extinction? Yet, he could not afford to wait. The island would sink by tomorrow. After approximately 10 seconds of mutual contemplation, Lin Xing resolved to eliminate the queen. What combat prowess could such a frail queen possess? She certainly could not be the guardian of a golden treasure chest, especially since Lin Xing had yet to see the enticing glow of a dull yellow hue. Chapter 62. The Unexpected Bronze Treasure Chest. 2 minutes later, the neck of the emaciated ant queen snapped after Lin Xing struck it numerous times. Defeated the mysterious growth ant queen LV5, growth points 953. Alas, it did not transform into a key. Even knowing the outcome, Lin Xing felt an overwhelming sense of loss. It must be the electric eel. Absolutely. Rubbing his aching head, Lin Xing exited the cave. With just 905 growth points remaining, he could reach LV6. He could still persevere. Half an hour later, with several new wounds adorning his body, Lin Xing left the ant nest with a grim expression. A total of 241 ant eggs yielded 241 growth points, and 157 initial bodies, ranging from LV2 to LV6, contributed 486 growth points, leaving him 178 short of leveling up. It was utterly frustrating. Where was he supposed to find a few hundred growth points? Currently, A single growth body at LV1 only provided 50 or 60 points, requiring at least 3 to make any meaningful progress. After hesitating for 3 seconds at the cave entrance, Lin Xing turned and sprinted back the way he came. The vast canyon and the direction of the 5-member team were not worth pursuing. It was pointless. The ground was devoid of any animals, and wandering until dawn would be a fool's errand. The other side of the mountain where the ant nest resided was an option, but it required a long trek, and the conditions there were uncertain. However, heading back along the canyon would allow him to return to that wondrous world of exotic flora. There, a multitude of bees and butterflies awaited, and he might even discover a beehive. Suppressing his mental fatigue, Lin Xing gritted his teeth and dashed forward, shattering the stillness of the night. Approximately an hour later, panting heavily, he descended the mountain and raced toward the enchanting basin. He could hardly believe that a journey of mere minutes to the bees had taken an hour, and he had not paused for a moment. Physical stamina was manageable. He replenished energy by gnawing on the legs of a few ant corpses along the way. However, mental exhaustion weighed heavily on him. If he were to succumb to sleep, he would not awaken until dawn. With just over 100 growth points remaining, he had to hold on. As he approached the foot of the mountain, Lin Xing's form rapidly diminished, transforming into a small gorilla standing at 1 meter tall. He assumed this solidified state partly to avoid startling the bees. Once they took to the sky, there would be little he could do. Moreover, this area appeared relatively safe, as bees and butterflies were herbivorous and did not typically attack humans or other animals. With some effort, Lin Xing hoisted a hefty iron club and ventured into the flower thicket, meticulously searching. After several minutes of crushing a few small beetles, he found no signs of larger creatures. Visibility was not an issue. The myriad of fireflies, glowing mushrooms, and the crimson lava flowing from the volcano illuminated the night, rendering it even brighter than the previous day. Grinning, Lin Xing returned to his normal size. The rough sounds of calls and chest thumping shattered the tranquility. Suddenly, fireflies began to swirl, and various small insects flitted about. How vexing, yet I cannot deal with you now. Lin Xing scanned his surroundings, noticing the absence of bees. While ladybugs were plentiful, they had already taken to the air and were of no interest to him. He began sprinting in a particular direction, leaving chaos in his wake. Finally, he heard the buzzing of bees, their wings rapidly beating, and not just one. Following the sound while running, he observed at least dozens of bees ascending from a protruding rock, swirling in the air. Lin Xing quickened his pace. His goal was not the bees, at least not for now, but rather the beehive, the larvae within. As he climbed the towering rock, Lin Xing was momentarily stunned, staring blankly for several seconds. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he confirmed it was not an illusion. The familiar size and sheen. There it was, a chest emanating a faint azure glow. Could it be a chest placed here by someone? If I had not been short on growth points, I would have completely missed it. What a ludicrous situation. After confirming the treasure chest's presence, Lin Xing's initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather an endless stream of complaints, alleviating his inner frustration. Only after venting his grievances did the excitement sink in. Shaking his head vigorously to maintain clarity, he approached the chest located near the massive beehive with utmost vigilance. 1 step, 2 steps. I should be within the 30-meter boundary now, right? Clang. Lin Xing struck the chest with his iron club, producing a deafening sound. He surveyed the area. Only bees danced about, and larvae crawled on the hive. Why aren't you attacking me? Come on, unleash your fury. Huh, wait a moment. Is that a key? Lin Xing was taken aback. As he drew closer, he noticed a key of the same hue as the bronze chest quietly waiting to be inserted into the lock. Whose intelligence is being insulted here? Lin Xing scoffed, remaining on guard towards the hive as he approached the chest, reaching for the key. The familiar sound of gears grinding echoed. Scapular muscle anticoagulant 1. Usage enhances scapular muscle resilience by 17, limited to growth body LV5. Queen BS nectar syrup 1. Usage grants 200 growth points, limited to growth body LV5. This is not an illusion. One enhances physical attributes, while the other provides growth points. The vivid notifications dispelled Lin Xing's last shred of doubt. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed both items, and the tubes along with the chest vanished, resulting in a transformation within Lin Xing's body. A powerful tingling surged through every tissue and cell of his being. His physique expanded, growing taller and more robust. The multitude of wounds on his body, whether unhealed or scarred, began to mend, becoming smooth and hair-covered. Internally, his bone density, organs, and neural responses surged, with red blood cells and stem cells multiplying and reorganizing, including a significant enhancement in a small region of his left brain. Moments later, a terrifying 4-meter-tall gorilla emerged, sweeping away all traces of fatigue from Lin Xing, leaving him in a state far superior to that of waking up from sleep. With a roar, he unleashed the tempest of his emotions, ceasing only after half a minute to check his status. Lin Xing, species, gorilla, height, 3.97 meters, weight, 2,485 kilograms, talent, 10x damage, 10x life, growth body, LV6, growth points, 3280765,568, incredible. However, upon seeing the growth points required for the next level, Lin Xing winced. The extensive labor in the ant nest would require 6 points, and killing the same creatures again would likely yield even fewer points. It could take over 10. This treasure chest within the ruins is truly bizarre. Previously, a silver chest hidden in a grave. Who would dare to venture inside out of sheer curiosity? Moreover, the centipede guarding the chest did not attack until it was already dying. Now, there was a bronze chest with a key inserted, placed right atop the beehive. What an absurdity. I shall not conform to the role of a mere child. I shall take charge, and may fortune grant me a bounty beyond measure. Chapter 63. The Nautilus switching to the social interface. 3 names appeared in the friend zone. Tang Qingqin, level 1 growth type gorilla. Tang Tao, level 1 growth type anaconda. And Zhang Tong, level 2 growth type Meyer Tyrannosaurus, ranked 20183 in the world. Due to certain concerns, Lin Xing frequently checked on Tang Qingqin's status. During his habitual afternoon check, he discovered that Tang Qingqin had transformed into a growth type. At that moment, Lin Xing celebrated the occasion by devouring a couple more ant legs. As for Tang Tao and Zhang Tong's ascensions, Lin Xing paid little heed. In the chat area, Lin Xing automatically chose to ignore the chatter and switch to the leaderboard. Lin Xing, gorilla, level 6 growth type, Huagua, attention, 4557, Ralsbite, Rex Tyrannosaurus, level 4 growth type, Megua, attention, 1291, Zhang Jingguo, Kazuo Tyrannosaurus, level 2 growth type, Huagua, attention, 947, Ketchagorki, Arctic giant bear, level 3 growth type, Agua, attention, 921, Smith James, Ojo ancient ape, level 3 growth type, Ingwa, attention, 1299, Willie Donald, Mississippi ape, level 3 growth type, Megua, attention, 1197, Adamo Sambi, Sivaru ape, level 3 growth type, Ingwa, attention, 863, Dadala Chakra, Pyramid ancient ape, level 3 growth type, Ag, attention, 2043, Gang Taichiro, gorilla, level 3 growth type, Taiyangguo, attention, 1532, Mamroanel, Duan ancient ape, level 3 growth type, Baxigua, attention, 962. The front row of leaders remained largely unchanged, as their standings represented the visage of various organizations, and they were determined to uphold their positions. Beyond a few hundred ranks, ordinary species began to proliferate, with Zhang Tong having fallen to over 20,000. Lin Xing understood that with an immense base of ordinary species, advancement would be relatively easier, and one could never predict when a formidable contender or a stroke of luck might emerge. The leaders of the organizations, however, were not shirking from their duties. Rather, they faced considerable challenges in their endeavors. Currently, they were compelled to engage, with some succeeding and others meeting their demise. If he were to peruse the crowd, he would notice a reduction of 122 individuals, with only 217 bronze chests claimed, 34 silver chests, and a decrease of 8 relics. Ah, the entire world is mine now, Lin Xing exclaimed, his gaze drifting toward a beehive roughly the size of a football field. Sean groggily opened his eyes, observing the mist that enveloped the surroundings, swiftly awakening and calling out to the others. Hank, wake up. The bald-headed Hank rolled over. Noticing the predicament, something's amiss. Everyone, get up. Oh, where did this water come from? Karani, uncovering the enormous banana leaves covering him, suddenly sensed something unusual. A dense black paw was resting on his abdomen. After a moment of daze, he let out a high-pitched scream and instinctively leapt up. His cry captured the attention of the others, who rushed over. Karani, what happened? This is... Everyone turned to see a black gorilla yawning beneath the banana leaves where Karani had been sleeping. The gorilla's fur was sleek and glossy, its exposed skin devoid of impurities. Is this the gorilla from yesterday? After a brief moment of astonishment, Hank voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. The gorilla was none other than Lin Xing. After several hours of relentless slaughter throughout the night, he had committed unspeakable acts against the vibrant creatures of that beautiful realm. Bees, hives, butterflies, ladybugs, and even cockroaches and centipedes had not escaped his grasp, with his rampage only concluding when the moon began to set in the early hours of the morning. The bounty was substantial, netting him a remarkable 4,387 growth points. At his current level 6, defeating a mere ordinary initial level 9 creature yielded less than 10 growth points, while the level 5 bee queen had only granted him 642. One could only imagine the extent of devastation he had wrought upon the living beings. After concluding his slaughter, Lin Xing washed himself in the river and polished his fur with petals and pollen before leisurely riding on one of the bees he had purposefully spared, returning with ease. The campsite where the five had spent the night was not difficult to locate, as Sean had broken his leg and could not wander far, coupled with the ever-burning campfire that guided him. He cautiously nestled under Karani's leaves and wrapped his arms around the girl's waist to sleep. In truth, if he had wished to impose himself further, he could have easily done so. After a brief discussion about Lin Xing's presence, the group's attention shifted, for Lin Xing had already left a favorable impression on 2 occasions, and soon, the island would be submerged. However, Karani quickly realized her father was missing and, in a panic, began to gather her belongings to search for him. Sean wished to accompany her, but due to his injury, they decided to split into 2 groups. The elder and Karani would seek the oily man, while Sean and Hank would search for the Nautilus submarine. According to Lin Xing's original plan, he was meant to spend the remaining hours with Karani, yet now that was no longer feasible. Sniff. After bidding farewell to Karani and Sean, Lin Xing approached Hank, emitting a soft, melodic sound. "Little one, do you wish to join us?" Sniff. Hank, it can understand what you're saying. How remarkable. Hank, let us take it with us. The little one seems so pitiful. All right, Sean, we must hurry. 3 hours later, atop Poseidon Cliff, Lin Xing observed Hank and Sean preparing a disposable, stylish diving bag, ready to plunge into the water, his expression complex. He had never anticipated that amidst the calamity, the most leisurely and carefree moments would be now spent alongside 2 seasoned gentlemen. He ought to be by Tang Qingqian's side, or at the very least, with Karani. With a splash, the father and son duo leapt into the water. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xing followed suit. Although Sean had suggested that Lin Xing wait for them to retrieve the submarine, he could not bear to remain idle. Upon entering the water, Lin Xing beheld a kaleidoscope of colorful coral reefs, fist-sized translucent jellyfish, and palm-sized sharks swimming about. The underwater world was breathtaking, far surpassing the aesthetics of the aquarium corridors. Eventually, Lin Xing spotted the submarine, which had a distinctly retro charm, anchored ahead of the 2. Hank and Sean utilized their disposable water tubes to accelerate towards it, while Lin Xing increased his speed to close the gap. Electric eels would soon emerge, and with plot characters possessing buffs, they were virtually invulnerable. He, however, could not afford such luxury. Should he falter, regret would come too late. As soon as the 2 reached the submarine's entrance, Lin Xing arrived as well. The father and son were taken aback by his sudden appearance, but with limited oxygen, they could not afford to linger. They began to twist the hatch cover. Sizzle. Just then, a crackling sound of electric sparks echoed from a distance. Lin Xing, who had been on high alert, spotted an enormous creature swiftly swimming towards them. Electric eel, key, golden treasure chest. Lin Xing grinned, placing his hands on the hatch cover. Sizzle. Click. Chapter 64. The emergence of the golden treasure chest. Unlike the arduous journey depicted between the father and son, the manhole cover had already been opened before the electric eel approached for the first time. In a moment of peril, the 2 men and a chimpanzee swiftly entered the Nautilus. A silent prayer for protection was uttered as they sought the drainage valve, while Lin Xing fervently wished for the treasure chest's appearance. As Sean twisted open a glow stick and pressed the drainage valve switch, the water level in the chamber rapidly receded. They gasped for air. Although Lin Xing was not yet in dire distress, he feigned a state of near collapse. We succeeded. The Nautilus. Let us go inside. Lin Xing's heart tightened as Sean turned the handle leading to the central chamber. With a click, the hatch opened, a beam of light illuminating Lin Xing's pupils. Goodness. The golden treasure chest. But hold your excitement. We still need to deal with the electric eel. Observing the familiar gleam and dimensions of the chamber floor, Lin Xing's previously constricted heart began to relax and beat fervently. Sean, pass me the flashlight. The bald man instructed as he rummaged through Sean's backpack. The chamber, bathed in the light of the treasure chest, isn't exactly bright as day, but certainly exceeds the illumination of a flashlight. Can they not see? It seemed quite possible, truly a wondrous relic. The narrative followed its original course as Lin Xing trailed the two men into the control room. They fumbled around until the submarine's lights flickered on, only to extinguish shortly thereafter. They inspected the engine, ultimately determining a plan that focused their attention on the electric eel. Goodness, how tedious. If I weren't capable of operating a submarine, what need would you have? Lin Xing whimpered softly, following closely behind the bald man, who was busy with a harpoon. He picked up a harpoon himself, though it felt somewhat light. It was indeed sharp. Kid, this is far too dangerous. You should stay here. All right. But you must take a breathing apparatus. Bah, I can hold my breath for several minutes. Naturally, the father and son could only interpret his words as muffled sounds. 2 minutes later, man and beast, each armed with a harpoon, stood on the deck outside the submarine and atop its roof, with Lin Xing naturally positioned on top. Both harpoons were connected to the engine's battery with metal wires. Lin Xing, being prudent, donned a breathing apparatus. The pair watched the distant electric eel as Hank struck the railing with his harpoon, attempting to draw its attention, yet the eel seemed disinterested in the noise. Lin Xing remained unperturbed. He understood that the electric eel would soon be lured by Sean's flashlight. He waited for that moment, unlike Hank, whose goal was to recharge the battery. Lin Xing's objective was to eliminate the electric eel, a necessity. At a certain moment, a beam of light shot through the submarine's window, causing the distant electric eel to react instantaneously, swimming toward the vessel. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xing steadied himself, his legs and more robust left arm anchoring his form. The harpoon was drawn across his shoulder, confidence surging within him. Simultaneously, his physique began to enlarge. 3 seconds later, Lin Xing's true form emerged, exuding unparalleled dominance, albeit unnoticed by others. Closer, ever closer. Lin Xing withheld his strike, remaining patient. A thunderous crash echoed as the electric eel collided with the Nautilus, sending a violent tremor through the craft. Yet Lin Xing remained steadfast. Just moments ago, he could have attacked, but he refrained, biding his time for the eel's second charge, awaiting the moment when the bald Hank would thrust his harpoon into the eel's maw. At last, is it coming? Lin Xing observed as the electric eel, drawn by the light, adjusted its course, and Hank repositioned himself. The final moment had arrived. With a swift motion, a harpoon flew forth, a desperate throw from Hank, transforming into a lethal arrow aimed at the electric eel. The harpoon struck true, piercing the eel's mouth with a shrill cry. While the immense wave it created sent Hank tumbling backwards. Electric currents crackled between the thrashing electric eel and the Nautilus. Lin Xing remained solemn, still awaiting his moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. At the instant the submarine's lights illuminated the chamber. With a swift motion, another harpoon was launched, its velocity astonishing, creating layers of spiral ripples in its wake. The projectile struck the wildly thrashing electric eel's head, penetrating through and dragging the cable farther away. Wait, what? A notification chimed. Kill the mysterious growth electric eel LV3, growth points 271. Lin Xing crouched, prepared to dash forward the moment the key appeared. Time was of the essence as the Nautilus's engine roared to life. Faster, even faster. 1 second, 2 seconds. 5 seconds later, Lin Xing, his features contorted in concentration, retracted his stance and turned toward the manhole cover of the Nautilus. As he swam, his body quickly shrank, and upon reaching the cover, he perfectly reverted to his 1.20 m stature. His sudden appearance startled Hank, who was preparing to close the cover. With a hiss, the cover sealed shut, activating the drainage valve and lowering the water level. Oh, little one, you are truly fortunate. I thought I would not see you again. Removing his oxygen helmet, Hank casually remarked as he made his way to the control room. Lin Xing offered no response, similarly removing his helmet and following him with a grave demeanor. Hank initiated the submarine's controls with Sean's assistance, while Lin Xing sat alone in the central chamber beside the invisible golden treasure chest. Gradually, the tension in his expression eased, revealing a glimmer of intelligence. He reflected on nearly 2 days of experiences, hunting the mother lizard, evading the male lizard's pursuit, the thrill of entering the ant's nest, the silver treasure chest in Captain Nemo's tomb, and the ensuing frenzied slaughter upon regaining his strength. He recalled obtaining the bronze treasure chest, yet again indulging in nighttime carnage, culminating in his arrival at the Nautilus. Perhaps I have overcomplicated this relic. Following the storyline, as long as one did not intend to perish alongside the mysterious island, it was inevitable to reach the Nautilus, the sole place of survival, and to encounter the golden treasure chest effortlessly. Of course, the silver and bronze treasure chests were purely a matter of luck. Who would have imagined diving into a tomb to retrieve a navigation log for someone? Who would dare to ride a bee around a rocky beehive? Truly wondrous. The beginning and end of the relic are fixed certainties, while the journey depends on individual choices and opportunities, as well as one's ability to seize the bountiful grasp of the goddess of measurement. Naturally, if given the chance to start anew, Lin Xing would still make the same choices. After all, the countless growth points were the fundamental objective of the relic. Wait, if the relic also yields silver and bronze, did I miss out on something in the last one? Goodness, if I had not followed the storyline last time, where would I be? Perhaps with those grotesque worms where the protagonists fell? Yes, there must be treasure there. Lin Xing felt as though he had missed out on billions, his thoughts racing as the Nautilus rescued the other three amidst the rumbling of falling rocks. Chapter 65. The Special Item. Wisdom Pill. In the aftermath of calamity, the group was filled with exhilaration, while Lin Xing remained seated in silence. Even during the last desperate moment, when the bald man single-handedly loaded ammunition to obliterate the falling boulder, he showed no reaction. Having escaped peril, the Nautilus entered autopilot mode. What a ludicrous plot. Lin Xing gazed out at the enchanting underwater scenery, listening to the light-hearted conversations around him, and could only internally voice his exasperation. Rising slowly, he made his way through the crowd, approaching Karani and gently wrapping his arms around her waist. I'm so sorry. Oh, little one. I have yet to thank you for saving me earlier. I'm so sorry. You are now the sole survivor of the mysterious island. Why not come home with me? I shall knit you a beautiful sweater. I'm so sorry. Oh, you're so. However, Karani's words faltered in her throat as the black gorilla's mass visibly swelled in her abdomen. Oh my God, this can't be a dream. The crowd hastily retreated, their expressions and movements betraying their incredulity. So, this is what it looks like when a gorilla grows to 10 meters tall. This was nearly the last thought of the 5 onlookers. Bang! 2 seconds later, the vast Nautilus was left with only Lin Xing and 5 exploded corpses. 2 seconds after that, a flash of red light occurred, and one of the old man's corpses vanished, replaced by a radiant golden key. Damn ruins. With one last sigh, Lin Xing shook off all negative emotions. The golden key felt familiar in his grasp, cold to the touch, and he hurried towards the golden treasure chest in the center of the chamber. After a series of pleasant clicks, the chest opened. Volcanic lava liquid affected by Mystery X1. Grants 900 growth points upon use. Limited to growth form level 6. Lava extract affected by Mystery X1. Enhances muscle nerve sensitivity by 51 upon use. Limited to growth form level 6. Lava source tissue affected by Mystery X1. Increases resistance to extreme heat by 53. Limited to growth form level 6. Calcium collagen preparation affected by Mystery X1. Enhances bone density by 35 and resilience by 37. Limited to growth form level 6. Special item. Salivary gland modification agent X1 adds salivary glands to the respiratory system, improving the efficiency of gas exchange in capillaries. Limited to growth form level 6. Special item. Wisdom Pill X1 solidifies the C3 area of the left brain upon use. Limited to growth form level 6. Why are there only 6 items? What about the black emblem? After confirming the panel once more, Lin Xing accepted the display, 5 metallic tubes, and a dark pill. Cough. This must be made from chili peppers. He opened 2 of the tubes, one red, one white, and poured their contents into his mouth. A wave of scorching heat rushed down his throat. Lin Xing disregarded the taste and swallowed it whole, accompanied by intense pain. He felt his nerves react and his skeletal strength surge. He grew significantly stronger. Then, he picked up the dark pill, sniffing it. It bore no scent, much like the previous black pill, but he was prepared. He placed the pill in his mouth, not chewing, and rolled it on his tongue. Gag. Huffing and puffing. Once again, he sensed no discernible change, but as it was a reward from the golden treasure chest, he would gladly consume anything, even excrement. With the remaining 2 tubes extracted, the golden chest vanished before Lin Xing's reluctant gaze. This should allow him to breathe underwater, right? Observing the azure tube in his left hand, Lin Xing called out, pouring it into his mouth. Tasting of green apple. Accompanied by a tingling sensation in his nose and throat, Lin Xing felt himself become weightless. reminiscent of a time when he had suffered from a severe illness while wearing an oxygen mask. This sensation should enable him to breathe underwater and enhance his endurance during running and combat. After stowing away the last tube that grants 900 growth points, Lin Xing returned to the control room, pressing buttons haphazardly until the Nautilus began to decelerate, finally halting amidst a coral reef. 3 minutes later, armed with a harpoon and 4 more at his back, Lin Xing opened the submarine hatch and emerged into the water. The sensation of breathing freely underwater was delightful. Approximately 5 hours later, while swimming in the ocean, Lin Xing received a notification. Mysterious island ruins completed. Duration, 48 hours. Growth points acquired, 24. 587. Comprehensive rating, SS. Please ensure you have all personal belongings. Countdown, 30, 29. It was time to leave. After a moment of daze, Lin Xing stood still in the water, patiently awaiting his return. In those 5 hours, he had accumulated 103 points. A far cry from what he could earn on land, yet still commendable, considering he could only breathe. As time reset to 0, Lin Xing's figure abruptly vanished, followed by the dissolution of all surrounding entities. In a certain location, an emotionless voice echoed, should anyone be able to comprehend it. The initialization of the mysterious island ruins has been completed, with no updates recorded. Special remarks. 1. Special item conservation talisman detected for constructing the sky bridge. 2. Special item anti-intelligence pill detected at the Tower of Bisa. 3. Special item symbiotic organism detected at the Sea God Council. Proposal 1. File a protest with the 3 external affairs departments. Proposal 2. Request a secondary key from the Design Institute. Proposal 3. Submit a secondary appeal to the Supreme Council of the Alliance, recommending that a letter be sent to the Tower of Bisa due to its repeated interference. This is so blatant. It clearly shows a disregard for the Alliance, particularly the Tower of Bisa. A stooped man observed a group of young males, filled with righteous indignation, shaking his head almost imperceptibly. Let us proceed with the first proposal. Mentor? But the stooped man waved his hand to terminate the discussion. Enough. We shall focus on supervision and maintenance. The rest is not our concern. In another resplendent place, dozens of humanoid beings gathered around a massive circular platform. Most of these beings possessed striking appearances, with fair skin and pointed ears. Should any beings from Blue Star observe, they might instinctively think of a certain species, elves. Before each being floated a projection, regardless of gender, exuding an air of leisure with faint smiles, their conversations appearing casual and effortless. It is surprising that this primitive world harbors such a wealth of species. Given the current situation, the ultimate benefits could exceed tenfold the initial investment. However, while species diversity is undeniable, the potential for evolution and the proportion of useful species must also be considered. Even those with limited potential could yield considerable income merely from their aesthetic appeal. Indeed, once we enter the second stage of evolution, we can estimate a rough range of potential returns. By the way, how long until we begin? Chapter 66. The second stage of evolution, most of the detection requirements have been met. It is estimated that within another hour, the conditions for initiating the second stage of evolution will be preliminarily fulfilled. By the way, when will we reach the Green Wild Forest Fortress? It should take another 163 hours. I can hardly wait to see the envious expression on that old fellow Brasos' face. Furthermore, we have detected 37 factions expressing interest in this place. Our publicity efforts are indeed effective. Han, arrange to contact the council and request formal documentation. Have the publicity department amplify their efforts. It will benefit the Alliance's gains. Ideally, we should reach a small climax before the fortress arrives, so that we can launch immediately upon its arrival. Also, inform the relevant parties to turn a blind eye to those factions smuggling goods. The more they pay attention, the higher our asking price will be. Understood, Councillor Ron said. In City, at the Silver Base 1 Square, Lin Xing suddenly appeared, spear in hand. I'm back. Lin Xing surveyed his surroundings, noticing the absence of any creatures. He reflected on his recent experiences, deepening his understanding and conjectures about the ruins. Switching to the social interface, he contacted Tang Qingjin. Lin Xing, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Tang Qingjin. Lin Xing, you're back. I'm in Xian City. I was waiting for you. Lin Xing, Xian City? Why did you go there? Tang Qingjin. Zhang Tong invited me to help deal with the silver monsters. Upon hearing this, Lin Xing's relaxed demeanor darkened. Lin Xing, didn't I mention not to associate with those people? How did you get involved with Zhang Tong? Tang Qingjin. Lin Xing. After a brief exchange, Lin Xing grasped the situation. Following his entry into the mysterious island ruins, Tang Qingjin had embarked on a spree of slaughter, not only hunting those creatures that attacked her, but also intervening in battles between certain species. Lin Xing not only did not oppose Tang Qingjin's actions, but rather supported them. The world had already deteriorated to this state, and it would only worsen. Were it not for his disdain for these ordinary monsters, he too would have engaged in the slaughter. However, just yesterday afternoon, Zhang Tong had found Tang Qingjin, who had just ascended to her growth stage. It was evident that he had done so through that special operations team. Initially, Tang Qingjin had refused, but Zhang Tong invoked Lin Xing's name, and the details remained unspoken, leading to Tang Qingjin's journey to Xian City. She even took along her father, Tang Tao, and some creatures associated with him. Lin Xing, how many treasure chests did you manage to secure? Tang Qingjin, I obtained 2 bronze chests and 1 silver chest in total. Lin Xing, not bad, well done. But always remain vigilant around any creatures. Tang Qingjin, yes, I understand. Lin Xing, 3 chests, you should level up to LV2 soon. Tang Qingjin, not yet, I wasn't alone. We split the spoils among 3. Lin Xing, 3 people. Tang Qingjin, yes, the treasure chest monsters are formidable, especially the silver ones. All 3 of us sustained injuries. Lin Xing, what? You were injured? Tang Qingjin, it's nothing serious. I'm eating now, and I'll recover soon. Lin Xing, Qinger, you said all 3 of you were injured? Zhang Tong got hurt too. Tang Qingjin, yes. I was bitten by a dinosaur guarding the silver chest. Lin Xing, what about the other person? Tang Qingjin, a LV2 black bear, what about it? 3 individuals attacking a silver monster. How could Zhang Tong sustain injuries? The organization discovered so many treasure chests, but refrained from taking action. Why? Lin Xing had a vague sense that he had uncovered something significant. He switched to the group chat of the Heavenly Restoration Fleet. The number of members had decreased to 643, a loss of 367, which meant 368 individuals. He hurriedly checked the group files. The bronze chests were down by 429, the silver chests by 68, and the ruins by 19. Standing alone in the square, Lin Xing fell into contemplation, gradually revealing a glimmer of wisdom. 3 minutes later, Lin Xing exhaled softly. Regardless of the reality, I must maintain a certain distance from them. This was the conclusion Lin Xing reached. He returned to his private chat with Tang Qingjin, where numerous messages awaited. Lin Xing, Qinger, I'm fine. I just had some thoughts. Tang Qingjin, you idiot. You scared me to death. Lin Xing, by the way, how are the rewards distributed? Tang Qingjin, I received 2 bottles of growth point potions. I used one and gave the bloodline one to my dad. Lin Xing, wasn't there one for enhancing physical attributes? Didn't you get it? Tang Qingjin, I did, but I didn't take it. And I didn't contribute as much as Zhang Tong. We plan to test the ruins once we're healed. Damn, how could she not understand this? Tang Qingjin. Lin Xing felt speechless at her lack of insight. Lin Xing, Qinger, regardless of the situation, prioritize the potions that enhance attributes. Next time, ask for them directly. Tang Qingjin, yes. Goodness, whoever kills in the ruins gets to enter. Tang Qingjin will likely be toiling in vain. Lin Xing, Qinger, when do you plan to make a move on the ruins? Tang Qingjin, well, once we're healed, it should take about an hour. Zhang Tong is the most injured, so it may take longer for him. Oh, the ruins aren't in Xian City, they're in a city. So it will take us another 2 to 3 hours to get there. Moreover, there are 2 more powerful creatures from the organization in a city. However, it will be nighttime, and we aren't nocturnal creatures, so we'll probably act tomorrow morning. Lin Xing, all right. I'll first head to Qing County and then find you in a city. Tang Qingjin, okay. Lin Xing, Qinger, stay sharp, no matter the situation. If you can't beat them, play it safe. If you can, remember to deliver the final blow. You understand what I mean, right? Tang Qingjin, yes. We VE agreed to draw lots to decide. Haha, drawing lots? When I arrive, will I let you draw lots? A city is southwest of Xian City, directly south of An City, approximately 300 kilometers away. However, he must first travel to the southwest to Qing County to retrieve a silver chest, requiring an additional detour of over 100 kilometers. Resolutely, he dashed ahead. In this world, aside from Tang Qingjin, nothing else held Lin Xing's attachment. Even without Tang Qingjin, he would leave. He had cleared all the treasure chests and ruins in An City. Without the enhancements from the ruins, slaying ordinary creatures, even at LV9, yielded scant growth points, wasting precious time. As he traveled, Lin Xing noticed the city had descended further into chaos, with creatures slaughtering and devouring one another everywhere. He also spotted maggots writhing by the roadside, each over 10 centimeters long. Several 3-meter-long pigs were feasting voraciously, slurping them down as if they were noodles. A swarm of palm-sized flies buzzed around a cow, which licked its tongue, swallowing the flies whole, with fluids dripping from its mouth as it continued to consume more. Lin Xing rushed past, most creatures paying him no mind. Those that did react were too slow to give chase. Some animals had already intercepted him ahead, but Lin Xing showed no mercy, dispatching them with a spear. He also noted that among the slain creatures were those of LV7. Sigh. This world is ultimately no longer a realm for humanity. Farewell, and city. Chapter 67. Type 7 Celestial Bodies. The inner space of Earth at the Era Square in Qing County. Lin Xing beheld a chest radiating a silvery luminescence under the setting sun, casually discarding an advertisement board emblazoned with text on both sides. Over 2 hours had elapsed since Lin Xing departed from the city, racing along Provincial Road XXX. He felt like an observer, refraining from veering into any communities, urban villages, or hamlets to hunt any creatures. Naturally, those who recklessly sought demise were swiftly dealt with by him, especially after entering Qing County. He had eliminated at least hundreds of various animals, gaining growth points amounting to 17. Ultimately, he opted to hoist the sign, primarily for those animals that could still comprehend the written word. At the onset of the catastrophe, he wielded the sign more to avoid being besieged, even harboring thoughts of fishing for opportunities. However, at some point, he found himself inexplicably averse to slaying those intelligent beings who had transformed into animals. It was simply a matter of not wanting to kill. After a brief respite to recuperate from his prolonged exertions, Lin Xing dragged a supporting steel column he had removed from an unfinished overpass towards the creature guarding the silver chest. A black-red monstrosity resembling a dog, but distinctly not one. Just then, a voice that resonated globally echoed for the 4th time. Congratulations, Blue Star has officially entered the 2nd phase of evolution. Mutation factors are beginning to be deployed. Estimated duration, 100 hours. All animals of Blue Star, strive onward. The 2nd phase? Mutation factors? What on earth? The sudden voice momentarily startled Lin Xing, but he resumed dragging the steel column towards the large creature, which for now he would refer to as a dog. Thud, 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 hiss, hiss, hiss. At one moment, Lin Xing began to accelerate. His 2.5-ton body coupled with a nearly half-ton steel column entering a 30-meter designated area. Roar. The once leisurely dog sprang into a battle stance, emitting a fierce growl. Bang. 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 10 seconds later, eliminated the growth stage Dark Domain Phantom Beast LV4, growth points, 391. Unbeknownst to me, I have become this powerful. With a full-force assault, I dispatched a LV4 silver creature in 4 strikes, breathing slightly heavily. Lin Xing discarded the bloodied steel column and picked up the enticing silver key. With the sound of grinding gears, the chest opened. Dark Domain Phantom Essence 1 can transform species upon use. Dark Domain Freckled Flower Concentrate 1 grants 450 growth points upon use, limited to growth stage LV6. Dark Domain B5 Active Alkali 1 enhances capillary wall peristaltic rate by 31, limited to growth stage LV6. Dark Domain F5 Neuron Bundle 1 increases the number of long neurons by 29, limited to growth stage LV6. Is that all? Where are the special items? Searching through the large hand, he confirmed the presence of only 4 metal tubes. He ingested 2, inserted 1, and discarded the last. Opening the chat interface, he exchanged a few words with Tang Qingjin before sprinting towards a city, the provincial capital, leaving behind the conveniently wielded steel column due to its weight. In another location, a grand hall surrounded by projections showcased humanoid beings busily engaged in tasks. At the center floated a colossal spherical projection, predominantly pale blue with hints of other colors. At a certain moment, an emotionless voice resonated within the hall. Detection complete. Duration, 97 hours, 18 minutes. Blue Star's physical ratio, 0.7164. Meets the structure of a Type 7 celestial body, with a 92,637 probability of existing inner spatial areas. Initially, the humanoid beings paid little attention, but as the voice continued, nearly 100 of them simultaneously halted their actions, their faces marked by disbelief. Soon, however, They erupted with unmistakable excitement, converging towards the enormous spherical projection at the center. Report has been compiled. After a brief silence, a cacophony of chatter ensued. In another resplendent chamber, dozens of humanoid beings gathered around a vast circular platform, each with a projection hovering in front of them, occasionally exchanging idle remarks. At that moment, an unknown metallic wall, smooth and without any apparent seams, suddenly split open to reveal a door. A female being hurriedly entered, approaching a specific seat at the central platform. Upon taking her place, she clasped her hands before her chest in a peculiar gesture towards a seated male. Lord Longzeed. The inspection department has completed its analysis of Blue Star, yielding significant discoveries. The tremor in the female's voice was palpable. The male, referred to as Longzeed, turned with interest. Oh? What significant discovery, Shamina? Xiamina inhaled deeply, striving to steady her voice. After nearly 100 hours of probing and analysis, it appears this asteroid, which nurtures intelligent life, may very well be a Type 7 celestial body. As her words concluded, Longzeed seemed momentarily taken aback, and the other beings around the circular platform shared a similar daze. After a moment, Xiamina tapped a metal plate in her right hand, casting it into the center of the platform, causing a spherical projection to materialize. The wisdom sequence deduces that within this celestial body lies a region encircling the world's core, featuring an irregular spherical space ranging from 1,000 to 1,800 kilometers. A total of 27 world veins connect to the surface, with the world's navel situated in the southern polar region of the celestial body. Upon consulting the wisdom sequence information repository and conducting comparative analyses, the inner space has a 98,355 probability of housing native second-level species. A Type 7 celestial body. A Type 7 celestial body. What on earth, as Xiamina described, her fingers danced in the air, the projection shifting incessantly. The emotions of the humanoid beings surrounding the circular platform surged dramatically, their clamor surpassing Xiamina's discourse. As time trickled by, the din gradually subsided. All gazes eventually converged upon Longzeed. Longzeed too succumbed to an uncontrollable fervor. Drawing upon the brilliance of his earlier years and the heritage of his kin, he wielded substantial authority within the Dolent Commercial Alliance. Yet, weary from prolonged maneuvering amidst power struggles, he chose to distance himself from the epicenter of the Alliance's power, reassuming command of the long-abandoned White Elf Crown Fortress. Embarking on a solitary journey of expansion, he aspired to conclude his illustrious life with a grand finale, making a final contribution to the Alliance and his race. Fortune favored him. The fortress's inaugural non-locational long-distance spatial projection encountered an isolated celestial body, classified as a minor world, harboring intelligent life. Although devoid of precious material resources, its biological diversity was remarkably rich. Following an analysis by the wisdom sequence, it was unanimously decided to execute the third foundational statute of the Alliance, the sale of exotic beasts. Even more astonishingly, this minor world had not spawned a universal consciousness. It was, quite simply, the Alliance's favorite. Chapter 68. The Ascension of the Divine. In the face of countless expansions, the Dolent Commercial Alliance possesses a well-established response plan. Ronsad promptly utilized his authority to directly contact the Alliance's Supreme Council, a privilege reserved for the highest executive of the Alliance's expansion stronghold. Following the submission of the report, the Supreme Council unanimously approved it. This was not only an acknowledgement of Ronsad, who was prepared to dedicate the latter half of his life to the Alliance, but also an endorsement of the wisdom sequence housed within the White Elf Crown stronghold. 8 supreme rules descended, leveraging the immense energy carried by the White Elf Crown, thereby sealing the laws of matter. Within the fabric of the world, all beings could only be redefined by the new rules, effortlessly dismantling the indigenous civilization that had dominated this small world. Such is the tragedy of a world devoid of a universal consciousness. However, for the Dolent Commercial Alliance, this meant no sacrifices were necessary and an effortless accumulation of wealth was imminent. Ronsad, along with the hundreds of thousands of members stationed at the White Elf Crown stronghold, were taken aback by the richness of species in this world, surpassing their expectations. At the outset, some indigenous creatures had transformed into colossal subdragon beasts over 10 meters in length, while others had become primate giants, indicating that this small world had undergone complex evolution in ancient times. The information relayed back attracted the attention of factions engaged in trade with the Dolent Commercial Alliance. As evolution progressed, The number of interested factions grew, aligning with both Ronsade's and the Alliance's interests. Moreover, even without considering the ancient species, the existing life forms exceeded anticipations. Among them, a particularly remarkable chimpanzee stood out. It unexpectedly took flight within an hour, being the first to reach its adult form, subsequently unlocking the leaderboard and inadvertently accelerating the evolutionary process. It was also the first to open the Alliance-defined silver chest and to complete an unreleased relic. Were it not for the absence of a universal consciousness in this world, Ronsade would have suspected this chimpanzee was the child of the world. It was no wonder several factions extended olive branches. Even he found himself somewhat enamored. Regrettably, he had already surpassed the stage of mere affection. This chimpanzee would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Aside from the chimpanzee and the ancient species on the leaderboard, numerous extant species exhibited remarkably superior abilities. Even if the species themselves were lacking, it was evident that the indigenous beings possessed considerable intelligence. Naturally, the native species also showcased unique traits. As the timeline of evolution continued, the anticipated harvest of mature forms fluctuated from 500,000 to 800,000, ultimately reaching 1 million. By the conclusion of the first stage of evolution, this final expectation had escalated to 2 million. With the commencement of the second stage, Ronsade awaited the pre-assessment from the statistical department. If he could secure 100,000 high-quality exotic beasts, his investment would break even. Any number beyond that would yield pure profit, and he eagerly anticipated the final outcome. Yet, at that moment, he encountered something astonishing: the 7th class celestial body, a type classified among the most enigmatic celestial bodies within the realm of small worlds. A celestial body symbolizing immense wealth and power, coveted by all demigod life forms, who would spare no expense in pursuit of it. It was the celestial body he had sought for half his life without success. Ronsade was not merely a counselor of the Dolent Commercial Alliance. His own strength had reached the demigod level, making him among the strongest within the Alliance, second only to a few supreme rulers. Through exceptional talent, daring ambition, and the favor of fate, he became one of those who tread the path of divine ascension. Yet, even a demigod must face an end in the face of the vast dimensions of time. He would either become a supreme being or perish upon the steps of divine ascension, venturing away from the center of power. He embarked on the solitary and perilous path of expansion, yearning to conclude his illustrious life on a perfect note. Nevertheless, there lingered a glimmer of hope that fate might once again bestow its grace upon him. Now, this hope lay abruptly before him. Ronsade suppressed the turmoil within and met the gazes of all present, who concentrated upon him. These individuals were either of the same kin as the White Elves or subordinates reliant upon them, seemingly awaiting his decision. Ronsade closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and after a few seconds, reopened them. Mina, filter all information related to the 7th class celestial body through the wisdom sequence, ensuring no news escapes from the White Elf Crown stronghold. Upon uttering these words, all present comprehended Ronsade's intent, which was both unexpected and entirely rational. The wisdom sequence is the eternal treasure of the Dolent Commercial Alliance, with each stronghold housing a copy. This command signified Ronsade's determination. My lord, Mina has overstepped her authority. The blockade was enacted just after the report was completed, Mina stated with a hand over her heart. Everyone present, including Ronsade, momentarily fell into silence, followed by a nod of appreciation. He then turned to a male figure seated to his right. Kant, in your judgment, how feasible is it to simultaneously deploy 6 classes of mutagenic factors in the second phase? The male named Kant, whose age was indiscernible, nodded before furrowing his brow. My lord, the deployment of each class of mutagenic factors will last approximately 100 hours, allowing species to adapt from a high magic environment to a low magic one. This is also the optimal strategy outlined in the plan to yield the finest exotic beasts. However, if deployed simultaneously, the mortality rate and the occurrence of aberrations will significantly increase. Indeed, you are correct. Decisions regarding the White Elf Crown stronghold are not solely mine to make, Ronsade acknowledged, prompting Kant to rise from his seat, visibly anxious. Not only he, but over half of those present displayed unease. My lord, Kant means no offense. Ronsade waved his hand, signaling Kant to relax, while he too stood. Esteemed colleagues, I understand that each of you represents the pillars of your respective factions. The benefits of this small world directly impact your personal and communal interests, and even the interests within the White Elf faction are not mine to monopolize. Even with the aid of the core spirit of the 7th class celestial body, the likelihood of ascension remains below 20%. However, I assure you all, if I, Ronsad Eugen Parmadites, succeed in my divine ascension, every faction present shall receive eternal protection. Conversely, should I fail, the wealth I have amassed over my lifetime, including resources and territories, shall belong to you all, sufficiently compensating for your gains within this small world. I beseech you all. Upon concluding, Ronsad clasped his fists, crossing his arms over his chest, bowing at a 45-degree angle. This gesture represented the highest form of respect among the white elf kin. The atmosphere fell into silence, as even those of the same kin as Ronsad contemplated the implications. At a certain moment, a male white elf broke the silence. I, Gaiden Pilar Anya Chudani. On behalf of the Anya Chudani tribe of the White Elves, accept Ronsad. Chapter 69, The Rewriting of Destiny. The Alling Mystic Array with the first biological entity making a choice, the remaining 13 tribes of the White Elf race gradually reached their decisions. Ultimately, the 24 other tribes affiliated with the White Elves also made the same choice. They were all placing bets. If they won, both themselves and their tribes would thrive. If they lost, at most they would face the censure of the Alliance Council and make some concessions regarding their interests. However, with the backing of a demigod, their actual losses would be minimal. Long Zed let out a quiet sigh of relief. The choices made by the various tribes within the White Elf race were to be expected, but these affiliated tribes lacked certainty. Since these tribes did not support him, he could not coerce or persecute them. Otherwise, once they returned, the Order of Wisdom would align with the eternal secret treasure, and under the supreme rules, the White Elf race could very well be branded as a lower-tier tribe. As for fleeing to the starry seas, he had no such intentions. Though he yearned to ascend to divinity and become a creator of supreme laws, he was still a member of the White Elves, a part of the Dolan Alliance, and an integral part of the magnificent Alling world. In the presence of the Order of Wisdom, I, Longzed Eugen Parmadiths, will forever remember my oath. I ask that you assist me in obtaining the heart of the earth as soul when the time comes. After expressing his intent, Longzed performed the highest tribute of the White Elf race, to which the other 38 beings reciprocated with the same gesture. It was only fitting. Longzed gestured for everyone to sit down. Master Abani, the arrangement for extracting the heart of the earth as soul is entrusted to you. Indeed, I shall not disappoint you, my lord. However, I must request the highest authority of the Order of Wisdom, as well as the power to mobilize any member of the fortress, replied a pale-skinned, point-eared male white elf, whose age was indiscernible. Without hesitation, Longzed responded, I will grant you temporary authority. Everything within the White Elf Crown Fortress shall be under your command, including myself. Thank you, my lord. With the fortress assisting, deploying the mystic array will be considerably easier, but there are certain matters that need clarification. Abani glanced around at the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, while we currently cannot ascertain the reserves of the heart of the earth's soul, we shall proceed with a conservative estimate. Should the extraction of the heart reach its critical limit, the magnetic poles of the blue star miniature world may become uncontrollable, leading to potential spatial collapse and the destruction of the miniature world with dire consequences. Therefore, to ensure Lord Longseed's successful ascension and to provide a satisfactory explanation to the Alliance Council, as well as to safeguard your vested interests, I hope you will cooperate with my arrangements. Once everyone nodded in agreement, he pointed towards the floating celestial projection in the center of the round table. Besides the extraction array needed by the Lord, we also need to deploy a far larger mystic array based on the 27 world veins connecting the surface of the blue star miniature world and the world navel in the southern polar region, to prevent the collapse of the entire miniature world due to the spatial disintegration of the star core region. Should the miniature world collapse, all our investments and expected returns will turn to dust. Each of you, being at least second-tier powerhouses, shall personally guard these 27 world veins. Of course, this is all precautionary. Perhaps the heart of the earth's soul is abundant enough that we will not reach the point of spatial collapse before the Lord ascends to the supreme level. While we are not Alling masters, we do have some understanding of the matter. Master Abani will handle the coordination, he added. Agreed. Since a choice has been made, let us proceed decisively. Even a fool cannot become the pillar of their respective tribes, nor enter the White Elf Crown Fortress. At that moment, a being named Kant spoke up. My lord, the Greenfield Forest Fortress is on its way, and this is an unavoidable fact. Once it arrives, the seventh celestial body will undoubtedly come into the Alliance's view. Even though your relationship with Lord Blonso is strong, it is difficult to guarantee that issues will not arise in the face of interests. Therefore, the extraction and refining of the heart of the Earth's soul must be expedited. If we reach an irreversible stage before the arrival of the Greenfield Forest Fortress, or if the Lord has already entered a certain level, I believe this will extinguish Lord Blonso's other conflicting choices. Abani immediately stood up. My lord, I will now summon all first-tier Alling Masters in the fortress. With the assistance of the Order of Wisdom, I am confident that I can present the best plan within 24 hours. Longzid nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your efforts. After Abani left, Longzid continued, Ladies and gentlemen, before Master Abani arrives at a conclusion, let us discuss the subsequent arrangements. The Alliance and your vested interests still need to be safeguarded as much as possible. Though his mind was predominantly occupied with thoughts of ascension, he recognized the necessity of fulfilling his responsibilities. This is the hallmark of a capable leader. Otherwise, he would never have enjoyed a glorious life or garnered the support of many tribal pillars. My lord, we are not Alling Masters and do not comprehend the specific magnitude of the heart of the Earth's soul, but we can understand the reports from the Exploration Department. With the extraction of the heart, spatial collapse is inevitable. Even with the stability provided by the White Elf Crown Fortress and our assembled mystic array, the possibility of disintegration remains alarmingly low, yet widespread global catastrophe is unavoidable. The specific level of calamity we cannot predict. Once it reaches a first-level disaster, survival for species below the mature tier will become exceedingly difficult. Therefore, I propose that we simultaneously deploy 6 types of mutation factors in the second stage. Before the global catastrophe strikes, we should conduct a wave of harvesting to ensure at least minimal returns, serving as an explanation to the Alliance. The speaker was a robust elder adorned with 2 curved horns. Reconsider. Longzid lightly tapped the table. Very well, we shall adopt Chief Machino's proposal. My lord, I suggest that the White Elf Crown Fortress, aside from maintaining the most basic lockdown, eliminate all unnecessary energy expenditures. It is audacious of me, but should your ascension exceed expectations, we will certainly need a greater amount of energy to counteract spatial collapse. The initial supreme rewriting of the rules and the mutation guidance of billions of indigenous beings have already consumed nearly half of our energy reserves. Coupled with the ongoing exploration, the development of relics, and the transmission of information and materials between the Alliance and various factions, all of this is depleting our energy. Although this miniature world is rich in biological resources, the energy resources suitable for the fortress are as barren as the milk of our 200-year-old females. No matter how much we try to extract, it remains dry. Reducing expenditures will yield more energy for you in the end. Reconsider. A series of reconsiderations ensued. This was the time to demonstrate their stance. Even if the Lord ultimately failed in his ascension, their interests would suffer minimal losses. But what if he succeeded? Indeed, Han, you shall oversee the coordination with the various major powers. Ensure that you manage the emotions of all factions well, and guarantee the allocation of resources upon our return. Understood. Han will take care of it. You can rest assured, my lord. Chapter 70. New Rules and 6 Types of Deployment Master Kyuds. I entrust you with the matters concerning the Design Institute. My lord, I propose that the new treasure chests cease to appear, the difficulty of guardian monsters be reduced, and the rewards diminished. Furthermore, the opening of new ruins should be cancelled, which would also lower the rendering quality of existing ruins and their rewards. As the head of the Design Institute, Kyuds promptly offered his suggestions. Although he was a perfectionist and a rock sprite, his exacting standards were evidently inappropriate at this moment. Very well, you may handle the rest. There is no need to diminish the rewards, as the items are readily available and do not require the simulation of the Order of Wisdom or energy supply. Understood, my lord. My lord, I suggest. A more significant evolution unfolded silently, without any new notifications. The creatures of Blue Star remained oblivious. From a certain perspective, all species had ceased to be the primary targets of the mysterious forces, transforming into mere appendages for damage control. The habitats of all species were reduced to a mere 100 hours, less than a week. Running along the XXX highway, Lin Xing felt an increasing sense of agitation, both mentally and physically. Could it be fatigue? It shouldn't be. After all, running to City A should not be an issue. Having just departed Qing County for a little over an hour, he shouldn't be this exhausted so soon. Gazing at the crescent moon hanging in the sky, he calculated the time to be around 8 or 9 in the evening, unable to believe that fatigue could be the cause. Yet, there was indeed a sensation of soreness in his body, akin to the aftermath of prolonged intense exercise, with a substantial amount of lactic acid accumulating. Could it be hunger? After a brief contemplation, Lin Xing decided to exit the highway and seek nourishment in a nearby village. Lin Xing, Qinger, where are you? Leaping over the highway barrier, he dashed towards the shadows cast by distant skyscrapers under the moonlight while contacting Tang Qingjin. Tang Qingjin, Lin Xing, we are in the suburbs of City A, but I'm a bit tired and taking a break before heading to the ruins. Lin Xing, is it the kind of fatigue that follows intense exercise? Tang Qingjin, no. Lin Xing, I miss you. Lin Xing, what are you thinking? I mean, are you feeling sore and fatigued? Tang Qingjin, yes. Lin Xing, you're probably just hungry. You should eat something. Tang Qingjin, I've been eating continuously. I haven't stopped, along with my father, Zhang Tong, and other animals. Lin Xing, all right, stay alert and be safe. Oh, and send my regards to your father-in-law. Why is this happening? After ending the communication with Tang Qingjin, Lin Xing felt an even greater sense of unease. If he were experiencing such a condition alone, it might be an accident, but the fact that Tang Qingjin was also affected was concerning. With that in mind, Lin Xing switched to the world channel, which he had been neglecting. Brothers, I'm having difficulty breathing. I've crawled out of the cave, yet I still struggle to breathe. MB, what is going on? I'm studying my partner's pectorals, but the more I study, the weaker I feel. Could this be Lin Xing's doing? Holy crap, it's quite possible. CNMLX. Humans transforming into animals, many perishing, and countless losing their civilized intellect. Yet, a significant portion retained their hierarchical advantages, as humans were ultimately still humans. With intelligence comes the inevitability of collective communication, even if it involves species that do not belong to the same category. It seemed that this phenomenon was not an isolated incident. After a brief glance, he shut it down. However, that fleeting observation confirmed to Lin Xing that some unknown problem had arisen. Could it be related to a mutagenic factor introduced in the second phase of evolution deployment? The first round lasted 3 days as a gradual process, but this second round was alarmingly swift. Even I, the world's foremost growth entity at level 6, have been affected. Convinced that hunger was not the issue, Lin Xing climbed back onto the highway, continuing towards City A in hopes of reuniting with Tang Qingjin sooner to find peace of mind. After another hour of sprinting, he spotted skyscrapers, estimating he had entered the territory of City A. During this time, he had been monitoring his physical state. The sensation of excess lactic acid persisted, neither worsening nor improving. While it did affect his abilities, it was manageable. If all animals were in a similar state, comparatively, he remained among the strongest. However, despite his confidence, he still retrieved 2 harpoons he had brought from the mysterious island ruins, gripping them in hand. As the provincial capital, City A once boasted a population exceeding 10 million. There could very well be some unremarkable yet formidable adversaries lurking about, and he needed to remain adequately cautious. With a notification from Tang Qingjin, he accessed the interface. Tang Qingjin, Lin Xing, we've arrived at the ruins. Lin Xing, I should be reaching the suburbs soon, barring any unforeseen events. I'll arrive in about half an hour. Has there been any conflict? Tang Qingjin, none. There are teams from our organization here, as well as specialized groups clearing out native animals. Native animals? How could there be so many native creatures in City A? Lin Xing scoffed. Lin Xing, you rest for now, and let Linda and the others stay alert while they wait for me. Tang Qingjin, okay. Closing the interface, Lin Xing quickened his pace towards the location of the ruins, heading for the commercial center of City A, ignoring the animals wandering along the way. He only dealt with those that obstructed his path and attacked him, swiftly resolving the issue. Having barely run for a while, another notification from Tang Qingjin came through. Tang Qingjin, Lin Xing, Zhang Tong, and the others are discussing. They are preparing to launch an attack on the ruins now. Lin Xing right now? Tang Qingjin. Yes, the moonlight is favorable and 1T significantly hinder visibility. We've made the decision. Damn it, despite rushing, I still missed it. With Tang Qingjin's capabilities, how could she possibly outmaneuver those seasoned adversaries steeped in the ways of society? Now it was merely a matter of luck. Hoping to land a 1 in 5 chance of obtaining the monster termination rights. Had I known, I would have prioritized the ruins from the start. Could it be that Zhang Tong anticipated my arrival and decided to act first? Lin Xing sighed inwardly, yet felt powerless. Lin Xing, Qinger, stay safe. Tang Qingjin, yes. Don't worry, I'm not on the front lines. As long as I throw some streetlights from outside, I'll only step in when they're all exhausted, haha. Shutting off the interface, Lin Xing secured the harpoons back on his back, bent forward, and began moving with all fours. His speed increased further, estimating he would reach his destination in less than 20 minutes. Perhaps by the time he arrived, the battle would still be underway. The immense size and weight of the animals caused greater chaos, yet in the face of Lin Xing's speed, they were inconsequential. Even when confronted by chaotic creatures, Lin Xing leaped over them without a thought of clearing them out, fearing that Tang Qingjin might be wronged. Having not run far, another message notification came through from Tang Qingjin. He accessed the interface. Tang Qingjin, Lin Xing. I killed the monster guarding the ruins and obtained the ruin identifier. Lin Xing. Chapter 71. The final rampage of the behemoth with a sudden break. Lin Xing skidded several meters along the asphalt surface. Had it been half a minute? A monstrous guardian of the ruins had been swiftly dispatched, who possessed such formidable strength. Lin Xing. Xinger, splendid work. It's a pity I couldn't witness your prowess in claiming the kill. Tang Qingjin. No, I didn't steal the kill. I merely followed the plan and threw a streetlight at the beginning to attract attention. Who knew I would inadvertently slay a dinosaur towering 7 to 8 meters high? Haha, it's not my fault. Zhang Tong and the others must be going mad with envy. Lin Xing. Lin Xing. Xinger, what level was that monster? Tang Qingjin. Growth stage LV4. It yielded 738 growth points, and I've leveled up to LV2 now. Currently, at LV2, 2,275 4096. Lin Xing. What is this situation? A LV1 aberrant gorilla dispatched a LV4 dinosaur with a single blow? Could it be that Tang Qingjin possessed 10 GB? Tang Qingjin, yes. I need to briefly explain this to Zhang Tong and the others. I didn't intend for it to happen. I didn't expect such an imposing dinosaur to be so easily defeated, not even as formidable as a pig. Tang Qingjin's message interrupted Lin Xing's train of thought. Lin Xing. Xinger, have you awakened any abilities? Perhaps a one-hit kill or something. Tang Qingjin, how could that be? Lin Xing, just be honest with Zhang Tong. Also, you should move closer to the light gate. If anything unexpected occurs, swiftly enter the ruins. Tang Qingjin, it's not that serious. Zhang Tong and the others haven't displayed any unusual thoughts. In fact, they seem to be intimidated by me. Lin Xing, haha, true. I would be frightened as well. Tang Qingjin, Lin Xing, I must speak with Zhang Tong now. Oh, we 5 have formed a group chat. Let me add you. Lin Xing. No, I prefer not to converse with others. I fear that if I become too familiar, I won't be able to act decisively one day. Please have Zhang Tong notify the team not to obstruct me. I frighten even myself when I'm ruthless. Tang Qingjin. Zhang Tong has already informed them. Upon seeing the large black gorilla, they kept their distance, regardless of whether a sign was raised. With this reassurance, Lin Xing felt at ease. He harbored no desire to harm intelligent creatures, nor did he wish to kill those belonging to the organization. He closed the interface, coordinated his limbs, and accelerated towards the light gate of the ruins. After another 10 minutes, Lin Xing finally beheld the towering, uniquely shaped skyscraper of the commercial center illuminated by the moonlight. At that moment, an abrupt notification appeared. Detected the universal identification of the primary ruins. Please select one of the following ruins to enter. The identification will vanish upon use. Prehistoric crocodile ruins, Jurassic Park ruins, Jurassic World ruins, Xenomorph ruins, Anaconda Crisis ruins, Great Wall ruins, Xenomorph Battlefield ruins, Abnormality ruins, Love and Monsters ruins, Rampaging Behemoth ruins, Starship Troopers ruins, Prehistoric Monster ruins, Monster Battlefield ruins. Countdown 30 seconds. 29. Lin Xing came to an abrupt halt, bewildered. Without having approached the light gate or possessing any previously acquired teleportation stones. Why had such a notification appeared? Moreover, it was mandatory. The universal identification would vanish if unused. With myriad questions swirling in his mind, he had to make a choice in less than half a minute. After a few seconds, he first eliminated 6 ruins he was unfamiliar with regarding the plot. A few seconds later, he ruled out 3 more that he believed would not be particularly beneficial or were too niche. 4 ruins remained: Jurassic World, Great Wall, Rampaging Behemoth, Love and Monsters. In Jurassic World, various types of dinosaurs could provide a wealth of growth points. And there was a chance to acquire the ferocious dragon under the biological gene category, likely yielding rewards in that regard. However, if one were to consider growth points, the group of Tautai and the Great Wall would be the best choice. Love and Monsters was also enticing, with all animals magnified significantly, likely akin to a mysterious island. After a brief consideration, Lin Xing resolved to enter the Rampaging Behemoth ruins. although it did not boast a plethora of animals. The potential to acquire gene-editing serums capable of transforming gorillas into colossal beasts was worth the choice. Additionally, the absence of a vast number of animals that could provide growth points further underscored the uniqueness of the ruins. Compared to the uncertain, ferocious dragon biological serum in Jurassic World, the rampaging behemoth presented a more assured opportunity. Another reason was the growing disparity in size between him and Tang Qingjin. Being reduced to a mere toothpick would render the endeavor pointless. As he observed the dwindling countdown, Lin Xing opened a private chat with Tang Qingjin. Lin Xing. Qing'er, I'm approaching the commercial center, but I'm about to enter the ruins. Please stay safe within the ruins and try to adhere to the plot. Never mind, just stay safe. We'll reconvene in 2 days. See you. After sending the message, Lin Xing suddenly realized an issue. Why was there no time limit for this ruin? Was this the true value of the universal identification? If he had chosen to go to the Great Wall ruins to hunt Taodai, or the Starship Troopers ruins to slay insects, wouldn't that have been quite advantageous? Lin Xing, standing at a height of 4 meters, vanished abruptly, along with the universal identification on the interface. He almost forgot this precious universal identification. The little one made a commendable choice. The ultimate reward within the primary ruins is indeed one of the most valuable in the latest installment. However, the question remains, will he be able to obtain it? Hopefully, he will, as its market value would surely soar. Cherish the final ruins. Somewhere in the White Elven Crown Fortress, a male entity known as the Rock Elf whispered a strange incantation. Before the commercial center building, hundreds to thousands of various animals were scattered in the outer circle, while several larger creatures nearby were communicating earnestly. Tang Qingjin, the 5-meter-tall gorilla, suddenly wore an odd expression. In a once bustling commercial street in Province C of Huaghua, 3 robust animals pointed and gestured at a gray giant wolf beside the distant light gate. In the next instant, the light gate and the giant wolf vanished mysteriously. Within a dense jungle, Lin Xing, the 4-meter-tall gorilla, appeared abruptly. He surveyed his surroundings, swiftly diminished in size, and 3 seconds later transformed into a solidified state, standing at 1 meter tall, with limbs on the ground and shoulders at about 70 to 80 centimeters high. His large shorts and several harpoons slung on his back fell away, along with 2 metallic tubes. After a moment's hesitation, he poured the liquid from the tubes into his mouth. After leaving the mysterious island ruins, he had hunted a silver monster and opened a treasure chest, accumulating a few dozen growth points along the way. His current level was growth stage LV6, 41,325-65568. There would be no opportunity to amass a great number of growth points within this ruin. After a soft call, Lin Xing selected a direction and, after running over 100 meters, leaped onto a tree, resting on a branch with closed eyes, contemplating. In terms of the plot, the offensive capabilities included a colossal crocodile capable of crushing airplanes, a gliding and piercing wolf, and a leucistic gorilla adept at dismantling buildings and tanks barehanded. In terms of defense, withstanding heavy-caliber firearms, even tank main cannons and drone missiles, was merely the basic skill set of the colossal beasts. Chapter 72. The serious Lin Xing. In terms of offense and defense, Lin Xing surpasses ordinary standards by several magnitudes. In his true state, he can withstand standard automatic rifles without issue, and he can manage a few hits from larger caliber firearms. However, he would certainly be unable to endure a strike from a tank's main cannon. The only aspect where the gap remains minimal is speed. Moreover, this is a human world. Yet, Lin Xing, who has elevated the principle of what I see is mine to what I think is mine, is determined to seize an opportunity. He must carefully strategize, formulating plans A, B, C, and even D, E, F, and G. I need to be serious for once. First and foremost, I must ascertain one point. The main storyline. One cannot survive without adhering to the plot. This is entirely a human realm. A roaming chimpanzee would undoubtedly be swiftly apprehended by the special department. There are 2 narrative threads. The first involves the bald protagonist and the albino gorilla, George, whose storyline intertwines throughout the ruins, with an 80% chance of triggering a golden treasure chest. This is undoubtedly the primary choice. The second thread revolves around the giant wolf, Ralph, the mercenaries, and the farcical genetic company siblings, likely leading to silver or bronze treasure chests. As for the crocodile, although it is the strongest boss, it has little presence in the early part of the narrative and is unlikely to trigger a treasure chest. The final battle in Chicago can be set aside for now, as no matter the choice, The journey will ultimately lead to Chicago. This ruin differs from the first two, spanning several states and crossing vast regions. Regardless of the chosen path, the alternate will inevitably be overlooked, which is quite unfortunate. Well, I should first confirm where I am. I can't spend ages planning based on the main storyline only to find myself in the wolf territory. Lin Xing smacked his forehead and continued to climb higher, seeking to determine his direction. This is a human world and a foreign land. The night is typically illuminated, especially now, around 9 or 10 o'clock. After traversing numerous trees, he finally glimpsed lights in the distance, the night sky aglow with illumination. Phew, this is not a desolate area. The initial teleportation of the ruins cannot stray too far from the plot. The wolf territory is vast and sparsely populated, likely distancing itself from the bustling metropolis, suggesting he is on the protagonist's path. Confirming his direction, Lin Xing decided to utilize the extending branches to hasten his journey toward the lights. At one moment, as Lin Xing pressed on, he noticed an open space ahead and turned to gaze at the night sky. The dense bamboo forest had been cleaved, leaving a large, gaping scar of emptiness, which continued to stretch into the distance. An idea struck him suddenly, prompting him to descend the tree and sprint toward the depths of the bamboo forest along the clearing. After approximately 100 meters, Lin Xing discovered a charred pit, at the bottom of which lay a scorched rectangular box. Excited, he leaped into the pit, eagerly reaching out to touch it. What the? It's cold. I knew there were no bargains to be had in ruins. After tapping on the cold, charred box for some time with no gas escaping, Lin Xing reluctantly returned it to its place. He wasn't too disappointed, as this was to be expected. Rather, it reinforced his belief that he was not far from the main storyline. He found himself within the confines of the San Diego Wildlife Preserve. What if I were to eliminate the gorilla, George, right now? I should first check for any treasure chests, even if it's merely a bronze one. It wouldn't be impossible to eliminate him while he is still developing. Lin Xing scrutinized the traces around the pit and cautiously pursued a certain direction. Minutes later, he heard the sounds of animal activity, even detecting a hint of springtime in the vocalizations of a gorilla. He must have arrived at the habitat where the gorilla's story begins. Growing increasingly cautious, Lin Xing stealthily approached, taking cover among the bushes. Before long, with the aid of moonlight and his keen sight and hearing, he confirmed the gathering of 16 gorillas, both large and small, but George was nowhere to be found. Where could he be? After inhaling toxic gas, they exhibited extreme aggression, and that wolf king slaughtered the entire clan, yet the gorillas did not run amok. Among the three animals, it had inhaled the least, which could be a factor. However, this also indirectly affirmed the gorilla's considerable intelligence. The grizzly bear. Yes, in the story, the gorilla killed a robust grizzly bear in its territory. Lin Xing silently retreated, careful not to disturb the group of gorillas. He was unaware of the location of the grizzly territory, but he feared arousing the attention of cameras and humans, so he could only search little by little. What he did not expect was that the wildlife park in this foreign land was so vast. He searched for over half an hour, failing to locate the black bear territory, only to stumble upon an anxious, white-haired gorilla wandering aimlessly in the jungle. Quite sturdy, standing roughly 2.5 meters tall. Far from the 12 meters depicted in the story. Lin Xing did not approach, but instead carefully observed the surroundings, hoping for a glimmering object to appear. All right, it seems it's not yet time. You're quite fortunate to have survived. If there were but one luminous object, even if it were bronze, Lin Xing would have dispatched it without hesitation, even if it meant altering the plot. Keeping a distance, Lin Xing followed George, awaiting the moment a treasure chest might appear, for he firmly believed that George could trigger one. After meandering for over an hour, Lin Xing, on the verge of losing patience, felt a surge of frustration, for the enlarged George had fallen asleep. Damn, I'm also tired. The key point is that I've done nothing in this ruin for 2 or 3 hours, only wasting time alongside you. Unable to contain his vexation, Lin Xing emitted a low growl. Suddenly, the white-haired gorilla, resting against a large tree, opened its eyes and turned to face Lin Xing, locking eyes with him. 1 second, 2 seconds. Roar. The white-haired gorilla seemed to sense the provocation from the lower being, rising and supporting itself with its hands on the ground. Letting out an angry roar directed at Lin Xing, Lin Xing bared his teeth. He understood George's intent, yet his heart was filled with disdain. I am a chimpanzee, not of the same species as a gorilla. At most, we belong to the same family. You may be the leader of the gorillas, but you are not my leader. You have no bearing on me. Why shouldn't I meet your gaze? Besides, you lack the capital to demand respect. I will look at you as I please. Roar, clap, clap. As George bellowed and beat his chest, he charged at Lin Xing surely. I don't look like an easy target? Lin Xing decided to test George's state, exerting force in his legs, coordinating his limbs, and bolting forward as well. Bang! Squeak! Ouch, that hurts. In the collision, George's body arched like a bow from the impact, while Lin Xing was sent tumbling back from the immense recoil. Though his resilient bones and tissue sustained no substantive damage, the pain was indeed real. After all, in his solidified state, he was still far too weak. Perhaps I could approach it this way. Amidst Lin Xing's low growls, his body began to enlarge rapidly. George, intent on delivering a more significant lesson, found his perspective shifting from a condescending view to one of equality, and then to one of inferiority. Chapter 73. Raising the Gorilla. George. A remarkable transformation unfolded as a 4-meter-tall chimpanzee and a 2.5-meter-tall gorilla locked eyes once again. Seconds ticked by, then, with a resounding crash, the upright Lin Xing leaned forward, his massive hands pounding the ground, causing tremors to ripple through the earth. Even on all fours, he towered over George by a considerable margin. With a primal roar, the distance between their heads narrowed to a mere 10 centimeters, unleashing a wave of overwhelming sound that sent George's fur standing on end, sticky with shock. In response, George, unwilling to be outdone, let out a roar of his own, though it lacked the conviction of his earlier call. How dare you challenge me? Lin Xing's temper flared instantaneously, without a moment's hesitation. He seized George by the neck with incredible swiftness. The chimpanzee's hands were already large, but Lin Xing's grip was as formidable as a giant paddle. With a loud thud and a series of screeches, the 200 to 300 kilogram George was effortlessly hurled to the ground, as if he were no more than a steel column. The ground shook as Lin Xing tossed him left and right, a total of over 10 times, before finally releasing him, leaving George sprawled helplessly on the ground. Of course, Lin Xing had no intention of causing serious harm. He was adept at gauging his strength. As he leaned down to observe the struggling George, Lin Xing noticed the chimp's attempts to evade him. Another roar erupted, reverberating through the air. After a moment, Lin Xing recognized the submission in George's voice, marking the transition of leadership. He straightened up, nudged George with his foot, and softly called out, "Get up, follow me." With great difficulty, George rose, trembling as he followed Lin Xing. Previously, Lin Xing had recalled a conversation between the female scientist and the male protagonist. Realizing that after taking a deep breath, George's capabilities would skyrocket, though he remained in a state of acute hunger. The attack on the brown bear might not solely stem from a loss of reason, but could also be attributed to hunger. Much like the wolf that decimated an entire pack and attacked humans in a bus on the way to Chicago, continually preying on them. The crocodile, though less prominent, also indulged in the rich bounty of aquatic life. George, possessing remarkable intelligence and the ability to maintain his composure for extended periods, wandered aimlessly, perhaps fearing that a return to his pack could lead to uncontrolled aggression towards them. However, as time elapsed, his rationality gradually eroded, compounded by hunger, ultimately leading to the demise of the brown bear, which was later caged. In other words, George's accelerated growth phase was perpetually marred by hunger, lacking sufficient energy replenishment. When he finally broke free from his confinement, he stood only 3 meters tall, while the wolf had already wiped out the mercenaries assigned by his sister and grown strong enough to take down helicopters. Had George received adequate nourishment, his eventual prowess would undoubtedly surpass the original narrative. Lin Xing, with a cunning realization of this fact, decided to intervene, guiding George. While it was understandable that he could not confront the crocodile directly, he at least aimed not to be outdone by the wolf. With resolve, he set George on a path that would lead him towards the bear territory, ensuring the unfolding of subsequent events. Approximately half an hour later, the two distinct yet related primates paused outside an iron gate. Lin Xing turned to George, calling out, and then, with a powerful leap, vaulted over the iron bars. The loud noise instantly stirred commotion, and Lin Xing either remained indifferent or intentionally sought to attract the attention of the animals. Sure enough, moments later, the roar of a bear echoed nearby. Lin Xing released his grip, called out towards the source of the sound, and dashed forward. Within a minute, he appeared before George, cradling a hefty brown bear, its limbs torn asunder. With a rip, accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh, Lin Xing presented a bloody hind leg to George. "Eat," he urged. George seemed inclined to partake, but hesitated, appearing somewhat fearful. "Come on, eat up, or I'll make you regret it." Lin Xing playfully smacked George on the head, issuing a command George could comprehend. After several authoritative taps, The two contrasting primates began to feast heartily. Half an hour passed. Then 5 hours later, in the San Diego Wildlife Reserve, a 4-meter-tall white-furred gorilla traversed the dimly lit jungle, with a small black chimp perched on its shoulders. After a night of indulgence, the two primates consumed whatever they encountered, be it in the bear territory, mountain lion area, or wolf zone. 16 ferocious beasts fell prey to Lin Xing's prowess. Naturally, he was the one who executed the hunts, gaining 16 foundational growth points as a reward. George, solely focused on feasting, experienced far more comfort than in the original storyline. At least he was no longer starving, with ample sustenance. George had grown larger than in the original narrative, now matching Lin Xing in size, even surpassing him in bulk. However, in terms of skeletal strength, neural response, and tissue resilience, he still fell short compared to Lin Xing, who could effortlessly dominate him in their current forms. After thoroughly exhausting George, Lin Xing transformed into a 1-meter-tall figure, then soared to 10 meters, resuming his torment. This back and forth continued several times before he smoothly mounted George's neck. Haha. Once the effects fully take hold, you should surpass the original storyline significantly. Alas, by then, George will also lose his rationality and become uncontrollably ferocious. Grasping George's snowy mane, Lin Xing commanded him to return to the bear territory, feeling a twisted sense of accomplishment. The return to the bear territory was strategic, aimed at steering the narrative back onto familiar tracks, allowing Lin Xing to better navigate the unfolding events. Not long after, they reached the bear territory. Dismounting from George's neck, Lin Xing pointed towards a cave within the bear territory. Go in, he instructed. George, appearing somewhat reluctant, complied, squeezing into the cave. Fully aware that his size had grown significantly larger than in the original tale, yet he dared not defy Lin Xing's wishes, lest he face punishment. Stay here, and do not come out, Lin Xing ordered. Receiving George's acknowledgement, he nodded in satisfaction. Now, he awaited the arrival of the bald-headed figure. I must first cleanse myself. A beautiful visage paired with impeccable performance will surely leave a lasting impression on the protagonist. With this thought, he cast a glance at George, who was still squished into the cave, before swiftly making his way out of the bear territory, heading towards a nearby flowing pond he had passed the previous night, plucking some wildflowers along the way. With the pristine water mingling with the wildflowers, he scrubbed for a while, revealing a sleek, fragrant, and charming black chimp. It was now around 6 o'clock. He had some time before his shift at the park, so he decided to catch up on some sleep. Lin Xing returned to the bear territory, settling down on a tree outside the entrance of the Iron Gate. Chapter 74. The return to the plot in a serene moment. Lin Xing, deep in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed in a particular direction. Moments later, several staff members armed with firearms approached, presumably alerted to the zoo's unusual occurrences. Lin Xing remained quietly perched in the tree, observing as they drew nearer, cautiously opened the iron gate to the brown bear enclosure, and hurriedly closed it behind them before departing. The bald-headed Davis was likely to appear soon. As Lin Xing pondered this, he patiently awaited the arrival of the principal figure, while also checking on George, who had grown more distressed and noticeably larger. If he continued to wait indefinitely, it was likely that George would become trapped in the cave. After half an hour, the awaited figure finally arrived, a bald man strikingly similar to the one from the mysterious island. Lin Xing quickly descended from the tree, his right index and middle fingers forcefully slicing across his abdomen, producing a sound akin to leather tearing, leaving a wound that oozed blood. At the moment Davis and the bespectacled man with the tranquilizer gun rounded the corner of the rock, Lin Xing lay feebly twisting by the large iron gate. Davis, a member of the Anti-Poaching Association and a primatologist, would surely not stand by idly. Oh, you hurriedly called me here. What has transpired? Why is George in the brown bear enclosure? I can't say for certain. White mentioned there was something unbelievable happening this morning, and it wasn't limited to just the brown bear area. Let's hope George is all right. Wait, why is there an injured chimpanzee here? It should be in the far northeastern section. Upon spotting Lin Xing, Davis immediately assumed his role, making gestures that Lin Xing found perplexing while gradually approaching. Lin Xing feigned relaxation, allowing Davis to touch and examine him. Oh, thank goodness, little one. Your injury is not severe and will heal soon. He then turned to Nelson, instructing, Nelson, inform Zeg to take this little one for treatment and then return him to the chimpanzee habitat. Understood. Davis set Lin Xing down and gestured for Nelson to follow. Lin Xing, however, was reluctant to part from the protagonist and stubbornly grasped Davis's pant leg, refusing to let go. His performance of being a vulnerable little creature was something he found distasteful, yet he was willing to endure for the sake of the treasure. Little one, you have an injury and must not move around. Determined, Lin Xing whined while pointing to his abdominal wound, shaking his head and gesturing towards Davis, showcasing his considerable intelligence despite feeling rather foolish. Ah, Nelson, look. This little one is quite clever. I don't believe I've had much interaction with chimpanzees before. But it isn't safe for you to accompany me, little one. You need to stay here. Oh, if you weren't the protagonist, I would slap you dead right now. Lin Xing relinquished his grip, watching as the two opened the iron gate and entered the brown bear area. My goodness. The horrific scene within the brown bear enclosure captured their attention, causing them to overlook Lin Xing's presence. Lin Xing scoffed, thinking, it's merely a few bloodstains and some bones. If it weren't for the bones being indigestible, I would have made George devour them all. Soon, their focus shifted to the cave where George resided, his half-exposed rear end unmistakably prominent. Oh, Davis, has George become larger? It has indeed, Nelson replied. Put down the gun. I will go speak with him. Davis cautiously approached the cave, making gestures while saying, Hey, George, it's me. What has happened? Are you upset? It's all right. Did you harm it? Not you? Then who? I trust you. Meanwhile, Lin Xing observed Davis's performance, noting the evident bond between George and Davis. From George's soft whimpers, Lin Xing discerned a hint of distress, reminiscent of a child bullied before their parent, yet too timid to voice their grievances. Despite Davis's attempts, George remained confined within the cramped cave. He longed to emerge but feared retribution, particularly with Lin Xing watching from nearby. Come out, please, Lin Xing whispered, sensing the moment was right. George, responding to Lin Xing's signal, eagerly exited the cave. While he appeared less conspicuous curled up within, standing revealed his towering height of over 4 meters, an imposing sight. Coupled with the dried blood crusting his white fur, Davis staggered back in astonishment, while Nelson fell to the ground, his legs buckling beneath him. All right, back inside. After sufficiently shocking them, Lin Xing urged George to retreat. If you don't go back in, I will strike you down. After stretching his limbs, George reluctantly complied, but Lin Xing sensed his agitation had intensified. Just then, Nelson's communicator erupted with a call, prompting the two to hastily depart. George, stay put for now. I will come to get you shortly. After calling out, Lin Xing also left, leaving the solitary George within the cave. After a few breaths, he caught up with Davis, who seemed either stunned or preoccupied with the situation in the gorilla area, showing no indication of noticing Lin Xing's presence. Lin Xing was quite pleased with this, having resolved to remain steadfastly close. Aside from George's noticeable growth, the plot progressed unchanged. Davis discovered the charred box in the gorilla area, and George was confined to a cage, albeit under Lin Xing's imposing influence. In the distance, the mercenaries were still being decimated. The giant wolves continued their rampage, and the crocodiles persisted in their slow development. Lin Xing received the necessary medical treatment, although he had re-injured himself, as the original wound had already healed. Even once bandaged, he refrained from visiting the gorilla area, having become somewhat marginalized, with little attention paid to him. At most, he was subject to the occasional fondling by the female veterinarians, which he took in stride, considering his own irresistibly soft and charming demeanor. During this time, Lin Xing stealthily explored the entire administrative area of the wildlife park, discovering no treasure chests. He had become a mere spectator, observing as the veterinarians conducted repeated tests on George, witnessing the disagreements and arguments between Davis and Nelson. He noted George's increasingly chaotic and agitated emotions, as well as the entrance of the female protagonist. Lin Xing understood that the moment of George's outburst was imminent. At a certain point, while the male and female protagonists chattered in front of the cage, George erupted, effortlessly shattering the enclosure and charging out. Lin Xing did not intervene, even though he still possessed the ability to influence George's emotions in the short term. Where are the treasure chests? Where on earth could you be? Chapter 75. The white and black lights in the dream. Ultimately, George was put under general anesthesia, though the dosage administered was somewhat excessive. Davis and the leading lady, Kate, were taken away, while Lin Xing stealthily followed them beneath the vehicle, arriving at a site where a colossal transport aircraft was stationed. Thus passed a day, during which Lin Xing felt like nothing more than a spectator, gaining nothing from the experience. He had questioned countless times the worth of this relic, growing increasingly regretful for not choosing the Galactic Marines or the Great Wall relic, or even any random relic at all. Out in the world, he could gather treasure chests. Even if there were few left and they were distant, he could surely manage to procure one or two throughout a day. Even hunting ordinary animals, if he were determined, would yield him hundreds of growth points. He could choose to end his exploration of the relic at any moment. However, each time the thought of leaving crossed his mind, his thoughts became unusually vivid, as if a persistent notion reminded him that relinquishing this opportunity would result in immense losses. He could not fathom why he felt this way, attributing it only to an indescribable sixth sense conjured by his mind. Lin Xing continued in his role as an observer, watching as an agent from his department appeared. Witnessing George and the protagonists being loaded onto the transport plane. Seizing the moment when the crane transporting George was operational, he managed to board the aircraft. Hiding behind a storage box, boredom soon led Lin Xing to succumb to sleep, which turned out to be the longest slumber since the onset of his calamity. In his dream, countless colorful lights danced around him. He should have been fond of blue, as most of his garments were deep blue, yet in the dream, he found himself enamored with the purest shades of white and black. He began to chase after these two colored lights, but they, like mischievous children, always eluded his grasp. Throughout the night, he managed to encounter 6 of them, 3 white and 3 black. He was certain he had caught them, yet his palms remained empty. When he attempted to pursue other red and white lights, they vanished entirely, leaving him alone in the darkness. Strangely, he felt no fear. Rather, he relished this sensation. Upon awakening, he experienced an unprecedented comfort, as if the frustration of an unproductive day and 2 sleepless nights had never existed. Stretching languidly after waking naturally was a delightful experience, and he did so instinctively. A soft clatter arose as his arm brushed against the metal storage box, jolting Lin Xing from his relaxed state. The noise also stirred Davis and Kate, who had been sleeping against the cabin wall. Seeing Lin Xing's head pop up, they were momentarily taken aback. "Oh, little one, how did you end up here?" The commotion drew the attention of the agents stationed at the front of the transport cabin. Lin Xing, feeling bold, chose not to hide any longer. He called out softly, swaying his hips as he approached the two, appearing harmless. The agents did not draw their weapons or assume a shooting stance. "Oh, where did this adorable little chimpanzee come from?" Agent Harvey swaggered over. Just then, George, the massive gorilla encaged in a large iron cage, began to stir. Lin Xing glanced sideways, noticing George's body tremble slightly, his fur standing on end in a peculiar manner. Could it be that the siblings from Sand Sculpture had initiated a low-frequency summoning in Chicago? Would that not lead to an imminent crash? Lin Xing's immediate concern was not the threat posed by the nearly 6-meter-tall George, as he felt he could manage that, but rather the potential disaster of a crash. Hastening his steps, he moved closer to Kate, intimately caressing her waist. At this moment, it felt safer to be near the leading lady, as the leading man was about to engage in battle. Moments later, the enormous iron cage containing George was torn apart, liberating him from his confinement. "Aim, fire." Agent Harvey commanded, and chaos erupted within the vast military transport aircraft, the sounds of gunfire, George's roars, and human screams intermingling in a cacophony. In the original narrative, George was already a force to be reckoned with inside the transport plane, let alone after Lin Xing's enhancements. In less than half a minute, Agent Harvey found himself beneath George's foot. "Stay still, or I will end you," Lin Xing growled, initially reluctant to intervene, but the battle concluded far more swiftly than anticipated. The secondary character, Agent Harvey, could not perish. His death would drastically alter the unfolding story, potentially impacting the deployment of the final heavyweight bomb. Perhaps Lin Xing's numerous beatings had left an indelible impression on George, as the gorilla paused his assault. George's behavior astonished Lin Xing. He had merely intended to issue a menacing threat before preparing to revert to his true state. However, since he could still influence George, he chose to relent. George's cessation of aggression did not imply that the leading man and those in the cockpit would also cease their actions. Approximately half a minute later, gunfire erupted from the cockpit once more, prompting George to spring back into action, the plot returning to its original pace. With a resounding explosion, the transport plane was riddled with bullets, creating a gaping hole and causing it to lose control. Remaining by Kate's side, Lin Xing refrained from further interference. 2 minutes later, he and Kate boarded the same parachute. Relaxed, he observed the leading man and Agent Kant in their aerial romantic escapades while the military transport aircraft plummeted to the ground. With a thunderous roar, the aircraft exploded, smoke billowing into the sky as it concluded its mission. Upon landing, they indeed did not encounter George's remains, leading the trio to deduce that George must have survived. As a mere observer, Lin Xing found himself caught in a dilemma. Should he follow the departing George or remain behind, waiting idly? After 2 nights and a day of aimlessness, he realized that if he lingered, he would end up waiting until darkness fell once more, with no gains to show for it. In the narrative, the two protagonists were taken to a military base before boarding a medical helicopter bound for Chicago, arriving only at dawn. However, if he chose to follow George, the adventure promised to be far more exhilarating, filled with continuous skirmishes throughout the day, culminating in George's eventual rendezvous with the wolf, Ralph, as they journeyed toward Chicago. Enduring a night of artillery fire, sighing, he resolved to view this as a leisurely excursion through the relics. Besides, there might be treasure chests at the military base. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xing decided to remain close to the leading man and lady, as ultimately, they were all headed to Chicago. Flying would surely be more comfortable than running on foot. If treasure chests lay along George's path of conflict with the military, he would simply chalk it up to misfortune. Once more, Lin Xing activated his sage mode, embracing the identity of a spectator. He watched as the two shared their pasts and spoke of George. Unbeknownst to him, this choice of relic would prove remarkably fortuitous. In future recollections, he would appreciate the contrast of intense activity and profound stillness, along with numerous serendipitous coincidences. Beneath the setting sun, he accompanied the two onto the military helicopter, this time sitting there openly and without pretense. Chapter 76. The powerful Iron Dome laboratory amplifier. Upon arriving at the military base, the tenacious Lin Xing clung to the male protagonist as they entered the command hall together. The screens illuminated with images of the military gearing up for yet another assault on George and Ralph. Lin Xing, however, was not particularly invested. His first instinct was to survey the command hall. There was no familiar gleam of treasure chests in sight. Was it a mistake not to follow George back then? Watching the intense crossfire unfold on the screen, he felt a pang of regret for wasting an entire day. Once again, he found himself merely an observer. Witnessing the fierce battle of George and Ralph as one by one, the screens faded to black. He watched as the two were taken away after their heated argument. Saw the male protagonist unleash his fury, incapacitating two soldiers, and then both hastened towards a medical helicopter. The cowboy agent appeared, handing the helicopter keys to the male lead, who then wobbled into the night sky. Thus, an uneventful day passed. As he gazed at the stars twinkling in the night sky, Lin Xing's drowsiness crept in, and he naturally succumbed to sleep. He dreamt once more of countless colorful dots. Following his innate preferences, he pursued the two colored lights, black and white. Without a sense of time, after catching 3 dots, all the lights vanished, plunging him once again into darkness, reminiscent of the sleep one experiences in the stillness of night. Lin Xing awakened naturally, and at the moment he opened his eyes, his pupils briefly flashed with a distinct interplay of black and white light. Oh, how delightful. The dawn had broken, revealing a skyline of towering buildings. Had he arrived in Chicago? The final battleground. Surely, he couldn't sleep through all this. It would be an illusion for both himself and humanity. Although he relished it, it lacked the ferocity that characterized the world outside, one of horrific mutual slaughter and consumption. With 2 days lost, others had already reached level 4 on the leaderboard, aiming for level 5. Gazing through the cabin window at the crowd dispersing below, Lin Xing's thoughts wandered. Davis. The female protagonist's scream jolted him back to focus, just as an armored vehicle spun past the helicopter, colliding with a building in a thunderous crash. The muscles in Lin Xing, relaxed over 2 nights and days, tensed abruptly, instinctively shifting from stillness to readiness to confront dangers from every direction. On the street below, a filthy gorilla and a gray wolf with spiny protrusions on its back rampaged through the chaos. George's height must certainly exceed 12 meters. Estimating around 14 meters based on the floors. Lin Xing grinned. This was indeed his masterpiece, a cause for celebration. It is known that with increased size, even a slight enhancement results in an exponential improvement across all attributes. In the original narrative, George at 12 meters weighed 9 tons. At 14 meters, he would undoubtedly weigh no less than 14 tons, amplifying the terrifying consequences exponentially. Lin Xing, alongside the male and female protagonists, witnessed the destruction wrought by the two colossal beasts. Gradually, a sense of impending dread welled up within him, even though he remained a mere 1.2 meters tall. It was a conflict between rationality and primal instinct. As an even more formidable creature surged onto land, this tension reached its zenith. Shells exploded, striking the crocodile and emitting sparks, yet to no avail. However, such concerns were not Lin Xing's immediate worry, for the helicopter was now en route to the genetic company's building. Upon landing, the two rushed to the 85th floor in search of the antidote. Lin Xing, who had doggedly followed the male protagonist throughout the plot, was determined not to miss out. as he firmly believed a treasure chest would appear at some point in the unfolding story. With a powerful punch, Davis smashed open the office door, and Lin Xing was the first to dart inside, scanning the room. Nothing. Could it be that at this hour, not even a treasure chest had manifested? Surely a silver treasure chest could offer some attributes, allowing him a share amidst the chaos of the three monstrous beasts' battle. While Lin Xing was lost in thought, Kate and Davis had already breached the room containing the antidote, and he followed suit. Still, nothing was in sight. His battle spirit had surged to a peak, pent-up frustration boiling over. Wait, what effects would the antidote have if I drank it? Watching Kate extract several tubes from a fog-emitting box, Lin Xing rushed over. In the stunned expressions of the two, he seized 2 tubes and unceremoniously poured one into his mouth. Nothing, no sensation. Of course. This was in line with the relic's typical absurdity. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps drew near. Lin Xing instinctively knew it was the sibling rulers of the genetic company from the plot. Sure enough, mere seconds later, the conversation between the protagonists was interrupted by the CEO's sister, Claire. A lengthy exchange ensued, yet Lin Xing paid little heed, as he had succumbed to a momentary daze. A familiar glow caught his eye. Golden. But why was it in the hands of that foolish brother, Brett? Why was it encased in a glass box? And why was there a mouse inside? Why hadn't I come to the Chicago Genetic Company sooner? Well, Santiago, the starting point, must be several thousand kilometers from Chicago. Lin Xing was ensnared in a whirlwind of questions and self-reflections. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot yanked him back to reality. He witnessed Davis's body slowly crumple to the ground at the hands of the female scientist. Lin Xing squinted, a flurry of thoughts igniting in his mind. In the next moment, he transformed into a blur, darting forth. Bam! Crack! Thud! Ah, damn it! Before anyone could react, Lin Xing tackled the CEO Claire, her gun-wielding hand twisting grotesquely. His palm brushed over her ample chest, testing the feel, before his hand fell, breaking her other wrist. Crack! Ah, my hand! Damn it! Get off me! Lin Xing complied, rushing towards the astonished Brett. A sharp sound halted the imminent threat he posed to Brett. He noticed the panicked Brett drop the glass box, which, miraculously, did not shatter, though its lid had flung open. Could it be that the foolish brother wasn't he the guardian boss? The mouse was. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Lin Xing instantly fell into a state of vigilance, his gaze fixated on the glass box. Special item, new amplifier carrier from the Iron Dome Laboratory. Upon use, it randomly amplifies the body's organizational quality by 13 times, depending on the base. Side effects, increased probability of chaotic states by 30-60. Lin Xing fell silent. Merely 5 seconds had passed since Davis was hit. A 1 to 3 times increase, even the lowest multiplier of 1 would be a tremendous opportunity. Yet the side effects were equally formidable, and this was the first encounter with an item clearly indicating its side effects. Calm. The mind remained rational, while actions were sincere. Chapter 77. Transformation into a 13-meter behemoth under the gaze of 8 pairs of eyes. The composed gorilla stuffed the black mouse into its mouth. As it chewed, it covered its mouth with a hand, as if reluctant to let a single hair fall. The 4 observers, including the injured Davis and the broken-handed Claire, could no longer suppress the turmoil in their stomachs. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed as Lin Xing's body trembled violently, curling into a tight ball. The features of his calm visage contorted into an irregular expression of agony. Severe pain surged from every cell in his body, surpassing the limits of his brain's capacity to endure. He should have succumbed to unconsciousness and perished in agony. Yet he remained acutely aware, even sensing the rapid movement of his tissues. Simultaneously, a certain area of his brain, beyond his reach, buzzed with unusual activity. 1 second. 2 seconds. After 5 seconds, all pain vanished in an instant. It was as if he had awakened from a prolonged dream, returning to a state of tranquility. A powerful sensation arose from the depths of his heart, stemming from the essence of his being. He felt capable of effortlessly confronting any danger, even in a solidified state. With a breath, he called forth his status panel. Lin Xing, species, berserk, gorilla, height, 1191 meters, weight, 837 kilograms, talent, 10x damage, 10x health, growth stage, LV6, growth points, 41, 343 65, 568, remarkable. He chuckled, reveling in his newfound height of 12 meters and weight of 17 tons. Although his level had not increased and he had squandered 2 days and nights, every moment had been worth it. The name of his species had also changed. But that was of little concern. In the eyes of the 4 spectators, the once one, 2-meter gorilla, grotesquely devouring a mouse, appeared on the verge of collapse. Yet the next moment, it was jubilantly dancing in place. All of this transpired within mere seconds, leaving them still reeling from their queasy sensations. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound shook the building. Everyone snapped back to reality. The behemoth had arrived. Lin Xing suppressed the turmoil within and approached the panicked siblings. No, no, don't come closer. Oh dear. He sighed. Fine, it's not a treasure chest monster, so I won't kill it. Besides, I haven't committed any evil in this relic yet. Lin Xing halted, watching as the siblings struggled to help each other flee in a state of alarm. He then turned his attention to Davis, who, though injured, still stood protectively in front of Kate. Lin Xing approached, stopping 2 meters from the wary Davis. He bent down, his nails scraping the ground, producing a jarring noise. Hello. My name is Lin Xing. Half a minute ago, at a mere 2 meters, he could not leave a mark on the ground. But now he could do so effortlessly. Oh. Witnessing Lin Xing's awkwardly scrawled English letters, Davis and Kate were left agape, their mouths gaping wider than when they saw him consume the mouse. Davis, thank you for granting me 2 days of peace, he wrote. After completing his message, regardless of whether the astonished pair could comprehend it, he dashed toward the apparatus containing the antidote, retrieving all the vials and stuffing them into Davis's hands. With a toothy grin, Lin Xing's body visibly swelled in size. Crack. Boom. In just 2 seconds, Lin Xing, still bent low enough to touch the ceiling, scooped up Davis and Kate, charging toward the window. With a crash, Lin Xing fully unfolded his form, revealing a towering, ebony gorilla standing at 12 meters tall. In comparison to others, he was not as tall as George, and he was far less robust. However, the internal composition of his body, including bone density and neuroresponsiveness, surpassed George's, with weight serving as the most evident manifestation of this superiority. In other words, while he could previously disregard small-caliber bullets and withstand a few large-caliber shots at 4 meters, now, the large-caliber bullets and artillery that could injure George posed even less of a threat to him. Of course, in comparison to a crocodile's defenses, he still fell short. He was aware of that. However, defense was not his forte. His strengths lay in reaction and agility. Roar. As Lin Xing squeezed through the window, he surveyed his surroundings, using both his right hand and feet to glide down the building's exterior, presenting a stark contrast to the other 3 climbing behemoths. Military base, command center. Calling all units, a 4th monster has appeared outside the Gene Company building, requesting support. Repeat, requesting support. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life, prompting the African-American operator to urgently instruct, pull up the surveillance footage. I want visuals. The female operator's fingers danced over the controls, switching the screen displays. One gorilla plummeted rapidly, accompanied by falling concrete and glass. The commander was perplexed as to why the beast did not climb upward, but he understood that any monster should be neutralized. Hawk Team, prevent this monster from entering the crowd. Repeat, Hawk Team. Received. Over and out. The 3 climbing monsters were temporarily disregarded, as the immediate threat was deemed minimal. As helicopters rotated, the number of visual feeds increased. Wait, Agent Harvey? The footage shifted to the ground, where the gorilla leapt, covering over 10 meters in a single bound, landing right in front of Agent Harvey. The force of the impact sending him tumbling to the ground. Hawk 3, positioning for attack, requesting permission. Repeat. Hawk 7, entering attack position, requesting authorization. The commander hesitated before responding. Harvey was a senior agent from his department, and if he were to perish under the multi-camera surveillance, the commander would undoubtedly face scrutiny. After 3 seconds of indecision, he opted for an attack. Yet, just as he was about to issue the command, an unexpected scene unfolded. The gorilla extended its left hand from beneath its belly, placing a man and woman on the ground beside the fallen Agent Harvey. Then, it gave a thumbs up to the helicopter. Indeed, a thumbs up. This sight left everyone in the command room in stunned silence. But even more bizarrely, the gorilla retracted its thumb, stepped back into an open space, pointed at the ground, and began to scratch. 3 seconds later, a series of letters appeared. Do not shoot. After writing this, the gorilla pointed at the building behind it, gave another thumbs up to the helicopter, and then turned to sprint toward the structure. After a step, it pivoted back, bent down, and extended its hand toward the bald man, seemingly asking for something. A moment later, it sprang forward, leaping toward the building, covering over 10 meters, landing on the 4th floor. Amid the cascade of falling concrete and glass, the gorilla ascended with an unimaginable speed. Lin Xing paid no heed to whether they could see or understand him. He climbed upward, holding the container of the antidote. Surely, they could comprehend it. At least the helicopter had ceased its attacks. Chapter 78. The destruction of the giant wolf Ralph as Lin Xing rapidly ascended. He felt an overwhelming sense of power and satisfaction. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found George relentlessly attacking the ultra-low frequency transmitter. This was likely the aftermath of George destroying the helicopter that the siblings had intended to use for their escape. The fate of the siblings remained uncertain. Without hesitation, Lin Xing leaped behind George. Due to the influence of the ultra-low frequency, the beasts would not turn against one another. He expelled the antidote container from his mouth with force, shattering it, and allowing the blended liquids to swirl in his palm. With a snarl, Lin Xing clenched his left fist and struck George's nape with a powerful blow. Bang! Roar! Thud! Under the impact, George staggered, and the pain only ignited his ferocity, prompting him to turn and retaliate. However, before he could fully pivot, a fur-covered arm tightened around his neck, while another hand forced something into his mouth. A sharp slap followed, stinging painfully, and then a hand covered his mouth with immense pressure. All of this transpired within a fleeting second, just as George prepared to unleash his full strength to escape. The constricting arm and the hand over his mouth vanished. His bloodshot eyes darted around, ready to tear apart whatever had dared to attack him. Yet, he only caught a glimpse of a dark silhouette before it vanished from the rooftop. In the end, George lost his composure. Instead of pursuing, he turned back to continue dismantling the ultra-low frequency transmitter. Lin Xing muttered to himself, after taking just one dose, it typically takes 10 minutes to take effect. Now that I've consumed multiple doses, it should work faster. Initially, he had intended to administer the antidote to George and then confront the wolf Ralph, but reconsidering, he decided against it. In the narrative, the three beasts would soon bring the building down. Adding another would hasten its collapse. It was wiser to wait until he returned to the ground to address the situation. Upon his return to the ground, he found the three individuals still loitering. You fools. The building is about to collapse, and you're all going to be buried. In truth, his ascent and descent had taken only a minute or so. Not only had the trio not moved away, but the helicopter remained as well. Lin Xing looked up at the helicopter, gesturing toward the building, then lowered his arm slowly to indicate its imminent collapse. His meaning was clear. After gesturing, he paid no mind to whether the helicopter crew understood or if they transmitted the message back. He ran towards the three, startling them into retreat. Davis, however, attempted to maintain a semblance of bravado. Lin Xing extended his arms, seizing each of the three without giving them a moment to react, and sprinted several hundred meters away before scaling a lower rooftop, where he set them down. At that moment, he glanced back to see the building had begun to lean precariously. Creak. Boom. Within 2 minutes, a vast plume of smoke erupted, engulfing the silhouettes of the three beasts, while Davis and the others on the rooftop felt a mixture of shock and relief. Lin Xing understood that the three colossal creatures were not yet defeated. He clung to the eaves, waiting for the dust to settle while meticulously surveying the ruins for any signs of movement. At a certain moment, a disturbance arose from the wreckage, signaling that it was his time to act. He turned back towards the trio and emitted a low growl before sliding down from the 7- or 8-story office building. Seconds later, he stood before the freshly emerged George. Roar. He exhaled forcefully at the dazed George, readying himself for an attack. Should George fail to regain his senses, Lin Xing would show no mercy, intending to obliterate him with overwhelming force before confronting the remaining two beasts. George, rubbing his face, startled at Lin Xing's roar, instinctively recoiling. Upon recognizing the black gorilla before him, he let out a pitiful whimper. It appeared that the frequent beatings had left a lasting impression on him. Lin Xing bared his teeth and patted George's shoulder with his heavily furred arm, offering a form of consolation. George, you hold off the crocodile while I take care of that wolf, all right? George replied with a low whimper. I know you're not strong enough to defeat it. Just hold it off, understand? Another whimper followed. Rest assured, I won't hit you again. The two distinct creatures from the same family communicated amidst the ruins, their interaction harmonious and picturesque. Meanwhile, the trio on the rooftop, still reeling from shock, found their astonishment deepening, especially when the scene was transmitted back to the base, leaving everyone speechless. Crash. Lin Xing realized that the second crocodile was emerging from the ruins, nearly simultaneously with the formidable wolf Ralph. Roar. Roar. The mighty beasts unleashed thunderous roars, signaling that battle was imminent. George, don't back down. You've got this. Lin Xing grinned. His muscles taut and legs coiled with boundless confidence, kicking up a cloud of dust as he charged towards Ralph. In response, Ralph opened his massive jaws lined with sharp fangs, lunging at Lin Xing bang. Upon contact, the tremendous force ultimately favored Lin Xing, sending Ralph tumbling head over heels. Lin Xing swiftly followed, pouncing on Ralph before he could rise, locking his hands around the wolf's neck. His intention, of course, was not to suffocate Ralph. Bang! Roar! Ouch! With his freed right hand, he brought down a devastating blow to Ralph's head. A punch weighing several tons, amplified tenfold in damage, caused blood to erupt from Ralph's eye sockets, while Lin Xing felt the reverberation jolt through him painfully. Bang! Roar! Ouch! Bang! Roar! Ouch! Bang! Silence fell abruptly after 10 seconds. Kill growth stage violent giant wolf, LV9. Growth points 1929. Lin Xing gazed at his own mangled right hand, revealing exposed bone, a wave of ennui washing over him. Beneath him, Ralph lay headless. The ground around them a pitiful wreckage. I am unbelievably powerful. Meanwhile, George merely sniffled, still engaged in a fierce exchange of roars with the crocodile. Before he could even engage in combat, the adjacent battle had concluded, leaving him to ponder the point of holding off the crocodile. Should he take action? The crocodile might turn its attention to him. Despite these thoughts, George continued to bellow at the crocodile, reasoning that as long as he was stalling, it didn't matter how he did it. He could retreat while still making noise. Not far away, the trio on the rooftop swallowed hard. Davis, is that the gorilla that accompanied you onto the helicopter? Harvey, I've answered you countless times. Yes, indeed. Just look at how it transformed from that little creature into this giant before my eyes, alongside Dr. Kate. No way. Thank goodness this creature is on our side. Otherwise, it would wreak havoc on all of Chicago. How did you end up with a gorilla that can write letters? I simply found this little guy. Oh no, it used to be little, injured, and after nursing it back to health, it just stuck with me. Oh. I hope this fellow can handle that giant crocodile. In the military base's command hall, everyone stared in shock at the horrifying scene on the screen. At that moment, the image revealed the gorilla holding something white. Chapter 79. The radiance whiter than silver in the desolate battlefield. A white-haired gorilla and a crocodile exchanged growls, retreating from one another. Meanwhile, a black gorilla sat atop the corpse of a giant wolf, staring vacantly at its right hand. At that moment, a pure white light shimmered within its grasp, whiter than the gleam of a silver chest, and even more pristine than the softest skin nestled between a maiden's pectorals. Under the gentle glow, the bones of its fingers protruded, and indistinct flesh seemed to sprout, wriggling at a visible speed akin to worms crawling over aged pork belly. What on earth is this? I merely wished for my hand to heal swiftly, and thus this white light appeared. If I desire world peace, will it manifest as well? World peace. Alas, that remains unfulfilled. This white light resembles what I chased after in my dreams. It is indeed so luminous. Could it be that dreams come with such radiance? Yet, if I am to leave this ruin, when will I find the time to dream? In those dreams, I also pursued darkness. Where is the darkness? If it were to appear, bam. Well, there is no black light present. Could it be related to the second phase of evolution, which resonates throughout the world? What is this white light? Some kind of mutagenic factor? Lin Xing, suppressing the itch in his right hand, let his thoughts scatter, an indication of intellect. After about a minute, his hand returned to its original state. Even the exact number of black hairs that should grow on his right hand nearly restored. Simultaneously, the white light abruptly vanished as mysteriously as it had come. How marvelous. If my younger brother were to lose a limb, would it be able to regenerate? Pondering this, he dismissed the thought, focusing instead on the two colossal beasts that had retreated in fear. How obedient they are, clinging to their ground. With a call, amidst many direct or indirect gazes, Lin Xing sprang into action. He did not charge recklessly. The crocodile was formidable, having claimed Ralph in the narrative with a single bite. And Lin Xing had no desire to court danger. His only advantage over the crocodile lay in his reflexes and agility. Swiftly maneuvering through the ruins, a cacophony ensued. Lin Xing hefted 4 sturdy steel bars in his left hand while dragging a concrete slab connected by rebar with his right, all while evading the retreating George. George, over here, he beckoned. Coming right up, boss. George responded eagerly, as if rejuvenated by the promise of relief, scampering towards Lin Xing with coordinated grace. In those brief moments, filled with dodging and roaring, the fear of the crocodile's attack loomed large, and the consequences were inevitable. The most severe incident saw the beast's tail strike Lin Xing's armpit, surely fracturing ribs. Ignoring George, who rushed over, Lin Xing halted, freeing his hands. His legs and robust left arm anchored him to the ground as he picked up a hefty steel bar, holding it horizontally at arm's length. With a long, unpracticed yet familiar stance, he locked onto the crocodile's head, a surge of confidence blossoming within him. He patiently awaited the opportune moment, counting seconds. George, make some noise, provoke it, be fierce. With understanding, George pounded his chest, unleashing a roar that echoed through the air. The approaching crocodile responded with a thunderous growl, turning its head to face the challenge. Lin Xing prepared for the exact moment the crocodile opened its jaws. The steel bars transformed into streaks of gray, flying through the air in rapid succession. The first bar pierced the crocodile's mouth, splattering blood, though its jawbone cushioned the impact. The second clashed against its fangs, sending sparks flying. The third and fourth collided with the closed upper jaw, but ultimately, they were insufficient. The limitations of throwing objects became apparent. The weight of his current strength and muscle response suggested that a 1 or 2 ton steel bar would be most effective. Realizing the ineffectiveness of his previous throws, Lin Xing grinned and seized a large chunk of debris, accelerating towards the foe. The ground trembled beneath the stampede of the two colossal beasts, reverberating between the streets and buildings. Just before impact, Lin Xing crouched low, his powerful spine and muscle structure twisting, hurling several tons of concrete debris violently against the crocodile's right cheek. The concrete exploded upon impact, scattering smaller steel fragments, toppling the crocodile's upper body. By the heavens, how solid! No wonder it can withstand tank shells with such ease. While the weight was sufficient, the broad surface area of the strike rendered it ineffective against the beast's defenses. In the narrative, George had descended from above, carrying 9 tons, piercing the crocodile's skull with a sharp steel bar. Otherwise, he too would have failed to breach its defenses. Observing the toppled crocodile, Lin Xing refrained from recklessly charging in as he had with the giant wolf, Ralph. It was not fear that held him back. Rather, he sought to validate his newly acquired combat style against the crocodile, a creature that had undergone significant growth in size and strength. His extraordinary talent suggested that to breach defenses, he required something that was heavy, hard, and sharp, an unstoppable force. With this realization, Lin Xing retreated to distance himself from the crocodile, scanning his surroundings. Streetlights? No, too light. Steel bars? No, still too light, unless he dared to engage in close combat, using sheer strength to pierce the creature's ears or eyes. Helicopter wreckage? No, the impact area was too large, akin to the debris he had already encountered. Oh, here it is. Lin Xing leapt, unearthing a thick iron column from the earth. Wasn't this the ultra-low frequency emission column from the rooftop of the Gene Company? Even George and Ralph had not managed to dismantle it during their fierce struggle. This is the one. Not solid, but weighing approximately 2 tons. With effort, he extracted the iron column fully from the rubble, measuring over 20 meters in length, with one end thick and the other tapered. The thick end boasting a circumference of over 3 meters, challenging to grip with one hand. He clasped it with both hands, swinging it in the air with satisfaction. Though it may seem slow, the process took barely 30 seconds. Armed with his new weapon, Lin Xing turned once more to face the advancing crocodile. Anchoring himself to the ground with his legs and robust left arm, he held the iron column horizontally, locking onto the creature's head. Roar. You call that a challenge? After his fierce roar, he awaited a response. In the next instant, his taut muscle fibers sprang into action, propelling the 20-meter iron column with the same speed as the previous steel bars. Lin Xing followed suit, kicking up clouds of dust as he surged forward. The impact of 2 tons versus 100 kilograms was worlds apart, and as the iron column collided with the colossal crocodile, blood erupted alongside a deafening boom. The column thrust deep into the crocodile's mouth, avoiding the jawbone, or perhaps scraping it, and plunged into the throat, nearly halfway in. For a brief moment, the giant crocodile froze, then began to thrash its head violently, jaws snapping in an attempt to sever the iron column. But it had no chance left. Lin Xing, harnessing the force of 16 to 17 tons, drove the thicker rear section of the iron column completely into the beast. Chapter 80. The sudden and rapid global catastrophe. A 20-meter-long iron pillar pierced through the throat, extending all the way to the large intestine, inflicting tenfold damage as it shredded the insides of the colossal crocodile into a pulpy mess. Though the beast did not perish immediately, the inevitability of its demise loomed as long as the iron pillar remained embedded. Lin Xing, unwilling to grant the creature any more time to linger in existence, seized a steel bar during his charge and thrust it into the crocodile's eye. with a squelching sound, accompanied by a gory explosion of viscous eye fluid. The giant crocodile's body tensed momentarily before succumbing to weakness. Behold, this is the essence of wisdom, an astute application of weaponry that transformed a nightmarish challenge into a mere ordinary encounter. Killed a growth stage berserk crocodile LV9. Growth points, 2358. Another LV9 creature. If I were still a 4-meter giant, would my growth points not exceed 3,000? Lin Xing grinned, inserting his hands into the crocodile's maw while using his feet to stabilize its head, gradually extracting the iron pillar, along with a mix of murky blood and flesh. George, come here, consume this. After calling out, he gestured an OK sign to Davis and the others on a nearby rooftop, then aimed at a distant helicopter, flashing a friendly smile. With a forceful heave, he tore off a thick leg from the crocodile and tossed it to the eagerly approaching George, who, along with Lin Xing, began to devour the freshly acquired meal with fervor. The gruesome scene was broadcasted and recorded by military satellites and bases around the globe, countless eyes witnessing this macabre tableau. George, are you happy? Lin Xing inquired as he chewed on the remarkably resilient crocodile meat, glancing at George, who was relishing his feast. Well, a few of the ladies in your clan must surely be content, but what will you do now that you've grown so large? George, I'm leaving now. I seek my own happiness. Will you miss me when I go? Do you not harbor resentment for my frequent beatings? Forgive me, George. Why do you not hate me? I wish you would. With a sudden thrust, a powerful force pierced through George's jaw, breaching his skull. Killed a growth stage berserk gorilla LV9. Growth points, 2,107. I'm sorry, George. I'm sorry. When I depart, you will be subjected to experiments by the sister nation, a fate worse than death. Lin Xing paused, abandoning his excuses. Why had he become so familiar with George, only to find it painful to bring an end to their bond? Farewell, George. Gripping the iron pillar, he selected the option to return through the interface. In the moment of his disappearance, the world froze. Rapidly vanishing from the center of his departure point, including George's lifeless body, the horrified Davis trio on the rooftop, and the distant military base. In a city. Outside the commercial center, Lin Xing materialized abruptly, greeted by a notification. End of the Berserk Beast Ruins. Duration, 62 hours, 18 minutes. 21 seconds. Acquired growth points, 6,418. Overall rating. SSS. Lin Xing smacked his lips, feeling a rather unpleasant taste in his mouth. His level had transitioned to growth stage LV6, 47,719 65568. The lactic acid state I experienced before entering the ruins has vanished. Taking a deep breath, he noticed a peculiar mixture in the air, somewhat spicy, slightly sour, a touch salty, and just a hint of sweetness. Lin Xing inhaled sharply, creating a gust of wind. Judging by the time, it was around 9 or 10 in the morning. The sky was shrouded in a murky haze resembling a blend of fog and yellow dust. The sun merely a dim outline, lacking brilliance. Though the dark clouds hinted at impending rain, the air felt stifling, akin to being inside a steamer. The temperature likely reaching 30 to 40 degrees. A paradoxical weather phenomenon. Strange. Lin Xing scanned the surroundings. The streets were eerily quiet, littered only with corpses and the occasional swarms of fist-sized flies. Where were the animals? Had they all perished? Accessing the interface, he checked his friend list for Tang Chi-Chin. Noticing her name was grayed out, indicating she had already reached growth stage LV4. She was LV3 last night. That's quite a leap. Why is she still in the ruins? What kind of ruin could keep her for so long? I've been in the ruins for 3 nights and 2 days, yet she has not emerged. Then, he recalled Zhang Tong. He selected Zhang Tong's name, who was also LV4, and opened a private chat. Lin Xing, Commander Zhang, are you there? I've been neglecting my friends. I wonder if they will respond. Zhang Tong, Lin Xing, I finally managed to reach you. Chi-Chin mentioned you ventured into the ruins. Have you returned? Lin Xing. Yes, I'm currently in a city, just a few minutes away from the commercial building. Are you still there? Lin Xing was surprised by Zhang Tong's swift reply, indicating she had set up message alerts. However, he suspected Zhang Tong had already left to search for other treasures or ruins, given that over 2 days had passed. Zhang Tong, no. I have already joined a large contingent of over 200,000, heading west to secure Sea City. Lin Xing. So they have indeed targeted ordinary creatures? Zhang Tong, Lin Xing. Once Qing emerges, you all should gather in L City as soon as possible. Time is of the essence. Lin Xing was taken aback. Lin Xing, Commander Zhang, what do you mean by time is of the essence? Zhang Tong. You're not aware? The glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising, and many coastal regions have already been submerged, and the rate of submersion is alarming. The organization, along with several nations, has predicted that within 2 days, all glaciers will melt, causing sea levels to rise by approximately 70 meters. Zhang Tong. Numerous factors are at play. Too much has changed in the past 2 days to explain succinctly. You can check the group files when you have time. Zhang Tong. Don't forget to leave a city as soon as possible. It will soon transform into a coastal area. Lin Xing. The rapid melting of glaciers within mere days is no trivial matter. It requires an exceedingly high temperature to achieve. Furthermore, a 70-meter rise in sea levels would result in a catastrophic loss of 1/3 of landmass, spelling extinction for numerous terrestrial species. Switching to the Heavenly Repair Vessel Group interface. He noted a membership of 1284. Quite a significant number. He opened the group files, revealing hundreds of documents. Announcement to all survivors multinational cooperation initiatives for global catastrophe response simulation of eruptions from 9 major volcanic ranges policies for inland migration due to rising sea levels orange storm warning covering entire region. Exemplary demonstration manual research on mutative awakening. From the titles, it was clear that half the documents pertain to strategies for addressing global calamities. Conversely, files regarding ruins and treasures had seemingly vanished. It appeared quite grave. He clicked on the pinned document titled Announcement to All Survivors. Survivors, I am Zhang Jingguo, representing the organization to deliver this report on the Guojia channel. My heart is heavy with sorrow and indignation. The global catastrophe has unfolded for 6 days. The foundations of civilization crumbling into dust, yet we persist, holding steadfast to our beliefs. An even greater disaster looms on the horizon, our planet. The blue star we depend on may soon face annihilation. Lin Xing pondered momentarily. Have I ever uttered such words? His expression grew increasingly solemn as he rapidly scanned through the document, then the next, then the subsequent one. After perusing the disaster-related files, Lin Xing found himself sitting alone in the center of the road, lost in thought. Chapter 81. A declaration to all compatriots. Lin Xing could hardly fathom the magnitude of change that transpired in the world during his nearly 3-day absence. To be precise, it was on the very next day of his departure that calamity descended upon the Blue Star, as if orchestrated by fate itself, delivering a cataclysmic blow. The first sign was the eruption of the Baichang mountain volcano, with molten lava accompanied by ominous clouds soaring 1,000 meters into the sky, visible to nearly all sentient beings in the northeastern region of Huaguo. Just as people began to rationalize this as an isolated incident, an additional 9 volcanic clusters, including Tengchong, erupted in succession, as if blooming like exquisite flowers. Concurrently, volcanoes across the globe, such as Yellowstone, Katla, Bromo, and Fuego, erupted without warning. No further disasters were needed. Simply allowing time for volcanic ash to permeate the atmosphere would suffice to threaten the extinction of most species on Blue Star. Fortunately, those who had transformed into animals but retained their intellect were predominantly of initial forms rated at level 8 or 9. As long as they remained outside the volcanic zones, the gradual changes in air quality and encroaching ash would not have immediate dire effects. As for the lower-tier primitive creatures, or those who had become indistinguishable from them, their survival was inconsequential. Yet, with disaster already unleashed, it was clear that the volcanic eruptions were merely the beginning. Whether due to the warming effects of the eruptions or other influencing factors, glaciers melted rapidly, unleashing towering waves upon coastlines. Experts from various organizations predicted that within 3 days, sea levels would rise by approximately 70 meters, a terrifying statistic that could potentially reduce landmass by 1/3. This lost land would encompass regions that once thrived with human civilization, particularly coastal and plains areas. Animals inhabiting these territories, unless they migrated, would face certain doom. Those transformed into aquatic creatures might survive, but the majority would be drowned within mere minutes. This moment marked a critical test for organizations which were known for their unwavering resolve in times of crisis. The declaration to compatriots emerged, re-establishing the notion of kinship. Regardless of species, whether sentient beings transformed into animals or primitive creatures rated at levels 8 or 9. As long as they remained orderly and engaged in communication with transformed humans, they were deemed compatriots. The declaration also detailed the onset of the calamity and the proposed migration plans. Prior to migration, the organization would, with heavy hearts, undertake a thorough cleansing of urban centers, removing those disordered creatures that no longer qualified as compatriots. Once civilization was preserved, the organization and all its inheritors would solemnly commemorate the sacrifices of these erstwhile compatriots. In essence, although hunting had previously been discreetly managed, the dire circumstances now compelled an emotional yet resolute action. This was not mere death. It was sacrifice for the continuity of civilization. The declaration also clarified that all compatriots, irrespective of species, could collaborate with corresponding species within the organization for the purpose of expulsion. Thus, a line of extermination emerged, moving forward with the same momentum as the rising tides. Millions of organizational troops commanded countless primitive compatriots, forming an extensive coalition that advanced from east to west. Dispersed units and various allied teams also assembled to execute large-scale purges. Zhang Tong and his contingent of over 200,000 were composed of organizational troops rated at levels 8 and 9. Alongside their controlled primitive animals from various teams across City A. In this grand scheme, participation was obligatory. The organization would sweep through without regard for individual identities, focusing solely on extermination, leaving no corpses unattended. This exemplified the organization's formidable and terrifying nature. While much of Blue Star remained fragmented, each faction pursuing its own survival through either conflict or disarray, no other entity could match the efficiency of the organization, capable of harnessing mass movements and leveraging power with unparalleled efficacy. In the short term, one might label the organization as ruthless and inhumane, failing to even cloak its actions in the facade of compassion. Yet, as time unfolded, the organization would undoubtedly be seen as undertaking the correct course of action, prioritizing substantial benefits. Lin Xing wholeheartedly endorsed the organization's approach, recognizing it as a means to realize both personal ambition and the greater strength of the collective, an intellect far surpassing his own. Moreover, this was not merely theoretical. There existed concrete plans for implementation. The organization's initial strategy was to prioritize the elevation of all sentient transformed beings to maturity. This initiative garnered support from millions. And while dissenting voices among leaders of various factions existed, the prevailing climate stifled opposition, silencing those who dared to speak out. In this prevailing atmosphere, the operational strategy for small clusters consisted of the first tier of organizational growth bodies incapacitating adversaries, while the second tier harvested the remnants. Once the second tier reached maturity, it would seamlessly merge with the first, with subsequent replacements filling the ranks. Naturally, this was a broad overview. In practice, those growth bodies would also eliminate a portion of adversaries to maintain superiority, a tactic sanctioned by the organization and its myriad teams. Although the rankings in the top 100,000 appeared relatively stable for Huagua, even declining slightly, the true strength lay beyond that threshold, particularly in the growth body tiers of levels 1 and 2, where Huagua's representation far exceeded that of any competing faction. This was not solely attributable to the pre-disaster population base, but also to the reduced interspecies conflict among high-level animals due to the prevailing circumstances. Lin Xing felt a genuine admiration for the organization and its military, introspectively acknowledging that he could not sacrifice himself for the benefit of others or for unrelated species. Of course, this was also due to his limited capacity for rebellion. Had he found himself at a precarious level between growth tiers 2 and 3, unwilling to forsake civilization, he would inevitably yield to the momentum of the organization. Conversely, had he been at level 8 or 9, he would have eagerly embraced the unfolding opportunities to ascend to maturity. If he were still below level 8, well, he would have become an indiscriminate aggressor, devoid of further considerations. The second step would involve the utilization of rational primitive creatures, but this concession to the first step, in Lin Xing's view, might not be feasible. The declaration encompassed numerous other insights, providing Lin Xing with a clearer understanding of the current dynamics. Other group communications yielded significant insights, which Lin Xing synthesized into his own comprehension, devising plans A, B, C, D, E, and so forth for his future survival and growth. Chapter 82. The first speech in the public channel. Firstly, the relics and treasure chests have vanished, all cleared away. He can no longer enhance his foundational qualities through them. As a secondary option, he considers hunting ordinary animals in City A to gain growth points. However, that too has been swept away, leaving only a few stray kittens, which he finds too trivial to pursue unless he rushes to the front lines. Yet, he is uncertain how long it will take for Tang Qingjin to emerge from the relics. He must wait, for if Tang Qingjin surfaces while the area is inundated, she may very well perish in the flood. In simple terms, he will not venture anywhere for the time being. After resting in the relics for 2 or 3 days, he has finally regained some enthusiasm, only to be required to settle down once more. Lin Xing gazed at the gray, misty sky, smacking his lips before rising and shouldering an iron pillar as he made his way to the trade center square. With the absence of threats, he initially contemplated discarding the iron pillar, but ultimately decided to retain it, as it was currently too convenient to part with. Furthermore, should the coastline extend towards him, he would need it to confront any formidable marine species that might arise. A few minutes later, Lin Xing turned the corner and beheld a vast, desolate square littered with corpses where only a handful of sizable animals were foraging. Woo-woo, Linda, with his keen eyesight. He could easily discern from 100 meters away that the creatures bent over to eat were 13 chimpanzees. The remaining chimpanzees here, aside from Linda, who had been following Tang Qingjin, were hard to imagine. The additional 5 likely belonged to Tang Qingjin. Based on his previous physique, he estimated that 2 of them were growth stage level 1, while the rest hovered around level 9. Lin Xing's call echoed, and the 13 chimpanzees scattered across the square simultaneously raised their heads. Woo! The chimpanzees' calls rang out in succession, with 7 of them rushing towards Lin Xing, while the other 5, after a moment of hesitation, also reacted. Upon seeing his kind, Lin Xing felt a surge of joy. Physiologically speaking, these chimpanzees were his closest kin. After a brief exchange, he reaffirmed his leadership status, naturally without the need for force. His imposing stature alone was enough to instill a sense of reverence in Linda and the others. While Linda and the others continued to eat, Lin Xing waited patiently near the spot where the relic's portal had vanished, accessing the interface. On the leaderboard, he remained the sole level 6, with no level 5s. Over 10,000 level 4s, and nearly 90,000 level 3s, giving him a general sense of the standings. Lin Xing opened the World Chat channel, a feature he had rarely paid attention to. The current discussions in the World channel predominantly revolved around the global catastrophe, with fewer embellishments on his name. He then explored the national channel, which buzzed with lively and positive dialogues. Teams shared updates on clearing neighborhoods, some having advanced to growth stages, while others encountered chaotic herds of wild boars and called for assistance from fellow teams. The fervor of the discussions stirred Lin Xing's blood, prompting him to once again marvel at the organization's ability to grasp the situation at critical moments. He then switched to the regional channel. To his surprise, it was devoid of any messages. Suddenly intrigued, Lin Xing realized he had yet to speak in any channel. World's number 1 Lin Xing, growth stage rampaging chimpanzee level 6, is anyone there? Bold and radiant, his message shone brightly in the public channel. Of course, he was the only one to appreciate it at that moment. He pondered whether posting in the World channel would invite scorn. Lin Xing sighed softly, dismissing the notion of trial. Holy cow, who? World's number 1, Lin Xing? The Lin Xing on the leaderboard? Big shot. Are you Lin Xing, General Lin? Are you in City A? Big shot. The region is only 20 kilometers away. We are surprisingly close. What a coincidence. Idle. If the organization hadn't revealed the truth, we would still be misunderstanding you. Big shot. You are a true role model. Lin Xing. Just as he was about to switch to the Tianhe Divine Ship Group, he found himself momentarily stunned by the flood of messages. There are indeed people here. Truth? Role model? Could it be that the organization is promoting me? World's number 1 Lin Xing, growth stage rampaging chimpanzee level 6 he. Brother, it's about to flood here. Didn't you leave with the main group? Wow. The big shot replied to me. I was just about to leave. Yesterday morning, I was hunting in a basement, got a bit injured, but for some reason, I fell asleep, and I slept for a whole day and night, having dreams the entire time. Dreams? Lin Xing narrowed his eyes, particularly sensitive to the word dream. Big shot. Why didn't you leave? World's number 1 Lin Xing, growth stage rampaging chimpanzee level 6, I just came out of the relics. I'm waiting for my wife. She's still inside. No wonder you're the big shot who doesn't harm a soul. Oh, I remember now. The General Tang who entered the relics before is your wife. No wonder she destroyed that level 4 dragon with one strike. What's the deal with General Tang? Did she also get a military title like me? In reality, Lin Xing was merely a figurehead, a symbol, while Tang Qingjin was much more than that. Apart from being a dominant species, she was also the leader of a large group of advanced animals that left in city, having spent most of her time in the relics without Lin Xing's knowledge. Big shot, you're at the trade square, right? Not far from me. I'm heading over to find you now. World's number 1 Lin Xing, growth stage rampaging chimpanzee level 6, aren't you afraid of me? Big shot, you jest. Who doesn't he know that General Lin never harms a soul? Even when the entire world scorns him, he still refrains from killing. Without such principles and unwavering resolve, how could one become an invincible powerhouse? Because of your deeds, the bloodshed among our compatriots in Huagua has significantly decreased. You have made an impact on the letter to all compatriots. Lin Xing. He had mostly been in the relics and, even when emerging, had not focused on the channels. He had not noticed the recent surge of the organization promoting a series of exemplary figures. The allure of Lin Xing as world #1, combined with his unsullied record of deeds, required little alteration, only a touch of embellishment to become the prime example. Previously, he had only skimmed through the files regarding the global catastrophe. Looking further down, he quickly discovered the role model demonstration manual. Among the hundreds of role models listed, he was first, detailing his childhood experiences in an orphanage, helping others, and later, his firm moral compass in school. His heart raced at the recollection of rescuing people from the river during a heart attack, and despite not meeting the criteria to join the organization's military, he steadfastly maintained his role as a security guard. In his position, he had worked diligently and selflessly, and when disaster struck, he comforted in city, facing the zoo alone, which made Lin Xing blush at the praise. World #1 Lin Xing. Growth stage rampaging chimpanzee level 6. Yes, I'm at the trade square. Please stay safe. Su Wenxiang. Growth stage spotted weasel level 1. Requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Lin Xing was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time someone had proactively requested to befriend him. Alas, here I am, a fierce creature, bound to the iron pillar of faith and morality by the organization. Lin Xing pondered for a second before confirming the addition. Chapter 83. The Awakening of Alienation. Approximately 20 minutes later, the perceptive Lin Xing heard distant shouts echoing from the street. A clever fellow, indeed. This was a premonition that he was on his way. 2 minutes later, a ferret, standing around 1.50 meters tall and resembling a large cat, but with a more elongated physique, appeared at the street corner, momentarily stunned in place. When in human form, he seemed quite affluent. A patterned ferret fur coat is certainly not inexpensive. After a considerable pause, he approached Lin Xing and initiated a private chat. Su Wenxiang, boss, I really saw it. It's simply amazing. Truly deserving of the title boss. Lin Xing made a sound to halt Linda and the others, who were already reacting and eager to rush forward. Lin Xing, well, brother, let me just say, I seldom check the interface and often delay in responding to messages. So please do not harbor any dissatisfaction. Su Wenxiang, not at all. Boss, you have a way with words. Just saying that makes it feel comfortable even if you don't reply. Lin Xing. Su Wenxiang, boss, may I ask something? I'm not sure if you can help clarify it. Lin Xing, you may speak, but I cannot guarantee an answer. Su Wenxiang, previously, I inadvertently discovered a green glow on my claws, and I noticed they have become significantly sharper. Could this green glow be related to the day and night dream I had, where I captured a green point of light, identical in color? Observing the spotted ferret not far away, who was exploring its fur on the ground, Lin Xing narrowed his eyes. He had encountered a similar situation before. In one night, he captured 6, 3 black and 3 white, and the following night, he captured another 6, maintaining the same ratio. Lin Xing, brother, release it for me to see. Lin Xing then noticed the spotted ferret raise a paw, revealing a faint green glow shimmering at the sharp tip of its claws. Su Wenxiang, boss, look. I suspect this might be related to the factor of release. Could it be that these release factors can produce the green glow? Perhaps it is a form of magical energy, akin to the powers of cultivation. I believe I possess the magical energy of a spiritual beast. Lin Xing rolled his eyes. Clearly, Su Wenxiang was still quite young in his human form. For this was not merely a question but rather a display of boasting. Indeed, Su Wenxiang was only 15 years old and was indeed showing off, as his uncle was a high-ranking member of the organization in City A, granting him a network of friends. Upon awakening to this anomaly, he immediately contacted his uncle and learned that his situation was termed awakening of alienation. This phenomenon occurs after the second stage of evolution and has a low probability of occurrence, with the minimum being a growth body. The awakening of alienation follows a pattern. One must fall asleep, dream, and capture light points within that dream. However, it remains elusive. Most individuals attempt to sleep, and while they do sleep, they do not dream, and when they do dream, it is not of capturing light points. The organization has yet to summarize any concrete patterns. On one hand, they are striving to level up amidst the overarching circumstances, and on the other, the randomness of this phenomenon prevails. Nevertheless, The organization has compiled statistics on those who have undergone awakening of alienation, categorizing them based on the different light points, which trigger varying effects. Currently divided into 6 types: yellow earth, blue water, green wind, red fire, green wood, and purple lightning. There are likely more categories. But systematic organization will only occur after the initial phases are completed. Su Wenxiang's case falls under the category of green wind awakening. Wishing to keep pace with the larger group, Su Wenxiang inadvertently noticed Lin Xing in the regional chat. His intent was twofold: to meet this world-renowned figure, touted as nearing sainthood by the organization, and to indulge in a bit of youthful boasting. However, the nature of this boast was too blatant, catching the discerning eye of Lin Xing in a single sentence. Lin Xing, Su Wenxiang, boss, don't you think this is quite cool? Lin Xing, cool. At that moment, a colossal figure abruptly appeared, exuding a wild and commanding presence. Almost instantaneously, Lin Xing's black fur bristled, and his previously seated form leapt away. Next to where Lin Xing had been sitting was a 7-meter-tall, heavily panting gorilla, its fur a deep black, riddled with numerous wounds, particularly a gaping tear from the left shoulder to the right abdomen. Lin Xing jumped back, emitting a series of urgent calls. Woo woo, Qing. Woo. Lin Xing? Hiss hiss. Qing, what on earth happened? Woo, what is 22 equal to? Never mind. Lin Xing, I missed you so much. How did you grow so large? Lin Xing momentarily froze, his anxiety causing him to forget the need for discretion regarding relics. Qing, we'll discuss this later. For now, go eat and recover from your injuries. The bloodied Tang Qingjin looked up, surveying Lin Xing closely, then without hesitation, moved toward the nearest corpse. With Tang Qingjin's arrival, Linda and the others ceased their feeding and gathered around. To be honest, in the minds of the 13 gorillas, Tang Qingjin was regarded as the leader more often than Lin Xing, especially after the emergence of the last 5. Su Wenxiang, naturally, was overlooked in the commotion, feeling quite intimidated. Just moments before, the overwhelming aura released by both the gorilla and the black gorilla had nearly terrified him to the point of losing control, particularly the 12-meter-high black gorilla, whose movements were fluid and powerful. Lin Xing was oblivious to whether Su Wenxiang was frightened or not. His focus remained on the injured back of Tang Qingjin, who was limping. Qing had reached level 4, attaining the height once held by the King Kong of the Skull Island relic, and in reality, Qing had the added advantage of treasure chests, far surpassing the King Kong in quality. Having entered the relic at level 2, now at level 4, this represented a significant accumulation of growth points. What had Qing encountered in that relic? It must have contained a plethora of animals, and judging by the wounds, the boss-level creature was at least level 4. Alas, such a stubborn girl. Lin Xing understood that Tang Qingjin was avoiding him out of concern for his feelings. Otherwise, she would have clung to him without hesitation. I wonder if I can. Lin Xing gazed at his right hand. 1 second, 2 seconds. His right hand remained unresponsive. Come on, show yourself. A radiant white light emerged from his palm, enveloping his dark hand entirely. Lin Xing, momentarily stunned, then burst with delight. Could it be that he had to scold it? The colossal hand of the 12-meter-tall black gorilla was immense, appearing like it was cradling a small sun in the misty square, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Su Wenxiang, who had not shifted his gaze, gaped in awe at the sun-like white light, then glanced back at his own sharp green glow, silently retracting it. Tang Qingjin was also drawn in, and after a moment of surprise, she exclaimed in delight. Woo woo, Lin Xing, you have it too? Tang Qingjin's words momentarily stunned Lin Xing. What did she mean by two? Did that imply that Tang Qingjin possessed a similar ability? In the next instant, he witnessed Tang Qingjin discard the rotting flesh in her hand, revealing a glow emanating from her fist, a flame-like crimson hue. Su Wenxiang involuntarily swallowed hard, his gaze shifting between the 2 radiant orbs of white and red, feeling like a mere crayon in comparison. Lin Xing dashed over to Tang Qingjin's side, placing a large hand on her injured back. Lin Xing. Chapter 84. The radiance of light. Tang Qingjin was taken aback. She had previously experienced that her red glowing fists were significantly more destructive when facing a giant mantis. If a 4-meter-tall Lin Xing was already formidable, then at 12 meters, she had no doubt that a single strike could easily fracture her bones, let alone when enhanced with white light. Qinger, don't move, let me try, she said, trusting that Lin Xing would not harm her. Just as she hesitated, Lin Xing's palm had already made contact with her back. A sudden tingling sensation caused Tang Qingjin to emit a soft moan. The discomfort was unbearable. Don't move. She was about to struggle, but the authoritative voice from above made her relent. The stubborn Tang Qingjin succumbed instantly. From an city to Xian city, and then to a city, the ruthless General Tang, who had laid waste to towns and ruins, was now but a soft and adorable girl. Lin Xing was oblivious to the fierce persona Tang Qingjin embodied in his absence. Even if he were aware, he would only be astonished and then wholeheartedly supportive, for they were quite similar in nature. As Lin Xing's hand glided over her, the white light enveloped her injury, causing the flesh to writhe as if infested with maggots, rapidly healing within mere breaths. Soon, black hair began to grow back, halting only when it reached its pre-shaven length. "Qinger, perhaps you should lie down," Lin Xing suggested. She complied, enduring the intense itching as she trembled, presenting her back for Lin Xing's ministrations. 2 minutes later, with all her back wounds healed, Tang Qingjin flipped over, exposing her front to Lin Xing. With focused attention, Lin Xing was undeniably charming, and as she admired his visage, even the tingling sensation became more bearable, leaving her wishing for even more wounds to heal. After another 4 or 5 minutes, as the tingling subsided, Tang Qingjin snuggled up to Lin Xing tightly. Despite being 4 or 5 meters taller, Lin Xing's sturdy build matched hers, and since he was crouching, she could easily embrace him. "Lin Xing, this is just like the divine light in games. You're incredible. I thought I'd need to consume potions for half the day to heal, yet you did it in mere minutes without a scar, and even restored my hair." Lin Xing felt a wave of joy, having merely intended to experiment, only to discover it truly worked. Perhaps it rivaled the grand healing spells of legends. He gently patted Tang Qingjin's back. Indeed. "Lin Xing, I want to," she whispered, leaning closer to his ear. "Qinger, let us not. I'm much taller than you now. I'm not afraid of your height. Wait, there are other creatures around. Where? I can just chew them away." "Oh. Do you mean this little dog? I'll just swat it away." Cough, cough. "Qinger, there's no need. This fellow is my admirer." "Uft, you have many admirers. Don't you know how the organization praises you?" I blushed just thinking about it. "Did you see the exemplary document in the group?" "What exemplary document? Are you also in the Tiantian Shenzhou group?" "Indeed. I truly hadn't noticed you." "Huh, you probably haven't even glanced at the group chat. Unlike you, I don't engage in aloofness. I mainly avoid interactions with those dominating figures. Fearing familiarity would hinder my resolve." "All right, as long as you're mine. Qinger, tell me about that red glow of yours. Was it also something captured in a dream?" "I drank plain water." "Okay, stop. I understand now. What were you going to say?" Never mind. By the way, haven't you noticed the sky? A great deal has happened in the days you were absent." "Lin Xing, don't change the subject. We can discuss matters later. Are you coming or not? This place is not safe. Let us go. There's a lake over there." "Qinger, you're really too low. I'm afraid I might hurt you." "I'm not afraid." "All right. I'll send the spotted ferret away first." The two black-haired gorillas of different species embraced for a long while, softly calling to each other before finally parting. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by a cacophony of rumbling. "Is this an earthquake?" "Qinger, watch your step." "Lin Xing, come closer to me." Such intense shaking could very likely lead to fissures in the ground. Without Lin Xing needing to shout, all the gorillas reacted immediately, moving towards him and Tang Qingjin. After giving the command, Lin Xing opened a private chat with Su Wenxiang. "Lin Xing, little brother, stay safe. You can keep within 20 meters of me, and I'll ensure your safety." He possessed this confidence, for Su Wenxiang was his fan. After sending the message, Lin Xing set Su Wenxiang to a do not disturb mode, similar to Zhang Tong and the others. Around them, tall buildings began to collapse, rendering a city, once silent, engulfed by the thunderous rumbling of destruction. Fortunately, they were in a park-like square, spacious enough to avoid concerns of stairways. The earthquake persisted for about 10 seconds before ceasing, although the deafening sounds of collapse continued. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the area, shrouding a city in a haze. A city, situated in a plain, had never been known to experience earthquakes. Watching the dust roll in, Lin Xing felt puzzled and called out to Tang Qingjin, "Chair, we need to leave." "Lin Xing, how many animals will perish under this? If we kill them all, we might level up." "Dream on. In the past 2 days, they've all been wiped out. What is falling now are merely corpses." "Impossible." "Indeed. I just emerged from the ruins not long ago. It's hard to explain. You might want to check the group files first." Speaking of which, reading is clearer than hearing, and Lin Xing had merely skimmed the topics he was concerned about. Regardless, If the world's destruction is inevitable, he would undoubtedly be among the last to perish, alongside Tang Qingjin. Tang Qingjin fell silent, absorbed in the group files. Meanwhile, Lin Xing waited for the dust to settle, not idly, but also browsing the remaining files. The first document he opened was the exemplar demonstration manual. After reading, Lin Xing was enveloped in genuine shame. Did the organization intend to elevate him? Killing another compatriot would be a heinous crime. After a moment of dark satisfaction, Lin Xing cast aside the flattery. Killing was still necessary. He couldn't afford to hesitate, especially since they weren't yet familiar. He continued to peruse the next document titled Mutagenic Awakening Exploration. As he read, comparing his speculations, he couldn't help but admire the universality of collective wisdom. It began with a simple statement of hypotheses regarding the awakening. Then it analyzed the forms of emergence, noting that most instances occurred suddenly during rest, a few during battles, and a rare minority during dreams when capturing light points. It also named the 6 types of awakened variations observed so far, alongside hypotheses and names for other potential variations yet to appear. The black and white light points he captured in dreams were designated as darkness and radiance. Chapter 85. The blue light and the red mist. The effects of each form of aberrant awakening vary. Some emphasize attack, others focus on defense, and still others prioritize agility. Within similar categories of aberrant awakening, distinctions can also be found, much like the difference between explosive crimson fire and gentle crimson flames. Surely my white light cannot be solely for healing, can it? That would transform it into a resplendent beam of moonlight. Yet, I am certain there are other untapped abilities within me. The crux of the matter is, why did I awaken to white light for healing? Am I truly destined to be a benevolent youth serving the people? And what of the darkness? Perhaps I am an individual who can be exceptionally good at times and exceptionally bad at others. Ugh, how ridiculous. How can the nature of aberrant awakening be tied to character? Now, how should I utilize the darkness? Lin Xing's thoughts spiraled in a chaotic mix of self-doubt and resolution. Often, such affirmations and negations converge towards the truth. Approximately 5 minutes later, the building that was destined to collapse had done so, and the dust had mostly settled. With part of his mind still attuned to the outside world, Lin Xing sensed it was time to depart. Earthquakes are akin to planting grass. Once one occurs, countless others follow. The first quake is often the most intense, and the next will be even stronger, especially in times of global calamity. Qinger, we must leave. Lin Xing gently tapped the shoulder of Tang Qingjin, who was engrossed in the interface. Lin Xing, how could things have come to this? Do you think the world will end? Lin Xing bent to pick up a 20-meter iron pillar and casually tossed it onto his shoulder. Why ponder so much? Live in the moment. Keep up. Lin Xing surveyed his surroundings to ascertain a general direction and commenced running. Naturally, he did not sprint. Otherwise, Tang Qingjin and the others would soon find themselves unable to keep pace. A throng of colossal beasts navigated the ruins, adept at climbing, unimpeded by obstacles. Half an hour later, they burst forth from City A. Lin Xing, I just saw in the group chat that a team is clearing Case City to the southeast. Should we not first rendezvous with Zhang Tong? No, Lin Xing replied nonchalantly. Why not? I can't be bothered to run. I need tens of thousands of growth points to level up, and my base level is too high. Those chaotic beasts are too low in level. Even if I kill 100, it might not yield a single growth point. TCH, you're just reluctant to lower yourself. Well, that's partially true, but honestly, I'm just too lazy to run. I'd rather sleep and dream. Dreaming of growth points? Isn't your aberrant awakening of Crimson Fire a dream? No, it manifested during battle. So your husband must be rather refined. Refined, indeed. After running for an hour, Lin Xing finally paused to rest. Along the way, they had seen virtually no living creatures, though corpses were scattered everywhere. It was evident how terrifying it was for over 200,000 high-level beasts to have swept through. Boom, boom. Just as Lin Xing began to chew on half of a cow's leg, bone and all, another earthquake struck, even more intense than the one in City A. The ground no longer merely trembled. It shook violently, as if it were tearing apart. Yet, in the wilderness, devoid of skyscrapers to collapse, it seemed unremarkable. Stay close to me. Lin Xing immediately entered a state of readiness, anchoring his feet to the ground, wary of potential fissures. The more he worried, the more apparent the tremors became. Through the gaps between his fingers, Lin Xing saw the ground quaking, dirt flying as if moles were burrowing. Although the direction did not extend toward them, it was still sufficiently terrifying. The vibrations began to wane, and within 2 seconds, they were nearly imperceptible. Qinger, we are on a plane, right? Not at a tectonic plate boundary. It shouldn't be. I am not a geography major. Well then, let us keep moving. Lin Xing called out to notify Tang Qingjin and the 13 chimpanzees. As for the spotted ferret, Su Wenxiang, he had not strayed far from Lin Xing's side since City A. In fact, Lin Xing might inadvertently step on him if he wasn't careful. After running for a few minutes, Lin Xing suddenly halted, nearly causing Tang Qingjin to collide with him. Qinger, do you feel the temperature rising? Yes. Boom. The sound emanated from below, yet it felt as if it surrounded them, accompanied by even greater tremors. Suddenly, Lin Xing caught a glimpse of light refracting from the southern direction. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if a gust of wind had violently stirred the air. Originally colorless, the dust and mist depicted a rippling distortion. This is bad. It could very well be a sign of fissures and lava eruptions. Run. North. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Xing shouted. Tang Qingjin recognized the gravity in Lin Xing's voice and immediately took off, their group hastening forward. After more than 10 seconds, Lin Xing, casting frequent glances behind him, slowed his pace and shouted, Stop, Qinger, gather behind me and form a line. Prepare for impact. In that brief moment, Tang Qingjin understood what was about to unfold and offered no dissent to Lin Xing's command, while the 13 chimpanzees likewise trusted his lead. In less than a second, with Tang Qingjin in front and the chimpanzees behind, they swiftly formed a tight line. Lin Xing, however, was not focused on them. He had turned, gripping the iron pillar, and with tremendous force, drove it into the ground. Grasping the iron pillar with his right hand and covering his face with his left, he stomped his feet, the earth rising past his ankles. Just as he assumed the stance to brace for impact, through the gaps in his fingers, Lin Xing saw the shimmering red mist surge forth like a mushroom cloud, accompanied by a ripple that expanded outward. A sound, not overly loud yet immensely penetrating, reached his ears. Here it comes. In the next instant, a searing blast of heat swept through, accompanied by debris and dirt flying at near supersonic speeds, striking Lin Xing with a barrage of noise. Had it been Tang Qingjin, she likely would have been injured. Lin Xing and Su Wenxiang would have surely been reduced to mere sieves. The steam cannon's arrival was swift, and its departure just as quick. The ripples passed, creating a vast fan-shaped void behind Lin Xing, while the debris in front of him had accumulated to a height of 2 meters. Qinger go? Lin Xing exclaimed, exerting power as he withdrew his legs from the iron pillar and called out to Tang Qingjin, who was ahead, while Linda and Su Wenxiang followed closely behind him. They continued their dash toward the north. What had just occurred was merely a prelude to the air pressure preceding a lava eruption. The next event would likely not be a steam cannon, but rather actual molten lava. They were too close for comfort. While Lin Xing was confident he could handle a small amount of lava, a deluge would be a different matter altogether. Lin Xing, you're amazing. Stop flirting, run. Occasionally glancing back at the surging red mist, Lin Xing gritted his teeth, utterly perplexed. They were in a plain area. Moving further west or north would lead them towards An City and Sea City, which were closer to mountainous regions. And the nearby Dashing Mountain was not known for frequent earthquakes. With each passing second, Lin Xing felt increasingly at ease. The threat of lava eruption diminished. They had distanced themselves by over 10 kilometers. Huh, what is that? While running, Lin Xing turned once more to gaze at the area that might erupt at any moment. Amidst the billowing red mist, he discerned an indistinct blue light. Chapter 86. That belongs to my father. A look of astonishment graced Lin Xing's face as he pondered the nature of the blue light drifting amidst the crimson mist. His curiosity piqued. He found it difficult to discern the object due to the considerable distance and the pervasive fog obscuring his vision. Could it be a treasure? Unlikely, as it had erupted from the ground and should have been propelled far away. How could it possibly hover in that manner? Yet, there remained the possibility of the unexpected. In a sudden halt, Lin Xing skidded to a stop, his gaze falling upon the vast expanse of withered farmland. Wait, Qinger, he called out. What is it? Tang Qingjin replied, also coming to a standstill. You continue north to rendezvous with Zhang Tong. I must return for a moment. Tang Qingjin stared blankly at the direction Lin Xing pointed, her expression morphing into one of incredulity. Have you lost your mind? Who knows when it last erupted? Qinger. Worry not. I shall be swift and will soon catch up with you. Woo-woo. I'll accompany you. Ah, I can manage on my own. Bringing you along would be unwise. Tang Qingjin rolled her eyes at Lin Xing, finding his candor rather blunt. Lin Xing, you go ahead. Woo-woo. Linda, we're leaving. Before departing, Tang Qingjin turned back to him. If you die, I shall take my own life. With that, She left without hesitation. Lin Xing appreciated her forthrightness. What on earth are you doing here? Lin Xing noticed Su Wenxiang, the spotted ferret, had not followed Tang Qingjin but instead stood there, staring at him blankly. Opening his interface for a private chat, he disregarded the hundreds of messages Su Wenxiang had sent earlier and typed a quick message. Lin Xing, brother, I'm heading toward the magma. Care to join? Su Wenxiang, big shot. Perhaps I'll sit this one out. Lin Xing, you should leave with Tang Qingjin. Without hesitation, Lin Xing closed the interface and turned away, his muscles and nerves tensing instantly. Boom, boom, boom. He kicked up a cloud of dust, enveloping Su Wenxiang. Cough, cough. Is this the speed of a big shot? Surely it's nearing 200 kilometers per hour. After a moment of stunned admiration, Su Wenxiang turned to chase after the retreating group of gorillas, oblivious to the fact that this was not even Lin Xing's ultimate speed. As the distance diminished, the temperature soared, likely nearing boiling point. Yet, despite the thickening mist, the increasingly brilliant blue light remained visible. At a certain moment, Lin Xing began to decelerate, a spark of wisdom illuminating his features. What on earth was that blue light floating above the seething pit of high temperature? I'm nearly a kilometer away. If I get any closer and the magma erupts, I could probably handle the eruption, but I fear the ground might collapse, and falling in would be disastrous. What could possibly be emitting such light? It must surely be a treasure, damn it. I.e. rather the magma erupted. With the mindset that what I see is mine and what I think is mine, Lin Xing grinned, secretly hoping for an eruption that would displace the glowing object. He had confidence in his keen reflexes and speed to evade any falling magma. Even if some were unavoidable, he could withstand a few splashes without significant harm. Why isn't it erupting? After wandering in place for a while, Lin Xing suddenly realized this conundrum. Logically, after releasing pressure, magma should follow suit. Based on the power of the air cannon previously generated, magma could easily shoot hundreds of meters high. Yet, after 2 minutes of running, and having waited alone for no less than 10 minutes, the simmering state persisted without any eruption. It was as if the pressure that should have erupted was gradually being diluted. Should I venture closer? After a second of hesitation, Lin Xing cautiously approached the blue light, which hovered approximately 10 stories above the ground. Each step was taken with utmost care, pausing to assess after each stride, with no discernible pattern to his intervals. He feared causing a resonance that could trigger a collapse at the edge of the pit, given the substantial weight of the iron pillar, which was around 20 tons. 10 minutes later, Lin Xing dared not proceed any further, though he could still withstand the outward surging steam. Several dozen meters ahead lay the terrifying pit, approximately 100 to 200 meters in diameter, with the blue light floating in the center, about 3 meters in diameter. Damn it, what on earth is that glowing thing? I can't even see its interior. It must be a treasure. The pressure was nearly enough to lift me off the ground, yet the blue light remained steadfast. Since I have seen it, I must possess it, even if I must wait until tomorrow or the day after. What the hell? I've truly underestimated this. Such immense pressure surging forth nearly overwhelmed me. The pressure above the pit is even greater, let alone falling in. It would be a miracle if I'm not blown away. Lin Xing slapped himself on the forehead, his eyes fixated on the pulsating blue light, brimming with anticipation. In the next moment, he crouched low and continued his careful approach toward the pit, aware that action and intention are two different matters. Hiss. Hiss. After taking a few steps, Lin Xing halted abruptly. Had he misheard? Hiss, hiss, hiss sounds emerged from the pit. At first, he thought it was merely the powerful air pressure creating noise, but as the sound intensified, he realized it was no mistake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This sound, it did not resemble the bubbling of magma. Rather, it seemed as if something was crawling, and it moved swiftly with the iron pillar acting as a makeshift cane. Lin Xing leaned on his shoulder and squinted toward the nearby pit, myriad thoughts colliding in his mind. What could possibly emerge from the magma, possessing such strength? It seemed numerous. What should I do? Run, or wait and see? Hiss, hiss. Hiss, 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 hiss. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xing turned and fled, making a swift retreat as a large mass of mud surged behind him. Fleeing with the wind at his back was far quicker than facing the oncoming danger, each second counting in dozens. Within 5 or 6 seconds, the hissing sound transformed from a muffled echo within the pit. Crabs? As Lin Xing kept a keen eye on what lay behind him, he spotted a creature akin to a crab. However, it was vastly larger, at least 5 to 6 meters tall and 10 meters long. 1, 2. In the blink of an eye, several had emerged, filling the pit's mouth. Oh no! Lin Xing executed an abrupt stop, splashing through 10 meters of mud. only to find himself once again facing the pit. He watched as the crabs intertwined, continuing their ascent, nearly reaching the blue light. Damn it, that's mine. Get away from it. Lin Xing's expression turned a ghastly shade of green. While he could not possess it, they certainly could not touch it. Most importantly, he sensed no substantial threat from these crab-like creatures. A flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind as Lin Xing pivoted, charging toward the blue light with determination. In that fleeting moment, the highest crab's gigantic claw finally made contact with the blue light. Roar. No. So. Father. Lin Xing's heart raced with anxiety. He shouted in desperation, but halfway through, it felt as though a sudden fate had seized his throat. He witnessed the blue light contracting and expanding dramatically, emanating numerous rays that immobilized the crabs below. Yet, this was not the reason for the constriction in his throat. The true cause was the sight of a slender, humanoid figure emerging as the light pulsated. Chapter 87. Assisting in establishing the secret array node standing over 2 meters tall. Lin Xing was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. What sort of monstrous creature was this? It effortlessly dispatched over 10 colossal crabs in an instant. Was it an ape, a gorilla, or perhaps a monkey? After a brief pause, Lin Xing swiftly accessed the leaderboard. I'm still in first place. Switching to the national leaderboard, he noted that the strike he had just witnessed was far more impressive than his own. A humanoid from Huagua, who could it be? Lin Xing stared at the lengthy list of names on the leaderboard, astonishment swirling within him. The familiar sound of hissing disrupted his thoughts, drawing his gaze back to the large pit and the glowing orb that had resumed its brilliance. A spark of intelligence flickered across his face. He neither rushed in nor retreated. Instead, he maintained a watchful eye from over 1,000 meters away. The crabs appeared once more, several of them entangled and converging on the target orb. The same sequence of events unfolded. The orb contracted, expanded, and emitted rays of energy. The massive crabs froze, torn apart, and fell outside the pit, propelled further away by the force of steam. Standing upright, resembling a humanoid more than himself, he couldn't discern its form clearly. He pondered the identity of this imposing figure. Though not particularly large, its strength was formidable. Witnessing wave after wave of crabs perish within mere minutes, totaling around 50 to 60, Lin Xing was envious of the immense growth points being accrued. However, he remained resolute in his principles and would not seek to ingratiate himself. Suddenly, a colossal crab emerged from the pit, its height surpassing 30 meters, a true behemoth. To comprehend the scale, that was the equivalent of a 10-story building, or 2.5 of Lin Xing's height. In terms of width, it was at least 10 times broader than Lin Xing, with a weight exceeding 200 tons. Lin Xing swallowed hard, regardless of whether he could defeat such a creature in a one-on-one confrontation. The thought of those razor-sharp pincers clamping down on him was terrifying. He would surely be cleaved in two, no exceptions, despite his confidence in his own defenses. In the next moment, the crab emerged from the pit, raising its enormous pincers towards the orb. Lin Xing's eyes were fixed, imagining the immense pressure he would feel if he were in the orb's position. The impact produced a muted sound, seemingly unremarkable. Yet Lin Xing could discern the explosive energy from the rippling water vapor. This time, the orb did not contract or expand, nor did it release rays. It was as if it had been ensnared by the giant pincers, both sides locked in a stalemate. Lin Xing let out a silent sigh of relief. He feared that the orb might eliminate the crabs in an instant, indicating that the creature was far superior to him. While this deadlock suggested it was indeed stronger, at least it was within a comparable magnitude. He was also apprehensive that the crab might annihilate the creatures within the orb, prompting him to flee and abandon any thoughts of feasting on crabs. The creatures within that orb possessed a formidable awakening ability. He certainly could not replicate that ray of energy. Why, then, did it remain motionless? Even the strongest would eventually succumb to the relentless onslaught of crabs. Just like now, the blue orb was being clamped repeatedly by the enormous pincers. Each grasp caused shards of its pincers to snap. Yet he could see that the blue orb was also expending energy. Come on, brother, put in some effort. It would be best if you could take each other down, allowing me to exact my revenge. Lin Xing grinned, anxiously anticipating the outcome. Just then, a notification appeared on his interface. Assist Cassini in establishing the secret array node of Zone 11, Node 7, duration, 34 minutes, completion reward, 5,000 growth points. Failure penalty, deduction of 5,000 growth points. Do you accept? Countdown, 30 seconds, 29. What a dire situation. Lin Xing fell momentarily into a daze as the message directed his thoughts towards the blue orb. He had no information about Zone 11 or Node 7. As the countdown dwindled, countless thoughts collided in his mind. Could it be that the creature's immobility mirrored his own acceptance of the interface message? Its rewards and penalties must have been far greater. I accept. Lin Xing grinned, racing towards the pit. If a crab weighing at least 200 tons could navigate the edge of the pit with ease, he had no reason to hesitate. In a mere 10 seconds, he covered the 1,000+ meters, halting 100 meters away, no longer daring to approach. Although Lin Xing was already quite tall, he felt insignificant before the gargantuan crab. With no knowledge of the crab's characteristics, he could only speculate that its offensive and defensive capabilities were formidable. He sought to understand its physical reactions and agility. Should he find himself overwhelmed, he would rather lose 5,000 growth points. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a primal roar that dispersed the dense steam around him. Yet, even after expelling all the air from his lungs, the crab ignored him, continuing to assault the blue orb, creating ripples in the process. Am I not enticing enough? He mused. Wait, had the orb's color dimmed slightly? Lin Xing could not afford to delay. Drawing another deep breath, he plunged his left forearm into the ground. The iron pillar resting on his shoulder, his stance firmly established. MP, this crab is entirely armored. Where to strike? He contemplated targeting its ferocious mandibles. But the crab had its mouth oriented upwards, seemingly eager to taste the orb. In the next moment, it retreated, repositioning itself a short distance away before settling back into a stance. The iron pillar's tip slowly traversed the massive crab's body. Ready to launch, Lin Xing squinted, retracting his posture. With a few leaps, he closed the distance to about 50 meters. Without hesitation, confidence surged through him and within his unseen form. A dark luminescence flickered between his cells. Dear wife, please bless me. Whether I can retain those 5,000 growth points rests on this moment. With a swift motion, the iron pillar sliced through the mist, creating ripples as it pierced the air, striking the crab's lower jaw with a resounding impact. The noise echoed, crack. The crab's head erupted with a mix of red and green fluid, and Lin Xing's heart plummeted for a moment. In the next instant, he dashed towards the iron pillar, which had been sent flying into the dirt. Given Lin Xing's tenacity, as long as he could breach its defenses, he would become a relentless predator. If not, he would flee without a second thought. I need a spear heavy enough and sharp enough, or perhaps a cleaver, he lamented, observing the crab, which was now spewing a stream of red and green liquid from its mouth, seemingly unfazed by its grievous injury, continuing to wrestle with the now dimming blue orb. Chapter 88. Piercing the mature core rock crab. This perfectly aligned with Lin Xing's intentions. He adjusted his posture and found the right position as the crab threw again. The sound of impact echoed as the iron pillar collided with the shell, producing a resonating crash and sparks, propelling it away at an accelerated speed. Damn! The neural muscle response is remarkably swift. This is troublesome. Frustration welled up within Lin Xing. He realized that he could not breach the crab's defenses and that the dimming blue orb would not last until the time expired. Grasping a half-bent iron pillar, Lin Xing refrained from launching a third attack. The crab, lacking a neck, demonstrated an agile response, rendering its mouth no longer a weak point. He needed to identify a new vulnerability. 2 minutes elapsed as he searched. He discerned several potential strategies, targeting the joints of the crab's pincers, which were relative weaknesses akin to biological joints, approaching closer to inflict damage on the crab's mouth before it could react, or engaging in close combat. Aware that the difference in effectiveness between holding the pillar and using his hands was vast, yet fraught with risk, regardless of the method chosen to confront the imminent danger, he had yet to attempt any. The crab evidently possessed intelligence. After one attempt, it devised a countermeasure for the next. Lin Xing glanced at the increasingly dim orb, faintly perceiving a blurry figure within. MP, let's go for it. He dragged the iron pillar toward the crab's side, having resolved to engage in close combat, targeting the legs that supported its massive body. If he could sever these two hind leg joints, the crab would be unable to grasp the blue orb. Observing the crab's legs, nearly matching his own height, an idea struck him, prompting a sudden change in direction. 2 seconds later, Lin Xing steadied himself, scrutinizing the iron pillar in his hands, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. He grasped the pillar as an athlete might hold a pole vaulting pole, focusing on the enormous, continuously opening and closing orifice before him. He crouched low, his fast-twitch muscle fibers taut and ready. Inhaling deeply, he held his breath, in an instant propelling himself forward. He shot out like a cannonball, not relying on the pole for support, but merging body and pillar into one, with an explosive speed nearing 300 kilometers per hour concentrated at the iron tip. Boom! The distorted tip of the iron pillar pierced through the leathery orifice, accompanied by a burst of red and green fluid, driving deeper inside. Layer upon layer of leathery flesh ruptured within the crab's body, and in the blink of an eye, the pillar was fully embedded, even Lin Xing's hands reaching nearly halfway inside. A moment of stiffness seized the massive crab's body before it emitted the most piercing scream in history. Not good. Lin Xing had underestimated the devastating impact of his full-force attack, resulting in his hands being lodged too deeply, requiring time to withdraw. This slight delay allowed one of the crab's hind legs to strike out unexpectedly. Boom! Lin Xing, weighing nearly 17 tons, was kicked in the chest by the crab's instinctive reaction, sending him hurtling several meters away. Ouch! That hurts. In midair, he twisted his body, unwilling to land headfirst and sustain further injury. With a splat, he crashed onto the slick ground, creating a muddy splash. Rolling to regain his footing while glancing at his painfully bruised chest, the lower half of his right ribcage appeared sunken and blurred, evidently the work of the crab's sharp spines. He pressed on it. Thankfully, his sternum was intact. Turning his gaze back to the giant claw, which had released the blue orb, he saw the crab writhing in agony. A fierce glint flickered in Lin Xing's eyes, manifesting in a pure black intensity. Roar! He impulsively roared in provocation, then dashed toward the nearest small crab carcass, previously obliterated by the blue ray. Gripping the claw, he spun around, launching the small crab, which weighed at least 5 or 6 tons. Boom! Another series of explosive sounds accompanied the scattering of fluids, causing the massive crab to stagger and emit a mournful cry. The wail stemmed not only from the recent attack, but also from its internals, devastated by Lin Xing's previous onslaught. Undeterred, Lin Xing continued his relentless assault, racing toward the next small crab. Boom, boom. After a dozen strikes, only one small crab remained in Lin Xing's grasp. Though small, it was relatively comparable in size to Lin Xing, albeit lighter. As he repeatedly swung and hurled the crab, his hands became bloodied and mangled, some areas exposing bone, while blood gushed from his right side to his waist. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain. This time, instead of throwing, he dragged the small crab through the mud toward the massive crab, aiming for the hind leg that had seriously injured him. Though engulfed in indescribable chaos, instinct drove him forward. Vengeance was imperative. Moreover, the hind leg that had attacked him had also sustained significant damage, evident in its reduced agility. With a wide swing, he aimed at the giant crab's hind leg. Perhaps the severe injuries within affected the giant crab's judgment, or perhaps Lin Xing's earlier assault had obscured its vision. A successful strike. The small crab exploded, severing the massive leg from its abdomen, sending it flying several meters away. Screech! The giant crab's shrill cry harmonized with Lin Xing's roar as he sprinted toward the severed leg. He lifted it, channeling all his strength, merging body and leg once more, fixated on the ever-oozing orifice. Thud! Thud! 17 tons, combined with at least 10 tons of kinetic energy, propelled the 2-meter-wide leg, armed with serrated spines, into the iron pillar. The leg penetrated deeply, seemingly piercing through a membrane, and in the next moment, the twisted tip emerged from the crab's mouth, dripping with viscous fluid. This time, the giant crab refrained from counterattacking with its other hind leg. Instead, it released the crab leg and rolled backward, landing several meters away on one knee, panting heavily. He ceased his assault, sensing the threat from the crab rapidly diminishing. 1 second, 2 seconds. The once formidable crab seemed to collapse like a set of toppled dominoes, splashing mud in all directions. Defeated mature core rock crab LV1. Growth points 8475. Perhaps it was the notification or the waning threat that caused the dim, ominous glint in Lin Xing's eyes to fade, replaced by renewed clarity. Moments later, he unleashed a roar that reverberated across the landscape. Roar. That really hurt. Chapter 89. Potent healing powers and twisted intentions in a final, desperate strike. Lin Xing thrust his bony hand, akin to a claw with barbs, into the rear of the giant crab. Now, his palms were nearly devoid of flesh, the bones themselves marred with deep abrasions, while the already muddled tissue between his chest and abdomen shattered further under the force. Lin Xing could hardly believe he was capable of such brutality, yet every detail of the preceding events remained etched in his memory, tainted with a perverse enjoyment of the cruelty inflicted upon the crab and himself. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it, he muttered. teeth bared as he recalled the sensations from moments prior. "MB, come forth." With his gaze fixed and curses flying, a radiant light emanated from his hands, twinkling like two grand lanterns. "Not enough. MB, more. Come out." In a minute, a minuscule region in Lin Xing's subconscious, previously imperceptible, flickered with white light. This illumination spread inexplicably and swiftly through every tissue. In the next instant, white light burst forth from every pore, enveloping him in a shroud of luminescence. The once pitch-black gorilla transformed into a white-furred creature, devoid of any sanctity. As the light materialized, Lin Xing appeared to be dragging writhing maggots from his hands, which multiplied and elongated, densely clustering from his chest to his abdomen, sending shivers down the spine of any observer. At the moment white light manifested on Lin Xing, the previously neglected blue orb seemed to quiver slightly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes later, the radiance abruptly vanished, revealing the true form of a beast with lustrous black fur. Roar! A thunderous roar followed, accompanied by the rhythmic thud of his pounding chest. After a few strikes, he halted, overwhelmed by a hunger that eclipsed even pain. Turning to the giant crab, he grinned and charged toward its head. "Haha, so many growth points. I am now at level 6, 56,194 65568, just 9,374 points away from level 7. Mature form, no wonder it's so formidable. This is my first encounter with a mature being, with the crab's formidable defenses and its neural responses. If it were not for the orb providing him with an opportunity, he would never have stood a chance. Yet, he thought little of it as he clambered onto the crab's armored shell, recalling the blue orb he had recently overlooked, narrowing his eyes. At that moment, the orb remained dim, its essence still indistinct. Lin Xing accessed his interface. The information indicated that only 13 minutes had passed, leaving 21 minutes until another 5,000 growth points would be credited. Who could this powerful entity be? It had received the same interface notification as him, yet it remained immobile, withstanding the crab's most potent pincers in a head-on clash. If he had not engaged directly, he could have easily dispatched the creature. Never mind. I'll eat first and flee in the last minute. What offered the most nourishment from the crab? If it were a female crab, naturally it would be the roe. Yet, Lin Xing remained convinced that the creamy substance within its head was the most valuable and delectable. He advanced to the crab's head, gripping the dark shell with both hands, exerting force from his limbs and waist, accompanied by the sound of tearing. A massive section of shell, measuring 4 to 5 meters square, was pried open, revealing a thick layer of chitin beneath. It took considerable effort to create a breach, facilitated by the crab's demise, which had rendered its tissues devoid of vitality. Otherwise, it would have been far more resilient. He reached inside and pulled out a large mass of substance, consuming it eagerly. It wasn't particularly exquisite, but it did satiate his hunger. A gorilla squatted atop the head of an even larger beast, haphazardly stuffing its mouth, occasionally glancing at the deep, seemingly bottomless pit beside him, where the pressure was diminishing. Having slurped up the creamy material, Lin Xing no longer felt hunger. Yet he did not cease eating, for if he continued to consume after satisfying his hunger or healing his wounds, it would convert into growth points. The amount of growth points a mature beast could provide upon complete consumption was unimaginable. He considered it, but time was of the essence. Whether he would return to feast later depended entirely on opportunity. As time gradually elapsed, with only 5 minutes remaining, Lin Xing ceased his consumption. At that moment, a significant portion of the crab's head was missing, particularly its interior tissues. He extracted a curved iron beam and leaped to the joint of the crab's claw, preparing to strike. He had set his sights on the claw, especially the inner side of the pincers, 7 to 8 meters long, shaped like a curved blade, equipped with sharp barbed serrations, although much of its central area had been obliterated by the earlier collision with the orb. Once the inner pincers were completely detached, the iron beam's purpose was fulfilled. He grasped the 2 pincers, lifting them like elongated Nepalese blades. One weighs about the same as the iron beam. 2 are slightly heavy, but manageable. If not for their cumbersome nature, Lin Xing would have liked to take the skull he had just uncovered. That thing was truly solid. Even the entirety of the crab's massive carapace, spanning 20 to 30 meters, was so robust that it could withstand cannon fire without a scratch. Gazing at the interface's timer, Lin Xing hastily stuffed more claw meat into his mouth, retrieving the pincers once more, which he had whimsically dubbed crab blades. "Brother, I envy you. I only received 5,000 points. I wonder how much you will reward me," he murmured to the orb, preparing to depart. Just then, an inexplicable glint flashed in his eyes, a fierce determination igniting within him. This creature must also be a mature form. Could it be that the leaderboard contains a separate listing solely for mature beings? Its orb had dimmed, rendering it immobile. Eliminating it would yield at least 8,000 growth points. If the interface malfunctioned, deducting 5,000 would still leave me with an additional 3,000. After its demise, I could feast on the crab at leisure, gaining several hundred more growth points, and perhaps invite Tang Qingjin to join in. Also, the carcass of this creature would provide substantial growth points. Lin Xing slowly crouched down, setting aside the crab blades as if to continue devouring, while in truth, he accessed his interface. With 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, he selected Zhang Tong's name from his friends list to initiate a private chat. Lin Xing, Chief Zhang. May I ask, truthfully, does the organization possess mature entities? Are there any experts active about 150 kilometers west of City A? 10 seconds passed without a reply, so Lin Xing sent another message. Lin Xing, urgent. Another 10 seconds elapsed, still no response. He switched to a private chat with Tang Qing. Lin Xing, do not rendezvous with Zhang Tong just yet. I may encounter conflict with the organization. Tang Qingjin, Lin Xing, what has happened? Lin Xing, I apologize, but I must be selfish this time. 3 seconds later, Tang Qingjin replied with a single word. Tang Qingjin, understood. Chapter 90, Falling into the Abyss. The mission to rescue Heather. Lin Xing switched back to a private chat with Zhang Tong, just as a message from Zhang Tong appeared. Zhang Tong, Lin Xing. Many monsters have emerged from the ground nationwide. The information is rather chaotic. What is happening? Lin Xing was momentarily stunned. Could it be that there are colossal beasts emerging elsewhere? Yet, it was not the time for detailed inquiries, so he resent his previous message. Zhang Tong, no. You are the highest ranked in the organization. Lin Xing, reply later. Closing the chat, he discreetly took a bite of crab leg meat, wielding the crab knife with one hand as he chewed and rose to his feet. With 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, he needed to expend as much blue light as possible and even deal significant damage. A dark gleam flickered in his pupils as Lin Xing turned around. Whoosh! The crab knife flew forth with unmatched force towards the 3-meter-sized orb of light. Clang! The 2-ton crab knife struck the orb, producing only sound and a recoil without any effect. Lin Xing sniffed, utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? This sensation, immunity? Yes. It was reminiscent of the time in the Rules of An City when he attacked the monster guarding the bronze treasure chest. What? Could it be the distance? I can't get too close. I'm uncertain if this creature can still emit rays, and whether I can withstand it. Lin Xing gritted his teeth, shifting the crab knife from his left hand to his right, preparing to approach. You wish to kill me? Just then, a series of strange syllables reached Lin Xing's ears. Though he had never heard them before, he understood them, and there was a teasing tone. In an instant, the darkness in Lin Xing's eyes faded, replaced by clarity. Oh, no. Lin Xing awkwardly let out a sound. The murderous intent flowed freely. This is promising, haha. The strange syllables re-emerged, and despite the stark differences in pronunciation, both parties astonishingly comprehended each other. Absolutely not, my friend. Are you female? I should refer to you as young lady. There seems to be a misunderstanding. With the crab knife inverted, Lin Xing cupped his hands, preparing to flee. Whoosh! At that moment, a whooshing sound emanated from the deep pit. Lin Xing's eyes widened. Oh, young lady, I was about to attack the creature in the pit. A slip of the hand. A slip of the hand. Hee. Quite clever. I leave it to you. Lin Xing grinned, holding the crab knife inverted, bending down to gaze into the deep pit. He vaguely saw a beast occupying half of the dark chasm, rapidly climbing. It was no smaller than the crab monster. It was likely a mature specimen. At this speed, it would reach him in 12 seconds. To flee or to stay. In the next moment, Lin Xing turned and bolted, the splashing mud resembling a cascading waterfall. Just after taking a step, Lin Xing pivoted towards the giant crab's corpse, discarding the crab knife and gripping the side of the massive crab tightly. Roar! Move for your father. With a mighty heave, his legs sank into the mud, and the colossal crab, weighing at least 200 to 300 tons, slowly began to slide. The sounds from the pit grew louder. Too slow. Bang bang. Releasing his grip, he plunged his arms into the ground, bracing himself with his shoulders. Move. The giant crab's carcass finally plummeted into the pit, taking merely 5 seconds. Boom. The tremendous impact reverberated alongside the beast's roar, gradually diminishing. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Xing never caught a clear glimpse of the creature climbing up. Its species or appearance remained a mystery. How deep is this pit? Lin Xing had retrieved 2 crab knives, yet the sounds from the pit had just begun to fade. Moments later, a prompt appeared on the interface. Assist Heather in setting up Node 7 of Secret Formation District 11. Growth points 5,000. Phew, in half an hour, over 13,000 growth points credited. This risk was worth it. Lin Xing sensed a subtle wave emanating from the pit, sweeping over his body and extending into the distance. Hee, splendid, truly splendid. Just then, a series of musical notes reached his ears, causing Lin Xing to shiver. Oh, all thanks to the young lady. As Lin Xing called out in response, his muscles tensed instantaneously, entering a state of alertness, while a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Did I just overlook the existence of a creature within the orb? Hee. We will meet soon. Keep it up. Under Lin Xing's watchful gaze, the blue orb trembled, as if about to break free. At that moment, the blue orb suddenly shook violently. The next instant, a terrifying pulling force erupted from the pit beside him. Uncertain of what was happening, Lin Xing instinctively bent down, thrusting 2 crab knives into the ground. Whoosh, clang, clang. Damn. Even though Lin Xing reacted swiftly, he began to slide towards the pit along with the surface mud, especially when a crab's carcass crashed into his forehead, hastening his descent into the abyss. Karma works in mysterious ways. Having used a crab to crush a beast into the pit, he now tasted a similar fate in less than a minute. What to do? What to do? Am I really going to die like this? Lin Xing continued to ponder, and he had to think, as he was on the verge of sliding into the pit. In that critical moment, he made a decision. Releasing the crab knives, he exerted force with all 4 limbs, leaping towards the pit, specifically towards the flickering blue orb in midair. I've got it. Fate has not forsaken me. Had I delayed a moment longer or been a tad higher, my left hand wouldn't have grasped the orb, when his right hand subsequently covered it. Although the pulling force painfully tore at his arm, his life was spared. With a faint sound, a barely noticeable noise emanated from Lin Xing's palm, followed by a stabbing pain. It's over. However, the anticipated ray attack did not manifest. Instead, in the next moment, he plummeted towards the pit, the orb firmly held in his grasp. Damn, no way. I could withstand the attacks of the giant crab's pincers, but can't bear my own weight? A strange thought crossed his mind, and in the state of weightlessness, Lin Xing instinctively loosened his grip, gazing at the orb in his palm. In just one glance, he fell into a daze. The orb had vanished, replaced by a human female curled up in a white robe adorned with blue patterns. The woman not only had porcelain skin, but also possessed white hair and eyebrows, with the only red being the blood flowing from her mouth and nose. Her ears were long and pointed. What about her chest muscles? I wonder if her hair is white. She resembles an elf from the movies. In this perilous moment, Lin Xing found himself having strange thoughts. Rescue Heather. Successful reward of 5,000 growth points. Failure incurs a deduction of 5,000 growth points. A prompt suddenly appeared, jolting Lin Xing back to reality. Oh, damn, I'm in free fall now, no? It's accelerated free fall. Saving you is too much. Let us just kill it. In the midst of his rapid descent, Lin Xing steeled his resolve, exerting force with both hands. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. He couldn't even maintain his grip, as if grasping an indestructible solid diamond. No way. Is it immune as well? Without any hesitation, he hurled the unconscious Heather towards the rapidly retreating wall of the pit. Oh, she has stuck to me. I can't throw her off. Then we'll die together. No. This pit is so deep. The monster that was struck back by the carcass didn't die. There was no kill prompt. A flash of thought ignited hope in Lin Xing's eyes. Chapter 91. Spatial collapse and the catastrophe of the behemoth. Lin Xing continued his rapid descent, far exceeding the speed of free fall. At such a rate of acceleration, he was oblivious to the distance traversed in a single second. The walls of the pit blurred into a chaotic haze before his eyes. Whether he could control his body to slow down against the walls was uncertain. Even if he could, fear held him back. Fortunately, the air around him moved at the same velocity. Otherwise, such acceleration would surely ignite friction with the atmosphere. What to do? He found himself devoid of any means to halt his fall, with only the faint hope of a twist of fate, akin to the creature he had sent plummeting before him. Just as desperation gripped Lin Xing, it felt as if he had pierced through some membrane. And in the next instant, his descent accelerated exponentially. He succumbed to unconsciousness, instinctively clenching his left hand before darkness enveloped him. Yet soon, vibrant points of color emerged in his vision. Before he could chase the black and white orbs, 3 of them automatically entered his body, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, Lin Xing jolted awake. In the blink of an eye, the darkness dissipated, replaced by light. In reality, 3.5 minutes had elapsed. Lying flat in free fall, he beheld himself emerging from a vast chasm. The ground. But it quickly receded. What is happening? Am I being expelled again? Yet I distinctly feel I am still falling. Lin Xing twisted like a pupa and glimpsed the distant sun, contorting in a parabolic trajectory toward it. Alongside him soared countless rocks, trees, and dust. Oh no. Please, no. Faced with the inevitable transformation into a fireball, followed by vaporization, Lin Xing was engulfed in panic. It was this very fear of certain death that made him oblivious to the rapidly diminishing speed. At one moment, a ripple emanated from the small sun, instantly enveloping the visible and invisible realms. All objects hurtling toward the miniature sun, including a frantic Lin Xing, came to a standstill. What is happening? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a cacophony of sounds flooded his ears. The panicked cries of countless animals and the splintering of trees and stones resonated. These sounds had existed before, but in the state of supersonic speed, they had gone unheard. After the stillness, Lin Xing felt the gravitational pull from below, and like all other objects, he began to plummet downward. Let us call it downward, for it led to the earth and mountains. This time, however, it was no longer a sudden acceleration but a gentle free fall, or rather a faint repulsion emanating from the small sun. Despair transformed into hope in the span of mere seconds, though the prospect of free fall from tens of thousands of meters remained bleak. In the vast expanse of space above Antarctica, an unimaginably large object, resembling a crown, hovered. In a colossal hall, countless figures busied themselves around a spherical void hundreds of meters in diameter. A voice devoid of emotion reverberated throughout the hall. The initial spatial collapse countermeasure has concluded. The central node of the world is stable. 27 world vane nodes are secure. 567 chi pulse nodes are stable. 9,166,651 energy lines are stable. 159,273 energy lines are disconnected, under repair. Estimated time of completion, 2 hours and 17 minutes. As the voice continued, the taut nerves of all present gradually relaxed. When the announcement concluded, another voice emerged, instructing personnel in various regions to assist the Order of Wisdom in completing the repair of the energy lines. In another similar hall, a multitude of figures were similarly occupied. At the World's navel, 2 Level 2 pterosaur species emerged on the surface. Quantity 1, preliminarily identified as a variant lightning type. Classified under the 3rd subcategory of thunder elements. Energy rating 943, alive. In the first world vane, a Level 2 atomic subdragon species appeared on the surface. Quantity 1, preliminarily identified as a nuclear reaction variant. Classified under the 11th subcategory of thunder elements. Energy rating 821, alive. In the second world vane, a Level 2 pterosaur species emerged. Quantity 1, preliminarily identified as flame, classified under the 4th subcategory of fire elements. Energy rating 698, alive. In the third world vane, a Level 2 arthropod species appeared. Quantity 1, preliminarily identified as an electromagnetic variant, classified under the 5th subcategory of thunder elements. Energy rating 685, alive. In the fourth world vane, a Level 2 lepidopteran species emerged. Quantity 1, preliminarily identified as life revival, classified under the 2nd subcategory of wood elements. Energy rating 643, alive. In the core space, 2 azure and 3 radiant spheres floated in midair, seemingly indifferent to the cataclysmic scenes unfolding around them. Alas, the first collapse, albeit the weakest, may still claim countless species. I can hardly resist the urge to intervene. A strange cadence emanated from the azure sphere, piercing through the cacophony of despair with remarkable clarity. Unfortunately, that is not the end. I hope these species leave the core space soon. The crimson sphere responded in a similar cadence before speaking again. How much can we truly save by intervening? We must maintain our reserves and be prepared to replace Cooties at any moment. Do you think Lord Longside can ascend to the highest rank? I am unsure. The reserves of the core spirit should be close to expectations, but ascending to the highest rank is no simple feat. It all depends on Lord Longside's understanding of the rules and the favor of fate. Alas, why worry so much? We are still far from the threshold of level 3, let alone demigods, or even the highest rank. Our only task is to ensure the spatial collapse remains within controllable limits. Near the small sun at the Earth's core, amidst a more dazzling red light, Abani, robed in flowing garments, suspended a scarlet staff before him. As Abani gestured, lines of light flickered at the staff's tip. Lord Longside, the positive and negative magnetic flow is stable, and the spatial fold deficit has been reduced to 1.37, with a steady recovery rate. With the current extraction speed of the core spirit source, it is estimated that it will take 13 hours and 19 minutes to refine one complete unit of spirit source. Abani seemed to be muttering to himself, yet his voice, empowered by the order of wisdom, resonated within the mind of the towering crimson silhouette, nearly 100 meters tall. Woven from countless invisible lines on the surface of the small sun, Longside, with a gaze profoundly fixed upon the ground beneath him, appeared to penetrate the surface of his core, perceiving the very essence of this miniature world. He envisioned a spirit source devoid of attributes and universal consciousness, guided and transformed through innumerable lines, merging into his being. Fate is indeed wondrous, where despair and hope lie but a step apart. He remained uncertain whether the spirit source would sufficiently sustain the manifestation of his rules, or if such manifestations could align with the grand will of the owling world, or even whether he could endure the repeated collapses of space until the end. Yet, the glimmer of hope stood before him, and proud as he was, how could he not strive for it? Nevertheless, even as he stood on the brink of ascending to a demigod, he maintained a prudent respect and rationality towards Abani, the third-level Grand Owling Master. What do you think, Master Abani? Based on the order of wisdom and my calculations, the White Elf Crown Fortress, in conjunction with the stable secret array nodes throughout the small world, should withstand spatial collapses approximately every 6 hours without compromising the main structure of the small world. Correspondingly, the spirit source extraction array can operate at about 80 capacity. However, enduring the extraction at 80 capacity will inflict immense pain upon you, as you have neither the time to refine nor to align with the rules. Additionally, you must face a spatial collapse every 6 hours. Then let it be as you say, Master. Pain was the least of Longside's concerns, were it not for the fear of uncontrolled spatial collapse creating dark holes, endangering the lives of the countless excellent seeds of his kin. He would have preferred to open the array to its full capacity. Furthermore, I must add, not as the chief owling master of the White Elf Crown Fortress, but as an old friend of a millennium. From my understanding of your body and comprehension of the rules, you should be able to endure 7 complete units of spirit source. If the core spirit source reserves fall short of 7 units, then we shall not speak of it. However much there is, at least it opens a path for you. In the remaining span of your life, opportunities will arise. If it exceeds 7 units, I will halt the Array-S operation at your limit. At that time, do not attempt to wrest control of the Array-S spirit patterns from me using the rules. I do not wish for this small world to become your resting place. Longside took a deep breath, as if the very space trembled. Fear not, my old friend. I have not yet reached the point of losing my senses. Very well. Abani's gaze shifted from his friend standing kilometers away to his own hands, which began to weave swift, faint red lines. These were projections of the rules invoked by the third-level Grand Owling Master. Each line, if released, would become a river of flames across the sky. In the depths of the earth, amid the ruins beside a mountain, Lin Xing's furious roar erupted as white light surged from his entire being. He plummeted from thousands of meters high, spurred by the adrenaline of the fall, with the strength of his spine and limbs. He repeatedly utilized the falling boulders and timber to slow his descent, redirecting until he finally grasped a mountain peak. Using all 3 limbs, he carved deep pits until he stabilized his landing, albeit at the cost of his flesh. As he tended to his wounds, he fixated on the small sun above, radiating light and warmth, his thoughts scattering, drawn into a pit, plummeting, soaring toward the sun, then descending once more. This was the underworld of Blue Star. The subterranean world mirrored scenes akin to those in the Great Battle of the movie, yet with notable differences. The gravity in the cinematic underworld was chaotic. Here, it seemed to emanate from the repulsive force of that glowing sun. Mountains, rivers, trees, and flowers all thrived on this repulsion. Blue Star once housed humanity on its surface, while here, its creatures lived foot to foot within the sphere's interior, a marvel indeed. Yet this small sun exerted repulsion. Where did the gravity opposing the surface arise? The sudden message interrupting Lin Xing's reverie jolted him back to reality, as the white light he had summoned faded. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten. Perhaps he had also absorbed some healing through the palm of his hand. However, he overlooked another matter. As he opened the left hand he had been clenching, his ascension commenced. A powerful tingling sensation coursed through every tissue and cell of his body, and amidst the rigidity, the 2-meter-tall, unconscious Hesene fell forth, face down. The customary growth in size and bulk was accompanied by heightened bone density, organ function, and neural responsiveness, with blood cells and stem cells undergoing division and reorganization, including a significant enhancement in the brain, particularly in a small area of the left hemisphere. Moments later, a terrifying gorilla towering over 15 meters emerged. Lin Xing, species, berserk gorilla, height, 61 meters, weight, 28,796 kilograms, talent, 10x damage, 10x life, growth level, LV7, growth points, 661941311136. The sensation of leveling up was exquisite, yet the exhilarating experience prior to leveling had been rather intense. The sudden movements risking injury. Lin Xing closed his eyes for a moment, lost in the thought of comparing his former self to this colossal creature, ultimately concluding that he could not contend alone. Yes, how could he have forgotten about Hesene? In a rush, Lin Xing glanced down, his attention drawn to Hesene, who lay in the dirt. After a moment of stupor, he rolled his eyes and bent down to pick up Hesene. Still immune, he could only abandon the fleeting thoughts of wanting to eliminate her, leaning closer to blow away the dirt from her blue-trimmed robe. Of course, his breath carried a sense of urgency, dampening the unknown fabric while rendering it silky smooth. Indeed, there was no sign of muscle. With a grunt, he punched a sizable hole into the cliffside and blew off the dust again, stuffing Hesene inside, casually selecting a direction to depart. About 10 minutes later, Hesene stirred within the cave, slowly opening her eyes. In the next moment, her pupils regained focus as she rose, astonished and alert to her surroundings. Chapter 93. The horror emanating from the earth's core. Once the sense of danger subsided, I spread my alabaster palm, revealing a palm-sized green leaf shimmering with ethereal light, seemingly inquiring about something. The spatial nodes deployed for the secret formation consumed an alarming amount of magical energy, and even the assault from a first-level species depleted considerable power. Alas, I was overly arrogant, foolishly proclaiming myself a genius surpassing the elves of the Treaster Highlands. I ought to have accepted the deployment tasks alongside my comrades. Had it not been for that gorilla, the arrangement of the node would have surely failed, and I would have directly endured the backlash. In retrospect, the gorilla saved me twice, albeit driven by self-interest. Were it not for the League's regulations, the favor owed by Hecathan, Noel would not be left to linger. Although the gorilla is ferocious, grotesque, and malevolent, it inadvertently mutated into a being of holy light, a truly ironic twist of fate. Oh, forgive me, I should not malign fate. Is it possible that beneath its savage exterior lies a heart of light? With 6 hours remaining before departure, I have ample time to recover. Unfortunately, Hecate was unaware that during her unconsciousness, Lin Xing had several times contemplated her demise. Due to the rewriting of the supreme rules and the influence of the Order of Intelligence, the attacks of transformed beings are in a state of relative immunity. Had Lin Xing been a native beast, Hecate would have perished long ago. Hecate murmured softly in peculiar syllables for a while, the green leaf in her hand dissipating, replaced by a slender blue vine, 20 centimeters long and as thick as a thumb. As she consumed the vine, it emitted a crisp crunch, and after finishing, she closed her eyes and assumed a strange posture, soon enveloped in a blue radiance. Meanwhile, as Lin Xing dashed through the ruins, the world was in turmoil. Volcanoes erupted, spewing ash into the sky, gradually engulfing the entire blue planet. Glaciers melted, sea levels rose, relentlessly eroding the once thriving regions of humanity. The accumulated temperature differentials birthed turbulent winds and thunderous clouds. The blue planet was hurtling towards species annihilation. Yet, just when one might assume this was the most sorrowful event, an even graver calamity emerged. Earthquakes and fissures erupted almost simultaneously across the globe, with thousands of deep pits appearing, delivering a devastating blow to the already ravaged blue planet. Countless terrifying species emerged from these pits, the smallest towering several meters, while the largest reached heights exceeding 10 stories, with over 20 colossal beasts surpassing 100 meters. As these monstrous entities dispersed, they irrevocably detonated the remnants of Blue Planet's intelligent civilization. Teams of individuals began to greedily set their sights on these terrifying giants, ultimately transforming into mere growth points, sustenance, and waste for the beasts. Larger organizations soon recognized that these creatures were beyond the capacity of civilized species to confront, at least for the time being, and thus began their research. On Sun Island, Nearly half of it had vanished following a cataclysmic volcanic eruption, now submerged beneath relentless waves, giving rise to a monstrous serpent with 6 heads. The remaining civilized beings of the Sun Nation dubbed it the Yamada no Orochi, for it bore a striking resemblance to their mythological guardian, albeit missing 2 heads. However, this beast was no protector. It wreaked havoc wherever it went, consuming and encroaching upon the diminishing land of Sun Island. In the region of May Continent, a terrifying giant bird engulfed in flames soared low, leaving scorched earth in its wake. In the vast DU Ocean, a creature that resembled both a dinosaur and a lizard, exhaling pale blue beams, ravenously consumed marine life. Across the globe, whether in oceans or on land, monstrous creatures rampaged uncontrollably. Huagua was no exception. In the northeast, a beast over 120 meters long, resembling a catfish but possessing 4 legs, descended from the snow-capped mountains, leaving a trail of icy desolation. Fortunately, due to the organization's efforts, its path had left little in the way of substantial animal populations. As it advanced towards the capital, it was set to merge with larger groups. In the southwest, another colossal creature appeared, its wingspan exceeding 100 meters and resembling a butterfly. Yet, this creature seemed to possess little desire for destruction. After a few circles in the vicinity, it landed quietly. Instead, the sudden emergence of smaller giants in various locales posed significant challenges for the citizens of Huagua, leading a throng of dozens of creatures, each nearly 10 meters tall. They charged wildly. Defeated growth stage Earth Core Blackbed LV3. Growth points 41. What a splendid sight it would be if this place had not been ravaged. What a thriving ecosystem it could have been. Lin Xing gazed at the devastated world, casually discarding the massive bat he had rent in 2 with his bare hands. In his grasp, the bat, with a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters, was no larger than a domestic cat. Having aimlessly traversed the ruins for over half an hour, Lin Xing had encountered 13 injured animals, all of which had survived, yielding him 674 growth points. Most of these creatures were avian species. Terrestrial and aquatic species were scarce, with more often than not, only corpses to be found. It seemed likely they had perished from falls. What a pity for those beings that flew towards the small sun at the Earth's core, vaporized in the process. There must be many more. He also grasped the difficulty of upgrading a dominant species. Defeating a growth stage LV3 creature yielded so little. Of course, this was partly due to his elevated level. Were he also at LV3, he would have amassed 100 or so growth points from fewer kills. Nevertheless, if the numbers were sufficient, the accrued growth points would still be considerable. No, I must not lose sight of the bigger picture. I need to depart from here swiftly, for who knows when I might return. After parting from Hekathan, Lin Xing, feeling a sense of relaxation, harbored a lingering sense of unease. His aimless sprint was merely a quest to locate an exit, with hunting being a secondary pursuit. However, the path he took towards the sun was not a straight trajectory. It felt distorted, and with multiple descents, he was uncertain of the distance to the entrance. Moreover, the landscape that had flashed by upon entry was now buried beneath rubble, complicating his search further. Lin Xing. Qinger, be cautious and keep your distance from those creatures emerging from the surface. Tang Qingjin. Rest assured, you stay safe as well. From Tang Qingjin, Lin Xing learned that monstrous beings were surfacing from beneath the earth across the globe. In turn, he informed her of the existence of the core space, which she relayed to the Celestial Repair Vessel Group, spreading throughout the organization and across the entire blue planet. While everyone envied Lin Xing's rapid ascension to LV7, they also felt a twinge of dread. Had it not been for these sudden events, many more giants would surely have emerged, resulting in a catastrophe far more terrifying than volcanic eruptions or melting glaciers. Under the onslaught of colossal beasts, it would not take long before no remnants of civilized species could survive. Suddenly, Lin Xing halted in his tracks, for he beheld a familiar corpse half buried in the earth. Chapter 94. The statue. In the pit before Lin Xing lay the colossal carcass of a giant crab, its body punctured. Suddenly, a thought illuminated his mind. The beast he had smashed back into the Earth's core was undoubtedly still alive. Otherwise, he would have received a notification of its demise. He had experienced this before. When a creature fell to its death, it counted as a kill for him, unless another animal had coincidentally attacked it beforehand. The evidence of the giant's continued existence was irrefutable. Traces of its passage were evident in the ruins, leading off into the distance. The shape resembled that of a crab-like monster, albeit with some differences. An injured mature crab would yield a substantial reward. Lin Xing felt a surge of excitement and dashed toward the direction of the tracks, only to pause momentarily to inspect the crab's corpse. He needed a weapon. The 2 crab knives he had previously used were lost before he could even warm them up, and now his target was the remaining 2 massive claws of the crab. After toiling for over 10 minutes, he unearthed the half-buried body of the giant crab and successfully detached its 2 claws. They were curved like scimitars, adorned with sharp serrated edges, though these were the outer pincers with the teeth facing inward. The nearly 10-meter-long claws were heavier, but having recently advanced a level, they felt more manageable in his grasp. With each level gained post-maturation, there was a qualitative enhancement, especially noticeable at higher levels. Lin Xing swung the claws a few times, creating gusts of wind and scattering debris, nodding in satisfaction. He then spent a few more minutes extracting 2 substantial tendons, which he tied to the joints of the crab weapons. With the claws secured behind him, he resumed his pursuit of the tracks. Along the way, he deftly dealt with any injured creatures he encountered. After half an hour, Lin Xing finally spotted a colossal creature moving in the distance. Having hunted 7 animals along the way, accumulating 325 growth points. While this was efficient, it paled in comparison to the tens of thousands needed for leveling up. He slowed his pace, meticulously observing the crab's every movement, needing to ascertain the extent of its injuries. Ranged attacks would be ineffective against its defenses to slay the crab. He must engage in close combat. If the crab's wounds were not severe, its highly responsive musculature would leave him with little chance. Minutes passed, and Lin Xing found himself within a kilometer of the creature, letting out a resigned sigh as he noted the crab's agility. Its 8 legs appeared intact, and no visible injuries marred its exterior. After a few more minutes of following, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of slaying the crab. However, he continued to trail it from a distance, expanding his search area and consequently reaping more rewards. At one moment, he witnessed a horde of 20 enormous rats, each measuring 4 to 5 meters, scurrying past. After nearly 2 hours in the Earth's core, he finally encountered a throng of lively creatures. Though the energetic rats were more challenging than the injured ones. Lin Xing grinned and accelerated toward the rodent swarm. But wait, was it his imagination? Just a few steps into his sprint, Lin Xing abruptly halted, gazing up at the sun, which shone brightly yet comfortably. Just moments ago, he experienced a fleeting darkness. He was certain he and blinked. Had the sun dimmed slightly since 2 hours ago, as though veiled by a thin cloud? He felt a chill run down his spine, and myriad thoughts collided in his mind. Digging. The hole must be sufficiently large, and the tunnel deep. This was the most effective strategy Lin Xing could conceive. Without hesitation, he scanned his surroundings and identified a target. Remarkably, it aligned with the direction the rat swarm was heading, which also coincided with the path the giant crab had taken. Were they all thinking along the same lines? With newfound resolve, Lin Xing sprinted forward. Within mere minutes, he found himself running parallel to the rat horde, only a kilometer apart. He could distinctly sense the powerful aura emanating from the leading rat, a king of sorts. At least on par with the ferocious wolf named Ralph from the ruins of the giant beasts, equivalent to a growth stage level 9. Had it been earlier, he would have been willing to invest time in dispatching the 22 rats, all at a minimum of growth stage status. But now he had no such inclination, kicking up clouds of dust as he surged past them. A few minutes later, Lin Xing finally spotted the giant crab. Though its speed was impressive, it paled in comparison to Lin Xing's coordinated sprint, with the crab moving at approximately 200 kilometers per hour to Lin Xing's 250. He could have gone faster, but the exertion of a full sprint was exponentially taxing. Lin Xing pulled slightly to the side, drawing closer, matching its pace, and then outpacing it toward a nearby mountain. After about 10 minutes, he entered the mountainous region. This area must have been breathtaking before the calamity struck. What a pity. Observing the scattered debris and withered giant trees, Lin Xing mused, continuing toward the most majestic peak. What was this? 2 minutes later, Lin Xing halted once more. Before him lay a shattered statue, supine and partially buried in rubble. From the fragmented head, he could discern the features of an ape. How could there be a statue of an ape in the depths of the earth? It must have stood nearly 100 meters tall. Could it be? No. That's impossible, but not entirely out of the realm of possibility. After a moment of stunned contemplation, his thoughts sharpened, and he sprinted towards the valley, keenly observing the surrounding peaks, hoping to find a significant opening in one of them. At a certain instant, Lin Xing skidded to a stop, his limbs carving deep grooves in the debris beneath him. He had found the opening. It lay not upon the surrounding peaks, but beneath them. Not far ahead, a massive pit, 100 meters in diameter, had appeared in the ground. After the initial shock, Lin Xing unfastened a crab knife from his back and cautiously approached. The ground bore the traces of animal movement, somewhat familiar. Sunlight streamed into the pit, but it was too deep to see beyond the shadows. No wonder the giant crab was hastening toward this place. The rats were too. They were fleeing. Could it be that I emerged from this very pit? They inhabited the earth's core, more familiar with it than I. Though he hadn't located the cave he sought, he had unexpectedly uncovered life, a testament to the marvels of fate. Lin Xing swiftly distanced himself from the pit and climbed to the nearest small hill, patiently waiting, though the sense of impending danger loomed overhead. 7 or 8 minutes later, a 30-meter-tall giant crab lumbered into the valley. Without hesitation, it crawled into the pit. Moments later, the rat horde frantically vanished into the same abyss. He was now completely certain that this pit connected to the surface. Lin Xing surveyed the surrounding mountains, took a deep breath, and sprinted toward the pit. A heartfelt acknowledgement. Tomorrow marks the launch. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to the editor for this opportunity. Additionally, I deeply appreciate the unwavering support from the readers. As a novice writer, I am uncertain of the outcome, yet I sincerely hope for favorable results that might provide for my living expenses, though I dare not dream of tuition fees. To briefly discuss the creation of this book, initially, I aim to portray the myriad facets of human civilization amidst catastrophe. From the initial chaos of Blue Star to the fleeting order restored through the efforts of the remnants of civilization. However, upon the emergence of issues regarding Guijia, many readers expressed dissatisfaction, resorting to insults and abandoning the book. I apologize for my fragile psyche, leading to a permanent ban on such topics. To be honest, I genuinely wish to write about it, but I must first cater to the readers, as this endeavor is not solely a passion project. I have significantly condensed numerous plot lines, including interactions with the organization, the efforts to cleanse the indigenous creatures alongside the personnel from Anqing, and the understanding of how to assist the surrounding towns and villages. Approximately 20 chapters were excised in total. Those who have been following along may have sensed that I have streamlined Tang Qingqin's experiences, allowing him to embody the essence of Lin Xing. Additionally, I eliminated a storyline involving a relic, the Great Wall. In total, nearly 40 chapters were removed, resulting in a loss of around 70 to 80,000 words of manuscript, which disrupted the originally simple rhythm outlined in my planning. I was compelled to swiftly incorporate the narrative of extraterrestrial civilizations. Some of my few readers may have noticed that the update frequency shifted from 3 posts to 2. Fortunately, I have rediscovered my writing rhythm, ensuring that there were no interruptions and updates. I have decided to refrain from writing extensively on the theme of humanity, and upon doing so, I found the experience quite satisfying. However, until the day before yesterday, I began to regret my decision. Being from Anyang, Hunan, I have witnessed and experienced. Alas, I should indeed write about the aspects of humanity that I believe in. The pride in our ethnic superiority amidst disaster that I have seen and experienced. Why was I swayed by the disparaging remarks of those whom I have permanently silenced? Thus, I shall leave it at that, merely a fleeting sentiment. I shall refrain from further elaboration. Last night, there was a power outage, and it may take until tomorrow to repair the circuits. My phone battery is dwindling, and my power bank has only 2 bars remaining, compelling me to activate the ultra power-saving mode, lest I fail to last until tomorrow. In conclusion, I have 4 chapters of manuscript remaining, and I assure you there will be no interruption in updates. The VIP chapter will be published at noon tomorrow. After tomorrow, I will revert to the automatic release of 2 chapters each dawn, and once I have organized the basement, I will increase to 3 chapters throughout this summer. After all, I cannot afford to cease updates. I must earn a living. Let us persevere. Finally, I do not have further demands, as I can empathize with the experience of being a student. However, I earnestly implore my esteemed readers to lend their support by subscribing to the first VIP chapter tomorrow. Just 1 subscription will suffice. Chapter 95. The unusual void state. The rugged walls of the pit were surprisingly conducive to climbing. Yet, an odd sensation enveloped him. Although he was descending, there were moments when it felt as if he were traversing horizontally, akin to walking on flat ground. However, without grasping the rocks, he would inevitably plunge into the abyss below. This contradiction intensified the deeper he descended. Nevertheless, the sunlight streamed directly down, casting no shadows in the pit. After a considerable period of climbing, Lin Xing suddenly halted. Where were the crabs and the rodent swarm? Despite my rapid descent, employing both my hands to scrape and thrust the crab knife into the pit's wall, I haven't heard a single sound. Could they truly be faster than me? Impossible, unless they jumped directly down. As these thoughts lingered, Lin Xing released 3 of his claws, leaving only his left hand clinging to the crab knife embedded in the rock. Taking a deep breath, he exerted force with his feet to withdraw the crab knife. Without support, his body instantly entered a state of free fall. 3 seconds later, accompanied by a piercing sound, the crab knife reinserted into the pit's wall, and he redripped the rock. He had fallen approximately 40 to 50 meters in 3 seconds. Employing the same technique, he fell for 4, 5, 8, 10 seconds. After several attempts, Lin Xing discovered the most energy-efficient method. Every 8 seconds of free fall, he would pause his descent, during which he would drop nearly 300 meters each time. Although he was 90% certain he could survive a direct jump, he dared not gamble on that remaining 10%. With each 10-second drop, a cacophony of hissing and the calls of gorillas accompanied his descent. 3,000s, 8,000s. With a radius of over 6,000 kilometers, Blue Star's core lies 3 to 4,000 kilometers beneath the surface. After plummeting over 300 meters, he shouted, bolstering his own spirits. 39,000s. As he once again thrust the crab knife into the pit wall, preparing for a brief respite, he suddenly sensed a portion of the sunlight streaming down was obscured. Lin Xing looked up, and through the haze, he discerned a shadow above. Animals were approaching. This was his first thought. Narrowing his eyes, he freed his right hand and swiftly drew another crab knife, patiently awaiting their arrival. Moments later, a crab knife, extending over 10 meters, shot forth like lightning. Bang! With a resounding crash and a cry of pain, the knife struck an animal resembling a pangolin. The creature continued its descent in Lin Xing's view, while he retrieved the crab knife using the sinewy tendons entwined around it. He had not exerted full force. Rather, he had merely grazed the pangolin, curious to see if it would perish from the fall. If it did die, he would be notified as the last inflictor of harm. Hanging from the wall, he waited for a full minute. In that time, the pangolin's speed would reach 5 to 600 meters per second, and its impact with the ground would surely be fatal. With renewed confidence, he exerted force with his feet, withdrawing the crab knife from the rock face. This time, he applied a bit more strength, distancing himself from the wall and commencing free fall once more. Please, let my wife protect me. In 1 second, he plummeted 10 meters, then 20, then 100. When his speed reached a critical threshold, he realized that attempting to slow himself against the wall would be futile. If the crab knife were to slip from his grasp, the immense kinetic energy would tear his arm apart. Time stretched infinitely at that moment. He could only incessantly mutter for fate to favor him. He lost track of time, ensnared in memories, until he felt a slight repulsive force beneath his feet. Though faint, Lin Xing's senses were keen, and he regained clarity in an instant. The appearance of this repulsive force indicated a counteraction to the gravitational acceleration of his fall. Approximately a minute later, he began to understand the concept of deceleration, albeit at a rapid pace, perhaps from thousands of meters per second to hundreds per second. After another 10 seconds, Lin Xing sighed in relief, confident that he could withstand severe injuries to decelerate against the rock face. Yet, he refrained from doing so. His speed continued to decrease, and he noticed the sunlight above was vanishing. In midair, Lin Xing adjusted his position, clutching 2 crab knives, prepared for any impending danger. A faint sound seemed to emerge, and he felt as if he were plunging into water at a speed of several dozen meters per second. The last remnants of kinetic energy dissipated within seconds, and then he realized he was not submerged in water, but suspended in a dim void. There were no luminescent bodies, yet the boundless expanse was not dark. It resembled the hazy night sky beneath countless stars. With his sharp eyesight, he spotted dozens of animals drifting around him, the closest being a massive pangolin several meters in size. There were also 3 enormous crabs. Stunned, Lin Xing's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. This place felt akin to a vacuum, yet it was not. In a vacuum, there is no gravity, but here, a peculiar balance of gravitational and repulsive forces existed, emanating from all directions. In a vacuum, Lin Xing's breath would push him in the opposite direction, yet here, whether he exhaled or even passed gas, he remained relatively motionless in place. Like the pangolin 200 meters away, he found himself awkwardly suspended. There was air here, unlike in a true vacuum, allowing for easy breathing, even more refreshing than the air at the surface or at the core. He had lost all sense of direction, unable to discern which way was up or down. He could only regard the pit he had fallen from as behind him, and upon glancing back, the opening appeared like an opaque mirror, the sunlight from the core mysteriously severed at its entrance. Goodness, why does this feel like a prison? I can't be trapped here forever. Surely, there must be a way out. Otherwise, how could the colossal beasts of the core ascend to the surface? I just haven't figured it out yet. Lin Xing began to meticulously recall his experiences over the past hours. It all began with the earthquake. The collapse of City A. Perhaps the pit had formed at that time? After waiting for the dust to settle, he had spent half an hour leaving City A. Running for over an hour until he reached the vicinity of the pit, he encountered the luminescent sprite, Hsini, above the pit, who was attacked by a giant crab, retaliating with a blue beam. Perhaps before I even realized it, Hsini had already vanquished numerous foes. Then, attacked by an even larger crab, he had assisted her through the interface task. Subsequently, he was drawn into the depths, soaring toward the core. The suction must have been caused by the core's sun. That eruption was undoubtedly the result of the core's sun. Otherwise, this persistent prism-like form, devoid of imbalance between gravitational and repulsive forces, would not allow the beast to escape. I must seize the next opportunity for eruption. Otherwise, I will truly be vaporized. The only remaining question is, how long until it arrives? As his thoughts collided with questions and reflections, Lin Xing gradually approached the truth. Eventually, Lin Xing ceased to flounder, subsiding into silence within this void that transmitted no sound. At a certain moment, he closed his eyes, and darkness enveloped him. In the darkness, colorful points of light inexplicably surged forth, more densely packed than any he had encountered in dreams.